I do like fonts. Fonts are important. I have you'd be probably, my font book is crazy. I have like hundreds and hundreds of fonts, but we're not here to talk about the size of my fonts or even how I use them. Let's move on to the situation in Syria. We're going to go ahead and bring in our guest and add him to the stage. Hi, George.
How are you, Ted?
How's it going?
Good. How about you?
Good. All right, let me go ahead and tee up the topic and introduce you. Ties between Syria and Russia go back not only through the Soviet Union, but even back to Tsarist Russia. Now, presumably, because Russia is so focused on Ukraine, it was unable or unwilling to save its ally, President Bashar al-Assad, from getting deposed by Islamist insurgents, also known as HTS. Assad is safely in Moscow, but Damascus, what happens there next is an entirely different matter. As we talked about in the news headlines before we brought you on, George, the new government, or the insurgent government, is worried terribly about the fiscal situation and says that they don't have enough hard currency in order to run the government. Americans who remember the optimistic coverage of the fall of Baghdad to U.S. troops in 2003 and the toppling of Saddam Hussein know better than to take similar images and coverage as pure optimism in the way that they're being presented. So we're bringing in Dr. George Zamuli. He's a senior research fellow at the Global Policy Institute, author of the books Bombs for Peace, NATO's Humanitarian War on Yugoslavia. George, thanks for joining us.
Well, it's very good to be with you, Ted.
So, George, what are your thoughts broadly? I guess first of all, let's talk about how quickly this happened. I think 2 weeks ago, if I had told you, oh, the government of Bashar al-Assad is toast, this HTS group is going to be able to march into Aleppo basically without any resistance whatsoever, and they're going to be able to drive all the way to Damascus in under a week and topple Assad, and he's going to have to fly off to Russia, never to be seen or heard from again. Would you have believed me?
No, I wouldn't have, but there's nothing so astonishing about that. I think clearly Bashar al-Assad and his Syrian Arab army could only survive by the grace of its protectors, which is, of course, Russia, Iran, and Hezbollah. Now, Russia is very preoccupied in Ukraine. It doesn't really have anything to spare. Iran has, I think, taken a beating from Israel. Hezbollah obviously has taken a severe beating from Israel. So without that kind of support, really, the demoralization was going to kick in very quickly. I mean, we saw that, Americans have experience of that in Vietnam in 1975. Once it became clear to the Saigon government that the United States was not coming in, even with air power, or even with providing them with some kind of weapons, then it was over, and the army just collapsed and ran away. So it's not so surprising. I think as far as the Western powers are concerned, and that means United States, Great Britain, Israel, and Turkey, I think it's mission accomplished. I think they've created a chaos, and I think chaos was always the goal there. And now they've got a dysfunctional state. And when you've got a dysfunctional state, then you can put it to all sorts of uses. And the Americans are actually very good at doing that.
What kind of uses do you mean?
To become a center for global terrorism. You just send people out to create problems for your adversary states. Russia obviously is going to be targeted for terrorists. I think there's going to be, the terrorists infiltrating into Russia. I think Iran obviously will be targeted. And I think China is going to be targeted. So here you've got a whole bunch of people who don't have very much money. They don't really have any jobs in Syria. So the United States can provide them. That's relatively cheap, give them enough money, and send them on their way. It's kind of what happened after the fall of Afghanistan in the late 1980s.
Hezbollah in Lebanon took a huge hit from from that Mossad and Shin Bet pager attack a few months ago. They don't seem to have ever really fully recovered, not to mention the bombing campaign by the IDF. Is that next? Is Hezbollah now in real trouble. The old joke in the 1980s was, if you take Syria, you get Lebanon for free. Is Lebanon now on the ropes?
Well, I think Lebanon, yes, it is on the ropes, and I think the Israelis can go on pounding Lebanon, particularly pounding Hezbollah, to their heart's content. This is what the Israelis do very well. They don't do particularly well in hand-to-hand combat. They're not going to send their forces into Lebanon, but they can go on bombing and bombing and bombing, and they do have an effect. And we've seen that Israel has been bombing Syria pretty much on a daily and nightly basis for many, many years, and it's had an effect. I mean, without question, it's weakened Syria fatally. It weakened the Iranians. I mean, there was an Iranian presence in Syria from the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. They've taken a pounding from Israel, and of course, Hezbollah's been weakened. So it does have an effect after a time, the Israeli bombing, and of course the brutal sanctions imposed by the United States. All of that weakened Syria fatally. So by the time the HTS under Turkish auspices, who've been receiving very substantial financing from Turkey, so much so that the people in Idlib were living much better than the people living in Syria proper. By the time they mounted their offensive, Syria had already taken such a beating that it wasn't able to provide any kind of resistance.
So HTS is. Go ahead, Robbie.
All right. I just want to say it's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. George. Been following you on the gaggle for years. Now, my question to you is, with the fall of Syria, is Iran's proxy network in the West, is it dead?
I think so. I mean, I can't see very much, left. I mean, there's the Houthis, but they've minimal impact, and whatever impact they have, I think the Houthis will be targeted. I think Iran has got a more serious problem on its hands. I think Iran will be next. I think Iran will be targeted by the incoming Trump administration and by Israel, because Israel will say, hey, we've been really successful. We've dealt with the axis of resistance. We've dealt with Hezbollah. We've dealt with Syria. We're about to wipe out Hamas. This is our golden opportunity to deal with the Iran problem once and for all. And of course, the United States has never really forgiven Iran for throwing out the Pahlavis in 1979. So America has been eyeing Iran for 45 years. So absolutely, Iran it's not going to be involved in a fight for its survival, let alone axis of resistance. It's really a question of whether Iran itself can survive.
Gotcha.
George, let me ask you about it's one thing for the United States, for example, to have helped to turn to help to have turned Afghanistan into a terrorist state in the early 1990s after supporting the Mujahideen in the 80s. Afghanistan was and still is on the other side of the planet. But from the standpoint of Turkey and Israel, why on earth would they be willing to have an HTS come to power and basically have a ragtag group of former Islamic State, Al-Qaeda, and other, Al-Nusra Front and other radical Muslim fundamentalists come to power right smack on their border? Why on earth would they want that? Why weren't they happy with Assad? I mean, I would have been, if I were the Israelis, I would have been like, we can work with this guy. We know who he is. He's not dangerous to us. He's not going to attack us. I mean, there's some pretty nutty people in HTS.
Well, it's a long-standing Western and Israeli tradition of hating and undermining and destroying the Arab nationalist secular regimes and supporting the Islamists. And this goes back, we know, of course, how Netanyahu supported Hamas, but this goes way back, in the 1950s when the British were seeking to overthrow the Nasser regime in Egypt. They were plotting against the Baathists in Syria. Again, this is back in the 1950s. And then he goes even further back in the days of the British mandate of Palestine. The British were supporting the Islamists. not with any great success, but nonetheless, that was their support. They, the one that the Israelis always go on about, the Mufti of Jerusalem, who then eventually collaborated with Nazi Germany. But the Mufti of Jerusalem was hoisted into power as a very young man because the British saw him as a religious leader and therefore a much more reliable person to deal with than an Arab nationalist. And I think that's why, over and over again, when we had a global war on terror, but who was targeted in the global war on terror? Saddam Hussein, a secular leader, Muammar Gaddafi, secular leader, and of course Bashar al-Assad, secular leader. So that's the tradition. And so you're absolutely right. You would think this is the person that you want to work with, but that's not really what the Americans, the British, want. Now, the one problem they have, which is sometimes these Islamists, they go off their leash and then they turn against their owners. That's blew up in the Americans' faces, obviously on 9/11. So I think the instructions to them is, hey, focus on Russia, focus on the Central Asian states who are Russia's allies, they're members of the Collective Security Treaty Organization. Focus on China. Don't start moving towards Europe or let alone the United States. They stay the hell away from that. And I think that's what the message will be also to Turkey. Turkey, hey, your task is to make life difficult for the Russians in Central Asia. You want to create this some kind of a Turkic civilization. You do it, in Central Asia, where it's going to be a pain in the neck for the Russians. Leave Syria to us. And I think that's what's going to happen. I think the Americans and the Israelis are just going to largely carve up Syria among themselves.
Now, obviously, this is a huge blow to Russia, right? I mean, so two-part question. Did Russia let Assad go basically like in a chess game, saying, we've got to focus on Ukraine. We're close enough to something that feels like victory that we can taste it and we don't want to redirect any resources? Or were they just not up for it? Did they just not have the resources to protect Assad? Like, which one was it? And and also Russia's not really quite done, are they? Right? They still have two bases in Syria. There's Russian warships are currently anchored nearby. So is there going to be some sort of effort on the part of the Russians to keep a foothold there? And if so, is that likely to succeed? Would they bring in Wagner from Africa, from the Sahel to do that? Or is Russia pretty much just finished in Syria?
I tend to think Russia is finished in Syria. I don't see it likely that they're going to be able to keep the Tartus naval base or their Khmeim air base. I think that the Americans, who I think will have some leverage over the HTS, I think they're going to pressure them to, hey, get the Russians out of here. I mean, that's it. We want that naval base. We want that air base. Get them out of here. And I think they will. And once they ask the Russians to go, then they'll go. I mean, there's no means for the Russians to stay there. So I don't see it. Russia has no friends now in Syria, so there's no mechanism there to allow them to keep their base. And of course, that is a major blow. I mean, I think you said in your intro that this goes all the way back. Certainly, in the case of the Soviet Union, they signed that friendship treaty with Bashar al-Assad's father, Hafez Assad. That was in 1971, so that's more than 50 years. It's the one warm water port that the Soviet Union and then Russia retained. So it's a big deal. And then it goes back even further into sort of in the days when the Russian Empire was the protector of the Christians. I mean, that's what it did. It protected the Christians in the Balkans, and it protected the Christians in the Middle East. So it goes back a long way. Now, why didn't they do anything? I think that they're really stretched. I just don't think they have anything to spare. I mean, I think that that must have been what they told Assad, is that we just don't have anything. That would be a major operation for us, major air power and everything. We just don't have it. I mean, everything is tied up in Ukraine.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. Oh, go ahead, Ted.
Sorry, Robbie. Yeah, you come after me. Volodymyr Zelensky. He might. If I'm him, I'm not taking any comfort in any of this, right? Because the troops that were in Syria, where are they going to go? They're now available for service in Ukraine, right? So this is, if anything, going to accelerate the outcome in Ukraine. No.
Well, it may be. I don't know how many troops they really had in Syria. I doubt whether it was a huge military presence. I mean, Russians already have a substantial military presence in Ukraine. So I don't know whether, in terms of numbers, it's going to be particularly significant. I think,
the air power, I think, was
I
significant.
think the air power, it may be of significance, but I think Russia already has quite a bit of air power at his disposal, but Russia is using its air power in a very constricted way for whatever reason. But it could have used it in far more devastating or effective way, but it hasn't. No, I think Zelensky's problem, maybe a problem, we'll have to see, is what happens when Trump takes over on January 20th.
For sure.
Because Trump will, without doubt, put forward a peace plan, and then who knows what's going to happen to that peace plan? Who's going to accept it, who's not going to accept it, and then what happens if it's not accepted? So I think that's the Zelensky's immediate focus. But without question, I mean, this is a big blow to Russia's reputation. Anytime you go in and you say, "Hey, we're here for you. We're going to protect you. We're going to support you. We're going to defend you," and now you don't, then your credibility around the world is lost. And particularly when the rationale that Putin presented in 2015, which is, "Hey, we don't want the black flag of ISIS flying over Damascus because we are afraid. We're very close. We're afraid of jihadis coming into our country." Well, the black flag is flying over Damascus, and the jihadis are going to be coming into your country. So that objective has not been accomplished.
Yeah. So just two quick questions. One, when it comes to the Russians, the way I kind of look at it is that the Russians were prepared to assist the Syrian army, but not to replace it. And the Syrian army, I mean, they didn't even show up to fight. They just kind of melted away. So I think that probably played into the Russian rationale. I mean, the way I look at it, if your army refuses to even defend its home, why should I defend you? I mean, that's just me. And the other thing is, I think it also shows the danger of a frozen conflict, because after the first Syrian war, the rebels, they kept the north. They had their little buffer zone. The conflict was frozen. Well, look how that turned out. Now the neocons in Europe and here in America are all like, look, Russia could be beaten. We just punch them in the face. Let's freeze this conflict in Ukraine. Trust us, we're not going to do anything. Are the Russians foolish enough, in your opinion, to fall for that trick again? Will they settle for a frozen conflict in Ukraine, or will they just, or do they realize that's a trap?
That's a very good question. Now, just going back to your first question, when you have a military that is completely dependent upon its foreign sponsors, and then the foreign sponsors say, "Look, we just simply can't do it. We're not going to be here for you," then of course the military just collapses. I mean, it fought reasonably well when the Russians were there to provide the air power and so that's why I was talking earlier about the South Vietnamese. The South Vietnamese fought reasonably well, like let's say in 1972 when the North Vietnam mounted their Easter offensive. They did okay, but they had the American air power there to provide support. Once in 75, the Americans said, "Nope, no air power, no weapons." Quickly, the morale just collapsed. I mean, that's just an inevitability. So it's easy, I think, in retrospect, to blame, Bashar al-Assad, but given the circumstances, and again, not to mention all the effect, this devastating effect of the sanctions. I mean, these were really brutal sanctions. The United States were providing, so that everything just takes its toll after a time. But in terms of your second question, I completely agree with you, because I think that was an unfinished conflict, and I think you've defeated ISIS, you've managed to keep Bashar al-Assad in power, but he's not really, the government. That's not really the government of Syria. You've got
Right.
the northwest, the Idlib province, which is under the control of it was first Jabhat al-Nusra, then it was HTS. That was them. Is the Turks retain their presence? Then you have the Kurdish part of Syria, and they kept the oil fields, they kept the wheat fields. They're there under the sponsorship of the Americans. So essentially, was an unfinished conflict. And when you have an unfinished conflict, then sooner or later it's going to blow up in your face, because of course they were using that time to build up their forces. And then it was inevitable they were going to mount an attack. I mean that's what happened. It's unfinished. I mean, and they had an opportunity to finish it in 2018 to 2020. But Erdogan rushed to the UN Security Council in New York and said, "Oh, this is so horrific what Russia and Syria are planning to do. They're going to kill all these babies. It's going to be a humanitarian crisis." And then Trump, he sent out a tweet saying, "Well, if Russia mounts an attack on Idlib, we're going to hit the Russians." So whether they would have done it or not, I don't know. But he directly threatened to use force against the Russians if they attacked Idlib, and Russia decided not to do it. They didn't want to risk a war with the United States. But what that meant is that the Americans had the escalatory dominance. They were able to essentially push Russia aside and say, "Don't do it, because you'll have us to deal with." Now, in terms of what happens with freezing the conflict in Ukraine, I really do hope that Russia won't fall for it, that they won't accept
Me too.
something like what I think Trump will propose, a frozen conflict, which is, let's have a ceasefire along the current lines of contact, and then we'll deal with all the problems down the road. Okay, we'll postpone NATO membership for a few years, but let's just freeze things in place. I think that's going to be the offer from Trump, and I hope very much that that Russia doesn't accept it. But the chances are, knowing the United States, that they'll probably just go, they'll be so unreasonable that Russia will just eventually say, no, we really can't accept it. But it's like, if you think of the Istanbul Agreement, which is a terrible agreement. It was a terrible agreement for Russia, but Russia was willing to accept it. It was only because the NATO powers got so greedy, with Boris Johnson saying, "No, we don't want this. We want more. We want to really inflict a defeat on Russia." It was only because of that we were saved what would have been an absolutely catastrophic agreement.
Gotcha.
George, we have a question from someone who was kind enough to contribute to the show. Well-dressed nerd. Thank you for your cash donation, $5, much appreciated. Question for George: if war between Iran and the U.S. and or Israel becomes a reality, he wants to know, how would this affect Russia and China's involvement with BRICS?
I think Russia and China will stay out. I think they will provide some kind of support, probably. Again, depending on what they've got to spare. I mean, they're very heavily tied up in Ukraine, but whatever they have to spare, they will provide. Well, Russia certainly will provide it to Iran. I don't know about China. China likes to keep its powder dry. The real question then is, what is Iran going to do about to protect itself? Which is it finally going to make the decision to develop nuclear weapons? Now, you would think that given the high stakes, that it will basically say we need nuclear weapons. But that's only the start of their problems, because if for one moment the United States and Israel suspected that Iran does now have nuclear weapons, even if Iran hasn't made an official announcement, then the United States and Israel would attack. They would launch a preemptive attack to take out Iranian nuclear facilities. So Iran clearly needs it, because it's in the crosshairs. But if it's going to develop nuclear weapons, it's going to have to be very, very clever, very subtle about it, and so present it to the world. Well, not only do we have many nuclear missiles, we have the means of launching them. We have launches, intercontinental launches. In other words, we can reach the United States, and they are thoroughly dispersed around the country. So if you try a preemptive attack, you're not going to be able to take out everything. So that's the, it's not enough just to have nuclear weapons. You've got to actually lay the groundwork to thwart a preemptive attack.
Would Pakistan help Iran?
I doubt it. I think they're going to stay out of it. I mean, it's they don't really want to get themselves involved in a war with the United States.
Yeah, Pakistan has never had good relations with Iran.
No, not really. Exactly. They're Sunni, and they don't have anything like that.
George, one last question. Let's talk about, a lot of it. We've been talking about the foreign policy implications, but what about the people of Syria? I mean, what is this governance going to look like? I mean, is it going to be an ongoing civil conflict with the factions that still haven't come under HTS control? Are they going to be able to find some revenue source that's going to make up for all the money that apparently Assad spirited out with him? Is this going to be a radical Islamist regime that looks like something like Afghanistan or Saudi Arabia, or is it going to be like sort of Taliban light? Is it more like Jordan? I mean, what's it going to feel like? For women and ethnic minorities like Christians and even the small community of Jews in Syria?
I have to think that they will move towards some kind of a radical Islam. I think the minorities are just going to be pushed out. I think it's going to be so intolerable for them. And not to mention anyone who was involved with the previous regime. I think they're just going to be pushed out. I think it's going to be, they're going to be dumped on someone else. And I think that'll be the end for the sort of ancient Christian communities in Syria, but also in the Middle East. I think we're seeing the last days of this Christian communities that go all the way back to the birth of Jesus. So that's going to be that. But I think, it'll generally be an Islamist state. But at the same time, it's not going to be a unitary state. I mean, there's going to be this Kurdish region. They're not going to come under the rule of HTS. I think the Americans are going to carve out a land strip for themselves, so where they're going to keep. This is going to be their way of projecting power in the Levant. Israel is obviously already carving out space for itself, and then it's going to be bombed on a regular basis. I think it's like Israel pretty much feels that it has a right to bomb anything at any time and proclaim that, hey, this poses a threat to Israel. So, bombing factories, entire sort of urban conurbations, and say, those, we had a threat here. So I just think that this is going to be a failed state, worse than Libya is currently, whether, again, there's still no government there. And again, worse than the state of Iraq during the 1990s. So I think minorities are gone, and then I don't think there's going to be any kind of a unitary government for the foreseeable future.
What happens to the Palestinians now? I mean, do they have a prayer?
I don't think so. No, I think Gaza is gone. To be honest, I think that's it's hard to see what can be salvaged in Gaza. Maybe they're going to cram the Palestinians into just the southern tip of Gaza, whereas the northern part will just be annexed by Israel. And I think the West Bank is probably next on the agenda. I think Israel will annex, if not the whole of the West Bank, but it will annex the major settlements, that just become part of Israel. So I really think this is as bleak as a time as any.
Terrible.
It is awful. But George, we really appreciate your analysis. Very much appreciated. Dr. George Zamuli is a senior research fellow at the Global Policy Institute. He's also the author of the book Bombs for Peace, NATO's Humanitarian War on Yugoslavia. George, thank you so much for joining us. Really,
thank you very much for inviting me. I really enjoyed it.
Bye-bye.
It's a pleasure.
Bye-bye.
Well, I mean, I'm sure it's been done, but it
I'm sure it has too.
let's go
I would
ahead.
try Kazakhstan myself. Just saying.
Oh, well, God, the women there. Holy crap. They're beautiful. You know, it's like not unusual for them to be like 6 feet tall, startling purple eyes. They're all like models. It's insane. Let's bring in Angie Wong. Angie Wong
Howdy.
is my former co-host on the Final Countdown, and hopefully, maybe, I don't know if she has any dating experiences from Central Asia or Afghanistan. She is also the Republican Executive Committee woman for District 17 in the great state of Florida.
How do I follow that? Like 6 foot tall supermodels. It's like, okay,
Kazakh
well,
girls.
hi,
Oh my
I'm here.
God.
This is me. Yeah, no, hi guys. Nice hearing your
Howdy.
voices again. It's so nice. It's been a while, Ted. I realize it's like I used to have your voice in my ear every single morning as I'm, waking up doing the news with you. I'm like, wow, it's like home. So thank you for having me on.
Oh, thank you for being here.
Oh,
sorry.
wait,
about that.
you got all the polka dots in the back now. This is a new background.
Yeah, we're trying to spice it up. That was the dots are are Manila's doing. And Manila's out. I don't know if you've heard, but she has pleurisy and pneumonia.
No.
Yeah, good times. So, but apparently we talked to her yesterday, and she's seems to have turned the corner after over a week of medical system nonsense. So hey, before we ask you about today's topic, we wanted to talk about the differences between Trump's first term and second term, like what we're likely to see, what will be the same, what will be different, any modifications, what he's learned, and how his team will differ, and all that, which I'm dying to. But I'm going to put you on the spot. So what do you think of Luigi Mangione and the alleged shooter of the United Healthcare CEO, Brian Thompson? I mean, obviously, this is a national, everyone's talking about it.
It is, and it's really funny how we live in parallel news universes, because when I first heard this story, I'm thinking, oh, another New York City shooting. Okay. I mean, Ted and I are both from New York City, so this stuff happens every 30 minutes, right? And I thought, okay, this guy's dead. And, it was not that it was a random shooting. But then my daughter, who is in middle school, she questions me about it and how it's justified that he was shot. And I'm like, what's like the school that I'm paying way too much money
I like
for?
Your daughter.
Right? Going on and on about this, and she's telling me that I'm wrong, and that everyone needs to have health care, and you don't have to beg for your premiums to kick in and for service to be paid. You're already paying for services. They're just not writing the checks, right? And it leaves a lot of people in pain, et cetera, et cetera. Look, ultimately, I have to say, killing is just wrong. My husband luckily backed me up and said, "Oh, you can do it other ways. You could sue them, and you could be a congresswoman, or you could do whatever else." But we all know those are like long-term pathways to change laws and find justice, right? If your back is hurting and you're completely crippled because, like the suspect here, he was apparently in a lot of pain. He couldn't have sex. He couldn't do normal functioning things, and it drove him crazy. Getting older now, I completely understand what that means, right? Like, I'm like, yeah, there are days where I'm like, ooh, maybe I can't, lift the 250 pounds I used to lift. Never happened. But, it just like, I get what's going on. So, if this is a catalyst for change, man, this is weird. But it's only weird because it's happening in the USA. It's happening in Manhattan. If this happened outside of our country, this happens all the time. This kind of what I guess you would call social justice. But ultimately, look, I had to teach my kids killing is just not the answer as much as you want this
Obviously.
person dead.
Yep.
It's just, you don't go about it that way. Maybe I shouldn't say this, but I'm like, you should have shot him in the foot or like give him a warning shot. Do it like the gangs do it.
That is an interesting point. What would have happened if he hadn't died?
Right. Because he's a man in charge. He's a man in power. He can change those rules. And I'm not saying, I understand that's a threat and it's violence, but I'm just,
Although ironically, I'm not even kidding, he was taken to a hospital that was recently kicked out of the United Healthcare network. He was taken to Mount Sinai. The entire Mount Sinai group, as you know, is most of the big hospitals in New York, in Manhattan now.
Yeah.
He was taken over to the West Side. It used to be called New York Hospital, the Mount Sinai Hospital near Columbus Circle. And so if he had lived, he would have been out of network.
He would have been out of network. Yeah, he would have had to pay. Look, what I don't want is for this to be the answer for other social justice causes, right?
Mhm.
There's plenty. We're all frustrated. I could talk about insurance all day long. I mean, I pay more in insurance per month than I do pay for my car payments every month. That's how crazy it's gotten.
Yeah.
People trying to buy their first homes, second homes, whatnot. You can't do it anymore because the insurance premiums are so crazy that you would never buy a home over $1 million or, you know, even $500,000. You'd have to take out multiple policies just to cover your house. We can go on and on about insurance. That's got to get fixed. And I'm hoping that Congress will wake up to this, because we've allowed the capital markets to supersede just human kindness and taking care of each other. I get that. I'm not a social warrior. I'm not a justice warrior, but I do think that it's completely out of hand at this point, and we've let it go way too long. And that is our lawmakers.
I mean, the temperature on the. Oh, go ahead, Ted.
I was going to say, I mean, yeah, I wrote about this in a column this week. I think obviously I favor Medicare for all, but we're not going to get that anytime soon. So, I mean, as a reform, I'm suggesting that Congress say, first of all in-network should never be denied. If a doctor who's in-network is prescribing stuff that the company doesn't like, they should take it up with the doctor, kick them out of their network. But that shouldn't be the patient's problem. They're in-network. Also, they should be required to keep those lists that they have online of all the doctors that are supposedly in-network. They should keep those up to date. They don't. They're years out of date. When you call around, sometimes the doctors have died of old age, or they're retired, or they never took this health insurance, right? I mean, I'd say it's truth in advertising. If you tell me that Dr. Bob Smith is in network and I go see Dr. Bob Smith, you should pay me. You know, I mean, I don't mean like he dropped out last week, but like, you know what I mean? Like, if you say this, then I should be able to count on that. That should be reliable. That should be your duty to keep that list up to date. It's to their advantage to keep it not up to date. I think Congress needs to make to regulate this industry. You know, I don't think you need to regulate them out of profitability, but within, come on, guys, you're out of control.
Yeah, and this is all ultimately about a profit margin, right? I mean, they've been pushing everyone to telehealth. Yeah, I'm not really sure. I mean, if I stick out my tongue and show you my bruises, like, you're going to be able to diagnose that from a computer screen over Zoom? No, thank you. Right? I think there are just some industries you can't really go with that. I even see telehealth for pets now, which I think is hysterical, because if you try putting like a pet up there to the screen, like, hey, I don't know what this bump is. Like,
if it's an option, honestly, like, for example, I get bronchitis all the time. I would love it if I could just go on telehealth and I don't have to drag my sick butt out to the doctor's office. And I can just say, hey, I just need can you just prescribe a Z-Pack? Great, done. So if it's my choice, that's fine. But if it's the insurance company saying, no, you don't get to see a doctor for your broken wrist, you have to do it from home, that's different. That's wrong.
Well, let me ask you, both of you, what do you think of, RFK Jr. coming in, completely revamping HHS? I mean, all of the stuff that we're talking about could be outdated in a month and a week.
I'm super excited about RFK. Look, I've been saying this to my liberal Democratic friends who are very upset with me because they're convinced that he's an insane anti-vax conspirator. And I mean, but he's not. He and his kids are vaccinated. All he said is that that no vaccine is completely safe. That's true. That's science. I mean,
more than that, he's been funding a lot of anti-vax stuff, like millions of dollars from his PAC, going into a lot of things that I would deem personally misinformation about vaccines. And I'm not for vaccines, by the way. So,
I don't have a dog in this fight either way. I'm not part of the vaccine wars, as you know, from doing the show with me. And I also think it should be everybody's choice whether they want to get vaccinated or not. I don't think, I believe in bodily autonomy. I don't think, like to send your kids to school. If you don't want to get them vaccinated, you shouldn't have to. And I know that's not a popular opinion, but they should convince you to do that. Robbie, you had a question.
Yeah, well, I was just going to say, here in my neck of the woods, how people say, well, if you have a problem with your health insurance company, you sue them. Here where I live, the annual income is $30,000 a year.
Yeah.
You're not going to get a lawyer to go against Blue Cross Blue Shield
and their army of lawyers.
It's not going to happen. You will. One thing, you're going to find a doctor out here, a lawyer out here is going to do it. Second, even if you did, financially, you will get destroyed just by the legal fees. I mean, if the doctor bill is worth 5 years of your total income, it's not going to happen.
Right.
And here in Montana, about Luigi, I'm out in the middle of nowhere. They're saying this dude did a public service homicide, and they're like flying. They're all for it. Like they're putting Luigi flags on the dashboard of their trucks.
I've seen signs that said it was that you can't charge Luigi because it was a victimless crime.
Huh?
There's wanted posters for other healthcare CEOs all over Manhattan now. Sort of like the Israeli hostage posters. They're like that format, but like with the pictures of the CEOs of various healthcare companies.
So really, what my concern is that eventually you're going to piss off the working class so much where you will start seeing this, and you're going to start seeing more fraying of society. You're going to start seeing more violence. And I'm just really hoping that Congress will actually listen, especially Trump. He got elected by the working class people. I'm hoping that he listens.
There. Let's talk about that, because that's what we brought Angie to talk about. So Angie, first of all, before we move on from this, do you think there's any appetite in the Republican-run House and Senate that's coming in on January 1st, and as well as from President-elect Trump, who is not beholden to anybody, is not running for re-election, is really freer, arguably, than any president-elect that I can think of in my life to do what he wants to do. Everybody's got interests, everybody has donors, but he's free. Is there any appetite to reform, to finally do something to repeal and replace Obamacare, or tweak the system? I thought it was very interesting that Trump hasn't had anything to say about the killing of Brian Thompson allegedly by Luigi Mangione. He has had no comment. He reads the news. He follows social media. He knows how the American people feel. This is an opportunity for him to make a big splash. Will he?
Well, two things there that I'm going to point out. One, it's going to be very funny to you that he does read the news, but he doesn't have an actual search engine. Something about, yes, and it was told to me by someone who is in security. They don't do the search functions on various politicians' phones, including Trump's, because of the algorithms or how they grab all the data. Anyway, long story short, he gets sent the news. He gets an edited version sent to him by his team.
A digest.
Right. A brief of everything. Yeah. So that skews his thinking. Not that he hasn't heard of the story. I'm sure he has. And secondly, you may find this weird. I was just doing the math on what the 119th Congress is going to look like come January 2nd and 3rd when they're sworn in. Mm-hmm. Well, we're actually missing 3 seats. So right now, Republicans hold the stronghold, 3 seats in, except, well, let's see, we've got Elise Stefanik and Mike Waltz and Matt Gaetz missing. So do we really have a majority for 3 months until their special elections are held? I believe their congressional staffers are doing stuff, but do they have voting powers? I don't believe they do, right? Because they're not getting sworn in. So no. I don't know. All right, so we might actually be even Stevens in the House for the first 3 months until April 1st, at least here in Florida, when they hold their special elections for the next congressional member. I believe I have my facts right on that.
Wow, that's fascinating.
Well, Trump may not have the first 3 months to pass things, right? All you need is one, congressional member on the Republican side to have what Manila has and sneeze, and then they stay home, right? And all of a sudden, Hakeem Jeffries becomes a very, very important person, right? So I think about that. And I think about also the news cycle for Trump, because we've said this, I've been talking about this before, and I think I said on your previous show, Trump's going to get in trouble again because everyone's looking for something. So he's got to push through his agenda in the first 100 days, like really, really jam it through in every single department, because with him, trouble's around the corner and he may not get through something, somewhere down the line. So there's going
But he can't be prosecuted while he's in office, right? I mean,
no, I don't necessarily mean that. I just mean something. There's going to be a trip up, as like in any White House, right? And I think he's got the right disciples to push through the entire Trump agenda. I think he has really, really good people on. I know there's a lot of negative talk about certain cabinet picks. I'll leave it to the Senate hearing. I don't really know every single person there, but I think he knows what he's doing this time around. He's purposely skipping the GSM office entirely. Sorry, is it the GSM or is it the GAO office where the transition team, where the government pays for the transition? I forget. I get my acronyms wrong sometimes. Well, whatever that transition team within the White House is, he's like, no, thanks. I don't need your money. He's doing everything at Mar-a-Lago and in his Trump Towers, right? To do it behind closed doors. So there's no leaks. There's no like, oh, that person's getting in. There's going to be a lot of surprises and a lot of protocols, because he understands there's going to be speed bumps along the way. Susie Wiles is doing a fantastic job clearing any sort of drama, any sort of speed bumps, and making sure that on day one, things are going to get done. So you're going to see a lot.
Chief of staff, right?
She's running the country, guys. I mean, I love that she is. I think she's so bright. She understands all the politics behind the scenes, and she doesn't listen to, the normal kiss-assers, right? She actually can see through people. I mean, she's got those super powered eyes that can see through all the BS in politics. So I love her. I love that she could do it. So she's going to get it done. And she knows where the riffraff lie. Look, she's been very good at keeping the clown car out of the White House so far, right? And I know I've completely skirted your question, Ted, but I will tell you that I really feel like this team is going to make things fly, because unlike the first administration, when Trump was trying to do the Washingtonian thing, he was doing the Hollywood version of Washington and the White House, right? This time around, he's like, I'm playing it my way. You tried to trip me up last time. You got all my people dirtied up. I'm kicking you all out. And that's what we're seeing. We're seeing the very first administration and the players in the first administration not welcomed back in. Look, Ted, you and I, we covered most of Trump's lawfare all of last year, right?
All gone.
Have you seen, other than Peter Navarro, I don't really see any of those guys making their way back into the next administration.
Yeah, the closest that we have to swamp creatures in a big way now, I think, Robbie, you might argue with me, is Rubio, and possibly if DeSantis comes in. But those are still not. Well, DeSantis is not a Washington swamp.
Rubio is in my book. He is.
He is. He's from my district here, and I'm not my district, but he's from Miami, and I like him. He played the game well, and he's a really, really smart, charming guy, and very funny. So maybe I like him based on personality. I don't know him as a swamp creature. And do you mean that he's like a neocon, or what do you like? What has he done that makes you think this is
for me? It's a neocon, because whenever I'm looking at things here in Middle America, where I am, I'm in flyover country, right?
Yep.
So if you have someone that's concerned about we have to turn Palestine into a glass plate. Let's drag this thing off in Ukraine for another 20 years, whatever, because he's all on it, right? Whereas I'm looking here and I see that Montana has the highest suicide rate in the country. The borders are wide open. The life expectancy is going down. Why, Mr. Rubio, are you not concerned about the people here? Where are you?
Well, okay. And maybe that's not his job, right? As Secretary of State. I think there's a lot.
But is as a senator of Florida, right?
Sure, absolutely. And again, he's kept very quiet because I think he knew that he was going to get a position in, back then, a possible Trump White House. So he was playing it safe. I don't have a good answer for that because I didn't follow his career as closely as others. But I think his whole thing is, trying to make world peace, and he's got to make it right with Russia and Ukraine and Israel and, the whole Gaza Strip. his hotspot, as well as everything happening in China and Japan, and he's got a big world to take care of. I don't know. I think he's got a lot of he's forming a really good team. That's what it feels like anyway. A lot of young blood. Again, the number one requirement to be part of the next Trump administration is that you cannot be a lobbyist, right? You can't be a Washington insider. That's why this guy Pete Hegseth, that most people don't even know about, he's covered politics, he's covered Washington, but he's never been an insider. He doesn't want to graduate to be the next CEO of Boeing, right? He comes in from a very, very different perspective. And I think that's what, is the motivating factor to hire these guys.
So we have a viewer question from Adrian. Do you think that Tulsi and RFK Jr. will get confirmed? Like, will the Republicans confirm them? Will the Senate hire them?
I think Tulsi, because she has the chops for it. And I just, just because she worshiped some leader back in the day. I mean, like, I worship Debbie Gibson and New Kids on the Block. Am I going to get faulted for that in the Senate hearing? I don't know. I mean, are they Democrats? Maybe they are. I have no idea. Right. So, yeah, I mean, you do stupid stuff like get a tramp stamp on your back of like corn. I don't have one anymore, by the way.
As long as she doesn't have an Assad tramp stamp.
Like, I mean, we get fooled when you're young. Look, I was a foolish young, I don't think I was ever a real Democrat, but like, when you're brought up in New York City, that's like, that's where you go.
Was that her strategy? I mean, is her strategy like this was a youthful indiscretion, or?
I don't know what her strategy is going to be. I think she can hold her own. She was able to debate Kamala Harris back in the day. She's been on stage. She knows how to answer these questions clearly because the media is already feeding her.
She's very smart.
Yeah, she's going to be able to dance all over this. She's staying very quiet and out of sight until that happens. I think RFK Jr. is going to have a harder time, actually.
That worries me because he's absolutely my favorite appointee. I mean, even if Donald Trump messes up 6 ways till Sunday, if Trump keeps his promise to let RFK bring in EU style food safety protocols for getting rid of preservatives in our food, it's going to save tens of millions of American lives. It's going to be it's a massive game changer. It's going to improve our quality of life as a people immeasurably. So, I mean, we really, frankly, we need, it's as important for him to get in as it would have been important for climate change for Al Gore to win the 2000 election. We need RFK Jr. to be HHS head. We do.
I agree with you, Ted, and I like a lot of things that he's saying and doing. But here's the problem: it's all the things that he's saying and doing in advance of his Senate hearing. He's not staying quiet. He's pushing his agenda. He's stealing the limelight from Trump a little bit, especially early on. I don't know if you remember, he was told to stay a little bit more quiet. And now he's letting his game plan, his attack plan, out of the bag. So the Senate really knows how to attack him with it if they wanted to. I'm not saying they do, but he could. And honestly, what he's now doing
he could stick a falcon on them. He could bring his falcon to the hearing.
He could.
He's a falconer.
Okay. I mean, I'm sure he's gonna, what scares me about all this is his Hollywood angle to all this. He's got a full PR team, a full press team pushing through all this stuff. I don't think this is the right moment to do that. Or maybe it is. I don't know. I don't know what his game strategy, maybe his plan is, if I don't get appointed, I'll win a different way, which is I'll get all the publicity from it. I don't know what his strategy ultimately is. You're going to see a lot of the anti-vax stuff come around. You're going to see payments from his PAC go to a lot of rogue groups. I mean, if I know this stuff and I'm just like, a stay-at-home mom, then certainly Congress knows about this stuff, right? And you're going to see a lot of the weird stuff that's been happening. His wife is hawking candles and fragrances, like with the Maha logo. And like, there's a level.
Well, I hope it's not like the same kind of. I hope it's not the same candle that Gwyneth Paltrow is kind of famous for hawking.
Oh no. Or even Donald Trump's doing it. It's a big farce. But like you can't, you got to take this stuff really seriously. I like what he's saying. I like, taking out the regular Coca-Cola formula and putting in cane sugar, like, Mexican Coke. I like, removing preservatives and things, but understand he's going after big boy industries, right?
Yeah.
And and they've got their pocketbooks open for every single senator.
Well, how owned is Donald J. Trump now? Is
That's a good question.
Is my characterization wrong? Is he really not all that free?
When you're a politician, you're never truly free. But in Donald Trump's case, because he doesn't really need their money, right? He needs other things. He needs his pathway to be cleared.
Right.
So I'm trying to figure out who would block his pathway. Well, maybe John Thune, right? He realized with the Matt Gaetz debacle that he doesn't really have the Senate. He kind of has the Senate, but he doesn't really have it. So he's got to play very nicely there and keep that very, very clean. Whenever he gives assignments to his VP and his surrogates, that's when I know that he can't touch it, right? This is not a great example so like Daniel Penny, right? He just got invited by JD Vance to go to the Army Navy game in upstate New York. I think it's in upstate New York. I've been to one before. I think they have it there every year. Well, why couldn't Trump do that, right? There's like things that you think, oh, well, President Trump should have done that, and he's going to the game. So what happened there? I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of that kind of stuff happening that I'm just reading between the lines. Ultimately, what I love about Trump is he's learned a lot in his life finally, because he's like close to 80. I'm happy he's learned a few things. But I think one of the lessons that I take away from what I see different in him is that he no longer fires people. He benches people. He may sideline you, but he also realized you've got a little bit of political capital left. You may make a comeback, so I can't really destroy you. I'm just going to put you over here in, let's say, Georgia, right? And go hang out there.
I mean, in all kidding, this man had 2 near-death experiences, or 1.5, depending on how you count them, in the last year. I mean, that can change a person. It can mellow you out. A lot of people have said that he seems more somber, more steady, more serious, perhaps more aware of his mortality, as we all are as we're getting older. Do you think that's true?
Well, one, if you're getting shot at, yeah, 1. 2, he's got a great political wife in Susie Wiles. 3, they've identified all the problem zones that was in his first administration, right? They now know who they were. And in a way that I probably wouldn't be able to say on air, but certainly the Trump team would know who the problem areas are. And they've been very, very good at keeping the problem areas out of the next administration. Now, will there be other problems? 100%. Are there going to be second and third waves of hires and appointees? Of course, and that's just, because anyone who's worked with Trump, they know it's chaotic. And being in government already is chaotic, but double time with, a Trump administration, it's going to be wacky, right? And in a good way, if you can keep up with the pressure, but a lot of people can't. And I think that's what you're seeing. That might be what you can predict anyway, not seeing. But ultimately, all these guys can hold their own. What I love is that everyone that he's chosen, they're like media powerhouses on their own, right? But they've all quieted down. They've all, except for RFK Jr., but like they've pretty much they're just waiting now, like waiting to go on day one. I think they're going to do a fantastic job. They're going to have amazing futures. And I think that's what he wants. He wants a full legacy of America first. And he may get that for a few cycles. We're going to see. But reading reports from Hakeem Jeffrey this morning, man, Democrats have a full attack for the midterms. And I'm laughing at it because I don't know if they believe in their own gaslighting, but they really think congressional seats in Miami are in play, which I just had a big chuckle at 5 a.m. looking at that stuff.
Angie, you're very good at this, better than I am. I mean, when I study that map, though, you tell me, I don't see a lot of opportunities 2 years from now for the Democrats.
Well, I see what they're doing. I see what Senator John Fetterman of Pennsylvania, he's in a truly purple state. he's got to play little MAGA, right? He can't go full socialist anymore, like what they've been doing for a long time. I really hope to God that AOC runs for president in 2028. In fact, I want to like donate to her now and get her, like really champion for that one, because it's going to be a bloodbath on that. The Democrat,
I don't think she'll. I mean, she'd be a fool.
no, she's been teasing it. She's been talking about
she
it.
Would be a fool. I mean, they always tease it, right? It's to build up the brand. I mean, the thing is, I mean, progressives are mad at her. I mean, and if she doesn't bring progressives to the dance, she's going home alone, right? I mean,
you can only fake it till you make it so much. The country went way too far left. Clearly, this was a referendum on the far left, right? I mean, I think we can agree on that in the autopsy of it. I mean,
of the woke left.
What's the difference? Oh, well, maybe I don't know the difference.
There's the class war left, which that's me.
War left.
We're interested in economic issues, and then there's the woke left, which is all about like pronouns and who calls who what, and
so that's different.
Identity politics, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So I have a question for you. Who is the heir to MAGA? Like, is it going to be JD Vance? Is it Vivek? Me personally, I'm a Vivek guy. I love the idea. I mean, when Trump is out in 4 years, who's going to carry the torch? Who is going to be the America First leader?
Oh, for Trump, for the Republicans? Oh,
just for the movement in general. Like, if you are like, I'm a MAGA conservative, right? I'm not a Republican. The Republican Party left me years ago. I want our government to care about our borders the way they care about Ukraine's borders. I want the debt to be shrunk. I want government to be blown up. My biggest disappointment with Trump in the first term, I wanted him to go in and burn DC to the ground like the British did in 1812. That's me. That's what I want to have happen. Who is going to carry that banner for me? Like small government. I can't call myself a conservative. There's nothing I want to conserve right now. I want to start over. Who is going to carry that? Close the border, shrink the government, all about civil liberty, and screw NATO. Who is that guy for me?
Well, Trump's going to do it. I mean,
but for 4 years.
He's already doing it. He's not even in office yet. He's already doing it, right? You have all the world leaders scared of him. You have the founders of Google dining with him at Mar-a-Lago. You have Mark Zuckerberg, on his knees. Like Jeff Bezos is meeting with him. I mean, it's all happening because, well, the fractures are there. They know a new change is coming. And this one's going to be drastic. Give him 100 days. He's going to get a lot done. Now, after him?
Yeah, after him is what I'm interested in. Is it going to be Vivek? That's who I hope. I want Vivek.
I don't think Vivek has the riz for that.
Maybe he does, maybe he doesn't. But you're going to see how these guys now elevate and graduate into their roles, right? Trump has given them all a chance to be the next MAGA leaders. Yep. And it's, it's really up to them now. It's like the Hunger Games. Like they have to fight to see who's going to rise above it all and do it with class and do it with a kind of a populist mindset, right? Some of them are way too extreme, even for me. Like I think I'm a MAGA Republican as well, but there are like some really, really, really like over the top ones that I'm like,
Trump really may be a singular figure, right? I mean, there's not many, a populist, working man's billionaire is not something that you get very often in America. The last time we saw one, he wasn't even a billionaire, was FDR, who was able to connect to the common man and woman. We haven't seen that. How do you replace maybe not replace, how do you build on someone like Trump? That remarkable, it's a remarkable personality and a remarkable package.
It is. And there's only one Trump. And there's a lot of self-made billionaires these days, right? And a lot of them come from very humble beginnings. Not to say Trump he's from Queens. He was born and raised in Jamaica Estates. So, I like
a very nice neighborhood. Yeah.
A very nice neighborhood. Yes.
And his father was very wealthy.
But ultimately, he can sit at any lunch table. He can work, he can be a construction worker, a McDonald's worker, a garbage man. He could do all of that and be authentic. I mean, I think so.
That's what I like about him.
Yeah. The Republican Party, as well as MAGA Republicans, we're all going to evolve as well. It never stays static. I've never seen politics stay static for a long time. We might be fine for the midterms, but come 2028, it's going to be another trend because we've gotten so good at marketing to people, marketing and I guess gaslighting is another word to voters, that we can shape and twist and turn. And now that we've figured out the formula, which is what Elon Musk says, we are the media. Right? We shape the minds. We shape the appetite. We shape the environment that we're voting in. And when you can control that, and look at all the players involved here, Vivek, everyone's in tech. Yep. Then you see how much power is in that. So I'm not trying to skirt your answer.
What's going to happen with JD Vance?
JD Vance, again, he has to prove himself. Right now, he is, will
Donald Trump, unknown. I mean, we saw what happened with the Democrats in this previous cycle, Angie, right? Where Kamala Harris, either rightly or wrongly, was sidelined by the Biden White House for 3 years. And basically, we never heard hide nor hair of her until Joe dropped out and she became the man. Right. And the point is, and that was the number one problem for her. Nobody knew who she was or what she'd done because she hadn't done anything and nobody knew her. And so and she wasn't really willing to open up like instantaneously, like Gerald Ford becoming president after Nixon, he was a very open guy. And like, she didn't have that personality. Do you think Trump will allow, I mean, he didn't really give a lot of space to Mike Pence in his first term, but on the other hand, he didn't view Mike Pence as like simpatico, right? Mike Pence was useful because he balanced out the ticket, but it wasn't like he viewed him as like a common, sharing the same ideology. Do you think Trump will be willing to groom JD Vance, let him have a portfolio, let him have a brief? And we'll let you go after this question. Do you think he'll be able to, to let Vance shine and set him up for 28?
I have a feeling, and this is just my opinion, that Vance was not his first pick. I think that, like anything in Trump world, he decides 30 seconds before it happens. Ultimately, with your VP, you got to be BFFs with them. You're going to be spending 24/7 with this person, right? And I think JD Vance was chosen because of his sunshine personality. He's very warm and he's smart, but as far as experience goes, he's a first term senator. He doesn't have that type of experience in government. So I think he's got to prove himself to Trump that he's been given the golden key. He could graduate as like the next heir, but he doesn't have the experience, and Trump needs to see that he can rise to the occasion, which I think JD Vance can. I think he's incredibly smart and calculated, that he could do it, but he's got to be proven, and not just to Trump ultimately, but to people like me, right? I'm keeping an open mind. I like him a lot, but I don't know anything about him. And that's the reality of things. And neither does the American public. And again, every single day, even this morning, the political winds have shifted. And will it be going this way or that way? So it's too soon to tell. But I mean, JD Vance has a secured future, 100%. It's whether or not he rises to the occasion to be the next MAGA king.
Right. Right now, he's not quite even a duke, but we'll see how that goes. Angie, thanks so much for joining us. Angie Wong is former co-host with me on the Final Countdown, and she's a Republican Executive Committee woman in District 17 in Florida, and a long-standing observer and sometimes insider in Republican politics. So, Angie, thank you so much for joining us.
Super smart lady.
Bye, guys. See you soon.
Bye.
All right. Bye. All right. So let's bring in our guest. Joining us for the rest of the show is my friend Scott Stantis. He's the cartoonist for the Chicago Tribune, creator of the comic strip Prickly City, and a contributor to Center Clip. He's the winner of the Sigma Delta Chi Journalism Award and the co-host of the DMZ America podcast with yours truly, Ted Rall. Yesterday and this morning, depending on which feed you're looking at. The latest DMZ America podcast just went up, and I'll bring in our topic, Scott. Trump 2.0 is still a month away. and he's causing chaos in Washington already. After negotiating a budget deal with the Democrats, Doge Master Elon Musk, either acting alone or with Donald Trump's backing, Spaz tweeted the deal away, spooking frightened House Republicans into reneging. Then, with Speaker Mike Johnson's head on the chopping block, Republicans attempted to cut a new deal, but then the Democrats refused to renegotiate. In the end, deficit hawk Republicans voted with Democrats to turn down the Trump deal because it would have abolished the debt limit for at least 2 years. Another government shutdown looms, probably will happen, mainly because there are two Republican parties, or there's a schism in the Republican Party. Do you agree with that overview?
Yes and no. I mean, this is Donald Trump coming in. I mean, he's a deal maker. This is a guy coming in showing that he's the big swinging, Johnson in the room, and that he's large and in charge. He killed this deal. But if you look at the details of the deal, it sucked. I mean, really. I mean, other than just kicking the debt can down the road, as it was wont to do, it also, I mean, among other things, the sides that are bemoaning the end of this deal are saying it was a deal, it was a bipartisan compromise, and all this. It included things like pay increases for Congress, which they say we haven't had a pay increase in 10 years. Well,
Join
welcome to the minimum wage, guys.
I haven't gotten a raise in, I don't even know.
I haven't either, and neither has most of America, at least in real terms. They make $180 now base salary. That's not including additional funds being paid to these guys for additional responsibilities, which they all crave, the chairmanship of this committee or that committee. Anyway, it was.
Wait, they get paid more if they're like a committee chairman or something?
Sure. Yeah. Well, that's.
I didn't know that.
That's actually something like
run
work.
for Congress.
Well, I've told you that, Rall, for Congress now more than before.
Which wasn't much.
I think y'all should both run for president. Just saying.
Ted had a great idea, and he didn't do it because, he's Ted. But he was talking about running for president 4 years ago. And I thought just going up to New Hampshire, find enough followers to help pay for the fees, and go up there and see what happens and run as the bat crap crazy socialist that he is, right, and see how that would play. Now because Ted has a theory. Ted has a lot of theories, but Ted's theory is that America's socialist, and that a socialist running would do quite well. Now,
no, my theory is based on the Gallup poll, which currently shows that 38% of Americans favor socialism over capitalism. Now, my theory further would say that most of those people are probably Democrats, not Republicans.
Oh, I would. Yeah, you're.
And if you go look further, it does seem 54% of Democratic voters are self-described socialists. So my theory is, you give the people what they want, as the Kinks used to sing, and you might just get something. The only thing I don't like is that New Hampshire is a conservative state, so that's a problem.
It is, but you have Democrats voting in that state and voting in.
Sure.
I'm not sure what they're open, but I thought that would have been a wonderful experiment. Would have been a lot of fun to do. I was all in. I came up with a graphic that was snappy.
That's true.
And
there's always next time.
If you come here to Montana, like the very first woman ever elected to Congress was from Montana, and she was a socialist. So Montana has a very strong libertarian, screw the DC bends. So come out here. It's a little bit colder.
Robbie, did you see the article in today's New York Times about how America's fairly libertarian, but that's not such a good thing?
Yeah,
I'm not kidding. It's like,
I did not see that.
I'm not. We can curse on this, right? We can.
Fuck yeah!
Because I'm reading this article. I'm literally going, "Fuck you, New York Times." I'm literally saying this.
Well, what about we could also say "fuck you, Wall Street Journal"? We should talk about that too. About
oh my god! I called Ted in this kind of state. Ted, take it, because I'm just going to look ridiculous.
Well, so basically, the article said, was like breathlessly saying, by the way. It turns out from White House insiders that Joe Biden really has never been all there, and we've been faking it all along. And he's cognitively impaired. And we've had to lie to the American people and to members of Congress and foreign dignitaries repeatedly about it. And we've basically just been faking it. And it's been Weekend at Bernie's the entire time. And take it away, Scott.
No, it was infuriating because Ted and I had been saying that since the campaign. The fact, and my point was, we never saw the guy. We never saw Joe Biden on the campaign trail. He wasn't, you can say what you will about Donald Trump, but he has energy and had 2-3 rallies a day.
Mm-hmm.
Biden in 2020 had the cover of COVID, so he couldn't go out. So he did his basement campaign, and for the mainstream press now to come out and report the stuff that Ted and I had been saying since 2019, that Joe Biden wasn't there. We know what we know. We saw what we saw, and we heard what we heard. And Robbie, I cannot begin to tell you the raft of crap that Ted and I had to take from our Democratic friends. How dare you? He's the best president we've ever had. And I'm not making this up. Ted, back me up. People were telling us that.
I'm getting it right now from the MAGA types. Back in 2016, I was one of the biggest Trump supporters. All right. I donated to his campaign. I was on the phones. I was actively campaigning for the guy because I wanted somebody who said, DC sucks. I want to burn it down. And then Trump gets in, and then he immediately does what he's doing right now. Instead of draining the swamp, he deepens it, goes after civil liberties. You take the guns first, do due process second. Huge supporter of red flag laws. The bastard bankrupts casinos now, and I see why, because he has no idea how to balance a freaking checkbook. And now, if you point that out, people just start saying, "Oh, Robbie, that means you want a Democrat in." It's like, we have one. Look at the damn spending bill. He's pushing the freaking omnibus that is going to create at a minimum $5 trillion of new inflation that my kids are going to pay for. My grandkids, who I don't even have yet, they're screwed. And you have all these damn boomers wanting to mortgage the future right now for their freaking empire, just for the sake of because it's President Trump. Screw that. Screw you. That's my take.
Well, let's talk about what's going on in Washington. I mean, I think, we've seen these shutdown dramas so many times that frankly, I think it's the most boring story in the world. I kind of hate covering it, but I think this time we can't avoid it because this time's serious. And I mean, the transition was proceeding relatively smoothly until the last couple of days. And, basically I'm not a Republican. From the outside, this looks like an old-fashioned party schism between the sort of America First, Pat Buchanan, MAGA, Trump wing, and the old-fashioned, hardcore right-wing deficit hawks, but with a twist, right? Which is that a lot of the MAGA people are, basically have carved off a sort of a 2.5, like a 2.5 kind of faction where they're part of the Pat Buchanan America First thing, but they are deficit hawks also, first and foremost, those 35 to 38 House members who split off to vote for the Democrats. So basically it's a big tent that seemed not fractious. Now it's fractious. Are Republicans, I'm not sure about this because it's like, normally I'm pretty sure about my analyses, but I'm not sure about this. I mean, am I right here?
I think it's populist versus establishment. I mean, really, I don't think that. I mean, that's how I see it.
An establishment, in my mind, is not a dirty word, and I recognize that to a lot of people it is, because establishment gets things done. That's how, that's how the trains run. That's how that's how the heat, starts up every morning. But by turns, they've done nothing to show that they are fiscal conservatives. I mean, this is where Robbie and I are absolutely on the same page. Neither side has shown any proclivity towards wanting fiscal responsibility. and looking at the budget and recognizing that schmucks like the three of us here and the people watching right now are paying this bill and going down. I mean, we're talking about a $30 trillion deficit now. I mean, that's mind-boggling. It's beyond mind-boggling. It's beyond human comprehension. Maybe that's why they can keep doing it, because it's so huge, so massive, so beyond what we could tangibly think, that, you know, tangentially think rather, that you know, that. So this is a fight in the Republican Party-ish. It's between, like you said, it's between the establishment or just the people who want the government to run. But they want things, they want to go along, get along, to go along, to get along, to just get things moving the way they are. So Nancy Pelosi's can make her, you know, and the others can make their stock trades and build their portfolios, make $1 gazillion, and, you know, give the rest of us the finger. That's what we're looking at here. Is this a fatal break in the Republican Party, or the death throes of what has been painted as rhinos? I don't see that. I mean, I think there are people in Congress who take the job seriously and want to do the job seriously. And then there are flamethrowers, bomb throwers, and that's where the battle is right now. And Donald Trump, like I said, he stepped in because he wanted to say, I matter. Now, the other question, we touched on this, Ted, is where's Joe Biden? Wasn't he president of the United States?
Not according to the Wall Street Journal.
Well, this comes into that story. He should be stepping up and saying, wait a minute, you know, this guy, I have never seen a president-elect act like this before. The closest historical context would be FDR coming in 1933, following Herbert Hoover. We're deep into the Great Depression. Unemployment is 25% or more. You know, the economy's in a spiral, housing costs, everything is just down the crapper. He comes in with his platform. He came in and wrote it and publicized it and promoted it, the first 100 days agenda. Ted can probably help me with more of the specifics, but things like Social Security came later, but relief for farmers, relief for workers,
WPA, Civilian Conservation Corps.
Yeah, just dumping a lot of money into the economy, which, but that's the last time I can think of. And we're not in an emergency at the moment, although the stock market would differ. 10 straight days of losses, which hasn't happened since the early 1970s.
Yeah, that's good for me, though, because I'm buying dividend stocks. So please keep going down.
Are you really? Smart man.
Yeah.
Wow. You Montana boys.
They don't get eaten by bears.
No, we talk slow, but think fast. That helps.
That's brilliant. Anyway, I'm kind of babbling on a little bit, other than to say, we're entering historic waters that we've never entered before. We're having a president-elect dictate policy, which has never happened in my lifetime. And that's what we're looking at here, Ted. More than anything else, we're looking at Trump cleaning house, getting rid of the remnants of any kind of opposition, and certainly within his party.
Well, so, I mean, but the thing is, he can't purge members, although he did threaten, right, to primary anybody.
Well, Elon Musk did. Yeah.
Yeah. So is Elon Musk rogue, or is he speaking for Trump in this whole thing?
I mean, who knows? I think they are on the same page at the moment. I mean, we all know that that's going to come into a screeching halt, but at the moment,
it will.
They speak with one voice. I mean, Marjorie Taylor Greene last night says that she would support Elon Musk for Speaker of the House,
which would be allowed.
Of course it is. You and I could be Speaker. Robbie would be a good Speaker. Actually, he'd be,
or Clovis.
Well, I have a question, because Speaker of the House is third in line to the president. So can a non-foreign-born person be Speaker?
They talk about that because they're talking about having Doge be elevated to a cabinet position, which would mean that the cabinet officers are in line for the presidency. It would leapfrog Elon Musk. You have to be a native-born American. So let's assume something terrible happens to President Trump and Vice President Vance, leaving Speaker Musk. How weird is this? Oh my God.
You skip over to the Secretary of State, right? At that point?
No. Then it goes to the President Pro Tem of the Senate.
Okay.
Then it goes to the cabinet.
And then the Secretary of State is first, right?
Yes. Yes.
Followed by Treasury, I believe. It's in the order of it's in the order of the creation of the cabinet department.
Oh, is that it? Okay.
That's how it is. Yeah. So I mean, whatever the most, I guess that would be. What was the most recent one? Probably Homeland Security, right?
Yeah.
Is the
I guess,
last one?
Yeah, that was. So poor.
Yeah, I think that what I'm hoping for is that we're seeing right now with Republican Party and even to a smaller degree with the Democrats is the birth of an actual new third party. Because what Mr. Scott was saying is that establishment's not necessarily a bad thing. They make things work.
Mhm.
Well, normally that's a good thing. But if the things that are actually working are the things that are screwing over the vast majority of the people, then the default position is I don't want anything to work. That's where I am. When people are able to, like me and Adrian just talking on the Rumble chat, if I'm able to go out and buy bacon and I can afford my rent and I only work 2 jobs instead of 3, yeah, go ahead and get your million. Go ahead, get your stock options. Go ahead and indulge yourself in your corruption. It's fine, whatever. It sucks, but it is what it is. But whenever you can't buy eggs or bacon and you're being priced out of your rental because rent prices keep going up, at that point, you don't want the system to work anymore. You want it to stop. And so I think that's probably where we are now.
That's brilliant. No, that's absolutely. I mean, that's Ted and I talk about when will revolution happen, and you're absolutely talking about that's when it comes up. That's when people feel hopeless.
Yeah,
and you're right about rent. You're right about housing costs.
I'm living it right now.
What's that?
I'm living it right now. I work 3 jobs. My full-time job, every dime of it just goes to pay the rent. That's before anything else.
Wow.
And so, I mean, it's wild. So I'm like doing a 70-hour work week. And I would love to actually be able to stay at home, spend time with my kids, do things I want to do, work on my gaming channel. But I just don't have the time because I'm paying someone else because I can't afford to live here. And the problem that I have is that you're going to have a lot of people who, when they feel that it's hopeless and the system is rigged against them, I'm afraid they're not going to feel hopeless anymore. I think they're going to start getting pissed off and you're going to start seeing more Luigis. And I'm really worried is that we just start seeing tens of thousands of Luigis in a very well populated and a very well armed society. That's what I'm concerned about. And I don't understand why these douchebags in DC don't get that.
Because they're insular, they don't have to, and they're making money and they're living comfortable lives. Well, look at Russia. Before the revolution. The czar was like, things are good. Things are okay. I don't know what they're complaining about. I have food. I show up in my dining room and there's food. What's the big deal? God, Robbie, he's way smarter than we are, Ted.
It's a low bar.
I would not go that far at all.
No, you are absolutely correct. And people are feeling, when there's this question, especially from our, Chardonnay swilling, limousine liberal friends, how could people have supported Donald Trump? Oh my goodness. Well, because their lives aren't great.
No,
they're struggling. And so when you had a candidate in Kamala Harris, the next governor of California, come forward and say things like, well, statistically, things aren't as bad as you think they are. Well,
the hell they ain't.
Yeah, fuck you. Of course. Yeah, I'm struggling. I'm lucky. I'm at the, end game, frankly. Stuff is paid for. But I'm looking at my kids and I'm looking at my friends' grandkids who are now dealing with rent when housing is now 60% of income. And you drop $100 at the grocery store and you walk out with one bag.
Yeah.
I always mention, I went out to dinner with some friends last night. Janine and I, no alcohol. I did have Coke Zero, and we had two.
That's
rolls.
where cancer lives, is in
I know. Well, you got to die from something. It might as well be delicious.
Coke Zero tastes weird.
I choose bacon. That's my cancer.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. There you go. You choose something. You choose Clovis. Clovis is his choice is rodents.
That's right. And rodents are a time-honored classic.
But what I'm saying is we're faced with now, and I think, are we on the precipice of revolution? If you look at how Marx, Lenin, all of them delineated when that happens, and Ted reminds me of this a lot, it's not when things are at their absolute worst. It's when they're starting to get better. And
yes. And also when you have a very weak and sometimes and usually a liberal reformist as the ruler. I mean,
well,
Louis
we had that for
16th
4
was
years,
actually
sort of.
was a liberal weak reformer. The French Revolution would never have occurred under Louis XIV. He would have sent the troops out to kill all the revolutionaries. It's like Tsar Nicholas II, who you referred to, who was dumb as a bag of hammers. He was also not really a reformer, but he was weak, and he just sort of and he had a weak personality.
Did you ever see the picture of all the kings of Europe got together, and they all look exactly the same?
Oh yeah, they're all inbred.
It's bizarre. It's like, oh, that explains the part of the royalty. Go on. I'm sorry, Ted.
Yeah, no. I mean, so anyway, I guess, and I think also, there's kind of like different metrics for assessing like how people are feeling about a society. I mean, there's the whole question of, are you worse off than you were? There's kind of like the objective standard. Are we all like poor as shit? Like we're living in Mali and there's no natural resources and objectively everything sucks hard? Or are you in the United States where that's not the case, but you can feel the downward trajectory, and that's got people upset, particularly young people who, normally would have their whole lives to look forward to and would hope to live better off than their parents, but are not. They don't feel that way. And then there's the question of, Scott, you alluded to this. Is it possible that you can get any kind of help through the existing system? I mean, what suggests to me that Americans are not yet ready for revolution is the fact that they vote. They vote in very high numbers. If they weren't turning up to the polls, it would indicate to me that people were done and through with it. On the other hand, I agree with Robbie in that I don't know if we're going to have thousands of Luigi Mangionis, but we may have dozens. And that would be, you can see the system is absolutely terrified of a Luigi Mangione, right? I mean, when he would, I don't know if you saw the imagery of him being extradited and arriving here in New York City. He was being guarded like by giant soldiers with AR-15s. He's in shackles. There's like 50 of them. I mean, it's like, I don't know what they thought he was going to do. Like suddenly spring into like, T-Rex mode or something. He's a guy. Okay. He's not going anywhere. You could have just had one marshal grab him and walk with him.
Do you know what I think that is? I think that they're afraid that the people in New York, at least a certain segment of the population, might try to free them.
Well, not just that. I also think there's, to Robbie's point, I think they're sending a message, Ted. They're sending a message saying that, this guy had the temerity to stand up against the system. This is what happens to people like him.
Right, which is also why they've overcharged him with, for example, terrorism. And also they've larded on these crazy federal charges on top of the state charges. I mean, the guy's facing life in prison without possibility of parole, but that's not enough for the system. They want to execute him too. They want to charge him. They want to give him the death penalty in federal prison. They're insane. They've just, and there's like, that's the message. Like, and I think it's going to be counterproductive. I think what it does to me is it raises his profile. It makes it clear what he's up against. If anything, it just makes them look worse. The system is what Luigi Mangione says it is.
I think I see kind of a correlation between Luigi and Timothy McVeigh, because they both went after a symbol of a system that they believed is a murderous system. Like in the case of Timothy McVeigh, when he blew up the federal building there in Oklahoma City, he said it was in retaliation for what happened in Waco. And I went back and I watched his interview. He said the only regret that he had is that he didn't know there was a daycare there. So if he had known that, he would have picked a different target.
That's horse crap. He watched the kids go in. He was sitting in his car in that truck.
Gotcha.
He knew it. He knew it. That's a lie.
I have no doubt about it.
I mean, that's what makes me furious about him is he watched those children go in. He watched the people go in.
Oh yeah. Oh, I'm right there with you. But I guess that the point I'm trying to make is that he was just trying to is that they both went after what they perceived as a symbol of a system.
Yep.
And we know that going after symbols is impactful. I mean, that's one of the reasons why they're tearing down Confederate memorials in the South is if you remove that symbol, you're demonizing something. So that's just how I kind of see it is Luigi went after a symbol of the healthcare system, the way that McVeigh went after what he perceived as a murderous federal government.
Now, I think McVeigh was more of a tantrum, though. That's the thing is it wasn't a focus. It was blew up the Murray building in Oklahoma City, and it was kind of like this wild swing, right? Luigi, I love that we're first name basis with this guy.
Luigi
Mangione. I love Italian. Every word you have to say like you're angry. Luigi Mangione.
Just aggravated. Was
very specific, and I think that's why the reaction to him has been wildly different than the reaction to McVeigh. McVeigh was seen as a murderist because they had images of babies being removed from the rubble.
Sure.
Mangione very specifically attacked what inarguably was the head of in his perception, the perception of a lot of Americans, of a very poisonous snake.
Yep.
And that's why his trial he's going to get a hell of a lot more sympathy. McVeigh didn't have sympathy when he was being tried, and shouldn't have. And I oppose murdering people. I think it's a bad thing to do. Is killing each other bad. My faith tells me, bad. But by turns, I totally understand a large number of American people saying, yeah, you know what? This could be the start. I have to admit, that was my first thought in my head when I heard what had happened. I said, what do you call a murdered health insurance executive?
A good start.
A good start.
Well, yeah, I mean,
That's the problem.
I mean, here's the thing, right? I mean, Brian Thompson was the CEO, and therefore the buck stopped with him, of this multi-billion-dollar conglomerate that profiteers off misery, pain, and death of very sick Americans, and not very sick, but also it's just sick people, and it cheats them, right? It basically says, we're going to sell you a service, but we're not actually going to deliver that service. Like, the whole deal is, if you're not sick, you have to pay the premiums anyway. But if you get sick, we have to pay. It's like, oh, well, no, actually, we're just not going to uphold our end of the bargain. So it's a fraud, right? I mean, it's a giant fraud. I guess the thing is, I have a hard time distinguishing between a guy like Brian Thompson and, say, a high-ranking officer in the German SS. Both of them are murderers. The one kills with Zyklon B and a Luger. The other one kills with a pen and a laptop and an Excel spreadsheet. But they're killing people. If you kill someone like that, isn't that just an act of resistance? I mean, that's obviously what Luigi Mangione thinks.
And I think back to Robbie's point, the fact that, and your point, the fact that, Mangione is surrounded by, 50, 75 thugs to protect him. That's the message. And that's what the system fears. Coming down to, what we mentioned earlier about, and Robbie's support of Trump, for instance. I mean, let's burn it to the ground and begin again. There's a real sense, and there was, and I know we're over time, so I'll keep this short. Yeah. In debate, there's a thing called attitudinal inherency. And what that was is like, you can, for instance, you can pass a law, but it won't mean anything because of the attitude that it's going to run against it. Civil rights legislation is a good example. In the 50s and early 60s, you can pass civil rights legislation, but will that change the attitudes of the? There's an attitude inherency in our culture right now, which is angry and frustrated and ready to lash out. And that's when you see people like Mangione, and I think you're going to see more.
Well,
I
and
would
because
not be
there's
surprised.
And Scott, you
And so
and I
the
talked
system
about-
is going to make a statement. You fight us, we're going to come down on you with everything we have, and we have a hell of a lot more than you do.
I have a
not
quick
gonna
question
work.
for both of y'all, because y'all are real super smart. Y'all been plugged in this longer than me. With Congress as divided as it is right now, why it's showing that the power that just a small number of Congress people can have. Why can't well, do y'all see the Freedom Caucus and maybe a few of the more traditional liberal Democrats getting together and say, we will shut everything down until we force a vote on Medicare for all? Because they have the power. The Congress is divided as it is right now. They could force any issue that they want or shut it off. You can kill the train right now.
Scott,
Will it happen?
No, it won't happen because the insurance companies are a multi-billion-dollar business, and guess what multi-billion-dollar businesses do? They go and they buy and they collect the whole set of Congress people they need to make sure what you suggest does not happen.
not to mention the Freedom Caucus is not pro Medicare for all.
Yeah.
No.
Well, it doesn't matter. I mean, it's just throwing a roadblock. But that by just kind of circling back to my original point, if we can't have a government that actually works for the people, turn it off, burn it down, blow it up.
Well, that's my cartoon today for Smirkonish, Michael Smirkonish, who's on CNN, and it's just like, you know, the legislator is saying, "Oh my God, we might have a shutdown." He said, and someone says, "Well, it could be worse." He goes, "What could be worse?" He says, "It could start up again."
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, whenever I did, we've all done a lot of cartoons about shutdowns over the years, and the one that I would love to just keep rerunning is basically like, you know, people in the Middle East looking up in the sky, and the drones are falling out of the sky because they're running out of fuel due to the U.S. government shutdown, or like at Guantanamo, like you know, torturers going home, like you know, the torture has been furloughed. Sorry, no waterboarding today.
Darn.
You know,
They shut down the water because we didn't pay the bill.
Yeah, that's like when Obama came in and I showed that like the waterboarding, they were going to start using Perrier instead.
Happy on.
So, Scott, before I let you go, I'm gonna put you on the spot on DMZ America podcast. I asked you the other day about Luigi Mangione, and I said, you know, you said, well, you have to work within the system to improve the healthcare situation.
We argued about that,
but we've thought about. Obviously, you've had a few days to think about that. I don't know if I'm sure you've thought about other things also during that time. But you know, I'm just wondering if it's running in the background. Do you still want to say that? Because I feel like there is absolutely no evidence whatsoever that either the Democratic or Republican parties has any interest whatsoever in reforming the healthcare system or the health insurance business in any way, shape, or form. And therefore, there is no way to reform it and fix it within the system.
I feel like I can't remember his name all of a sudden. He was the delegate at the second Congress for that wrote the Declaration of Independence, and there was a delegate from the Pennsylvania delegation who said we have to exhaust every possible avenue with the king. And he's the one who sent and insisted that the Congress send a note to the king saying, "Listen, we have these grievances. Can you address them?" And the king wrote back saying, "Shut up, or I'm going to hang you." And the Congress, of course, said, "Okay, well, that's our answer." I feel a little bit like him. I feel like I want to exhaust every in a peaceable way, but we're getting close. We're getting close.
I mean, what more do you need?
I mean, I've worked for a hospital here in Montana for the last 3 years. They said they couldn't give us pay raises because finances were tight, but they just went off and bought another healthcare system. So they're doing a merger. So you can't pay your people, but you can go buy another hospital. And by the way, we're going to stop doing outpatient or inpatient rehab for stroke and cancer patients, but we're going to have more surgery beds, so that way we can just start churning out more patients that we can no longer provide rehab for. Now, burn
Robbie,
it down.
you sound cynical.
I am. There's a reason for that.
You should be. There's
reason.
There's a very good reason to be.
It sucks balls. I'm tired of working 3 jobs.
I don't blame you. And well, make Rall pay you better and Manila pay you better, for crying out loud.
Good plan. Yeah, like go after the big bucks here and the big PMI bucks.
He's got the fancy rug over his head. You can sell
so
it.
true. So true. And the
mean,
fancy cat.
No, it was wild. In the short tenure with Sputnik before it got shut down, I made more from that part-time job working for a foreigner than I made at a full-time job working here in the United States.
That's
How
outrageous.
the fuck does that work?
Wow.
And with that,
And I don't cuss, but
seems
I'm
like a good
pissed.
seems like a good place to wrap it up. And Scott, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having
Much
me, guys.
appreciated.
Was the audio?
Yeah, sounds good.
Everything
Okay.
sounds good. Scott Stantis is the cartoonist for the Chicago Tribune, creator of the comic strip Prickly City, contributor to Center Clip, winner of the Sigma Delta Chi Journalism Award, and the co-host of the DMZ America podcast. There's a new episode up right now. Go check it out. And you can go to rall.com and get a link to that and many other places. Just search for DMZ America podcast. Anywhere podcasts are sold. Scott, thank you so much. And
Thanks for having me,
I'll be
guys.
talking to you
No,
soon.
thank you.
Okay. All right. So that's Scott. And just a reminder to everybody, we are not here Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday of next week, which is to say the 23rd, 24th, and 25th, otherwise known as pre-Christmas Eve, and Christmas Day. Please, we will be back on Boxing Day, the 26th of December. For a long time, I didn't know what Boxing Day was. I thought it was
I have no idea what it is.
pugilism. You see it on the calendar, though, Boxing Day, right?
Yeah,
So-
I don't know what it is. Is it just for boxes or is it for
It's an
postal
English,
service?
it's a UK thing, and it's like basically, people. It's about you take your Christmas gifts and you box them and either give them to the servants or you return them to the store. I think it's something about that. It's something about gift boxes. It's not about.
I just want to point out, this is my very first F-bomb ever on the TMI show.
Ooh, see, well, it's appropriate to the name of the show, TMI.
I
All right,
guess,
so
I guess I got a little pissed off.
yeah, indeed. All right, thanks, Robbie. Okay,
course.
Robbie is also known as Putinbot Gaming. Please support his gaming site and go check it out. And of course, thank you also for filling in once again for Manila. Please subscribe to the show on YouTube or on Rumble. On Rumble, you can become a paid supporter, but you got to do that. You got to hit that subscribe button while we're still streaming. If you're not streaming and you're watching it on after the fact when we're not live, you're not going to be able to do that. But if you watch the rerun, you can do that. Anyway, if you like what you see, find value in what we're doing, you like what you hear, please help us continue. We're fully independent. There's no agenda whatsoever other than to try to keep it as real as possible and to try to get Robbie to curse as much as possible. Thanks so much for following us. Help support independent news and content creators. Have an awesome weekend. Have a great holiday. If you're like me and you're a godless secularite, still
I'm going
have
to
a
work
good
on
holiday.
that. I'm going to work on that with you.
All right. Thanks, everyone, and talk to you later. See you Thursday. Prepares to return to the White House in 1 month, a month from tomorrow. Some economic signals are blinking yellow. Investors unsettled by the Fed's forecast for fewer cuts than previously expected next year pushed the Dow Jones Industrial Average down 1,123 points yesterday. That's 2.6% of total market share, while the NASDAQ Composite dropped 3.6%. The Dow has now lost 2,900 points since it's peaked out on December 4th. It's a tale of two economies. Consumer sentiment among Republican voters is at its highest level since late 2020, when Trump was still president, whereas Democrats feel that the economy is a disaster. They feel as the same way they felt in the summer of 2022 when inflation was raging and gas was $5 a gallon. What are the prospects for a Trump economy during the next 2 years? Is Doge real? And if so, will austerity prime the pump or tank the economy? Where's the economy going? Where's it at? Where's it going? To help us break it down, we have Todd Bubba Horwitz. He's a market maker, CEO, and founder of BubbaTrading.com. Go check out that website. Bubba, it's been a long time. Thanks for joining us.
It's great
Hey,
to be here.
Bubba.
Good morning. How you doing? What's up?
Good to see you. Good to see you. We've got your website up there.
People can learn all about all the stuff that you do, your years of experience. So you've been doing this for a little while, Bubba. You've seen some presidents come and go. Now that we have Donald Trump coming back, Jerome Powell, cutting rates for a third time in a row. What does that indicate to you?
That Jerome Powell's an idiot and that the Fed is a moronic institution that does not follow what their actual mandate is, which is price stability and employment. We're not supposed to be mixing with interest rates. We're not supposed to be manipulating rates to help the banks. If we go back to the first rate cut, which was September 18th, the 10-year notes were at 3.5%. Today, the 10-year notes are at 4.5%, and the banks have made another 1% or 100 basis points on their profit, but not the American people. The people that are supposed to be getting these rate cuts that everybody's loving the stock market over is really not factual, because the banks are borrowing from the Federal Reserve, and if they can choose to cut their rates to the public, but they're not. Mortgage rates are higher. We are in a recession. Inflation is storming out of control, yet these morons at the Federal Reserve decide to cut rates once again, which only pushes inflation even higher.
So Jerome Powell says, that he's not going anywhere. Doesn't matter who's in office. He says, I'm not going anywhere. Trump is, they're independent. Trump can't push him out. He says he's now in a position to take his time in cutting the rate, and is it helping? Is it hurting us? They say that inflation is slowing. It doesn't mean it's not happening, but it's slowing as opposed to what it was, last fall when we were talking about this on the radio. Are we in a better position?
I could argue with that fact. I don't know that inflation is slowing. I think that it's the way they report numbers. Remember that when you get the inflation numbers, they only count 4% for food and energy. Now, the average person, what is their highest expense other than an emergency? It is food and energy. And when you don't count it, it's easy to have lowering inflation. The bottom line is that these rate cuts were designed to create more inflation, because let's face it, the federal government gets tax dollars on these higher prices because you're paying federal excise tax. Look at your phone bill. Look at some of your bills that have all these numbers on it that you don't see. Those are federal taxes. So it is the hidden tax of inflation that we're having right now. It's a very, very bad sign. And Jerome Powell has done a horrible job. And I thought he would have done a much better job because he came out of the industry. But I guess once you go into the ivory tower of the Federal Reserve, you become an idiot. And that's
guys, I'm afraid we have some breaking news. It's not economic related, but Bubba, please stay with us while I bring us in. This is something Manila and I have followed now for several years. The Court of Appeals in Georgia has just disqualified Fani Willis, the Atlanta prosecutor who brought that election interference case, that RICO case against Trump and his allies. The case is now in total disarray. 3-judge panel has reversed the decision of the trial judge, who in March allowed Fani Willis, the Fulton County DA, to keep the case, despite the fact that she had a romantic relationship with the lawyer that she hired to run it. This decision is likely to be appealed, but if it stands, it will doom the entire case. There are currently charges against Trump and 14 of his allies. According to the New York Times.
Oh, throw it all out. This is we're just come on, guys. We're just over this. Like we're over this crap. The election happened. I'm not saying Trump is above the law or whatever, but this has been clear cut.
Isn't he? Isn't he really? He is, right?
This is just clear cut lawfare. The country has moved on. The people have spoken. Fani Willis is compromised. She's a crooked DA.
That's true.
This is it's completely compromised. Throw that crap out.
Agreed.
We're done with it. Let's move on from the last horrible Biden 4 years. What do you think, Bubba?
I'm with you 100%. That was like an absentee president we had. We had nobody in the office for 4 years except the deep state and the cartels that were controlling us and raising prices and costing us a fortune.
Maybe we could save that $500,000 a year annual president's salary. Apparently, we don't need one.
I know.
No, we don't. No, obviously.
You see that. Listen, we only know that Jill and Joe Biden earned in real income $6 million in their career. Somehow they're worth $150 million. It's a wonderful country when you can steal at will.
Bubba, Bubba, what do you I mean, I do want to ask you a couple of questions, and I know our producer Robbie has a question for you too, and we'll bring him in, pop him in so he can ask that when he's ready.
Do that now?
Well, let me ask these questions before my 61-year-old brain forgets them. So let's talk about the Democratic and Republican views of the economy. Is that normal in your view that there's such a bifurcated, like, partisan view? I don't remember like Democrats thinking the economy sucked under, that Democrats and Republicans had a different view of, say, the Clinton boom, or say, the late 80s under H.W. Bush when the market tanked and there was a recession. Pretty much people had the same experience of the economy. It's not possible to have two economies to this extent, right? Unless you're talking about like different generations or people living in different parts of the country. What's going on?
Well, I mean, if you live in certain states, certainly in blue states, you're paying a lot more taxes. Again, if you live in New York, California, Illinois, you're paying 10, 11, 12% more than anybody else. You can't live in those three states, and there's others, but those are the three main, which I'm from Illinois originally. You can't live there unless you're making $200,000 a year and live a normal life. Now, think about that number. We know that inflation has caused, we know when I started trading in 1980, the Dow was 800, now it's 40,000. But the amount of money you have to make and the amount of money companies can pay, the economy is in horrible shape. But what they've really done, the last administration has systematically destroyed the middle class. Okay, the wealthy love it when these things happen, which is why the wealthy don't care whether you have socialism or not, because if you have socialism, they benefit because they're going to keep their money. Okay?
But isn't the demise of the middle class, though, really a long-term trend that goes back for decades? I mean, it seems like things really peaked out in the post-war period before, and the economy was expanding pretty well until the 70s. And then we started to hit the energy crisis and inflation under Carter. And then it seems like the gap between rich and poor like spread, and the middle class got hollowed out in the ensuing decades under both parties.
Well, no, I don't disagree with that at all. I think you've seen a destruction because, again, we've got all these welfare programs. We continue to take the taxpayers' money and give it away to people that don't deserve it and don't have a good concept of what America is all about. We've got away from the free market system. This goes back to the Federal Reserve. Interest rates should not be determined by what the Fed says they should be. Interest rates should be determined by price discovery and what you're willing to lend at and what I'm willing to pay to borrow from you. That is true price discovery, and they've eliminated the price discovery sequel of markets, and that becomes a bigger problem. It destroys competition. We're leaving out a lot of small business. Look at what's happened. Look at all the empty strip malls in every neighborhood you go. It doesn't matter where you go, but all these little guys and those small businesses cannot survive anymore because we've got regulations that allowed Google and Meta and those guys to become monsters, and they requested regulations themselves so that they could force little guys out of business and not have competition in the future. And that is the destruction of the middle class, because middle class either works in a job, manufacturing, whatever, or they become entrepreneurs. We don't have that anymore because those opportunities and that money is not available because you're spending too much just to live and this high cost of inflation. So there's a lot of issues, but I think the middle class took its biggest hit in the last 4 years, percentage-wise, because of all the illegal immigration, all the extra tax dollars that we're paying, and everything else that's going on. So I think that you destroy a free market, you let the Federal Reserve take place, which, again, they should be ended or at least audited, because I don't believe that the banks are not over leveraged. I think we're going to have the same problem we had in 2008, that the banks are going to come to the American people for money once again. And my vote in 2008, my vote today is let them go out of business. The whole capitalistic system is, if you can't survive, somebody will come in and replace you. And
I'm glad you brought up 2008, because that was, of course, largely triggered by the real estate collapse. And the real estate market is in deep trouble now, and in some ways that are kind of subtle, right? I mean, so the Fed has increased interest rates, which has basically frozen the real estate market. People can't sell, people can't afford to buy, or they feel like they can't afford to buy. And there's hardly any inventory. People aren't moving. Things are ossified. People are not taking jobs in other places because they're worried about not being, and entrepreneurship is suffering. All that is true. And at the same time, the New York Times just published this really fascinating piece, I don't know if you saw it, about how insurance companies, home insurance companies, are not insuring houses in areas that are affected by climate change, like Florida, low-lying areas, parts of the coast of Virginia, North Carolina, eastern part of California, where they're subject to wildfires. And so what they're seeing there is that people, unless you can buy a house cash, you can't get a mortgage because you can't get it. You can't get insurance, so you can't get a mortgage. That means if you're trying to sell your house, you're probably not going to get what you want for it because you don't have as many buyers as you would have before all this happened. This is affecting 14 to 15% of the entire nation's real estate price. That's massive. I mean, this could real estate once again drag down crash the whole thing in the next 4 years? And if so, what could a Trump administration do to mitigate the damage?
Well, I think we're headed there already. And I don't think, again, who's in office at any given time is not necessarily what's going to happen to the economy. The economy has been failing going back. Since 2008, we had the big boom. And suddenly, through Trump's last term, through Biden's term, things have been slowly getting worse because we've become far more of a service country instead of a manufacturing country. We don't have those jobs that are out available for the average guy. Because listen, when's the last time you called customer service somewhere? They reroute you to India or somewhere else. You don't get Americans working. So we have a big problem with the jobs and the money that is made here. And at the end of the day, Trump can solve a lot of these problems. And the Doge or whatever you want to call them, Ramaswamy and Musk.
Is that real or is that just bullshit?
I think it's real. I think they could cut $2 trillion blindfold. There is so much government.
How do they do it? But how do they get it without? They don't have 60 votes in the Senate. How do they do that?
Well, I think if they can prove a point, I think they can get it done. I do believe they can get it done. I think that Americans spoke up at the last election when Kamala Harris not lost, but when she lost the public vote. She's the first one since 2002 to win the public vote or lose the public vote as a Democrat. I mean, that is saying that American people are sick and tired of all our money being sent to things that don't mean anything. You have this government tomorrow that going to close down. I'm hoping they shut it down. We know it won't happen. We know they're fretting right now in public, but behind the scenes, how are we going to tax the American people for more money and keep this government open again? These continuing resolutions got to stop, and I think that this is all part of it.
Yeah, Bub. I mean, in these bills that's supposed to expire tomorrow before the government shutdown, they've tacked on a whole boatloads more bullshit than they would ordinarily do. I mean, there's no other way to put. I mean, honestly, there's a bill in there to build a whole brand new football stadium in downtown DC when the NFL has netted more than $20 billion in profits themselves. Why does the NFL need our tax dollars to build a new stadium, for all the lobbyists?
Washington is a beautiful city with no crime,
great.
No litter, no problems.
Every time I go there, I have to go in full body armor.
That's right. I mean,
they don't have everything's perfect there. That's why they want to waste the money.
They have tacked on all of this extra
How about
bullshit
the raises
more
for Congress
regularly.
Again? How about the raises again? They took a raise during COVID. They take nothing but money.
Because they're doing such a fantastic job. They deserve it. They add so much value.
It's worth about $5 or $6 million. It's wonderful.
There's 1,500 pages to this that no congressman has bothered to read, and now they're holding them hostage so that they can't go home to be with their families for Christmas next week. This is incredible. Is it going to hurt temporarily? Sure. Shut it all down. Let it shut down. There's no parks. There's no Christmas tree lighting at the White House. Screw everybody. Let's get this in order. Let's bring the money back. Get it away from Ukraine. Get it away from everywhere else. Bring the money back here. Let's reassess and have Doge cut 50% of the pork spending that we have on all these bodies that are these stupid contractors that are the jobs that are outsourced from the people that should be working for the federal government that don't know what the hell they're doing. So they outsource the job twice as much for the contract. And let's just cut it all. Let it burn down for a couple of months and reassess. That's the only way to start over, I would say, Bob, in 2025.
Well, wouldn't it be nice? Wouldn't it be nice if they had to live on a budget like you and I have to live on? I mean, you can't go out and print money and spend more money than you have. If you do, you go to jail or bankruptcy court. So Wouldn't it be nice if we had a system that they had to live on a real budget and quit paying off everybody? I mean, again, you don't think that there was money involved in illegal immigration? You don't think they were getting payoffs through there? I mean, again, I would like to be, if it was up to me, I'd like to be an island. Okay. We have enough in this country to separate ourselves from everybody and not have to be beholden to anybody. I'm sick of Ukraine. I'm sick of China. I'm sick of everything that goes on because we pay for it. Me, you, and everybody who works in this country has to pay for all this bullshit that is ridiculous, and I can't take it anymore. Fortunately, I'm old, but I'm more worried about my kids and grandchildren that could come in the future because they are turning the United States into a sewer, and I'm hoping that Donald Trump will be able to take care of that and at least go on the right way. The good thing we got with him now is that he's got no second term. There will be no campaigning halfway through. So
that's
we
true.
know he's got a lot of grudges. And I thought that he would go after a lot of people when in his second term last time, which he didn't get. So I'm hoping he goes after him. I'm hoping he takes care of the finances. And I'm hoping we get back to the country that I grew up in, because this is not what I grew up in for the last 67 years.
Manila, why don't we bring in Robbie with this question?
Producer Robbie. Let's add producer Robbie. He's got a question.
Morning, Mr. Bubba. It's a pleasure to meet you, sir.
Hi, Robbie. How you doing?
Doing all right. I have a pretty basic question. First, I need to say I'm right there with you. Let's blow up the Federal Reserve. Let's shut down the federal government. Let's just gut it. Here's my question. A lot of people say that inflation is rising prices. I'm one of those nerds, though. I like to read dictionaries. And as far as I can tell, the definition of inflation is when you expand something, in this case, expanding the money supply. So my question is twofold. One, is that the accurate definition that inflation is the government creating more dollars, just destroying the purchasing value of the monies in existence? And if that's the case, how do you then get deflation? Me and Ted talked about this before. I'm a hick out in the middle of Montana. I'm working 2 jobs just to pay the rent. And so I could use me some deflation right now. He says it's a bad thing. I'm for bring it all in, burn this bastard all the way down. And where am I wrong on this? Is deflation bad for the working class?
The money supply is way oversupplied. I mean, that is, of course, why the markets continue to go up. Okay, you have too much money in the supply. Unfortunately, guys like you, guys like me, don't get the benefit from that overwhelming money supply. The very wealthy, let's say the top 10%, get the benefit from that. But I think deflation is never a good thing, nor is stagflation. What you really need to get, Robbie, is we need to get back into a real, true free market. I mean, look what's going on. You're from farm country in Montana. The farmers are getting crushed. Okay, the grain prices are ridiculously low prices, especially compared to what you pay for them at retail. Okay, so we're not getting the farmers are seeing deflation, the buyers are seeing inflation, and somebody's getting the money in the middle. Okay, and the farmers are getting screwed. And I would think that next year, when it comes back to planting season again, which will be February, March, April, you might have a lot of people that choose not to plant, and we could run into a shortage of food. But again, that's a story for another day. But at the end of the day, you've got too many hands in the pie that don't let the free market work, starting with the Federal Reserve, starting with the government. If you go back to the Constitution, government is supposed to be run city, county, state, and the federal government was never meant to be the largest employer in the world. It was meant to oversee everybody. But yet they're the largest employer in the world that piss away more money than anybody and keep adding to the money supply, not to mention letting the banks add to the supply, because fractional banking, the banks are allowed by law to lend out 10 to 1 for what they have on deposit. But they lend out more, because when they borrow from the Federal Reserve, they turn that liability into an asset, and then they lend out 10 times that, which is, again, adding to the money supply, adding to the printing of money, making your dollars worth less, making you have to work 2 jobs, and next year it might be 3 jobs if they keep going at this pace.
Oh, it sucks, because I was talking to Ted Manila yesterday. I mean, there's a solid chance my family and I might end up having to move this year, because if rent keeps going.
I think you have a real shot with the new administration. Listen, it's not going to change tomorrow. No
Sure,
matter what I think, there's going to be some paying to pay over the next 6 months. No matter what, if he does everything right, the markets are going to collapse. Okay, because you're going to have to cut out all this crap. Okay, the markets will sell off hard, but at the end of the day, I think we come back stronger. And I am a fan of America, not the way it is now, but the way it was. And I think that we will get back to where we were, but it's going to take some hard line, and it's going to take some real punishment to, unfortunately, a lot of the United States people.
Bubba, when do you think was what would you say? What if you had to point to a year? There's one of my favorite punk bands, the Barracudas. They have a song called "I Wish It Was 1965 Again," and they're talking about music. What year do you wish it were again for the economy that you would say is the closest to a Bubba ideal?
I would like to see like 1981, 82, right after Carter, right after after he bombed out and he destroyed everything. That brought in great opportunity.
Unemployment was really high then, though.
What's that?
Unemployment was super high in
Right,
1981.
but look what happened since then. And then, of course, we got to Reagan, and we got into a reasonable economy. Although Reagan did create a lot of debt, so let's not say that he didn't create a lot of debt. But again, we need to really get back to a real budget. But during the 80s, there was more of the free market capitalism system. That was the floors were still open. The floors died down in the mid 90s. But the free market system is what we're missing, and that's what's really destroyed, I think, our country is the lack of free trade. And I'm not talking free trade with Canada or Mexico. I'm talking about within this country where we don't have price fixing and you don't have a Federal Reserve, because gold should still be backing the dollar. And the perfect example of that is before Alan Greenspan became the Fed chair, he was against getting off the gold standard. Once he became the Fed chair and realized how much money he could print, he said, oh no, we got to be off the gold standard. No gold anymore. And you got fiat currencies that are worthless. Okay, they're manipulated pieces of garbage that are nothing but worth the paper that they're printed on, which is why dissent, Trump's guy, likes gold and Bitcoin and things like that. I think that's what you're going to see. And I think there's a chance to get back to the gold standard, which would be better for everybody.
I just have one last question, and I'll go away and let you professionals talk. Mr. Bubba, what should the interest rate be to destroy the inflation that's in the system? Like if I was President West, and if Congress appointed you to head the Federal Reserve before we shut it down, what would you set the interest rate to get the dollar at least functional?
Well, I think the interest rate has to be determined. So this is the problem.
Okay.
They're charging whatever the Fed is charging now. But if you go out like to one of those peer-to-peer lenders like Prosper or Cabbage,
okay,
the people who borrow from them are paying 15%. Okay. I think the right interest rate is about 8% in this country. 6% is too low. A lot of young people, they never saw mortgage rates at 8, 9, 10, 11, 12%.
Right.
Okay. They never saw rates that were higher. They never saw a savings passbook. Now you can get CDs for 5 1/4. Until the last couple of years, you couldn't get a CD for 1%. So that's the problem.
It was a joke.
I miss passport savings. I think passport savings is a really strong inducement. You see your money grow. It's like psychologically, it makes you want to put more in.
Right. I agree.
But,
No banks offer it anymore. No one. When my kid was, I needed a bank account for him. I was looking around. It says, does anybody still do passbook savings? There might be some bank somewhere in the middle of the country, but basically not in New York.
Right.
So, let me ask you this, Bubba, as we're a month out from Donald Trump coming into office, we just as we were bringing you on, we were talking about how Trump, who knows if he's joking, if he means it, if he wants to absorb Canada somehow, but he's picking. I know, but he's picking a fight.
Hold on, Louis. Stop here in a minute. Sorry, guys.
Oh, one last thing.
Yeah.
He's picking a fight with basically the NAFTA crowd again. He's picking a fight with Canada and picking a fight with Mexico again. We thought we squared that away in his last term. Why is he revisiting this North American fight again?
Because Biden opened up all the shit again. Okay, we got all the crap going back again. I mean, look at what they did in destruction. Forget about who you like or didn't like. Just look what they did. They opened it up and they brought back the same can of crap that we had before. And I think that we got to finish building the wall. I think we got to do all that stuff and get this. And like I said, personally, I'd like to be an island. The United States of America, an island.
Is that going to affect?
Surrounded by 4 sides on water.
Well, maybe with rising oceans due to climate change, you'll get your
given
way.
our trade though with Mexico and Canada, if he picks another fight with them and revisits this whole NAFTA thing, isn't that going to drive inflation even higher or the cost of
it might initially, but I think what we're all missing the point is that if we put Americans back to work, they start making more money. The inflation is not a big deal. We got too many people not working.
That's fair. I mean, maybe some pain before we fix.
There's going to be some pain. You can bet on it. But I think the pain will be worth it.
I hope so. So last thing, you bullish or bearish in going into 2025?
I think the markets are going to get hammered next year. I think you're seeing the change now. The semiconductors have reached a peak. They're starting to see some trouble. I think yesterday was just the start of what's to come.
Oh boy. All right. Some more pain is what you're saying.
But look where we're at. You're up 35%. So you could have taken a little pain.
All right. All right. Well, we'll be checking back with you in the first quarter after the inauguration.
I'm
Thank you,
looking forward
as
to it.
always, Todd Bubba Horowitz. He's a market maker. He is
Happy holidays,
the
guys.
CEO
Bye,
and
Bubba.
founder
Thanks
of
for coming on.
BubbaTrading.com. Thank you so much, Bubba.
Appreciate you.
Always
Have
a
good
pleasure.
day.
Thank you.
Happy holidays.
Thank you. He's
All right.
always a hoot.
I mean, I got to say, I mean, you know, I think I would be, you know, it would be unfair to our Democratic viewers to not point out the fact that maybe the markets don't like Trump. Maybe the markets are like, Trump's coming in, we're getting scared, we think he's going to fuck up the economy. I mean, I don't know.
No, I don't think traditionally, I don't think that's what we saw. Like, I know the European markets were preparing for him earlier this year. Like the people I know in Germany, they were telling me that they were predicting a Trump win and that the markets were preparing for that, and that things were better in the European markets when they modeled it out with a Trump presidency. So
Well, yeah,
I don't know.
No, I think nobody knows anything. All right, so let's bring us out
let's
here.
say goodbye.
Or arrivederci.
I got a
All right,
cough.
please subscribe while Manila coughs. Please subscribe if you're on Rumble or on YouTube. Either way, follow, subscribe, whatever it is. On Rumble, you can become a paid subscriber, which we greatly appreciate, $5 a month. That would help us immeasurably if you like what you see and find value in what we're doing. And even if you hate what you see and find no value in what we're doing, either way, please help us. We need the money. We're fully independent. We're relying on you completely. So you want the show to keep going and not just be like, oh yeah, there was this show I used to like, but it's gone now. I don't know why.
Or the show that you like to shit on. You know?
Yeah, that's true.
Me too.
Yeah, that's like sort of like that's like my love-hate relationship with like the New York Times. Anyway, thanks for joining us. We'll be back tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock Eastern time. Thanks to PutinBot Gaming for your support and for moderating the chat and for your question, and of course for filling in for Manila. Please go check out the gaming channel. Again, subscribe, share us on the X and on the Facebook and everywhere else. We ask you to please become a paid subscriber. We've done all that. Okay, now we've enough shilling. Thanks everybody. Oh, and by the way, you know, I'm going to show my book. This book came out a few years ago. It's an old book. No, the new book is called What's Left. Never mind the Democrats.
I didn't think it was out yet.
No, it's not out yet, but it's literally in layout phase right now. So, But this book, Political Suicide: The Fight for the Soul of the Democratic Party, is particularly germane if you're a liberal who's upset about the the big defeat, and like basically it'll show you this has happened before and will happen again. There's a structural problem inside the Democratic Party. It lays out the whole history and it details why it happens and what maybe you might be able to do about it. Burning it all down.
I'm in the burn it all down phase.
I'm not really against that. Okay. So thanks everyone. Bye Manila. Bye Robbie. Thanks everyone.
Adios amigos. Thank
Mañana.
you.
See ya.
See you tomorrow. Bye.
Bye. All right. Civil war has broken out inside the Republican Party just weeks after its triumphant election victory. Generally speaking, the issue is immigration, one of the top issues in the campaign. The populist MAGA base of the GOP wants it limited or eliminated. But Trump's billionaire allies, Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy, are pushing hard for those H-1B visas that allow tech companies and other employers to import foreign workers. So far, Trump seems to be siding with Team Doge. Will this controversy tear apart Trump's fragile coalition before he even comes back to the Oval Office on January 20th? Joining us is friend of the show, my former co-host, Angie Wong.
Happy end of 2024. Nice to see you. And you know what? This is my last media hit for the year. So thank you very much.
Congratulations.
It's like a reunion. No, this is great.
Yes.
No. So thank you for having me.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun way to usher out the last show of 2024. I got to say, 2024 has been a shit year for me all the way around. One, I'm still not on that Forbes billionaire list. I have a lot of work to do.
You do.
like maybe I could start with getting employed in 2020.
That's a step in the right direction.
That's a step in the right direction, and get healthy. But like, here we are, it's the end of the year, and like, I'm not a party to this whole like MAGA thing. Everyone's asking me my opinion about this thing, this whole H1B. Like, I can see both sides of this, Angie. Like, I don't, it's just not, I'm not, for whatever reason, other than the cultural aspect of it, I can see how the H1B thing is like, you're really like dragging down wages in the same way illegal immigration and the people working at the farms doing the shit jobs that many Americans don't want to do, but perhaps because it doesn't pay well, now it's like chicken or the egg. What are your thoughts on all of this? Explain for the people like me who are not really, we're kind of middle of the road. We're not quite MAGA, but we don't hate MAGA. Tell us what's going on.
Well, that's good. That's a nice move in the right direction. Look, this H1B controversy, it was started basically to move our narrative away from some other story that they didn't want breaking. It's a non-issue. Look, we all support, and I'll say all for my end of the MAGA world, we support legal immigration, right? And if that's coming through an HB1 visa, so be it. When Trump gets into office, he could limit those numbers coming in if that's really the case. But I think we do need to create a legal pathway for legal immigration. That way people don't have to bum rush our borders every single day, right? If there was a real pathway of coming in, let's do it. And if we want to attract the most talented people around the world, let's do it, because we're going to need that to compete with the rest of the superpowers that's right behind us. And I think that is not a bad thing to have. Now, yeah, there's going to be some extremists, as always, who are going to be fighting for no, America first. We're only hire Americans. Well, those are the same people saying, only buy from American-made stuff. I wish America can make all this stuff that we're always consuming on a daily basis. It's just not a reality that we have. And it's kind of like EV cars, right? You can't just put a mandate for 2030 for all cars to be, electronic vehicles. It's just not going to happen. You need to phase it in, and you need to build the infrastructure so that things can be America first. But unfortunately, you have a couple of dum-dums who think like, okay, the Trump switch is going to go on January 20th, and everything's going to be America first, and, out with the illegals and out with foreigners, basically is what they're saying, right? It's not a reality.
I thought that too. I kind of viewed it that way, and I'm not from MAGA world, right? I kind of viewed it as like, well, we don't quite have the infrastructure. Like Ted and I were talking about this, I think when it broke out, on last Friday, Ted, or Thursday, something like that.
Yeah.
That I said, at least on the culture stuff, I totally get what Vivek was saying, right? That like the Steve Urkel thing versus like the AC Slater and the the Zach Morris thing. I get that. Like in Asian culture, nerdism is revered, whereas like in American, and I'm not going to even say white. I'm not going to say white culture. I'm going to say American culture in general, because America is every color, every, I firmly believe that. American culture is like prom queen, like Vivek said, like, oh, be the beauty queen, be the prom queen, be the, star quarterback or whatever. So I waded into that world. I can get that. But because our education system, the infrastructure has just gone to shit. Our culture is not there, pushing kids to be STEM and be, this or that or the other. Then I get why the H1B thing has
wait
to
a minute
exist,
here.
and we have to kind of whittle it down.
Rate, but listen, that's a false narrative here. 4% of tech workers in the United States are unemployed, right? So, we don't need to import any, because we have plenty right here. And right now, by the way, there's a new poll that just came out, Rasmussen poll, it just came out like this morning. It says that 6 out of 10 Americans are against any kind of H-1B expansion. And the voters are they're violently opposed to it. 26% is the total who say that we should have more foreign workers. Most people are completely against it. Among Republicans, 72% says that the U.S. has enough talented people who can be trained and recruited for these jobs. 63% of swing voters agree, and 47% of Democrats also believe the same. So these H-1B visas are unpopular, especially among Republicans, but really among all Americans.
Yeah, and guess what? I mean, if we're talking about the tech world here and other industries, they don't have to be on American soil to actually operate, right?
True.
If you don't have to, if you don't have to go through the hassle of the H-1B visa and pay what is it, like $26,000 for the whole, start to finish process of at least $26,000.
But they save a lot of money because they only
Sure.
pay them 60% as much as they pay Americans.
Okay, let's say all those things happen. Wouldn't it be just cheaper to open up a factory in India?
Absolutely.
Or open up, an offsite?
Sure.
So that's the reality of things. We want the talent here on the ground where they're paying taxes, contributing, and working their butts off?
And
like,
taking jobs
harder
away
than-
from Americans.
Well, again, this is a lot of people see this as a pathway to a citizenship versus taking jobs away from people here. Now, until we fix a couple of things here, like our universities, like our education system, about, like my son, he's not learning about space, right? He's not learning about engineering or maths. He's learning about George Floyd still in school. Oh, yeah. So until we fix that kind of stuff and make our own kids competitive in the next generation, you're not going to be producing that level of talent.
We have
Now,
4% unemployment, though, among tech workers. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, and I think I'm not alone, if there's one person in the United States who's a U.S. citizen, who's unemployed or underemployed, who could be trained, they should be. And before we start looking overseas. Now, if we have a shortage of people, I'm all for it, like bringing new people in from outside. But why would we let Americans stay underemployed or unemployed while we're importing foreigners?
Yeah, and you know what? There's a lot of these job categories that Americans don't want. Remember we had a shortage of nurses for a long time?
Right.
And we were
And
importing.
like we always talk about, like the farm workers, right, Angie? Like these are the shit jobs that Americans just won't do. And I don't even know that if you offered them $20 an hour to pick bushels of strawberries that they would.
If you offered them 50, you would. They'd do it. Believe me, there's a number. Okay, there's a number that you can get. People, you can pay people.
And then what? We're paying.
Asbestos.
Then how much are we paying for a pound of strawberries, Ted? I can scarcely afford a pound of strawberries now.
Well, if people were being paid $50 an hour to pick strawberries, we'd probably all be getting paid more. So if strawberries cost more, it wouldn't matter because we'd all be making more money to pay for the strawberries. The whole scale of everything would just increase. That's all.
I love that we should be having this conversation right now, because I think the American workforce is going to take a turn. It has to. You have all these fractures coming in. You have AI coming in. Look, my job as a campaign worker may be obsolete by the next election cycle because I just punched into AI. Well, if I'm running a campaign, what do I need to do? And how can you do it for me? And there's going to be the next generation AI, which is going to be released very soon in 2025. It's going to be able to perform duties of, let's say, a webmaster, of social media,
like lower end, like tech stuff, right? Like
correct.
Like more entry level. What would have been entry level tech stuff 10 years ago or 15 years ago? Yeah, AI is going to start.
I got to ask about this conflict, though. I mean, we've seen what happens on the Democratic side when there's a civil war in the Democratic Party that's been actually raging for many years between the progressive left side of the party and the corporatist establishment side of the party, sort of the Bernie versus Hillary kind of struggle.
The progressive side just fucking just lays down and takes it, Ted. Let's be honest.
That's true in the Democratic side so far. But now you have this conflict. I mean, Donald Trump is between a rock and a hard place, right? And like Molly Ivan said, you dance with them that brung you. Well, the people who brought Donald Trump to the ball is the populist right? It's the America First MAGA people, and then Vivek and Elon are on the other side of that equation because they're globalists and corporatists who, they don't care really about the country. What they're just trying to do is make as much money as possible. So there's a conflict there, right? I mean, there's a fracture within the right. So, like, how does Donald Trump keep his coalition together? How does he keep both sides happy?
Oh, wow. Look, I love that question because you see it as a fracture and it's framed as a fracture. It may not be a fracture. I think the end goal really is to save America. And I know that sounds weird because you have two different approaches, right? You have someone who he's an immigrant himself to America, Elon Musk, who right, and he worked his butt off to get to where he is. So he sees the accomplishments. Same with Vivek. At some point, whether him or his family moved to America and work their butts off to get to the point where he can even be where he can
was
even
also
be a
from a very
presidential
wealthy family
candidate
too.
Yeah, like his mom was like a doctor, dad, or one of them was a doctor or something like that, and the other one was like a business person anyway. So he came from Vivek came from money already, like not great wealth, but
and Elon
very
came from
well-to-do.
filthy like apartheid money. I mean,
Elon came from wealth also. And Andrew, you're not seeing this because you're audio only, but on the screen I have Elon's tweet posted, and he changed his handle on Twitter, on X, to be Kekius Maximus, and put the Pepe Frog in a the Pepe Frog face with it wearing like a Roman soldier, armor.
Right.
And he says, this is the tweet that got him, that's just setting off the war is he says, the reason I'm in America, along with so many critical people who built SpaceX, Tesla, and hundreds of other companies that made America strong, is because of H-1B. Take a big step back and fuck yourself in the face.
Love it.
I
I
will go to war on this issue, the likes of which you cannot possibly comprehend.
Yeah, but does Donald Trump want that war?
Well, hold on. Now, hold on, Angie. Hold that thought, because I want to do some Donald Trump on the stump. Just listen to this audio for 1 minute. Donald Trump on the stump versus Donald Trump the other day, who sounds like he's kissing the ring of his second biggest financial backer behind Miriam Adelson, which is Elon Musk. So this is going to take about 1 minute. So have a listen. Hold on. Here's Trump.
Well, first of all, I think, and I know the H-1B very well, and that's something that I frankly use, and I shouldn't be allowed to use. We shouldn't have it. Very, very bad for workers. And second of all, I think it's very important to say, well, I'm a businessman and I have to do what I have to do. And it's sitting there waiting for you, but it's very bad. It's very bad for business in terms of, it's very bad for our workers, and it's unfair for our workers, and we should end it.
A few moments later.
And what I will do is, you graduate from a college, I think you should get automatically, as part of your diploma, a green card. They go back to India, they go back to China, they do the same basic company in those places, and they become multi-billionaires employing thousands and thousands of people, and it could have been done here.
I guess it's kind of like that Captain America Civil War movie, right?
All right. So you guys heard that there,
Yep.
right? Donald Trump just literally a couple of years ago saying H-1B is bad. I'm going to end it if I get back into office. And now he's coming back to office. And he's like, now he's tweeting or truthing or whatever. He's like, I've used it. Used it for what? You don't own a tech company. Well, I guess he owns Truth. So maybe, I don't know.
He does use it. He used it for his properties. I'm sure.
I heard he was using H-2B visas for that. That's a different, like, unskilled kind of thing.
Look, these things exist for a reason. Have they been abused? Probably. Have other
100%.
industries, right? Have certain industries overused it? Yes. But again, quotas, guys. I'm not for killing these programs. I think they're good for America. I think there are a lot of things that we just are not very good at, right?
I
For
don't see how
example,
they're good for America. I mean, how are they good for American workers? I mean, I don't get it. Like,
I think
if
I
you're
think
sitting at
it's
home in your house unemployed, you know,
well, I think that's in some ways I look at it more like a teaching
I need to leave.
experience. So, for example, like semiconductors. We're not experts in semiconductors, but if we brought in a couple of people from Taiwan who've been doing this for 30, 40 American workers, then that's not a bad thing, is it? Right? So, I mean, I see there's benefits to it. I think it has been abused. I think certain industries only use it, and we, certainly the financial industry loves this, right? But remember, if there is a cost penalty to hiring foreign workers, companies may go back and say, "Hey, that may not work for me." Right? I'll give you a story. I brought in a foreign worker, and she was just my nanny for 1 year. I went through the whole HB1 visa process. I think it was HB1. And I paid her wages that were American wages. That was part of the program. It's not like you get to skimp out on wages. You have to still pay, whatever
Right.
the, whatever that tax year is. She was happy. She went home after 1 year and bought a house in the Philippines. She loved it and took care of her family. She's now in real estate. I mean, the whole thing. So I feel pretty good about it. But I do think maybe there's some reform that can happen. For example, maybe after 5 years, you have to go back. I don't know. Whatever it may be. I think there's
well, they have to
some
go
sort.
back if they lose their job. They have to go. They're basically indentured servants.
Yeah, that's how Americans see it. And I can see that because they don't have the rights of Americans.
That's how they see it when you talk to them. But like, I mean, how would you feel personally? I mean, about a provision that shows that, like, if a company if they have an opening, they have to prove that they have reached out all over the country to unemployed people who could be trained, and that they've been turned down by everybody, and only then can they look overseas.
There are provisions like that already in order
They
to
just
hire.
certify it. They just say well, we tried, but
We
they don't have
did
to
it.
prove. They don't have to prove it.
Well, they do. They kind of have to. That's why monster.com and all these job sites are so prevalent, right? Is because they post all over the place. Now, do they go and they interview everyone and reject everyone? Yeah, I mean, people play the system, of course. But again, if you make it so impossible for them to come in, but at the same time not close the pathway altogether, maybe that will limit them. So we also have the EB1 visa, right? Where if a company or an individual brings in a crazy amount of money to the US and hires up to 10 people or more Americans, then they have a natural pathway to citizenship, right? So, all these things exist. I think they were with good intentions. Maybe they've been gamed a little bit too much. And that's why these conversations are happening. But you have to remember, we have to look at the future of job fair here in America. AI literally is taking over all of this stuff. I mean, I'm talking right. So
well, Elon Musk had brought up the idea. So of course, you guys know what the universal basic income idea is, that Andrew Yang had brought up that every American would get $12,000 a year, there or about, kind of like the way that Alaskans got. I don't know if they still get that. I think they still do, the oil pipeline money. You just get money just for living in Alaska. But Elon Musk had this
Emiratis
idea
are like that
about AI called, and their plan, and the Kazakhs are like that too now that they have oil. But anyway, Elon had this idea that he mentioned a year ago, called a universal high income. In other words, it's not like 10 grand, sort of like a subsidy, not enough to live on, but actually you pay people a full salary, like a beyond living wage, like a generous wage, just to not work, in order to keep
to exist,
just to keep society stable and to prevent us from becoming India, just so you pay people to sit at home and not start a revolution and string up all the billionaires from lampposts.
Okay. And so what happens to the American spirit? What happens to motivation and drive and ambition and all those things?
Yeah,
I have to sit at home and stare
I
at the
think
wall.
people would. I think there are a lot of people who are, that's going to exist, right? I mean, there are people who are going to not want to do that, right? There are people who
I
are
don't
like,
know.
I want to start my own business.
I don't know. I
That's
don't know
somehow-
because
that's psychology.
my grandparents came here with like $20, right?
Yeah,
And
mine too.
the only way they could eat is to work their butts off.
Bust your
and-
ass
Right.
and go do something.
If you told me that, well, Ted Rall, you can earn $150,000 sitting on your butt watching Netflix all day, or $150,000 talking to you guys on the air, I would take this. This is more fun.
Yeah, of course, but that's you. Like that's the thing that I was talking with you and producer Robbie about, is how there is 100% a subset of human beings here in the US that would absolutely fucking exploit any program to get a free dime, like when they are able-bodied and willing to. So yeah, like I'm a big fan of meritocracy myself, and
but if they don't, if AI means that we don't need as many workers, well then what's your solution? I mean, you just want to let people starve?
Hold on, we're shifting conversation. Like, this is not a fucking UBI conversation, because honestly, like, there's like, we're talking about MAGA civil war here, and like the question
we've been
is
dancing around that, right?
What happens to MAGA
who's
world?
gonna win? And who's gonna win?
If like, look, you can't see this, Angie, on screen. I actually have. Oh, you do? Okay. So I have, it's an Indian newscast that's showing that of the H-1B visas in the US, more than 70% of them go to Indians, and then less than 12% go to Chinese, and then probably random other around the world. So this is probably why we're seeing like the whole conversation become racist against Indians themselves. And
okay, and I'll give you some insider facts about this. Well, Modi's people have been all over Mar-a-Lago for the last few months. They're tossing money left, right, and center. There's a reason why all this is happening, why it's in the news, right? Because they want India to look. India is going to be one of, when we talk about global conflicts here, it's there. It's right there next to China. China's building bricks. All this stuff is happening all in that region. Now, India becoming a big ally of the US is going to be very, very beneficial to us. Now, what do they want to exchange? For some reason, HB1 visas, H1B visas, and all these other, ask. And that's what any country coming, to the next president is going to have. They're going to have asks. And again, this is what's been happening for decades. Now, you asked me about MAGA and the conflict here. Who's going to win? Well, who's the war between? Is it between Elon Musk and Laura Loomer, who are fighting this issue out online? Like, who's it really? Ultimately, I think there's
like the purists, I would say Laura Loomer probably considers herself like a MAGA purist, like pure MAGA. And then you have like Elon and Vivek, who are obviously, very wealthy people who have a vested interest in, deviating slightly off the purist route.
Yeah. Okay. So Trump's already he's already made, several posts siding with Elon Musk and Vivek, right? He said, we're, H-1B visas are here to stay. I use them in my properties. He's not going to kill that idea. Now, Laura Loomer, she makes her living based on being an extremist, right? Whether or not she even, she's an angry person because as an online personality, because it makes her money. Right?
When clicks, yes.
Yeah, when you meet her, like, on the street, she's like a nice, normal person. Like, she's just like,
really?
Yeah, she's not totally, like, a lot of this is for play. We know this, and we're all in media, so we put up a personality.
Is like that. In reality, she's like really painfully shy and a scaredy.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean,
I tried to talk to her. She ran away from me. I think she thought I was going to attack her. I wanted to like pitch her a show.
But we're all like that a little bit. But she makes her money by being extremist. They, as we've learned from various reports, most recently, she gets paid by a social media company to do that kind of extreme right.
To be a provocateur.
Yes. And and she echoes the message. It's not real.
It's the game.
Trump's putting a clamp to this. And you know what? Susie Wiles came out yesterday and said,
Ah.
all right, anyone who's being nominated to be a cabinet member, you put down your phone, no more social media tweets until January 20th.
I mean, I
That's-
guess the question is, so Angie, your point's well taken, right? I mean, there's a lot of theater here, as always,
Yes.
and you're very good at pointing that out. I guess the question here is this something that rank and file Republican Trump supporters are going to look at, let's say after January 20th, and if they start to conclude that Trump broke his promise to control the border and cut back immigration and all that, and that the H-1B visas are an example of him breaking that promise, will they notice? Will they care? I guess is the question. In other words, will it really have an effect, or will this just be like they'll shrug their shoulders and sort of like the progressive Democrats, they'll just like, oh well, and they'll live with it.
Okay, so I'm gonna answer your question, but I'm gonna roll it back a little bit. This riff between Musk and using H-1B visas as a vehicle, basically to not only change the topic, but to create, to make Trump into this absolutism. It's actually, I think Trump's going to try to roll this back. He is not going to let this become an issue, because this is about fracturing Elon Musk and moving Elon Musk away from their BFF relationship, right? You have a lot of jealous people who've worked for Trump over the years who do not have the same access to Trump they once had that Elon Musk has now. They text each other all day long, right? Elon Musk took the cottage at Mar-a-Lago for $2,000 a night.
Yep.
Yes, they're like buddies. They're like living
They're
together.
like bosom buddies, like roommates.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
What?
Yeah. So look, you have people from
Maybe
the
they spoon at night.
2016. Oh, stop.
Super weird.
Okay.
So weird. So weird.
Whatever they do, I don't care. I mean, if they're having a whiskey upstairs, that's great for them. Look, what has happened is you have people who've worked for Trump over the last 3 elections, and they have lost access to Trump's ear. And that's the reality. I've seen people sidelined, and I was like, okay, thank you very much. You got me into the office. Bye.
Right.
And that's who's causing these fractures that we're seeing right now. And
yeah,
now,
because there's like a finite amount of space in Trump's, like sphere of influence, right? And that and Elon is probably taking up the lion's share. So there.
But also you have to remember that Trump has to stay out of trouble for the next 21 days, right? He's got to just stay as clean as possible. So Elon Musk and Vivek, I believe that they're just surrogates for Trump. Trump is telling them, okay, can you put this out as a tweet? Because he can't say it himself, at least not until he gets into office, until he gets the keys to 1600, right? He has to stay out of trouble. So I think these are directives coming from Trump. But again, people who, I mean, it's sad. If you go to the Trump's golf course in Palm Beach, there are very, very prominent politicians, lifetimers sitting in the lobby of the golf course, waiting for Trump to walk in through the doors just so they can ambush him and say, can I have a job, please? I mean, they're like fully suited up. They've got their resume in their hand. And it's like these guys have been politicians for like 4 decades, and they can't get access to Trump. So that's what this is about. That's the behind the scenes on this. And Elon, look, he literally has the future in the palm of his hands. He has algorithms and all the metadata and the microdata that can predict things before they happen. We know this because he's bragged about it, right?
Right.
So he's able to see all the fractures and see what people are actually doing. Is H-1B actually an issue that Americans care about? No. But why is this fraction of MAGA turning it into an issue? So Ted, I'm answering your question by saying a lot of these narratives are manufactured, right? They don't exist. It's not like me, MAGA girl, really cares about H-1B visas. And I'm saying so online. I'm like, I welcome anyone who comes in here legally. I don't mind. But there's a fracture who wants to flip Elon Musk because they know Elon and Vivek, they rely on these visas to run their companies. So that's kind of the insider scoop that I think I can give you.
So, Angie, your read on it is like you think this is like kind of like a media born or media spun, social media that is, spun narrative that's like meant to be a wedge between like into Trump world to kind of mess it up before Trump even gets into office?
There are reports that confirm what I'm saying, right? Right. So there is essentially Democrats do this all the time. They get something called I think it's called the morning sheet, or maybe it's just called the morning tip sheet. That used to happen back in the day, but now
talking points.
Right.
Yeah.
So Republicans have that now too, but it's on a much smaller scale, and they give it out at 4 a.m. every morning to a bunch of influencers. Right. So they get their morning call, and each influencer gets paid X amount for posting this stuff. And they were caught over Christmas.
And some of them are shit posts on purpose.
Yes, some of them are shit posts, but the idea is to gain the momentum. So H-1B visas was on this call list as one of the things that they wanted all these influencers who are getting paid to put out there. Now that's a manufactured drama, right?
Right.
Now, why they were doing it or who was making the calls, we don't really know yet. But it was manufactured. And my assessment of that is it was manufactured to put trouble in Trump world and wedge between, the tech bros living with Trump right now.
So weird. There's tech bros living. And by the way, I knew Elon was tall. Like, I'm looking at this video. I didn't know he was that tall because Trump is tall. Yeah. And Elon's even taller than him. I didn't know Elon was that tall.
It must be all the South African dairy, right?
He looks taller because he looks thinner now that he's lost weight.
Is that what it is? But look,
he was like portly before.
Like Trump's what, 6'3" or something like that?
Depends on who you talk to. 6'2" or 6'3".
No comment.
He's probably shrinking a little bit, right? Because
he's old, but he's definitely like over 6'2". I've been in the same room as Trump, not close, but
I think he's 6'2". I think he's exactly 6'1" or 6'2". Yeah.
And Elon, I've seen him in passing at the Detroit Auto Show. He didn't stop to talk to me. I tried. But I remember thinking he was tall, but I didn't know he was that tall. So he's got the new hair, new height, the new Ozempic bod.
Yep.
He's getting ready for inauguration, man.
He really is. He's looking forward to being, co-president or whatever they're calling.
Doge, yeah. Doge, whatever he's going to be. Doge czar.
Look, I don't think it's a bad thing. I think we should be welcoming this guy. I mean, he's a pretty smart genius type, right?
How long is that going to last, right?
I know.
Everyone's kind of waiting for the bromance to break up. It's like Brangelina. They're on the way out. This is not good. This is like at the wedding where you're like, these two aren't going to make it.
Well, Angie wasn't here for my earlier description of how Brangelina happened with the whole face lick and crotch grab. Who's grabbing whose crotch here?
Oh, very clearly.
Oh, okay. Well,
Elon's doing the grabbing here.
Angelina.
In politics, everyone's transactional, right? If you can provide something, you're in use. If you're completely useless, you're sidelined. And that, so Elon has his use right now. He's got a lot of cleaning up to do. There's a lot of government inefficiencies that needs to get tossed. And he'll do his job, and maybe he'll go back to SpaceX and all the other great things he's, producing. Yeah, so I think it's a welcome thing. I mean, he's an actual doer. Yeah, he's a little bit grandiose, and he's not, he's not the details guy. But, we need someone to kick America's butt to get things done, and he doesn't care. You know why? Because he's got all the money in the world. So, literally. He's doing it for hopefully the right reasons. It's not for the money. It's not for the fame. It's because he can. And there's not too many people who can do this type of work without being compromised in the political world. So
He's
I
an
love it.
African oligarch.
All
Just
right.
saying.
Well, okay.
South African oligarch there.
Look, it sometimes it just takes a very special person just to get us started, and then we're there. Trump's not even in office yet, and all this stuff is already happening, right? So
Well, that's because Joe Biden, he's literally on vacation in St. Croix and like nowhere to be found. So like there's I don't know, the Oval Office is set on autopilot right now, and who knows who's running what. So everybody's paying attention to what's happening with Trump, unlike ever before. Like we thought the attention was paid to incoming Trump in 2016-17. This is like ultra under the microscope. Everything, every move that Trump world makes, including the random people on social media. I mean, I'm not talking just about like Laura Loomer and the ones, with big accounts. Literally just random ass people that are consider themselves MAGA are starting to give brands and names to themselves over this, and mainstream media is paying attention to all of it, literally down to the average Joe MAGA person, because you have people like Neera Tanden like getting into fucking fights with them on Twitter, like random people, where you're like, oh my God, what world am I living in?
Well,
get me out of here.
Get out of the matrix.
Get me out of here. I hate this.
No, and you have to remember, so much of it is manufactured. I have to remind myself every day whenever I see a new story of the day. It's like, is this actually real? Look, I don't believe for a second that Joe Biden is just sitting in St. Croix drinking out of a coconut. All right, I don't think that's no. He does this intentionally. He goes on holidays all the time, so there's no White House log, right? He meets with people. Things are happening, guys. I mean, the same way, Trump is going to take a lot of meetings at Mar-a-Lago.
Biden's brain checked out 4 years ago.
Right.
Before he got inaugurated. So,
meetings
whoever's meeting him,
yeah,
they're set. Whoever's meeting him in St. Croix is talking to the coconut, not Biden.
Well, just know things are happening, and what's scary is that we're not reporting on what is happening with the president, because we don't know what he's setting forward. We don't know what Trump's going to be inheriting. We don't know what the first quarter of 2025 is going to look like. It's frightening.
Good point. I'm scared. I'm scared for 2025. Not just everything, not just the Trump thing and the Elon thing. It's just oh boy, buckle up, Angie.
Oh yeah,
buckle up. Happy New Year.
I know. I mean, look, we should talk about what trends we think will happen in 2025, because it's a great honeymoon period right now. It's like right before the marriage. We're going to go like right before the wedding on the 20th, but things are going to happen, and we better be able to pivot. We better understand what's really going on, because so much of it is going to be, okay, whatever we manufacture. And that's what Elon Musk is really good at. He can make certain topics the news of the day.
Yes.
Now,
he moves markets.
Right. Think about that. That's really why he bought Twitter, right?
Yeah.
And if he's able to shape this, it could be for the good or it could be for the bad. It could be, look, a lot of, I don't know if you know what's happening with American banks right now. And Ted, maybe this happens all the time towards the end of the year. They are cutting jobs like crazy right now. There are teams where they have to slice by 25%. And I don't know if that's typical or not typical of an American bank.
It is layoff time.
It is layoff time, right?
Yeah, that is typical. The numbers are bigger than usual.
Yes.
There's a general sense that we're heading into a recession, maybe worse next year. And there's a lot. I mean, the real estate market is completely both frozen and a bubble, which is the worst possible combination.
Yeah.
Interest rates are the Fed just can't figure out what to do in terms of getting the right mix on interest rates. And there's sort of an 18-year cycle that we're kind of due for a recession. So, and I think there's sort of a malaise that's setting in Jimmy Carter's honor.
I was going to say that's a Jimmy Carter word.
Yeah, although he never said it, but yeah. Mm-hmm.
Wrote it. No.
He never said it. He didn't say it in the speech. It was called the malaise speech, but he never said malaise. Yeah. Famously.
Well, all these things scare me. And what better to kind of offset a recession would be, well, you don't promote the fear, right? Because that's when it spirals.
Right.
So I
True.
think, and I wonder if, I'm sure Elon's very well tuned to all this. I wonder if this is kind of like a test drive to what he may or may not have to do when all this comes tumbling down, because we all see it. They certainly see it. The markets are going to adjust, and we're going to find out some real job numbers come quarter one, quarter two. I mean, right now, it's I'm no economist, but the numbers that are coming out are highly inflated, right? For job numbers that we've seen in the past few quarters. I think the real numbers are going to be it's going to be a real shocker, because they included a lot of the part-time jobs, a lot of, I'm sorry to say, the illegals taking jobs, a lot of like the
No, it's just in general, all these fake numbers from BLS. There was a story about this like 3 months ago, I think, about the Biden BLS, about they literally just completely faked numbers. Like they just overinflated numbers. Like everything is a lie, basically, the last 4 years that came out of BLS.
Yeah. And
so that's
Bureau of Labor Statistics, for people who don't know.
So like there's going to be some realities that we're going to have to face. They're going to blame it on Trump, of course, but managing the PR on that is going to be critical to American lives, because if we all believe we're in recession, guess what we're going to do? We're going to not buy anything.
That's
we're
true.
going to we're going to maybe work harder, I don't know. We're going to do all it's all psychological. So I think Elon Musk understanding that and putting a tamp on certain things, even if that means it sounds like silencing, the fear mongers, I don't know if that's a terrible thing either. And I hate saying that because obviously we enjoy free speech, but there's so much shenanigans. If one super PAC can control over 50 influencers on the social media platforms, well, they can do a lot of harm, right? And that's one voice being echoed out to millions of people. And there's a lot of things at play here that we're just understanding now. Trump and Elon gets it. But I honestly believe these two guys, as much as they love making money, there's something else driving them. There's authenticity in them, and I say that just following them. I don't know for sure, but there is something authentic about them versus just being here to screw over people, make money, like government as usual. It's not like that with these guys. So I think that's what Americans voted for. Let's give them a shot. They're obviously going to hit a lot of turmoil in the first two quarters, and I pray for them.
I pray for all of us, Angie, in 2025.
Yes.
Good God.
Indeed.
Well, with that, we'll let you go right there. I know you're traveling and doing stuff right now for the new year. I look forward to Ted and I both. I'm sure we all look forward to seeing you and hearing you again in the new year very soon. And this is all I can say is buckle up, right, Angie? And Angie, you're on the ground in Florida, so buckle up.
Well,
is the term.
No, we're all in this together, and you know what? I'm so happy that you have this new show, because again, this is what's going to be reporting the real news, not some of the fakery we've been seeing over the last few years. So keep it up, you guys. Thank you.
From mainstream, oh my God, like everybody knows that now. If you want real stuff, real conversation, and real actual, like hearing it from people, like the dog's mouth, hearing it from the horse's mouth, or people that are eyewitnesses to things, you're not going to hear it from mainstream media.
No,
that's where you get like all the CIA fakery that's literally up, like people that were former CIA, not only hacks, but like whole ass like former leaders of the CIA to
I know.
Give talking, like, really, we're supposed to believe them?
Yep.
No. Like, come on. No.
Not anymore.
I don't want to believe James Clapper. No, because his career was to lie to us and to lie to the world. So no, I'm not going to believe James Clapper. But that's mainstream media. Anyway, whole different conversation.
Yep, absolutely. No, I love it all. I love the gamemanship of the whole thing. I love that you guys dissect it. I'm sure, look, I'm sure we're going to be deplatformed at least once next year. Right?
I already got
Maybe.
deplatformed from YouTube.
Oh,
YouTube like nuked my entire account. I can't even, they're not, well,
wow.
yeah, I had to like make a new one. And if me saying this, like their algorithm is probably going to figure it out. So like I had to make a new YouTube account for my son. But yeah, my Manila Chan YouTube, my account got completely nuked without explanation. Like my account, not just the channel, the account. So I'm done with 2024. I know 2025 is going to be wild, but for me, in my opinion, it can't be worse than the Biden years, and it can't be worse than 2024. So God bless. Happy New Year, Angie.
Happy New
We
Year.
will see you in 2025. Thank you so much for carving out time for us. We always
Happy
love
New Year,
having you.
Angie.
All right. Bye, guys. Happy New Year. See you in
Bye.
2025.
Bye, Angie.
Bye.
Thank you. All right. So joining us to discuss our main topic, of course, which is the hopes for Ukraine, an upcoming 2025 under a Trump presidency. What's this going to look like there across the country? And what do the Ukrainians hope for? So who better to ask than an actual Ukrainian, Ted?
Imagine
an actual Ukrainian. Let's bring in an actual Ukrainian to discuss. Hi, Andy. That is Andrei Telezhenko. He's a former Ukrainian diplomat turned whistleblower, and he has been kind of excommunicated from the country because, if some people may or may not recognize his face or maybe his name, his story, he's basically excommunicated from the country because he refused to work for the corrupt Zelensky regime. And they basically put him on the now infamous Zelensky kill list, along with Tulsi Gabbard and other people like that. So he is in an undisclosed European location, but he is brave enough to join us. So Andy, always appreciate when you make some time for us. So let's start there. We are at the end of 2024. We are just a few weeks away from Donald Trump taking office. He, in his normal fashion, says stuff like, "Oh, I'm going to end the war in 24 hours" or whatever. I mean, I don't think anyone actually believes that's going to happen because that's not very realistic. But Vladimir Putin has also signaled, and not even through back channels, right? He has said it publicly during his annual end of year press conference that he does, every year for hours and hours. Vladimir Putin says, the ball is basically in Donald Trump's court because the U.S. cut off all diplomatic ties with Moscow. So if Donald Trump reaches out to me, then yes, I'll talk peace with him. When you're a Ukrainian, you have family there, you have friends there still. When you hear that, does that give you hope, or how do you translate that when you hear it?
Hi, Manila. Hi, Ted. Hi, viewers. I'm glad to be back on your show. It's
Great to have
it's
you.
a lot of stuff happening throughout this year. And just before I answer your question about Trump, just getting back into Georgia and what some U.S. lawmakers are saying, I overheard your conversation. I can just add about the Georgian elections. The margin of differences between the opposition, which lost the so-called race into Georgia to the parliament, is 43% difference, 53 to 11. So there's no way they can talk about falsification of elections, not 2 or 3%. And there's not millions and hundreds of thousands. There's a couple of thousand people going on the streets who are on a payroll from the Western NGOs who understand that their payroll is going to end soon because Georgia has a law of FARA enact. Now they're going to control everybody who's going to invest money into political games there. So that's why they're fighting for their last breath. And that's why some American law officials are stating about that. And I'd rather have those American law officials get back to America and look what's happening with the people on the streets and get them to work than rather looking into post-Soviet countries like Georgia and Ukraine. So that's just something to add to your conversation there for the viewers to understand that it's not some corrupt Georgian, Russian sphere. It's people in Georgia spoken out there's a 43% difference, 11 to 53% margin. That's the difference between the opposition and the government that won and stayed in power today. And
That's
getting back to your question,
huge margin of victory, huge.
it is. So there's democracy there, no doubt, no word about it, no doubt. So we have to just turn the page over and let the West forget about Georgia and let the West deal with Georgia in a diplomatic way, not to tell anybody what to do or tell Ukraine what to do. So here we have Ukraine, where we have the war in the third-year phase, thanks to the West, which had a coup in Ukraine in 2014, brought in also illegitimate government, which they then said it's legitimate, and started making anti-Russia out of Ukraine. And today we have over 1 million people dead from the Ukrainian army, mostly military-wise, and hundreds of thousands from the Russian side. So a lot of people dead. The war is still continuing. Nobody's talking about peace except just political slogans. And we had Russia over the last 10 years agreeing to have the Minsk Accords and Act, which Ukraine signed, Poroshenko signed, and Ukraine could have had Donbass back as an autonomy, and that would be no problem. But basically, it would be our territory. We would have stop the civil war at that time, and there would be this bloodshed today. But no, the Ukrainian government, under American control and London control, pushed this war further, didn't agree to the Minsk Accords. Russia again asked in December 2021, let's sign the NATO agreements. Let's rethink about the NATO agreements and think about Ukraine not joining NATO. The West said no. Ukraine is going to join into NATO, even though Ukraine is not in NATO. Nobody's letting Ukraine into NATO. So they're using Ukraine as a bait to continue this war and basically feeding Ukrainians lies. And then we had the Istanbul Accords, which also peace talks, which Ukraine also signed, and did not. Russia pulled out its army out of Kiev, and nobody basically went and worked on them. We could have stopped the war in 2022. So today, 2024, 2025 coming in, a new administration in Washington, which promised, and that's why I think Trump did win a lot, because the people want peace in the world, not only in America, but around the world. And Americans, first of all, want their country to stop financing this bloodshed in Eastern Europe. And Trump should stay to his word. He needs to understand, he needs to build the right team around himself, not some people who hate Russia, Russophobes, or anybody like that. He needs to have a diplomatic corps around him, diplomats who can advise him on how to end it, because America is losing from this. America's economy is losing from this dramatically. Russia's economy is growing. Europe is destroyed.
Yeah.
German economy is growing 0%. 0% growth of German economy. One of the largest economies in the world has zero growth, and a lot of companies are just falling apart. Volkswagen, Mercedes, BMW are moving to China, moving to the United States. America is happy with this, of course, because they need this to happen. But what Trump needs to do, first of all, before he even makes a phone call to Putin, if he is really serious to stop this war, he needs to get all these 16 intel agencies out of Ukraine, CIA, NSA, all of them. They're all there in Kiev. All of them are coordinating this war. Get them out of Ukraine. Get the foreign legionnaires who are fighting for the Ukrainian army out of them. There's more than 40,000 foreigners fighting for the Ukrainian army, and more than 15,000 of them are Americans, American citizens fighting on Ukrainian soil. Get them out of Ukraine, leave the embassy there, U.S. embassy, and then start peace negotiations. Then there will be no sabotage from the deep state within this process, and then he will show that and let Ukraine be more free in its process making, and because a lot of Ukrainians will oust Zelensky out, and this will make the start negotiations process with Moscow much easier. And I think that's what should be the first step. And so I've been talking about this for over a year, and Colonel Douglas Macgregor actually supported my words a couple of weeks ago and stated the same thing, that Trump needs to do this.
Yeah, I mean, clearly you've thought about this a lot, obviously, because you're invested, right? Like, I mean, you're not only a Ukrainian national, but like I said, you still have very many friends and family still there. If they've managed to, escape being kidnapped to go to the front line by Zelensky. But when you do communicate with your friends back home, do they have much hope in Donald Trump? Do they have hope that Zelensky will finally step down? Because I mean, he's out, basically said, I'm going to be president into perpetuity because there's no elections. So is there any talk about that? Do they have hope that something will change?
Yeah, Zelensky, starting May 20th, 2024, is not a legitimate president by the Constitution of Ukraine. That's it. Period. It's not Russian propaganda. It's the law,
Well,
Ukrainian law.
he claims that he declared martial law, right? So therefore, under martial law, there can't be an election. So it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy, right?
By the martial law, only the parliament can prolong its term, but it has to prolong it with an act within the parliament and a vote. By the Constitution of Ukraine, Article 110, the president cannot prolong his stay in power more than 4 years. So it is written in the Constitution, which was thrown away in Ukraine because the Constitution of Ukraine also protects, Article 10 of the Constitution of Ukraine protects the Russian language in Ukraine, which is also being destroyed today. So it protects religious freedoms, especially right now with the closing of the churches and the Kiev regime taking over the churches of the Ukrainian Patriarch Church to basically destroy our religion. So they just threw away the Constitution. America is closing its eyes on this, and that's it. So I don't know what Trump is going to do, but he should not talk to Zelensky. He's not a legitimate president. He should just give him an order to get out of Ukraine also, because he's one of those puppets who agreed to fight this war. He knew that this war is going to happen. I'm talking about Zelensky, and he's fighting it. Today, destroying Ukraine, even though a lot of Ukrainians want it to stop. And what you're asking is, do Ukrainians want to stop this war? Yes. Do Ukrainians have hope on Trump? Yes, they do. They saw that there's some blink of light in this dark, dark world that can at least talking about peace from the West, from across the ocean, the people who are able to stop it, who are able to stop the financing of this regime, financing of this war, can just do it like this really fast. I said, get out of all those intel agencies, get those legionnaires out of Ukraine, stop financing the Kiev regime, and let the Ukrainians decide what they really want. And then we will see what government will come to power. We will see, will there be elections? We will see a different change, and Ukraine starting to go to the path of peace. Because today's Kiev illegitimate regime under Zelensky is talking about war. We see anybody who's talking about peace in Eastern Europe, Orban, Fico, Zelensky's attacking them. They're going after any of those people who go to Russia to talk about peace. What is this? What world are we living in that a legitimate president is basically threatening the Western world to go anybody who's talking about peace? Because this is what he did to Ukraine. I was one of those people who had to flee Ukraine and was put on a kill list because I was talking about peace the last 4-5 years. Even before this war started, I begged on every TV station that I was on not to start this war because Ukraine is going to lose. Ukraine lost already. I can tell you that it lost because the war already started. Ukraine doesn't have it has an army only of people. Basically, I'm sorry to say, it's meat which is being thrown to the front lines and being used to stay in power for one more day, one more night, for Zelensky to make more money, and make more money for his owners in Washington. That is the biggest problem today, which has to end. And Trump and his surrounding needs to understand this, that he can negotiate. I know he's going to negotiate from the American side. He's going to try to get something out of this for the United States. But the longer he negotiates this process, the more people are going to die in Ukraine. And mostly those are going to be Ukrainian military, which don't want to fight also. The people who are being thrown today on the front lines, they don't want to fight. They're plumbers, they're beekeepers, they're farmers. They're being just taken out of the street without any training, sent to the front lines without any equipment, not even getting paid. The soldiers who fought, that started to fight this war at the beginning, they're all dead. The ones who will be trained by NATO for the last 8-10 years, starting from 2014, they're all dead. So can you imagine the trained soldiers for 8 years are dead? What's going to happen to the plumber without no training, without any equipment, sent to the front lines? Ukraine doesn't have satellites. Ukraine doesn't have ballistics. Ukraine doesn't have submarines. Ukraine doesn't have a fleet. It has the only army it has used old weapons from the West. Men on the ground in Ukraine, which are now the Zelensky regime is trying to lower the age of the military from 25 to 18, and now they're not even letting out the 16 years old out of the country, so they will be basically thrown to the front lines. This is what Hitler Germany did in 1945 before its collapse, sending Hitler Jugend the youngsters from 13 to 18 years old to fight against the Red Army, which was going into Berlin, and they lost because those kids could not fight. This is what's happening in Ukraine, and this is unfortunately being supported by the warmongers in Washington and people like that who are trying to intervene in the post-Soviet countries. Because Soviet Union, they have to understand, made a move once in 1989. Remember the fall of the Berlin Wall? That was the move from the Soviet Union to get its soldiers out of Eastern Berlin, Eastern Germany, unite Germany, and that was the biggest, basically, move in the 20th century of peace. And the agreement was that the West will not, and NATO will not move an inch into the eastward. But they did not fulfill the promise. The United States moved eastward, NATO moved eastward, and now it's on the Russian borders. And they made my country not a prosperous country the last 10 years, but they made it anti-Russia, a hatred country, a terrorist country, which is now being used to make terrorist acts against Russians and any other ones, any other one in the world. They're working their way around in Syria and Africa just to make more money for its own regime. And this is what Ukraine has become.
Let me ask you, I mean, like, a lot of listeners here in the United States have been told and taught that that the war in Ukraine was completely Russia's fault, that it's a land grab, that President Putin is bloodthirsty, that he's trying to put the Soviet Union back together, that Ukraine, when any suggestion that Ukraine did anything to provoke it is wrong, and it's pro-Russia, and it's unfair to the Ukrainians. The Ukrainians are innocent victims in all this. Zelensky is a noble person. What do you say to them?
I'm sorry.
You know that's the mainstream view here.
I know what the mainstream view. Yeah, it's just terrible. Problem is, I just gave you an example. The uniting of Germany, the fall of the Berlin Wall, was the agreement from the Soviet Union and Russia. Let the soldiers out. The Americans didn't leave Germany. They still have their military bases in Western Germany. Nobody talking about that. Russia, the Soviet Union left 400,000 army, left Germany and united it. And the agreement was not to have NATO move eastward. The NATO continued to move eastward for the last 30 years. And Ukraine, after its coup in 2013-14, I was in the government. I was the advisor to the first deputy prime minister of Ukraine, overseeing Ukraine intel and military and law enforcement. I remember those days when the head of the CIA came to Ukraine and gave an order to basically destroy Donbass, to shell Donbass with artillery. People in Donbass did not have an army. People in Donbass were, they were supported from different groups, but they did not have an army, didn't have artillery, didn't have aviation, but they were shelled by the Kiev regime for more than 8 years, and more than 15,000 civilians were killed during that period of time. And nobody talked about that at all. So Ukraine moved against its own people. Ukraine started this war, the Kiev government, not the Ukrainians, but the Kiev government. And then in that 10 years time frame, since 2014 until today, they were building propaganda to hate Russia within Ukraine, to hate anything Russian, anything Soviet, that Ukraine didn't have any connection to the Soviet Union at all, even though our history is a 70-year history within the Soviet Union, and Ukrainians, we were part of the Soviet Union for 70 years. And before that, we were part of the Russian Empire for more than 400 years. And before that, the Kiev Rus, Russia and Ukraine came, basically today's Russia and Ukraine came from the Kiev Rus thousands of years ago, and we had our own church, which is also being destroyed today by the West. Right. So who is destroying what today? The West is destroying Ukraine and moving Ukraine to fight. If they wanted Ukraine, if they were loving Ukraine so much in the West, they would stop this war, understanding that Ukraine could not win a nuclear nation like Russia. They wanted to topple the regime in Russia. We were talking about Carter and Reagan before this. During Reagan time, Brzezinski wrote an article for Reagan talking about how to destroy Russia from within. Two Slavic countries fighting and spilling blood between each other, they thought would topple Russia and destroy it into 50 pieces. That's what their plan was with this war. They wanted to topple the government in Russia at the beginning of this war, and that's why this war even started, because that's what the agenda was in Washington, to take the Russian resources and the Ukrainian resources. $75 trillion of resources. And
That's why the
Donbass has always been
Donbass has
riches.
been attacked for the last 10 years, right?
Yes, it was. That's why they gave away the Obama administration. I was there when they said we don't care about Crimea. That's why there was no blood spilled in Crimea. The people went out
Right.
in Crimea and also didn't want to be with the illegitimate Kiev government, and they said the word in the referendum, and they went away peacefully. There was no blood spill. But for Donbass, the head of the CIA, Brennan, and I gave an article to Aaron Mate, which this year, which I'm quoted in, and he talks about this in depth, how the director of CIA, Brennan, came to Ukraine, and 3 days before the anti-terrorist operation in Donbass, he gave an order to shell Donbass and not give it away to the Russians. That's what was Washington's fighting for, resources, and that's why today we see the outcome from Washington and the new administration to take over Greenland, Canada, because that's where the future resource. It's funny today, but we may see the world change in the next 10, 15 years. America is fighting for resources around the globe today because $75 trillion worth of resources in Russia, more than $10 trillion worth of resources in Eastern Ukraine, and they need that. But if they cannot have it, they need something else because dollar is on the verge of bankruptcy. $36 trillion worth of debt.
Point.
Where it's going to go? It's going to all fall apart one day. That's where it's going into Bitcoin because the paper money.
Andy.
Yeah, I don't want to be conspiracy theory, but this is my analytics, and I think that's what's going to happen.
I agree with you because it's downward trending, especially with BRICS, and they're working on their own currency and all of that. So I see your point. At first I laughed because I'm like, oh yeah, Trump talking about wanting to buy Greenland, or it sounds crazy because it comes from Trump, and the way he says it doesn't give it much credibility. Or saying, let's absorb Canada, or what he says.
Every time the United States has expanded in the past, even in the 19th century, the presidents and the senators who brought it up were always laughed at, right? I mean, Senator Seward, it was called, the purchase of Alaska from Russia was called Seward's Folly. People in Congress thought the Louisiana Purchase was insane. The Gadsden Purchase was considered to be insane. Going to war with Mexico over Texas was considered insane. So it's always considered insane, and then until they do it.
Until it happens. Well,
Yeah.
Fair enough. Last thing I want to throw at you, Andy, before we let you go, is you and I were chuckling about this, was that because for us in the States, December 25th is Christmas. And Joe Biden obviously was condemning the onslaught in Ukraine on December 25th and called it, this Christmas massacre and whatever. Can you please tell the world, the viewers, what December 25th is for Ukrainian Orthodox people? Because I think the majority of Ukrainians are Orthodox, right?
Yeah. The Catholic world celebrates Christmas on the 25th, and it's a great holiday. And Christmas has always been a sacred place for everybody. But the problem is with Ukraine, as again, with the West get involved, they formed this fake church, the PTSU, the OCU, and I call it a fake church. I call them Satanists, because they're taking over our churches, our Orthodox churches of Ukraine Orthodox Church in Ukraine. Coming in, beating up the priests.
Your church is illegal now.
By the law, they're moving it to make it illegal totally, to ban it, even though it has a more than 1,000-year history. 1,000-year, it's older than the United States, more than 10 times. So this is, I'm talking about this process. They're trying to, even if the war stops. That's why I'm calling out for all these groups, intel groups to leave. They're influencing to make it a religious war between Russia and Ukraine in the future, to put this problem in between churches. Basically, this new OCE church formed by Philip Ricker, who was Pompeo's right-hand man in the State Department because he goes to the Constantinople church. And they basically made this plan to form this. It was formed under Hillary, then he made it possible during the Trump administration under Pompeo, which basically went against Trump, and he's basically now Trump's enemy. I hope, because Pompeo should not be trusted. And basically, right now, they formed this fake church, made it political, moving it closer to the Western standards, even though there was no official religious process to make this happen. It was a fake process. which was done under Poroshenko, and now Zelensky is making it more radical, destroying the holiday of the 7th of January, where most of the Christian Orthodox, more than 11 million Ukrainian Christian Orthodox, celebrate Christmas on the 7th of January, which now not even a holiday in Ukraine. And they made it on the 25th. Yeah, they basically made it a work day. Even not a possibility for anybody who wants to celebrate it, they cannot. So people would had to have gather on the 25th.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, so it's basically they're pushing it so hard, it's so politicized to make this OCE church more powerful and to take over control all these. Yeah, take it all the churches, make it the official religion of Ukraine, even though it's not. Those churches are now being taken over by the OCU, are being used as concert halls. By our religion, Orthodox religion, you cannot have a concert in the church. It's against our values, Christian values. But they are basically putting concerts right now and culinary shows, making food within the church. And I've been talking about this on Twitter a lot. And it's just crazy what they're doing. Basically, they're going against not only
your church.
Yes, and our religion. And this religion has been in Ukraine for more than 1,000 years. And they're trying to take it over and destroy it and make it more pro-Western and take over the churches. So they will be controlled by the so-called Western Church, OCU, which is being formed illegally and falsely by the State Department and Philip Perker. So there are names to this, and there are strings attached right to the America.
What do you
That
think?
is crazy, Andy.
So
I had no idea that they took away January 7th from officially. That's crazy. I mean, Ted, I think we got to run because we both have doctor's appointments. So,
all right, very quickly, 60 seconds, Andy. Can you just answer me? Are you optimistic at all about Trump coming in? Do you think anything will change for the better or worse, or what do you think will happen?
There is hope with the new administration coming to Washington. Hope that there's going to be peace. I do believe that it can be changed. That Trump is not a deep state candidate. And if he surrounds himself with people like Tulsi Gabbard, Kash Patel, will be a more prosperous America and a prosperous world for everybody. I think that's what I hope, and I will be praying for President Trump to make the right decisions in this. Because today we also are responsible. Washington is responsible for Ukraine, and Washington has to stop this war.
Same thing. Well said, Andy. I think, you always outline everything that's happening back in your motherland more succinctly than anybody could. And the fact that you're put on a kill list because of your opinions, your dissent, I would say, on Zelensky is just this is what the new democracy looks like, right, guys?
And falsely sanctioned in America. And falsely sanctioned in America for talking about
that's true.
The truth.
Same thing. For dissenting, you are also sanctioned by the Biden government and can't have a normal life right now because of the sanctions from the United States. So, but again, this is what democracy looks like, Andy. You should sacrifice for democracy.
We will build our own future, and hopefully it will be peaceful for everybody, and everybody should be prosperous. And I hope everybody will be prosperous in the new year, and we will have peace with God's help.
Thank you, Andy. Of course, Andrei Telezhenko is a former Ukrainian diplomat and a whistleblower, and a very brave soul. I wish you a happy new year, Andy, and a Merry Christmas on January 7th, on official Orthodox Christmas, because I know a lot of Orthodox people, and they will never accept December 25th as Christmas, no matter how Western they are. It's the whole week of January, as far as I'm concerned. My Orthodox friends, they'll never accept that. So
it's on the lunar calendar, right? So it's different every year, right?
No, it's on the 7th every year. Yeah.
Oh, it is? Okay, all right.
It's the Easter that changes.
Okay, all right.
Yes.
I don't understand the lunar calendar at all. Okay, so
I always remember with my Eastern Orthodox friends that New Year's week, they always took the Gregorian New Year. That week is always off. They were gone, and I would go, why do you get the whole week off for New Year's? Oh, you're Orthodox Christian. Okay, so it's your Christmas. Okay, so that made a lot more sense to me. So hopefully you guys get your holiday back, and I hope this year that your life can return to normal, or this coming year, 2025, that you get to return to normal life, and you can see your friends and family back home. Andre, thank you so much as always for your time. We'll speak to you again very soon. We're going to pray for you that you get your life back. Thank you, my friend.
Thank you very much, Manila Ted. I appreciate it. All the best. God bless.
Likewise. Take care, Andre.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Happy New Year.
Scarcely noticed by most of the world, the civil war in Syria has been grinding out for more than a decade. A proxy war with the central government of Bashar al-Assad, who is a secular socialist leader of the Ba'ath Party, supported by its traditional ally Russia, along with Iran and Hezbollah in Lebanon, against an assortment of radical jihadi militias, including remnants of al-Qaeda, supported by the United States. I know it hurts your brain. Under the cover of going after the terrorist group ISIS, the balance of power had remained relatively stable at the front lines despite the threat of total fragmentation as Syria's Kurds seized their own autonomous zone along the Turkish border. All that until a couple of weeks ago when everything got crazy again. Now an al-Qaeda affiliate called Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, also known as HTS, and its allies have launched an offensive that has shocked the world by capturing the second largest city in Syria, Aleppo. The TMI show now brings you an exclusive look from directly inside HTS-occupied Syria with Stephen, I hope I get this right, Sayuni, a Syrian nationalist and journalist in Aleppo. What's it like to live under HTS control? How likely
the flag of a different country.
How likely are they to top the government of Bashar al-Assad in Damascus? What would be the regional and global implications of a radical jihadi state on the border with Israel? The United States has been trying to persuade al-Assad to abandon his allies, Russia and Iran, but has so far failed. Is that likely to change? Can Russia, trying to close the deal in Ukraine, divert resources in order to save the government of Syria? What are the implications for Israel right next door? A lot to unpack, and we pre-recorded this shortly before, just less than an hour before we went on the air here. You're muted, Manila. You're muted.
I'm going to be able to chat with you all as we roll this video. We're going to put it up on full screen. We pre-recorded with Stephen. I've talked to him before. Like he fled Aleppo after the earthquakes, and it was horrible to find out that. You remember Ted, during those massive earthquakes that was like hit the tri-state area, including Turkey, and the shit just came crumbling all over Aleppo. And the United States decided, yeah, we're just going to go ahead and apply sanctions while you're under earthquake rubble, so that way nobody can help you.
We're so sweet.
That's Joe Biden's administration is so thoughtful. That's so nice, and apparently it still hasn't been lifted. So so that was like less than 2 years ago. They're trying to recover from that, and now in Aleppo, and now this. So let's roll it. All right, now you're muted.
This is very important, guys. So stay tuned and watch this. You're going to need to know about this.
He was excellent. Let's make sure this video gets rolling. All right, everybody, the video has begun. The recording has begun. So, Stephen, right, I'm going to remove you. Are a Syrian national. I've talked to you before about, after the earthquakes and all of that, and the Joe Biden sanctions, and apparently none of that has been lifted. You guys are still suffering in Syria, and now Aleppo has fallen to these terrorist groups. Can you tell us who these terrorist groups are that are taking over Aleppo? And I'm also reading that they're now trying to travel south into Homs.
That's true. This group, this is the same group that's been since 2011, when the Obama administration started this new Middle East and the Arab Spring, and he funded it, and the war on Syria. This group in the beginning in 2011, they were called the Syrian Free Army. Then they changed their name to Jabhat al-Nusra, then to ISIS, then to the al-Nusra Front again. Now it's called HTS, Hayat Tahrir al-Sham. They're the same people. They didn't change. They just changed their clothes. They changed their name. And the mainstream media fixes them and makes them look like angels. And we saw yesterday in the Security Council, they call them rebels. Rebels who are from Chechnya fighting in Syria, who are Uyghurs, who are Uzbekistan fighters, Tajikistan fighters, and also rebels, Syrian rebels, who the first thing they do when they enter Aleppo, they lift up the Turkish flag, the flag of a different country, on the symbol of the city, and that's the citadel of Aleppo. That is who took over Aleppo. Also, in the first few hours, the first thing they did is they went into the prison and they let out more than 3,000 prisoners, killers, murderers, rapers, thieves. And today there are groups stealing cars, knocking on doors, attacking people in their house because of those murders. That's who took over Aleppo, and they did not attack in 100 or 200. They attacked in thousands. They attacked the city in the thousands with the support of the Turkish Secret Service and the American Secret Service. The American State Department has been funding them, and they've been giving them the taxpayer money for years. And Trump stopped that. President Trump stopped that. And also, there's reports that the White Wolf group, who's Ukrainian, they're in Idlib, also supporting them and fighting. So this is an intelligent war between the US, Turkey, NATO against Syria, Iran, and Russia. It's much bigger than opposition and Syrian army and government and democracy and freedom.
Wow. Ted, you're on mute.
Sorry about that. Stephen, let me ask you about this Turkish affiliation, right? I mean, Turkey, we think of as the ultimate secular Islamic state, ever since Ataturk, and even though there's been a move toward Islamic nationalism under Erdogan, still it's a secular state more than not. Why would Turkey want to involve itself with the kind of radical jihadis that you're talking about? That's the first part of my question. My second part is, what happens if HTS, as they're currently called, what happens if they take over, if they defeat al-Assad and they install themselves in Damascus? Does this essentially turn Syria into an ISIS-like caliphate? Does it turn it into Afghanistan under the Taliban? Is there an analogy that we can look at in order for, as Americans, to understand exactly what the implications would be ideologically and otherwise?
First of all, Turkey always wanted to take over Aleppo, because today Aleppo, even if just 2 minutes, just to say why Aleppo is so important. Aleppo, please. It is one of the biggest cities in the Middle East. It is one of the biggest industrial cities in the Middle East. And also in 2010, Aleppo was, the factories of Aleppo was making everything for Syria. Syria went to zero importing. And that is because of the factories of Aleppo. And in 2010, Syria had the biggest industrial city in the Middle East, and that was in Aleppo. That's why, and the people of Aleppo, they are known for loving, they've been in business, and their love in business and in industrial, and they've been doing that for 10 years. Today we're talking about the oldest city on planet Earth. He always wanted it. That's number one. Number two, he's been wanting to sit on with the Syrian government, Bashar al-Assad, on the negotiation table. But President Assad has been refusing, and he's saying, I will sit on the table with Erdogan only if you pull your military out. The Turkish today, the Turkish army is occupying parts of Syria. President Assad said several times, we will sit on the table, but pull out your troops. So he wants to force the Syrian government to sit on the table under his condition, as they say, negotiation under fire. And that is why, and Syrian government will not accept that, and they will not go for that. And that's why they asked for the help of their allies, Iran, the Iraqis, and the Russians. That's number one. Number two, God forbid if this happens and this HTS takes over Syria, we will be another Afghanistan. But that's the problem, is that the American State Department and the White House, they use these groups in their missions. Any country that says no to the United States or they're anti-imperialism, we demonize them on the media, and at the same time we'll send them these radical groups. They did it to Gaddafi, they did it to Ali bin Abdullah Saleh in Yemen, They did it to Saddam Hussein. They did it to several countries, and also, of course, Syria. If Syria falls, and that's why we see today all of the Arab countries, Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, Jordan, Egypt, the Arab League, all supporting President Assad. This is the first time it happened in 15 years. We are talking about nations, rich nations and powerful nations are supporting him in fighting terrorism. And that's why I see they will not succeed, because he has massive political support.
What about Israel? I mean, Syria, I mean, it's one thing. Afghanistan is landlocked. Much of its border is with countries the United States doesn't either hates, like Iran, or doesn't care about, like Turkmenistan and Uzbekistan. But Syria is smack dab against Israel. If it becomes it gets ISIS, it becomes effectively a Taliban in the Middle East. Then what happens? I mean, aren't the Israelis can't be happy about that, right? There's got to be a split between Israeli policymakers and American policymakers.
They're very happy, the Israelis.
Really?
Those are their those are their number one fighters. Those are their other army. These groups in the years back, when they were occupying the south of Syria, Daraa, Quneitra, and Swed, and the south of Syria. When the Syrian army used to bomb them and attack them, they used to go to Israel used to take them to their hospitals and fix them. And Benjamin Netanyahu, he went to the hospitals and checked on them. And
like in the Golan Heights, right?
In the Golan Heights. And he went and checked on them in the hospitals, and there's videos of that. It happened in 2013 and 14. And also, when you see the Israeli media concentrating on the research center in Aleppo, non-stop talking about the research center, and at the same time, 24 hours after that, the scientist, he's an Armenian Christian scientist from Aleppo, leaving Aleppo, trying to flee for his life, with a bullet in his head while fleeing. So the only one who wants that is Israel.
But it's insane, right? I mean, from their own point of view, they're complete idiots from their own point. From their own point. I mean, even if they don't care about Syria, it's crazy for them, right? In the long run.
Yeah. Yes, and but also they want to separate Syria from Lebanon, from the border. That's why they want to go down from Hama to Hummus. Hummus, it's on the border with Lebanon. So they want to separate the Syrian government from Lebanon, so Hezbollah does not get any more weapons and support. So they cannot resist the Israeli occupation in the south of Lebanon. So this all turns up in the favor of Israel.
Interesting. Let me ask you something, Stephen, about the timing of all of this. I mean, you brought up the U.S. State Department and what have you, and the Joe Biden administration. He's in his last 5-6 weeks of office, and we saw in the past year or 2 years that the Arab League has now normalized relations with Bashar al-Assad. Why all of a sudden do you think this insurgent terrorist group suddenly appeared in Aleppo? It seemed like for a long time, for the last year, since the earthquake, that things seemed a little bit calm. Why now? Why all of a sudden in Joe Biden's last 6 weeks of office, this is happening?
This takes us to inter-American policies, and that is Biden wants to cause as much chaos as he can to give Trump as possible. He lit up. He gave the order for the Ukrainians to use long-range missiles. He's lighting it up in Georgia. He lit it up. He's supporting Turkey and calling these terrorist rebels, and he has a big role in these terrorists. So he's trying to cause chaos for Trump as much as he can in different areas in the world, so he can keep him busy for the next 4 years. Because we all know that Trump, he does not want to use the American taxpayer on wars like Middle East and Korea. Sorry, not Korea. So, I mean Ukraine, and using the American taxpayer to war. He wants to use that money for the economy, to rebuild the economy. So they don't, and the Democrats, they don't want that. They want to keep. They love war. They love keeping the weapon factories and merchant busy and making money. That's why they're doing it.
Stephen, let me ask you, what is it like there in Aleppo? What part of the city are you in? Have you seen any of these fighters? I mean, having been to the Middle East, I imagine that most people are off the streets, just staying home, only going out the bare minimum to get supplies early in the morning. Shutters are drawn. I mean, is that basically the situation? People are hunkering down with as much as possible. And have you seen any of these fighters driving by or walking by in the streets?
First of all, I'm in Latakia, but I have a lot of relatives in Aleppo, and I'm in contact with them every day and every hour, checking on them. The majority of the citizens, they're staying home. They are trying to these tears, they're trying to, as they say, brainwash these people. They give them a few loaves of bread here and there. They give them a little bit of gasoline. They're trying to brainwash them to say, oh, look, we're good. But in reality, they have much bigger goals than other goals. Like, for example, they went to the Christian neighborhoods and they took off all of the Christmas trees and and forbid them because they're Islamic terrorists. At the same time, one of my relatives, he was driving a car and he had a cigarette in his hand, and they screamed at him and they almost beat him because he had a cigarette, and to them, cigarette is illegal.
It's haram.
So it's haram. Also, the same thing for a woman with a scarf. A woman cannot walk around with a scarf. So all of this, that's why it's scaring the people. Like, there's a lot of people, the naive, the simple people, they'll believe in that, giving them a few loaves of bread and some gasoline. But there's a lot of people, they're not believing it because they know them. These same groups, these same terrorists, just 3 years ago, they had Aleppo surrounded and forbidding water and food from them. Also, years ago, 2-3 years ago, these same terrorists, they were launching missiles on the civilians, and they killed hundreds of civilians in the past years of the war.
What about like hospitals and stuff, Stephen? Hospitals, schools, stuff like that? Is civilian infrastructure still in place with the terrorists taking over Aleppo?
Schools and the colleges are shut. The hospitals are still going, but there's a lack of equipment and lack of doctors, because about 2 million out of 6 million, 2 million fled the city. And if the doors were open, much more could have fled.
What does it? I mean, the reports that we're getting is that the central government of Syria did not defend Aleppo. They basically ran away, right? I mean, they claimed that even by their own account, they quote unquote dozens of Syrian soldiers were killed, dozens, to defend such a huge city, and were lost in this. I mean, what happened there?
Were they just unprepared for this attack?
First of all, we're talking about a government military of a country. We're not talking about a militia. So after 15 years of war, it's any army will be tired. Any army will cannot stay on alert for 15 years straight. As we all know, we're talking about a government military. At the same time, there was a deal between Turkey, Russia, and Iran, the Astana meeting, for decreasing tension. The Syrian army, so that's why they were not on high alert, because there was an agreement for decreasing tension. And at the same time, as I told you, the Syrian army, after 15 years, they did everything. They did everything possible that they can. There's hardly any more men, because, as I told you, because it's been 15 years, not 1 or 2. And also, a lot of the allies of Syria went to South Lebanon, like we're talking about Hezbollah, went to the South Lebanon. The Iraqis, they went back to their countries. They saw the situation decrease. But as always, and as Turkey stabbed in the back, they stabbed Russia in the back, they stabbed Iran in the back, and of course they've been stabbing Syria in the back for decades now.
Stephen, let's talk about Russia. Syria and Russia are close allies. They have been for a very long time, since the Soviet period, at least. And it would be a tremendous loss of prestige for Russia to lose Syria. What do you think? I mean, can President Putin send enough resources? I mean, he's trying to close down, and he's close to victory in Ukraine. So he wants to finish that war, obviously. what is it likely that the Russians are going to deploy more resources soon in order to, to come to maybe liberate Aleppo?
Today, now, since the battle started, the Syrian Air Force and the Russian Air Force have been targeting these terrorists. They've been already killed over 1,500 of these terrorists already in the city of Idlib, Hama, and the suburbs of Aleppo. So the Russian help and the Russian support for Syria, if it was politically or militarily, Syria wouldn't have survived and stood up on its feet without the Russian support, starting from September 2015. Today, who saved Syria? It's of course the Syrian army and their martyrs, that's for sure. But if it wasn't for the Russian support and the Russian help, it wouldn't have. That's on one side. On the other side, today, Russia today is a superpower, growing superpower, standing in the face of the United States. There are a lot of competition, militarily, politically. There are alliances of Russia, China, and Iran. So Russia is trying to build their allies, make their allies strong, and increase where they're at. Like we're seeing in Africa. Politically, I'm talking, and economically, and we're seeing in Syria. Today, Russia has 2 military bases in the coast, and that is to save and to keep the interest, the national security. Today, Syria is the national security of Russia. If, God forbid, these terrorists take over Syria, then they'll go to Iraq. They will go to Iran. Then they're on the borders of Russia, and the Russian government, they know that and they understand that. That's why they're standing with a secular Syria and a Syria with no terrorism.
And what about the Arab neighbors? As we mentioned earlier, in the last couple of years, the Arab League in particular, after isolating Syria from basically the family, we can call it that, right? For more than a decade. The relations are now thawed. Do you foresee any of the members of the Arab League also stepping up and coming in to help the Assad government?
Big supports coming, political support. I'm talking political support, and that's even sometimes much more important, because what's happening today in Syria, it cannot be finished militarily. It can only finish politically. But it's going to wait until who wins more on the ground so they can be stronger on the table. But today, when you see Saudi Arabia and the UAE supporting President Assad, we're not talking about poor countries or weak countries. We're talking about countries that the superpowers they listen to, and the superpowers they take by their advice. And today, when we hear Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman and the President of the UAE, Mohammed bin Zayed, saying we support President Assad in his war against terrorism, that's mean they support. There's big support. And also the Arab League. The only Arab country who's not standing with Syria is Qatar, because Qatar have alliances with Turkey, and that is because Qatar and Turkey are Muslim Brotherhood, the terrorist group called Muslim Brotherhood. They have that ideology.
Normally, Stephen, you would expect the UN Security Council to go into emergency session over a development like this. That hasn't happened yet. There's just been sort of some quiet expressions of alarm. Why do you think that is?
Because what's happening, it's in the fear of America and what America wants. If it was something against America, or America was losing, then you will see the National Security meeting, the Security Council meeting. Then you will see the mainstream media calling him a dictator, calling the Syrian government dictators and killing children. And you don't be surprised if they will use the chemical attack Syria again. They will use that when they start losing. But as long as they're winning, the Americans are winning, and they're in a powerful, you won't hear any condemning or any meetings to finish this.
Stephen, there is a report in this morning's New York Times that the quietly behind closed doors, in the mindset of American policymakers, a lot of this has been about trying, believe it or not, to get al-Assad to move away from Iran, Hezbollah, and Russia toward the United States. They think that they're pressuring him to join some sort of, alliance or friendship or frenemy status with the U.S. I mean, is that true? And if it's true, what exactly are these Americans thinking? I mean, it's not exactly a good way to make friends.
The war on Syria started because of that. They launched this war on Syria in 2011 because of that. They wanted Syria to leave Iran and Russia. Because, as you said, Syria has old ties with Russia, going back all the way to the Soviet Union. And if you read Syrian history, it will go back even in history when Russia was still an empirism. Syria, there was good relationship between Syria and Russia. So in historical, they've been close. The United States, they want to get the Syrian government and Syria away from Hezbollah and Iran. They've been doing that for decades. They're unable. And that's why sometimes the American, they do mistakes. They don't learn from their mistakes, and they don't learn from past lessons. We're talking about President Bashar al-Assad and his late father, Hafez Assad. They have the same mentality, and they have the same foreign policy. They don't go under pressure. No matter what happens, they don't bow down. That's the Syrian foreign policy. And that, more important than that, Syria doesn't stab their allies in the back. Because in 2010, there is reports that the old crown prince, the father of Hamad, the crown prince, the father of the crown prince now, his father came and met with the Syrian president and told them they want to put a gas pipeline from Qatar to Syria to Europe to cut the gas off of Russia. Syrian president went to Russia and showed this. That's what the U.S. wants. So Syria doesn't stab back their allies. If they accepted that project, Syria wouldn't have this 15 years of war. But because of Syria is loyal to their allies, to Iran, to Hezbollah, to Russia, they're loyal to China, to their allies, and I'm talking in the East. That's why they're paying this big price, and they destroyed our country completely, and we've been suffering for 15 years because of that.
And and lots of countries have been that have been between great powers have seen that the United States is a feckless ally and not really to be trusted anyway.
So true.
Yeah. Last thing I'll ask you, Stephen, is what about Bashar al-Assad's position in the country? Does he still have wide support within the civilian population across Syria?
Yes, because especially after this happened, he does have wide support in all sects and all religions in Syria. He does have wide support because, look, let me just one thing. After 15 years, the Syrian people are tired. They're tired from everything. They just want to finish. They want the situation they finish. They want to go back to their jobs and factories. They want to go back. They want electricity all the time. Like now we're getting 45 minutes of electricity now because the terrorists in Aleppo, have shut off the electricity off of the rest of the country. Off of the electric plant in Aleppo, they gave it only to Aleppo, besides giving it to the whole country. So we're having half an hour of electricity, hardly any more gas and fuel. The Syrian people are tired. And at the same time, they don't want to live under extremists. The Syrian people have never been extremists. Syria is over 10,000 years old. We're a secular country. There's 18 different sects in Syria. There's churches, mosques. There's even some Jews. And we all live in peace. Until 2010, until the Americans interfered.
It's a beautiful country.
Yeah.
I'm really sorry about what's going on there.
Well, we're praying
and it will
for
be
your
again.
family in Aleppo.
I hope so.
Thank you so much.
One quick
Stephen.
question: how's the cell phone service? Is that 24 hours? I mean, in Afghanistan under the Taliban, they shut it off at night.
They started now in Aleppo. They started shutting it off, and now they're putting their own cell phones. So the cell phone connection is very bad.
Wow.
They've been shutting off the Syrian cell phone, and they're putting their own cell phone, and Turkish also.
Wow.
What a strange situation. 2 million people basically held hostage in a big city. It's just very, very strange. So we're obviously paying attention. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Much more than 2 million.
Much more.
Aleppo 7 million. Aleppo 7 million. 2 million fled Aleppo. Yes, 2 million fled Aleppo, and there's still about 4 to 5 million.
How many HTS fighters do you think there are in Aleppo, occupying Aleppo? I mean, that's a big city.
As I understood, when the big first attack, there were between 20 to 35,000 fighters.
Wow.
Yes.
So it's in war, it's hard to occupy a big civilian population like that for any length of time. I mean, if this were to continue, I'm sorry, very quickly, could you imagine there being a civilian resistance cropping up?
Actually, it's already started. There's small clashes, and there's a lot of the militants being found killed, and no one the terrorists are not understanding how or who or why. So the civilian resistance already started in Aleppo.
Do Syrians have guns?
Until 2011, no one had gun, only the police. Now almost everyone. I don't, but almost everyone.
Gotcha.
Wow, I feel like we're witnessing, like you said, this small clashes, people secretly attacking the terrorists. Like, it's like
But
private
all
civilians, if they see an opportunity, they just take them out. That's like a movie.
But all Syrians believe that this is the last battle. Like, this is the last battle, then the crisis is over. Then there's a political solution. So all the Syrians are, for sure. That's why they're being patient, because they know this is the final battle.
Why do they think that? Why are they convinced of that?
Because of the international how the international politics is going, especially with Trump coming in.
Really?
Trump and Russia are close to each other for several reasons, and also at the same time as the Arab support. We never had that Arab support, so the situation politically is changing. So that will affect Syria to better.
I hope so. I hope you guys, I hope Trump comes in and drops these Biden sanctions, and hopefully other, help can be on the way. Thank you so much, Stephen.
So.
We
You're
hope
welcome.
you can join us again to keep us updated with everything.
Please stay safe, and for your family too.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. All right, let's go ahead and bring in John Kiriakou. Thank you so much for joining us here on the TMI show.
Happy to do it. Good to see you both.
Always.
Howdy, John. It's a pleasure to meet you, sir.
Pleasure's mine.
All right, John, I'm gonna intro the topic and intro you, and then we're gonna do this. All right, this feels like a movie you've seen before. A secular socialist government where women and ethnic minorities have some rights that are respected is targeted by the United States and its allies, in large part because it shows that left-wing politics can be successful. The Carter administration armed the Mujahideen in Afghanistan, setting the stage for Al-Qaeda and 9/11. The Bush administration overthrew Saddam Hussein in Iraq, creating a failed state that became a vassal of Iran and a home for ISIS. Obama killed Muammar Gaddafi in Libya, creating a failed state where slave markets have reappeared and radical Muslim fundamentalists hold sway. Now, an officially designated terrorist organization has, with the help of the US and Israel, overthrown Bashar al-Assad in Syria in a matter of a week. Will Hayat Tahrir al-Sham and its reformist leader, Ahmed al-Sharaa, keep their promise to limit their ambitions to the domestic politics of Syria? Will they impose radical Taliban-style Sharia law on Syria? What are the implications for Russia, which accepted Assad but did not provide sufficient air support to protect his regime? Israel has already started bombing Syria, and so has the US, saying that its 1974 peace deal was with the Assad government, which no longer exists. Will the war in Lebanon and Gaza spread into Syria even more? What are the security implications for Israel, which wanted this regime change, apparently, right next door? Joining us is, of course, John Kiriakou, an American author, journalist, and former CIA intelligence officer. He's a columnist and talk show host who was jailed for nearly 2 years for exposing the interrogation techniques of the U.S. government. John, thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me, Ted.
So, John, this is, I know, from us talking, in elsewhere, that this came as a surprise to you as well as to most people. I think we all kind of thought that there was sort of a quagmire in Syria, and that basically forces were pretty much evenly balanced between the Assad government, supported by particularly Russia, and then to a lesser extent Iran and Hezbollah, and the other forces like the United States and the Kurds and so on. What do you think? I mean, you've had more time to think about it now. I mean, what do you think has happened in what happened to Assad? Like, I mean, the first hint of this was when that first big city fell up in the northwestern part of the country, and we were told that, quote unquote, dozens of Syrian government troops had died in Aleppo, had lost and like the city fell after dozens of casualties. You don't lose a city with millions of people with just dozens of casualties unless you're like, in Monty Python and the Holy Grail, and you just run away. I mean, isn't that pretty much what happened, and why?
Yeah, that's pretty much what happened. I think that the Wizard of Oz, who was behind the curtain, was Recep Tayyip Erdogan in all of this. The Turks have had a very significant presence in Syria for a very long time. They've wanted this border strip as a buffer zone, et cetera, et cetera. But what we saw really was, I think, a perfect storm where the Russians are bogged down in Ukraine. Hezbollah has been decimated. I mean, for all intents and purposes, at least temporarily, Hezbollah has ceased to exist as a military organization, thanks to the Israelis. And the Iranians have been cowed by the Israelis into declining to come in on Assad's side. Remember, it was only the Russians and the Iranians with Hezbollah assistance that has kept Assad in power for as long as he's been in power.
Right.
Things started to change a week ago. A week ago Saturday, he went to Russia, ostensibly for meetings with the foreign minister, Sergei Lavrov, and with President Putin. He took his entire family with him. But when he came back the next day to Damascus, he left his entire family in Syria. So he knew something that everybody else apparently didn't know. In the meantime, there were 4 flights using the same plane that took Assad, 4 flights from Damascus to Moscow over the course of the past week, apparently with his personal property, with cash, with art, with whatever it was he could get out of the country with. So he saw this coming. Now, the things that have surprised me are severalfold. First, where the heck were the Russians? I mean, this is essentially Russia's only ally in the Middle East. The Iranians aside, that's more of a commercial relationship than a military one. But Syria was Russia's only ally, and they couldn't come up with 1,000 troops or a couple thousand troops or maybe some rockets or tanks to hold this thing off. And secondly, where were the Iranians? The Assad family adheres to the Alawi sect of Shia Islam, right? Syria is a majority Sunni Muslim country. The Gulf Arabs have always had a deep and abiding hatred of the Assad family, and they have supported these Sunni militant groups. So why didn't the Iranians say, "Oh my gosh, there's a danger to Assad. He's one of us. He's a Shia. We have to do something. We can't rely on Hezbollah to cross the border to help him. So we have to do it." And then they did nothing. So I think Assad was in this position this past week where there was literally nothing he could do to save himself. He just had to run.
Are we going to find out that the Syrian army wasn't paid? That's part of what, I mean, I keep looking at analogies with Afghanistan. And then we learned that the Northern Alliance-backed government, the Ghani regime had not been paying their troops for many, many months. And the officers were stealing all the money. So that must be part of it too, right?
I would assume, yes, because their money would be coming from Russia, and the Russians have their own problems right now. I wouldn't trust Syrian officers to equitably provide payment to the men under their command. And when you've got the Turks on the border, you have the Syrian Kurds fighting against you. You have Hayat Tahrir al-Sham blowing you up. The Iranians aren't going to help. Save yourself, man. Go back to your village, get your family, and run. And that's what happened.
So I have go ahead, Ted.
Robbie, please.
No, I just have a question for you. So, as the accent kind of belays, I'm obviously from the South, and so we always study about, the great heroes of antiquity. And so I'm thinking about Stonewall Jackson. One of the things that he always says, whenever you're at war, stay on top of your enemies, misdirect them, mystify them, and then you just you crush them.
Yeah.
So my question is the whole thing with the pagers and with the Hezbollah blowing up and all this other stuff going on, where it looked like Israel was kind of playing hardball with the Hezbollah.
Yeah.
Is it possible that was a misdirection, that the real target was Syria all along, since the Syrian state was hollowed out anyway without a viable economy?
Oh yes, I do believe that. But I don't even think it was even so secret. I think it was all part of the longer game. Ted and I spoke about this when it took place. I support the Palestinian cause. I support Palestinian human rights. I believe that if we're going to be supporters of peace, then we have to be supporters of peace everywhere. Okay, with that aside, these continued Israeli attacks on Hezbollah have been absolutely brilliant. From an intelligence perspective and a planning perspective, brilliant. I spent 15 years in the CIA. I would have never thought of this. So they knew exactly what they were doing, and they knew the effect that this was going to have. I think the Israelis also learned a lesson when they blew up the Hamas safe house in Tehran. They've been killing Iranian nuclear scientists. They bomb Iranian military facilities, and then the response is the Iranians lob a couple of missiles and kill some guy in an apartment. And they send over 700 drones, and 693 of them are shot down. There wasn't going to be a response. No. They knew that the Iranians weren't going to come to the aid of Bashar al-Assad. And so they decided now's the time. And, there have been little hints in the press over the last 6 months or so that there's been something of a diplomatic rapprochement between Israel and Turkey. Mm-hmm. Now, the Turks have been very public about their hatred of Israel, and that changed about 6 months ago. And I wonder if they've been planning this all along. Because remember, in the Middle East, the enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Sure.
And if you both hate Bashar al-Assad and you both would rather have chaos than the devil then now's the time to make that happen.
But John, this is the part that I'm most perplexed by, and the question I've most been wanting to ask you.
Yeah, I know what you're going to say.
Why on earth would you want a radical jihadi Taliban-style regime right smack on your border?
Ted, this doesn't make any sense at all. I've said this for years, that the devil is better than the devil you don't. And Bashar al-Assad was never a threat to Israel. Never. His country's in chaos. So why make it worse? Why open the door to Al-Qaeda or to ISIS or IS or Daesh or whatever you want to call it? Why? Why encourage that chaos? And if you're an American policymaker, Syria is 10% Christian. Mm-hmm. The only thing standing between the Christian community and certain death was Bashar al-Assad. The foreign minister's Christian. The cabinet has other Christians. The parliament has Christians. And women, right? Women have equal rights in Syria. So
not anymore.
Not anymore. So why would you trade that in for Al-Qaeda? I just don't understand it.
Well, and it's interesting too, because what's very clear is that the leader of HTS obviously studied the Afghanistan example. After 9/11, the Taliban, who, as you and I both know, John, never had any aspirations to rule anything outside of Afghanistan. Hell, they could barely rule Afghanistan. But the Bush administration kind of either pretended not to believe them or didn't believe them. I'm not sure which, but basically tried to say that, they characterized this as like an international terrorist organization, kind of like, making, there's no daylight between Al-Qaeda and the Taliban. And so HTS obviously studied this, and they're like, okay, we want to assure the world we're only out for Syria. We only want Syria. But Syria is a huge crossroads in that period, in that area. I mean, and not to mention, HTS doesn't control all of Syria, and they're not going to control all of Syria because of the Kurds and other things, right? I mean, it looks like a map of post-war Yugoslavia right now. So, the chaos is going to continue. So what do you think is the policy thinking in Washington, like the Tony Blinkens and those people, the Jake Sullivans? What are they thinking here? Are they thinking like, how is this a win for the U.S.? I mean, it's like things can be bad and get worse. This seems to be like a classic example of that.
Well, I think there is no policy. And that's why if you look at the statements that came from the National Security Council over the weekend and the State Department, it was the only thing they redacted was, oh, shit. And then they said, well, we're watching the situation very closely. Yeah, they're watching the situation because they had no idea it was going to happen. This was an intelligence failure, an analysis failure at the CIA to miss this and not be able to alert American policymakers. Not that we necessarily could have done anything anyway, but at least we would have been prepared for some of the initial fallout. And we weren't prepared for the initial fallout. That's why at the NSC, they said, we're aware of the situation and we're watching it closely. Well, what does that mean? And the State Department, we urge all sides to remain calm. Well, thank you for that pearl of wisdom. So what are you going to do about it? And the answer was nothing. They're not going to do anything about it because they missed it.
So, I mean, John, can you tell us a little bit about HTS? Like, I know it's an umbrella organization of a bunch of factions that emerged out of the Syrian civil war.
Yes.
But what more?
It depends on your politics, I think, if you're a Syrian, if you're a Middle Easterner. Because this could either be, the great moderate hope, or this is ISIS. My own personal view is this is ISIS light. So Abu Muhammad al-Jolani, which is his nom de guerre, Sharia is his actual name. He was initially the deputy to ISIS founder Baghdadi.
Mm-hmm.
He decided that ISIS was a little too radical for him. So he broke off and he decided to name his group, get this, Al-Qaeda. Then he needed arms, he needed ammunition and money from the West and from Turkey. This name Al-Qaeda was kind of a drag. So we're going to change it. We're going to change it to the An-Nusra Front. So they changed it to the An-Nusra Front to make themselves look a little bit more moderate. In fact, they weren't so moderate. And they attracted, but they attracted the support of Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates. And then the Turks got to thinking, hey, maybe we should start arming and funding this group because they're willing to overthrow Assad, but they're also willing to kill Kurds. And that's cool for us as Turks. Right. So the Turks began meeting with them and said, when you say you're the An-Nusra Front, people still realize that that's Al-Qaeda. So you might want to change that. And so they changed it again to Tahrir Hayat al-Sham and just decided to describe themselves as moderates. And again, I'm going to come back to the second statement coming out of the White House on yesterday, that they are willing to look at this group, to discuss cooperating with this group if it promises to respect human rights, blah, 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 which is always nonsense. But that's where we find ourselves, where nobody really knows what to do with this group except for the Turks, which funded them and created them and supported them, and the Saudis and the Emiratis, which are happy just to continue writing checks and transferring money.
So I have a question for you, John. Kind of just thinking outside the box here. Since the Turks kind of made it their objective to stab Russia in the back, which
Yes.
which is a fact. And one of the things we always hear about from the Ukraine war is that borders cannot be changed. They are immutable. These cannot be changed. Well, they're being changed right now in Syria.
Yes.
So with everything that's going on with the persecution of Christians, which is personal to me as a Christian, I worry about my brothers and sisters who are Christians in Syria.
I do too. I'm Orthodox, and they're all Orthodox, and this panics
exactly.
me.
No, very much so. And so my question is, because of the historical ties culturally and historically between Greece, by the time I guess you call it the Byzantines or Eastern Roman Empire, and then the link that the Greeks have with the Russians, spreading Orthodoxy, is it possible that maybe Russia and Greece could do something? Like, could Russia kind of entice the Greeks over northern Cyprus, or just causing trouble in Western Anatolia? Could that happen?
That's a great question. And the answer is, until the day that Russian troops crossed into Ukraine, the answer would have been yes. And the United States, over the last several years, has been wildly successful in convincing the Greeks to throw their lot in with the Ukrainians, to the point where the Greeks have expelled the Russian ambassador and they've withdrawn their own ambassador. Greek-Russian relations have never been as bad as they are now. And on top of that, and I'm ashamed to even say this as not just a Greek American, but I'm a dual U.S. Greek citizen now. Right. When Turkey had very long-standing, very close relations with Israel until about 15 years ago, and Erdogan just turned and threw his lot in completely with the Palestinians. Well, again, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. And so the Greeks, which had very long-standing and brotherly close relations with not just the Palestinians, but with all of the Arab countries, flipped and did a 180, because if the Turks are going to be with the Arabs, now the Greeks are going to be with the Israelis.
Right.
And so not only do the Greeks have terrible relations with the Turks and with the Russians, they also have terrible relations with the Arabs now, because they've thrown their lot in with the Israelis. So the Greeks aren't going to be helpful here in any way, unfortunately.
Yeah, no, I mean, so what happens now? I mean, I guess my first question is, in the civil conflict in Syria, there's no prospect of unifying Syria under HTS rule, right?
No, none whatsoever.
So is it a frozen conflict, or does it remain a hot?
Well, in Syria itself, I think it's going to remain moderately hot, but I think there's a greater danger here, Ted. Lebanon is one of the weakest countries in the world, and Lebanon shares almost its entire border with Syria. They have, of course, that little piece in the south with Israel that's the source of never-ending conflict. But Hezbollah is one of the Lebanese government's leading parties. It's a legitimate political party. And this is one of the weakest economies in the world. It's the second weakest economy in the Middle East, next to Yemen, which doesn't say much. And I would fear that Lebanon is next, because if you have Lebanese Sunnis supporting the Syrian rebels, if you have Hezbollah in a state of complete disarray and chaos, then I would fear for the fall of Lebanon.
You'd have a power vacuum. I mean, the cliche, you remember the joke, right? Back in the 80s, if you get Syria, you get Lebanon for free.
Yeah, I do remember that, actually. People used to say that all the time. And I'll tell you, I was looking at the Iraqi press over the weekend, and the Iraqis are panicking. Like, oh my God, what just happened? And now they have to worry about ISIS returning to northern Iraq and just slaughtering thousands of innocent people again.
Yeah, for people who forget, right, like what ISIS stands for, right? The last IS is Iraq and Syria, and then they shortened it to just IS because they were trying to go big and go beyond that. Okay, Israel. I always thought of them as mean, never thought of them as stupid. I'm starting to rethink that.
Yeah, I think this is stupid.
This is really stupid, right?
Yeah. Listen, as bad as they might have thought Bashar al-Assad was, he was stable. And we would never read articles about, Syrian troops crossing into Israel or Syrians lobbing rockets into Israel. It was a state of I don't want to use the word peace, but it was the status quo worked for both sides. Let's say that.
Mm-hmm.
And now there is no status quo. Now it's chaos. So why in God's name would you want to get rid of a guy that is so weak that he's no challenge to you, but stable enough that he keeps everybody else at bay, and trade that in for ISIS?
And
that
then there's
doesn't make
Russia.
any sense at all.
My take is, and tell me if I'm wrong, my take is that Russia smells victory or something that feels like it in Ukraine and can't risk taking diverting any resources away from closing that deal as soon as they possibly can. Sorry, Bashar, but we've got to look out for numero uno right now. That's us. But there's still a loss of prestige for Russia in this. I mean, Syria is such an old ally, right? Going back to the Tsarist times and throughout the Soviet period.
Yes.
And of course, meanwhile, we have the French crowing. Nobody ever mentions the context of that because of their own imperial experience in Syria. But what is going to happen? I mean, to Russia's influence in the Sahel and other places as a result of this.
That's a good question.
If they can't be counted upon.
That's a very good question. And let's let's put this Syria thing vis-a-vis Russia in context too. Syria was Russia's only military ally in the Middle East. There's a large Russian Navy base on the Mediterranean in Syria, and there's a Russian army base outside of Damascus. Those are gone. They're done. The Russians either have left or are in the process of leaving. So this is a major setback for Russia in the Middle East proper. The Sahel is an interesting situation because what we're seeing there are not exactly Russian troops so much as they are Wagner Group mercenaries. Now, of course, they're operating on behalf of the Russian government. But if Russia isn't strong enough to stand up for its only ally in the Middle East, how in the world are they going to get all the way to Niger and Chad and Mauritania and all these other places in the Sahel to support Russian mercenaries? They're not. No. And if things turn bad there for the Wagner Group, they're on their own, which means they're going to die.
Right. Yeah, that's a concern. I mean, and for people who, like me, who don't like a unipolar world and like to see, I think there's more stability in a multi-polar world. This is a little frightening.
It is, but I'll make one other comment. And that is the United States has consistently underestimated the importance of BRICS, right? And Russia is a part of BRICS. They're the R in BRICS. If the BRICS countries go forward, A, in expanding, and B, in creating their own currency, then maybe the Russians don't need Syria and they don't need a military presence. They can become an economic superpower again.
This definitely felt like, I know President Putin likes chess, like all Russians, and this definitely felt like he had to sacrifice a piece in order to stay in the game, is what it felt like.
There you go. There's something to be said for a strategic retreat.
There is.
Yeah, I have a quick question.
Cool.
Is with what happened in Syria, is that a warning about having a frozen conflict? Because that's in effect what Syria had in the north with the Turks, with the U.S. in the east occupying the wheat and the oil fields in Syria. And the West obviously wants to have some kind of Korean-style frozen conflict in Ukraine. Well, to my way of thinking, I'm just a dumb redneck. Why do I know? But to me, this looks like this is not something that you particularly want to have happen, or else you could get ergodoned again and get hit whenever you're on the back foot. Is this, could the Russians make a case that this is why we cannot have anything that resembles a viable Ukraine? Like they can't stop at the Dnieper. They have to keep going west.
Frankly, if I were if I were the Russian leader, I would have done that 3 years ago. It's almost as though the Russians were trying to be reasonable about this, and they were trying to reclaim the Russian-speaking areas, the Donbass, Donetsk and Luhansk, and to take back Crimea, which was stupidly given to the Ukrainians in the 1950s. But yeah, you may have a point there that the Russians realized they made a mistake, that they stopped short of Kiev. They stopped short of overthrowing the Ukrainian government, of occupying large swaths of Ukraine, in a lightning strike that would have taken everybody by surprise. And, maybe they've come to the conclusion that these slogs, along borders just aren't going to work over the long term.
No, we've seen the same situation in Georgia and Azerbaijan.
Yes. We're seeing it in Georgia right now.
We're always waiting for China and Taiwan to blow up. Frozen conflicts are not good.
No, if it was me, I would not stop talking to the Polish border, and I would say, hey, you want to do this? Let's do it now.
I think Russia, my take on Ukraine, and we're going to let John go. I got to say, my take on that is just that Russia did not want to occupy surly, angry ethnic Ukrainians who did not want to be in Russia. And they kind of, in the same way that Ukraine shouldn't really want to occupy angry, surly ethnic Russians in eastern Ukraine. But
Agreed.
Crimea. All right, John. That's John Kiriakou. Thank you so much for joining us. John's an American author, journalist, and former CIA intelligence officer.
Pleasure meeting you.
He's a columnist and talk show host, and he was jailed unfairly and wrongly, and hopefully will soon be pardoned for exposing the interrogation techniques of the United States government. John Kiriakou, thanks for joining us.
Thanks, guys.
Talk to you soon.
All the best.
Yeah, no, it's wild because here where I am, the Libby Dam, it's this huge hydroelectric dam here in the northwest corner of Montana. And it provides electricity for not only here where I live, but Colorado, Utah, and other cities. And it would be interesting to see, if that trend continues, how is that going to affect the alpine dams, like the one I'm talking about? Because if it gets to where that you just, you can't turn the engines, then what's going to happen to the energy infrastructure here in the country? Maybe we should start looking at these things called nuclear power plants and stop damming up the water and let the nature actually work the way it's supposed to.
Dams are definitely, dams are bad. Except when they're for flood control. And even then, I'm not really sure. It might be that places that get flooded are meant to get flooded, and we should just move away from them. You kind of fighting nature is generally bad.
No, I completely agree. And it's just, I don't know. I think that people keep on thinking that they know better, that we are the masters of our own fate. We can bend the earth to our will. We can kind of quote Genesis. You can be as gods. I think that's the mentality that a lot of people have. It's just like we are the dominant species. We will do whatever we want, and if the earth doesn't like it, we will force it to comply. And I don't really know how well that's going to work.
So Robbie, before we move on to our main topic this morning, you're a Christian. How do you feel about what you just referred to is sometimes called the dominionism, right? The idea, it's sort of right out of the book of Genesis, that, where God basically says, I made everything for you, all the plants, the animals, the universe. I made it for you humans, to use as you will. And that's been interpreted by some Christians as saying, that we have dominion over the earth. Everything's been put here for us to eat or whatever. How do you feel about, do you think that's, apostasy, or do you think that's an accurate translation of the Bible?
I think it's accurate, but here's the thing, though: is whenever God created Adam, he was a gardener. So yes, we do have dominion over the earth, but we are supposed to be stewards. One of the things, if you read through those old boring books in the Old Testament, like Leviticus, that people just don't like to read because of how dry they are. The Bible is very clear. If you are going to get eggs from a nest, you don't kill the mama bird. There are. So there are very strict things about being a steward of your environment. Use the environment, yes, that's what it's there for. but be a steward of it. Don't just go rape, pillage, and just destroy everything for grins and giggles.
Okay. I got to agree with that. All right. So let's move on. Donald Trump has been saying, he said throughout the campaign, and he also has been repeating in recent days, that he'd like to abolish birthright citizenship. And for people who don't know, I'm going to just tee this up, what birthright citizenship. So the U.S. is among 32 countries, mostly here in the Western Hemisphere, in the Americas, that have birthright citizenship. That means if you're born here, no matter what, like let's say your parents are changing planes, the plane and whatever, and your mom was 9 months pregnant and she drops you like while you're changing planes at Miami International Airport, you are born in the United States and you get a United States passport. Conservatives have long complained that the 14th Amendment, passed in 1868, provides a loophole for so-called anchor babies, of whom there are at least 4 million born to illegal immigrants. In other words, people who, in that situation, where the kid is born here in the U.S., the parents are not. It's called an anchor baby because it's politically and logistically fraught to chuck out, to say, well, leave that baby here, and this baby who has the right to stay here, but you, the parents who take care of it, have to leave. But those numbers are dropping annually. Jus soli, or the right of the soil, is in the crosshairs of the incoming second Trump administration, with the president-elect threatening to eliminate it by executive order now. Without birthright citizenship, however, hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people could be forced back into the shadows, refusing to call the police or the fire department for fear of deportation, and become stateless. In France, there are second and even third generation stateless people who couldn't go back home, quote unquote, even if they wanted to. They don't speak the local language. They haven't been there ever in their entire lives. So, Robbie and I have different points of view about this matter. My point of view might surprise some people because I am a lefty. I do think that you're not a nation state unless you guard your borders. I do think that the idea that the Biden administration's policy, completely unexplained and not discussed to the American people, has been a catastrophe of PR, and it was a major contributor to the loss in the election. Basically, it was like they threw the gates open, they didn't explain why, and they let in a bunch of people without checking very carefully, and some of them turned out to be criminals and bad people. And so that's been catastrophic. That said, I would like to see more legal citizenship. I'd like to see it should be easier to come here because we do need people. So I think we should make it more, easier for people who want to come to the United States to apply, and get a security check and make sure that they're able to work and be, fairly well educated, so that they're less likely to end up requiring public support. But this is a nation of immigrants, but I'll tell you, my take on birthright citizenship is that it's a good idea because the alternative is worse. Even though you might end up with anchor babies and stuff, the alternative is really dangerous. And, I have French citizenship through my mom, and it's because she was born there. Now, the thing is, this is an absurdity. I've never lived in France, right, for any length of time. Yet I have a French passport. I can go live in France, work in France, own property in France, start a business in France, open a French bank account. No muss, no fuss. Meanwhile, there are people who came, basically they're in France, like ethnically Algerian, Moroccan, whatever, Senegalese, who came to France like 100 years ago, and they are still undocumented and stateless in France. Most countries in the world have this problem. And so you have these second-class citizens who are off the grid. They can't hold a legitimate job. A lot of them become criminals because that's the only work they can find, or they're just permanently in the underclass and they end up on welfare illegally. They're scamming off the system. They're selling drugs. It's bad for society overall. So that's my take. And there's, of course, we should get into the whole question of the legality of what Donald Trump seeks to do. I don't think he can do this without amending the U.S. Constitution, but
I don't know. I mean, again, I'm not a lawyer. I have very strong opinions about this, but that's all they are. They are opinions. I'm not a legal scholar. I'm just a guy who lives in the real world, right? So as someone who does read occasionally, okay, I read a lot. One of the things that the 14th Amendment puts out is that it's very specific in its clause about jurisdiction. So for birthright citizenship to take effect, you have the parents had to be in the jurisdiction of the United States. So what does that mean? Like if I go up into Canada, I mean, yes, I'm in their country, but I am not in the jurisdiction of Canada. I'm not a Canadian citizen. I cannot use any of those. I can't vote there. I have no status. There's nothing I can do. I'm not Canadian. I'm not under their jurisdiction. In 1868, when the 14th
Well, I would
Amendment was
argue with that.
ratified,
I think you are. I think that's a misinterpretation. Jurisdiction means like if you go to Canada, you're under their jurisdiction. That means like, for example, if
I'm
you
under their
commit-
laws.
That's the same thing. That's what that means. So if you commit a crime in Canada, for example, you will be arrested by the Mounties or the local Canadian authorities, and you'll be punished under their laws. And there's no obligation for them to return you to the United States or give you any consideration whatsoever because you're American. You're under their jurisdiction. That's what that means. It doesn't mean that you have any rights in Canada. You have whatever rights. I don't know what rights Canada gives to non-citizens.
I'm not sure.
In the U.S., all constitutional rights apply to everyone, whether they're a citizen or not.
Here's where it gets dicey, and this is why I was saying that would be really. I really wish we had Steve Gill on here, because I would love to bounce this off of him, or the dude that he had lunch with the other day. Trump's border czar. That would be that would be huge, because yes, well, no, I am under their laws. I do have to. I can't, if I go up there and commit murder. Yes, I'm going to be held accountable by their laws. However, I have zero say. I have zero stake in their political system at all, because I'm not a Canadian citizen. True. So that's what I mean by jurisdictions, right? I guess it's a division of powers. Like, you have the lowest power, which is if you jaywalk, you're going to get a ticket, versus voting versus making policy. So I'm thinking about it as kind of like a pyramid.
Let me
maybe I'm using the wrong word.
Yeah, I think it's a misinterpretation of the word jurisdiction. I'm looking online now. Definition of jurisdiction is the legal authority to hear and decide cases or to govern or legislate within a specific area. It also can refer to the territory where a court or government agency has the power to act. So it's not about individuals. It's about the state entity. So So I'm going to read the text of the 14th Amendment. All persons born or naturalized in the United States, that would include, say, anchor babies, like in the scenario that I described, and subject to the jurisdiction thereof is the United States. In other words, subject to U.S. control. Okay, they're in the U.S. And I think they put that in because if it happens, let's say in the old Panama Canal zone or some other place, or Guantanamo, right? The U.S. controls Guantanamo, or let's say a U.S. embassy in, Belgrade. That's U.S. It's controlled by the U.S. If you were born inside that embassy, you would be covered by the 14th Amendment. Are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. No state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws.
Right. So now let's look at context, right? Because this is made in 1868. It was after the war between the states, and it was made, let's be honest here, immigration was not a thought here. It was about giving citizenship to slaves, and I can prove it. And I've had this debate several times.
No, that is true.
When this amendment was written, the continental United States, you had the states, and then you had the territories, Montana Territory, Indian Territory, what have you. That was all under the jurisdiction, if you looked at the political map of the United States. Indians were not American citizens, even though they're born in North America. They were, to your point, technically, yes, they were. An Indian that was born in the Sioux Nation in 1864 was technically, as far as the United States government is concerned, you are in Montana territory. However, you are not an American citizen.
Correct.
Your parents are not American citizens. You have zero say. And that's so I'm talking about here is from the context of it. I think that if anyone back then in 1868 would, if we could go back to the time machine and say, hey, 160 years from now, you're going to have some open border schmuck who wants to change the demographics of the country, bring in the third world, crap all over the working class, and they're going to use your amendment to do it. I guarantee you that the people who wrote it would 100% make sure to put in there, this does not include immigration. This is for freed slaves.
Well, I mean, yeah, not to mention, of course, obviously, I mean, the thing is, I think the importation of slaves ended around 1820 or 1815 or something like that.
It did.
But there were still, by 1868, there still would have been a number of them who had been born overseas in Africa or wherever, right? And so they wanted to make sure that those people were considered citizens of the United States, right? That was
you're making my
purpose.
point. And that's just the thing. It's just like to say that by virtue of where, like, say if me and my wife, let's just say, for example, we were coming in from China, and we want to do this whole birthing tourism thing. I would wait till she's about ready to pop. I would fly over to France, Belgium, wherever else. I say, okay, honey, pop a squat, pop Junior out, and we're going to stay, because that's
wouldn't work
people
in
do.
France or Belgium. Yeah, most European countries don't have birthright citizenship, and it causes a lot of problems. I mean,
100%.
like I described. I mean, you're going to have problems no matter what, right? So if you have this, we know what the problems are, right? It's like, sorry, it encourages illegal immigration.
Of course it does.
And on the other hand, if you don't have it, then people are not vested in the system. To me, this is extremely analogous to, the problem of, like, say, driver's licenses for illegal immigrants. I thought that was an absurdity when the idea first came up, but having been hit a couple of times by undocumented illegal immigrants who could not and did not have insurance, I'm pretty grateful for the fact that now New York lets those people get insurance, and that can pay for my car when these people hit it, right?
But how about this though, Ted? How about if that person wasn't here in the first place, so he couldn't hit you? How about that job went to an American? Just saying.
Then you're getting into the broad issue, which is not to be ignored, of why the borders are open in the first place, and how much, if any, immigration should be allowed into the U.S., which has always been a fraught issue in America.
I can answer that question for you right now, Ted. I can answer that question for you right now. The Republican Party wants it because they want the cheap labor. Let's be honest. As me and you, we've had this conversation before.
That's true.
You have rightly said that inflation is always going to go up. That deflation is the biggest enemy that the corporate whores in DC worry about.
Yeah,
they do not want the cost of living to go down.
Ever.
Well, then as prices go up, how then do you keep wages down? The way that you keep wages down is twofold. One, you import an entire class of people who have no skin in the game, who are here specifically for the purpose of driving wages down, and that impacts people like me who are a member of the working class. That's why,
that's true. That is
true.
That is why they do it.
And it's just we talked to Angie Wong on Friday when she's like, "Oh, well, you have a problem with the insurance company, sue them." How the dusty hell am I going to sue United Healthcare when I make $40,000 a year? How square that peg?
Dude, I don't care if you made $4 million a year. You don't have enough. You could never have enough money to prevail in court against a company like United Healthcare. Does not matter.
But that's the point, though, is that the immigration comes in to drive wages down. The Democrats like it because, let's be honest, they like the votes. before before Reagan's amnesty in the 80s.
Although they're kind of wrong, because the Democrats have always assumed that, particularly like that illegal immigration would be majority Latino, and that at least the second generation of those immigrants would be likely to become Democratic voters. That was always an assumption. We saw in the last election that's not a safe assumption for Democrats.
But it's a pretty solid one, and I'm going to put up two different examples for you. One is California. California used to be reliably red. I'm not going to call it just conservative. California is never conservative, but it was a Republican state. And Georgia, which is the deep South amidst the Bible Belt, Atlanta has turned Georgia purple.
It's purple
because of immigration. Virginia is the same thing. Northern Virginia,
Arizona, the land of Barry Goldwater, used to be.
So I mean, it is right. And here's the thing, right? If you are importing a whole new class of voter, why then does either political party have to run on ideas and win your vote and win mine? They don't have to, because you're importing a whole new class, a whole new political class.
Right.
That's where nothing changes.
That's true. I mean, but the thing is, okay, so given the system as we currently have it, okay, well, let's get into Trump, right? So Trump has, I think, some major barriers legally and politically to do this, to pull this off. I mean, first of all, politically, he's going to get major pressure from his big donors who prefer open borders, who prefer more immigration, both legal and illegal. They prefer illegal immigrants because illegal immigrants drive down wages more because they can't complain, they can't fight, and they tend to be less skilled and less qualified. So they drag the wages down more, and business loves that. But so Trump's donors are going to be like, Donald, come on, let's be reasonable, let's not do that. But then there is this, constitutional amendment issue. He says he's going to pass an executive order to do this. I don't think he can. I think it will be that some immigrant advocacy group is going to go and immediately go to a federal court and get an emergency injunction that will stay that executive order indefinitely until it gets to the Supremes. And even with a 6-3 conservative majority, SCOTUS is going to say the 14th Amendment is clear. Unintended consequences don't matter, right? Second Amendment is a classic example of unintended consequences. The founding fathers didn't think that people would have AR-15s. They thought that they would have muskets so that they could hunt and join a militia to defend their territory. There's a lot of constitutional amendments that have unintended consequences. The point is the law is the amendment is clear. You can't. And you can't change it unless you get 3/4 of the states to ratify a change. And we haven't been able to do that really successfully in any meaningful way in 60 years, right? It's not possible to amend the Constitution anymore.
As far as the Second Amendment goes, I'm pushed back just a little bit because the Constitution says the only necessary institution is the militia. So you got that. So I think that if George Washington knew the AR-15s or AK-47s would be a thing, I think he'd be like, go get them. I'm telling you, if I could go buy a tank right now from Walmart, I 100% would, because I want this. I want the state. Basically, I don't want the federal government to have a monopoly on force, and the entire idea of a well-regulated militia. Kind of going off topic here, and I'll go right back to immigration. I'm going to tie this all in. Is the word regulated? Back when it was written, meant well-trained. It was responsibility of the state governors to regulate or train the militias, and the militia was always supposed to be trained to the point where the standing army was. So it was a very strong. They were very fearful of too much centralized power. And as far as immigration goes, now here's the thing, right? If I had it my way, and it's never going to happen, because like I said, the Republican Party left me years ago. You talked about these immigrant right groups. When am I going to have an advocacy group for the people in Gary, Indiana, whose livelihoods have been destroyed because their job has been exported? When will the people in Columbia Falls, Montana, have someone speak up for them because the aluminum plant went away, and so now these towns are dead? When are the people who are legacy Americans, like old-fashioned Americans, black, white, whatever color, who are getting crushed by millions of people being brought in for jobs that quote unquote Americans won't do because they're not getting paid enough? What's going to happen when all those jobs are automated out anyway? And all of a sudden you have millions of people here who don't speak the language, have a different culture. What are they going to do? What happens when all these jobs are automated away?
Well, that's a good question. I mean, look, I think the real dilemma in immigration, I mean, is the first generation people who come here, right? I mean, they have the hardest time. The second generation, they're Americans, right? They speak fluent English. Their kids, you know, they're as American as you and me. And I think so. The adjustment period. I mean, you know, if you look at like the editorial pages of newspapers from the 1870s, 1880s, you'll see the same sort of concerns and complaints about Irish, Italian, and German immigrants, where they're like, they live in, you know, they're insular, they live in their own communities, they don't learn English, they're not like Americanized, they bring their weird costumes, they don't dress like us, they don't act like us, they don't talk like us. And, you know, I mean, obviously that's not true anymore, right? I mean, the Germans and Italians and you know, Irish and all these other ethnic minorities are now the majority of the country. I mean, over 50% of Americans are descended from Germans. So, I mean, and they, you know, we used to be like basically a bunch of former Brits. I mean, the white folks were anyway.
Right, but here's the difference, though, right? Because back in the 1800s, more European immigrants went back home than stayed because there wasn't a welfare state. I mean, you can't have open borders and a welfare state. It simply does not work. Second thing is, back then, you had to assimilate. You had to learn English to be able to function. I mean, you had to. Nowadays, you don't have to do that. You can come over, drop a baby, get to go to Chinatown, a little Haiti, whatever else, keep speaking Chinese or Creole or whatever else, get your $2,000 a month, courtesy of Uncle Sam, get put up in a nice little hotel room, and you ain't got to do nothing at that point. No, screw that. Absolutely not. Deport them schmucks. Now here's the compromise that I would make. And as you know, I'm a hardliner. If I had it my way, I'd deport the dreamers. I'd send everybody back. But here's a compromise, though, that I would make if the government would actually do it. You're a second generation legal immigrant? Fine. I will give you citizenship. I will give your kids citizenship. 100%, no problem. I want one thing in exchange. Close the freaking border. End it.
Now,
if
in
you're not
terms
going
of
to end
closing
it,
the border, would you close it and not allow any more immigration, legal immigration? How do you feel about legal immigration?
legal immigration is fine. Like, for example, if you are a doctor or something like that, and you want to come over, if you're skilled, not a problem. But no, Jose coming over here to pick coffee beans? No, sorry. We have enough bean pickers.
I mean,
I don't need
but
that.
honestly, I mean, as someone who, considers himself skilled at least one thing, talking about politics, I wouldn't be very happy if the U.S. government was importing like talk show hosts from from other countries who have a cuter, more charming like English accent than I do, and are competing with me for a job. I mean, we have a lot of unemployed and underemployed skilled workers in the United States. We have doctors, lawyers, engineers, computer programmers who are out of work. And they're getting they have to compete against like H-1B foreigners to get jobs.
Oh, absolutely. And now, like I said, I mean that's a compromise that I would make. Me personally, I would end all immigration for 100 years. No one comes in. Fortress America. You seal off the northern border, seal off the southern border, close off the coast. No one comes in. You're freaking done. You can come here to go to Disney, but that's it.
I mean, I got to tell you, I think, first of all, I would not do that for the simple reason that we just don't know where the country will be in 50 or 20 years, much less 100. It's bad to have
a nuclear war with Russia. Who the hell knows?
But it's bad to have any policy that sort of like makes it impossible for future generations to have the flexibility to adjust to the possibility of changing circumstances.
I mean, immigration was closed. I can't remember what the name of the act was. But immigration was ended. What says late 1880s or 1890s? I have to
Well,
Google
there was the Chinese Exclusion Act.
Yeah, so I mean, they just closed that. They ended immigration up till up till the 60s.
Well, I mean, ish. There was still some people trickling in for sure, and
but
there was
not in the massive
Barcaro
numbers,
program.
not in the waves.
No, that's true. And that is true. I mean, the thing is, I also kind of think about how many parts of the country have been really enriched by foreign influence. I mean, I used to have a talk show at KFI in Los Angeles. It's a big AM talk station, and I was like one of the token lefties on a very conservative station. So most of the callers were conservative, and many of them were nativist, and and they would say, like, oh, these fucking people, they're ruining everything. And I was like thinking, do you know how boring California would be without like a Mexican influence or Spanish influence? I mean, the architecture, everything would look like, the set of Poltergeist, like just basically just like identical, like little boxes on the hillside, like really, really bland. I mean, the food would suck. I mean, foreigners bring a lot of cross-pollination, and history has proven, you're a student of history, there's like the Silk Roads, the conflict of the intersection of different cultures generates new innovation, economic growth. I mean, you don't want to lose that.
Well, no, but on the other hand, though, I mean, you just can't just fling the gates open and say everybody just come right on in. Everyone has a right to come here. You're a citizen of the world. Countries don't matter. Borders don't matter.
No, you should check.
I mean,
anyone who comes in, I want some federal government agency to check them out and know who the fuck they are before they.
But we don't have that.
That's basic.
But we don't have that. And you see, and here's the thing, right? I mean, in a perfect world, and to kind of just kind of point this out. Mr. Lee called me a racist in the chat. I'm going to tell you right now, it has nothing to do with being race. This is not a racial thing for me. It is about what is best for the American people. Why should a steel worker in Pennsylvania, or why should a farmer or a rancher in Kansas have to compete against someone who should not even be here? One of the reasons why housing prices keep going up, but it's twofold. One, we keep printing money. Inflation has to go somewhere. So real estate's a good place. The other thing is, if the population went down, there'd be more housing.
It's also legal policy. I mean, the tax code, for example, provides you with subsidies for buying, interest on buying a house. If you borrow money to buy rare political buttons on your credit card, that's not going to be subsidized by the government. Your mortgage is subsidized.
Well, no, but the point I'm trying to make is if the population goes down, you have more empty houses. That supply and demand is a thing. It would be more affordable for people to be able to, I don't know, buy a house because there's fewer people. You're not competing with millions and millions of people. How many people came over illegally over the last 4 years? No one has a freaking clue.
Yeah,
we know it's in the
numbers
millions.
Vary. It's definitely millions for sure. I mean, the question is also, how do you define illegal, right? I mean, do you include people who followed the rules and like presented themselves at the border and applied for asylum?
Yes,
you're really illegal, because I mean, you followed.
You ain't.
If you filed the if you follow the government's rules, you did what they told you, then you did what they told you, right?
Then let me tell you what President West would do. I'd bring back stay in Mexico. You stay there till a judge sees your case for 4 or 5 years. And if I'm sorry, but people have agency in the countries that they live in. They have the ability to change things for the better in the countries in which they are born in. You don't have to come here expecting a handout, expecting Joe Citizen America to bend over, give you everything at the detriment of his kids or grandkids. Sorry, that's not how this works.
Well, I mean, okay, I've got to bring this up, Robbie. When did your parents come? I mean, I assume your people didn't cross the Bering Strait at the end of the last ice age. How did you? What's your background? Where did your people come from?
So my folks, the Wests, from the genealogy that we've done, came back. They went and watched in Virginia in the early 1600s.
Okay.
So that's how long that they've been here. So they settled.
So they were basically English colonists.
Yep. They're English colonists, and so what they did is that they settled what's now West Virginia. When the war between the states broke out, my family split. Some of them went with the South, some of them stayed with the North. I'm from the Southern branch.
Now, of course, I have a good friend. She's Native American. We've had her on the show once, Valerie. She says, she would say like, well, your people, they were illegal immigrants. They came to North America without any permission. They didn't talk to the tribal nations. They just showed up.
And they conquered them. That's the difference.
Okay,
all through age. And I hate to say this, but I mean, it is the human condition. Making that argument, the Greeks today can make the same argument for their ancestral lands in Anatolia because they were there first. The Turks came, wiped them out. The Jews, they say they have the right of return for Israel because you have people who are whiter than me with red hair and freckles saying that my ancestor herded cattle back here 3,000 years ago. I get to come back because of a promise that was made to Abraham. Sorry, that's not what that means. But that's the argument that's said that's there. I mean, migration happens. Nations go to war.
You're kind of in a backhanded way, and we should like wrap it up here. You're kind of giving advice to migrants that maybe they should conquer us, and then we won't have anything to say about it.
Tell you what, they want to fight it out. Come on up here. We'll see you guys more guns. Bring it.
All right. I think this was a great conversation. I'm glad we had it. I am really, truly.
Well, it needs to be had. And now here's the thing. And Lee, I'll tell you right now, I'm not a racist. I'm not a bigot. What I am is an American. What I am is a father. I have an obligation to my kids. I have an obligation to my grandkids that ain't born yet. My obligation is to leave them with a country better than the one that they found. And if that means pointing out that the fact that we have zero obligation to import the third world because of some kind of guilt complex, so be it. Call me whatever it is you want to call me. I do not care. But debate me on the merits like what Ted's doing. Don't just take the chicken way out and say, oh, you're just a racist. Screw you.
I'm all about the ideas. Name calling is always where logic and reason always goes to die. I always fear once someone starts calling me names, I kind of figure I've won the argument. that's the way I look at it.
I completely agree. I mean, because at that point, you don't have an argument.
All right, everybody, we're going to leave that there. Let me sort of bring us through the usual outro stuff. Please subscribe. I've said this at the beginning of the show. I'm saying it again at the end of the show. If you're not a subscriber, either on Rumble or on YouTube, or you can do both, actually. Nobody's going to know. So please do both. Please do it. Please become a paid subscriber on Rumble. It's $5 a month. It really helps us in a big way. If you like what we're doing, find value, please help us continue. And also do chime in and get in touch. TMI show question at Yahoo, TMI show question at yahoo.com. Get in touch. You can also just send us a comment. You don't have to send us anything that we are going to run. We're fully independent here. And also if you have suggestions for things we could be doing better or how we're screwing up or whatever, do let us know. Thanks for joining us.
Please.
Thanks to Robbie West for not only for supporting and moderating the chat, but for filling in for Manila Chan. Hopefully Manila Chan will be back tomorrow, but we'll keep you posted on that either way. Please go check out the Putinbot Gaming channel. And that's pretty much it. Subscribe, and please support all independent news and content creators wherever you find them, even if they're illegal immigrants. Okay,
or conservatives.
I had to get it. Or conservatives. All right. See you, everybody. See you tomorrow, 10 o'clock Eastern time here on the TMI show. Bye.
All right, Ted, you want to lead us in before we bring in our guest? Because I can see him cringing about.
Oh, and if he's not cringing, he absolutely should be cringing. All right, let me get my little script here, which yeah, where are you? Oh, there you are. Okay. Oh, we're down in a second. God, this is like Rush Limbaugh looking for his paperwork, except without Rush Limbaugh's talent. Okay, here we go. President Joe Biden and his press secretary and other surrogates have repeatedly told the media that he would not pardon his son, Hunter Biden, on federal tax evasion and gun charges under any circumstance whatsoever. Nothing has substantially changed, yet the president has gone ahead and issued the most controversial presidential pardon since Gerald Ford let Richard Nixon off the hook. Moreover, he has used language familiar to those who follow President-elect Donald Trump to excuse his self-dealing and lying, justifying his actions by accusing the Department of Justice of having been politicized. What does it mean when the standard bearer of the Democrats, who claim that they differ from Trump because they tell the truth, is so willing to make a mockery of the truth? What message are we to take from the fact that both political parties say that the DOJ has been politically compromised? What, if anything, does this do to the Democratic Party brand? What should Biden have done differently? Attorney and historian Tyler Nixon joins the TMI shows Ted Rall and Manila Chan, that's us, to discuss the political and cultural implications of the Hunter Biden pardon. And let me go ahead and bring in Hunter's bio. He's an Army, Tyler's bio. No, I don't mean to conflate Tyler Nixon with Hunter Biden. That is a huge apology. He's an Army infantry veteran, counselor at law, constitutionalist, advocate, writer, technologist, critical historian, extremist in the defense of liberty. Tyler Nixon, it's been too long. Thanks for joining us here on the TMI show.
Hi, Tyler.
Ted, Manila, little bit of substance changes in the show, huh?
A little bit.
I mean, it's literally TMI. I mean, let's go.
TMI.
You know, I mean,
it is.
Hey, but you know what?
Good Lord.
In the defense of Hunter, at least he's not.
I mean,
a pug fucker.
As far as we know.
Yeah, he's an animal.
I think.
Yeah. Gosh,
he's a lot of things. He's a lot of things, but not that.
I'm stunned. I'm just trying to recover from. But anyway, let's get into the Bidens, which is a much more horrifying topic than bestiality with farm animals.
Oh my God.
Good to see you guys. Good to be with you.
Talk to me about this crazy. Okay, I don't even know where to begin with this, Tyler, because we heard Dad saying, I'm not going to get involved. I'm going to let justice do its thing. I'm not. And then, so we're days away from his sentencing. He has 2 separate cases. He was going to get probably the book thrown at him because, you can't be seen as weak, right? Like the DOJ, you can't be seen as weak because it's the president's son. But at the same time, now Joe's claiming lawfare. That's why
unbelievable.
So now he's getting carte blanche for a 10-year span of any possible things he may have done criminally that we do or do not know about. He's just in this 10-year span, carte blanche, nothing. He can't be held liable for any of that stuff. Have you ever heard of a pardon that's just that blanket open? Anything and everything could have been done in those 10 years. I mean, he could have been a pug fucker and he'd be pardoned.
Yeah. Well, I got to tell you, I mean, if people don't think that the Biden nightmare, speaking of Gerald Ford, the long national nightmare will soon be over, I hope. I mean, honestly, this is just such a thumb in the eye of every American. And, look, if he wasn't so roundly rebuked in the last election, I mean, let's face it, it was his presidency. I mean, I think Harris was horrible, but I mean, it was just a total sweeping smackdown. And, I think a lot of people don't even view his presidency as legitimate. I mean, I think that it's for many people, it's going to be in their history of their lives a 4-year black hole in which we were just in a horrible holding pattern with just corruption run amok. And I got to say, if it wasn't for the fact that we're within weeks now of the final end to the blight, to the horror that is the Joe Biden 60-year political career, I would have to be sputtering with rage. But there's that glimmering hope that I don't care. He can pardon posthumously Stalin and I don't care what he does. Okay, he can do anything he wants. Just get the hell out of there on January 20th and good fucking riddance, Biden. I've had to live with this piece of shit for 40 years. Well, I mean, longer than that, but I mean, until I became politically aware in 1984. The first campaign I worked on was John Burris for Senate against Joe Biden, because the more I learned about Biden, learned about what he had, just his maneuvers. The man and he's only gotten worse. Let me tell you something. At least in the 1970s, 80s, he had somewhat of a sort of polished style about him. Then I think the aneurysms just totally short-circuited his brain entirely. I mean, and he just turned into this increasingly bizarre, weird, and then now creepy, narcissistic, a psychopathological egomaniac. And, his son is a chip off the old block. But what really enrages me is that this motherfucker has the balls to cite lawfare and as though he was targeted. You have got to be fucking kidding me. Donald Trump has been hounded to the ends of the earth by the minions of Joe Biden and his apparatchiks at the state level, run by Matthew Colangelo and all these. I mean, just this Smith fraud, Jack Smith. I mean, the whole thing. And and from that to the lies, the Charlottesville stuff, or the whatever, and the fact of the cover up of the laptop or the calling it disinformation. Right. It's just it's for him to act as though he's some victim. I mean, I don't know who wrote that statement. He'd have been better off just to say nothing. Say, you know what? Fuck you. I'm pardoning him. He's my son.
Right. He's my
End
kid.
of story. But he's got to come up with some insulting load of bullshit while there are people still rotting in the DC gulag from the J6 that aren't even, I mean, there's people who haven't even had trials yet. And let me tell you, if I was Donald Trump, I would literally have the 101st Airborne at 12:01 p.m. storming that facility and taking every guard and every person who runs that hellhole down to Gitmo to face real justice. Because I mean, this is America. The way those people have been treated, and that DC. I mean, DC's dank enough as it is, in terms of like the crime problems. But I mean, for the way these people have languished. And frankly, the next move would be to break up the DC circuit, the DC District Court, and just abolish it and just merge it into Maryland, whatever have you, Virginia. And, I mean, look, it's just, you think of the expense that the taxpayers, I mean, you have David Weiss, the U.S. attorney in Delaware, who has spent, I mean, I don't know how these operations like the Mueller operation did, like Jack Smith has done. How do you run up tens of millions of dollars as just lawyers running around? I mean, what do they spend it on? That's what I want to know. Like, how are these lawyers getting paid this much money? Are they getting, I mean, where does this money go? It's crazy. But you think of what was, I mean, Hunter put the, I mean, you're talking about investigations, you're talking about entire court trial, you're talking about people who had to come out, jury selection, right. All this stuff. And, Joe Biden just, I mean, he's the same as he's always been. He has absolutely a total imperial mindset, a completely a royalist, really a monarchical mindset. He's always wanted to be the Kennedys. He's run around Delaware for the last 50 years or plus, with the, do you know who I am kind of attitude, cutting lines in front of people. I mean, literally, like there'd be a huge line for whatever it is. I mean, you go to the Greek festival or something, and just walked right to the front of the line. Go to local.
Oh my God.
I mean, this gets worse.
I hate line cutters.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like, and if somebody says anything, do you know who I am? It's like, yeah. And people in Delaware, a lot of them are like, yeah, I know who you are. And get the fuck to the end of the line, asshole.
Get to the back of the line, asshole.
We don't care who you are. You're that doesn't wash here. But no, the worst of it was, and which just, the fact that he's giving impunity to his son after he's raked in tens of millions of dollars, selling our country down the river.
Right?
The Bidens would run around Delaware to things like salons, restaurants. They would have small business contractors come in and stiff every one of them. They would go into a salon. Jill would go in, and I know this firsthand, man. I know
a hair
the salon.
salon?
Yeah. Get like $200 worth of like services for hours. They'd have to shut out all the other, and she would just walk out, not even give them anything. Just like, and
they're shitty people is what
they
you're
are.
saying.
They're grubby, grifting parasites who have no couth. They have no moral sense. They have no class, and they have no concern for anything but their own bottom line. As I said many times when I pondered writing the book, the definitive Biden expose of his life and his family and all this, which I chose not to do because I didn't want my name associated with that piece of trash for the rest of whatever. I certainly have plenty of material, but the book was tentatively titled "Political Animal." You know how
that's pretty good.
Yeah, how Joe Biden became how Joe Biden became the dumbest. No, the most successful, dumbest. I forget what it was. Something in the DC Zoo, but whatever. And then, it's true of them. I've said before, that's what they are. They're political animals. They literally are. I mean, everything is about the political calculus. Everything is about viability. Everything is about their bottom line. They will, and they'll like any sort of predator out in the wild. There's no other species that matters when it comes down to
So none of this surprises you, right? Because you've known these people. I mean, you look through your high school yearbook, obviously, and it's peppered with the Biden kids. Obviously,
how did you
can't
know?
Get rid of that. Oh my God, you have your yearbook.
I literally got them out of storage 2 days ago, just randomly, and I was like, oh well, let's see. You want to see the Hunter picture? This is his senior year.
Show us.
Let's see.
Which one? Let's see.
Right there.
Go to your left. Oh, I see it.
Yeah, you wouldn't know it's the same guy, would you?
I mean, obviously he's a lot older, but he looks like a different person. I mean,
he does.
Yeah,
his face is.
Well, drugs will do that to you.
Drugs and
alcohol. Hard living,
clean living,
hard living, man.
Yeah,
hard living will do that to you. Well, so let me ask you.
I got to be honest with you. When I was growing up with the Bidens and I saw Joe around, I just was exposed to his politics around town and his original presidential campaigns and just all his BS. I never envisioned. I never thought it would come to this. I never thought I would see a laughing stock, an international laughing stock, and a total disgrace and a criminal. I mean, it's how can you be simultaneous a like the head of a cartel level criminal, yet also at the same time, it's like they're not even. I mean, it's like these. Robert Klein used to have a joke about Spiro Agnew. It's like he said, I'd probably respect him if he took more. But he was taking like a couple $1,000 in envelopes, and he's like, and he said, he had a joke about like how the guys who went to the moon.
What a shitty way to get
the guys who went to the moon could have really like set themselves up for lifetimes. He says, plants stuff like Coca-Cola, says the first words on the moon. It's like, what are you going to do, for next eternity? He says, but Agnew would have sold out cheap. It'd have been like Joe's Crab Shack, Baltimore, and Biden's the same way. It's just like, for what they have sold us out in terms of the Ukraine. I mean, you look at what has been done to protect these criminals in terms of, literally, we're practically at war with Russia over it. I mean,
let me
to
just say
them.
how pissed off, like on a personal note, like I screwed up when I moved from California to DC, I was still practicing real estate and I was traveling bi-coastally. And so I forgot because, realtors, you're a 1090, you're not an employee, right? So you have to keep track of your own money. So I forgot that there was a $25,000 commission check. I forgot one commission check when I did my taxes, because mind you, I was in part California and part DC. And so when I moved out here, I was trying to, juggle all these different state taxes. I forget one commission check for $25,000 more than 10 years ago. And I have been through the fucking mud with the IRS and all of this stuff and federal taxes, state taxes. And then here you have this asshole burying millions of dollars through Burisma in Ukraine with the IRS, and daddy gives him a pardon so all that money that he earned is completely tax-free. Effectively, that's what happens, right? Is dad gave him this carte blanche pardon.
Well,
so all that money goes tax-free and he's unpunished. Like he just gets to earn it and be fine.
I don't believe that's the case. The person who hooked him up was David Weiss, who let the statute of limitations lapse on 2 of his biggest earning years, where I think he pulled in, millions. I mean, he literally, I think his tax liability for I think it was 2014 and 15 was something like $15 million. So you can imagine what he took in. But as far as I know, if you're prosecuted for any kind of tax violations, you don't just, it doesn't discharge the tax debt. He still has that tax debt. And I'm sure, unless they pull some something, but I mean, you still are down for that. I mean, the
Sugar
criminal
Bro
penalties
pay-
are in addition to.
I thought the Sugar Bro paid off that Hunter's money.
He did. He brought him up to current on taxes, but I mean, yeah, I guess you're right. The Sugar Bro isn't going to get paid back. No, nobody's going to get paid back. So,
well, have you ever seen Tyler, like, a pardon? Is this normal for pardons to just cover this wide swath of like this 10-year time frame where it says everything? The wording is weird, right?
Yeah.
It says everything that we know of, and the other things that perhaps we don't know of are also pardoned.
I've seen wording like that, but not for such a long period of time.
Yeah. When I think of the tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of Americans from the inner city, from the Black community, from everybody who are languished or have languished in prison because of Joe Biden's mad law and order bootlicking, can't pump enough laws up, mandatory minimums, the drug war. I think of the blight that this man has been on the criminal justice system in the United States. The number of people who've been incarcerated for ridiculous, absurd, draconian, frankly, cruel and unusual sentences of incarceration because Joe Biden had to, criminalize glow sticks and, the Rave Act and all his fucking bullshit pandering that he's done over the years. The 100,000 cops, the Biden crime bills. And I think of like all the damage this man has done, and that he just so cavalierly like gives this blanket massive pardon and to his son, just like, I mean, it's such a fuck you. It's a perfect, frankly, reminder. If people were starting to think, oh, Joe, people get obviously when the combat's over, I guess, and he's a lame duck. People sort of tend to be, as Americans are good, I think, good-hearted people. They soften up, like, oh, why did I hate Joe Biden again? Well, yeah, here's a reminder, and I'm glad because I mean, I think his final act should be the absolute degradation that reflects his corroded, empty, self-aggrandizing criminal career as a politician and a parasite on this. As I said, I mean. Glory, hallelujah. We have only 6 weeks to go, I guess, or roughly a little more than that, actually, until this man is finally out of public life and no longer on the dole, no longer getting a public paid taxpayer paid paycheck, no longer.
Well, he'll still get a taxpayer paid paycheck.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Well,
no, you're right. He's
For
got
the
a
rest of his
pension. I
life.
know. They ought to remove that. I mean, oh God, yeah.
So
Ted, I was just enjoying that moment, and you had to ruin it for me.
Sorry.
Damn it.
That's what I do.
No, that's fine. Look. I mean, but he's not going to have all the trappings of that he's loved so much. I mean, this man has pined to be the big shot since he was a bullshit artist, 29-year-old half-assed county councilman who lied his way and two-faced his way into the Senate in '72, and has been just a complete wart on the ass of American politics ever since.
Tyler, let me ask you about the media coverage. The first thing when I heard about this news yesterday, I mean, by the way, so this is a two-part question. I mean, I think it's fair to say that no one is surprised by any of this, but it's still shocking, if that makes sense.
It's irritating, annoying as fuck.
It's because you could see it coming a million miles away.
Yeah.
But it's kind of like there's something especially irritating about being lied to when you're being lied to, and the person who's lying to you knows that and just keeps doing it.
Everybody knows it's a bullshit story.
It's kind of like, I'm taking the piss at you. I have no respect for you at all, the American people. I don't give a shit. I'm doing whatever the fuck I want, and there's nothing you can fucking do about it, right? But that's not what I wanted to get at.
I love that we can swear on this show.
It's so
I know.
fun.
Don't you wish they would just say that though? It's like, we all know Joe is full of shit saying he's not going to interfere in his son's case. We all know Hunter is this dirtbag, sister-in-law fucking gun-toting whatever.
I would have tapped that.
She's fine. She's pretty. What is it? Hallie? Is that her name? Hallie?
Yeah, she's a real. I could tell you.
She was pretty dishy on the beach there in that one photo.
But
I was
still,
let me say her name. Or what I would say, it begins with a C and ends with a T, and it ain't cat.
I'll take one. I'll need one guess.
Although her sister was nice. I liked her sister. And I'll tell you what I liked was Kathleen Biden. It was, I mean, Hunter really screwed up bad. She was a
Oh, was that the
nice,
wife, the first wife?
his wife. Yeah, I thought like very fond of her.
What
She
about
was
that?
always-
So let's talk about the media, though. I mean, so this news breaks last night, and today I checked the New York Times op-ed section. I checked the Washington Post, right? The two leading news organs in the United States. The New York Times has one piece by Bret Stephens. It's a half length. It's probably 250 words, and the reaction is suitable and appropriate. But that's all there is, such as there is. There's no editorial. There's nothing else. All the resident liberals, who are the 95% of the people who are there, all the Democrats, they're all just like, la, 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 la. Let's talk about the situation in Azerbaijan or whatever. And then over at WAPO, literally nothing. It's just donut hole.
Yeah.
Nothing. Like, we're not even going to comment on this. Nothing. I mean, and it's really toxic, right? I mean, all along, they told us, absolutely not. We're not going to pardon Hunter. No way, no fucking way. Will not happen. Quit asking about it. What's wrong with you? And it's like, oh, yeah, we're pardoning him. I mean,
you wouldn't, I would almost feel sorry for that Muppet, Karine Jean-Pierre, if she wasn't such a supercilious twit when she answered these questions, as they're like, I have told you before, with her I mean, she's this one ridiculous. I mean, ridiculous figure, and probably, she deserved to have to spout those lies. But it's I've said before, it's like Biden, he'll lie when it's not even necessary, and in this case, it's like the fact that they denied it all along. I mean, I guess there maybe was a thought that maybe Harris would win, and that she would take care of him, or something like that. But I guess, the Trump victory really cornered him. Obviously, he had no other choice. There was no other route to do that. So it was inevitable. Again, it's like, instead they can never, I mean, this is like, it's psychopath level behavior when they can do this and issue some sort of statement that's like the completely self-righteous. I mean, it's like, I'm numb to it, but I'm just, like you said, it's no less shocking that he could get on his high horse when this man has unleashed the most lawfare and has weaponized the judiciary and the DOJ against so many citizens, and then complains as though his son is targeted because he's his son. No, he's targeted because he's your son, because he's a crook, because he's your son, because he's cashed in on your influence peddling and racketeering with him. That's why he's targeted, because he's your son, not because, oh, Joe Biden's such a immaculate, amazing person that we have to all take him down, and all those meanies, all those Republican meanies in the DOJ, right? They're all targeting Hunter Biden. I mean, it is ludicrous. It is, again, it's a fitting sort of epilogue, I guess you could say, to his corroded career, his absolutely repulsive persona, and his absolute complete lack of any moral character whatsoever. He is just a common thug, a crook, a shanty Irish clown. And again, it's just a few weeks. This man, I mean, I'll probably run into him in church in Rehoboth Beach when I go back to see my mother. I don't know what I have trouble holding back,
I know it's hard even for me to like drive by the Biden rest stop on I-95.
Oh, really?
Oh my God, yes. I stopped there.
Yeah, no, it's true. It's like,
where is it?
It's like in that little corner that I-95 runs through the northwestern corner of the state.
I just stopped there.
Delaware.
Delaware and New Jersey. Yeah.
What was I thinking? Duh. I didn't even realize. Oh God. Yeah. It would
just
probably
stopped
be.
there.
Let's see. Oh, I know which one you're talking about. They renamed that for him.
I'll send you a picture.
It's in Newark, right before you get to the Delaware Memorial Bridge, right?
Yes, I got to send that to you, because I stopped there and I went, "Are you fucking kidding me? They named this for him?
Gross.
Like, really?
It's absurd." Well, and I was in Scranton. Right. I drove through Scranton fairly recently, and there's a Joe Biden highway there too. But like, it's like, what? I don't even understand. So they should take that shit down now. But I mean, So question though, Manila brought this up earlier before you came on. I mean, and I think it's really an important question to follow up. Is Joe afraid? Did he do this in part because he was afraid that Hunter might blab if he wasn't allowed to be kept silent about his shady Burisma dealings? I mean, I suspect we're going to learn a lot more about all that, or we would have learned a lot more about that under a Trump administration, especially with more investigatory power. And, I think it's safe to say that military support for Ukraine is going to ebb, and the Zelensky government its days are counted. So with all of those developments, was there a concern that the truth about the relationship between Hunter Biden and Burisma was going to come true? And it was like, we've got to insulate him. We've got to give him a pardon. We've got to make sure he shuts the fuck up.
Yeah. Well, I would say that would be true had he been prosecuted for anything coming close to all of the public corruption and influence peddling and that kind of stuff, instead of just the least charges. I mean, the most attenuated charges, the most removed charges possible from Joe. I don't think there's anything in the pipeline. I think, and I didn't see any. I didn't detect. I mean, obviously, if you're going to have someone spill the beans, it has to be to some sort of prosecutorial entity, and I haven't seen any prosecutorial entities or prosecutors.
Well, he was starting to write a book, according to Manila, right?
Well, okay. Well, yeah. I mean, I guess if he was sitting in prison, but I mean, that was just never going to happen. It was a fait accompli. They ought to be more worried about get somebody kidnapping and not brainwashing, but literally interrogating him somehow, or putting truth drugs into him and having him spill the beans. But there's really, what is there to discover? I guess. I mean, other than maybe hidden accounts, we already know. I mean, go to Marco Polo. Biden laptop or BidenReport.com. My friend Garrett Ziegler has done, I mean, an amazing job. It's hundreds and hundreds of pages. You can see it all. And that's just from the laptop from about late 2000s up until about 2016, or a little later than that even. And you can see everything. I mean, all the wheeling and dealing. So I don't know what more there would be to reveal that we don't already know. I mean, we can see that it was obviously he was paid millions of dollars by this corrupt. And I remember going on the air in Delaware in 2014 when I read this press release and be like, oh yeah, Hunter. Oh yeah, I remember him being I remember he was a pipeline expert.
Yes.
I mean, it was just like we're laughing.
Definitely an oil
and
expert,
I never thought it would
expert.
come to this. I mean, but my God.
But yeah, it's become obviously like an international scandal at this point. But so let me ask you this. As a lawyer, what's next for somebody when they get pardoned like this? Like, do they just sail off into the sunset? Are we just never going to hear from Hunter ever again? Is he going to finally shut the fuck up and lay low and just count his lucky stars that his dad got him off the hook one last time? Or does he somehow, I don't know, exploit this? I don't know how you would, but somehow exploit it and make more money off of it somehow. Or, I mean, what happens when somebody gets pardoned? Now what for this dirtbag?
Well, Hunter has never had any ambitions whatsoever in his life. He was just he was basically, I always knew that. I always said, Bo, his older brother, is going to be Bo's the politician, the front guy, and Hunter's going to be the fundraiser, the whatever, the hatchet man, whatever you need him to be. And I think you could see how he's embedded himself in the corroded rectum that is Hollywood, basically the Hollywood culture. So he's
isn't his new wife a producer or something? Like she's a filmmaker or something?
Probably. I mean, I'm sure. I'm sure he chose wisely. And look, he's been. You can see how he's developed those relationships, so he can just like any sort of a lot of these. Like, imagine him more like you think of a failed, actor or failed star, or someone who's they were a flash in the pan, or maybe they had some success, but then suddenly now they're just kind of skulking around Hollywood, and people know who they are, but nobody cares, and they can do whatever they want. I think you're gonna see him disappear into that. I mean, there's no way he has no public ambitions about anything. I think he's going to, other than, the only thing you'll see him up to is trying to rake in or trying to figure out how to keep the pipeline open for cash. I mean, I don't think anybody's going to go to him in any capacity. I think he's disbarred at this point, or should have been, for anything. I mean, other than just the sort of the novelty of his celebrity.
Right.
And look, I've hung out with him. Hunter can be a fun guy to be around and hang out with.
Oh, I bet.
But it gets it honestly, like, I guess, yeah, it just.
Well, I will say there was a
it's
story.
It's so degenerate. It's just hard to.
He was a shitty Airbnb renter. Apparently, he rented some high end. Yeah, he rented some high end house like in Venice near the canals in Los Angeles, and it was like a $12,000 a month rental. And apparently he trashed the place, and it was filthy, and it was dirty, and there was bugs, there was like food. Like, apparently he was really gross.
Just like I said, I mean, I remember I mentioned that all the people they stiffed in Delaware, and I recall a story of their house, the Biden household, which was an old DuPont sort of manor house or state house, a beautiful house, but I mean, it was built in probably the 1920s and not much. They hadn't really kept it up, and apparently the Bidens, they don't keep up the house. I mean, I guess maybe now they've maids and whatever, but and there were these contractors in there, I guess, working on the kitchen, or like fixing like whatever the issues with this, you get it with practically 100-year-old house. And and one of the guys not knowing Jill was in earshot, he's like, in his typical Delaware, the sort of the towny accent, he's like, man, these people live like fucking pigs. And she heard it. They got thrown out immediately. And I'm sure they wouldn't have been paid anyway, like the rest of the I mean, the people they've stiffed, there's people, I'm talking like small business people with like maybe a guy who's a mason or a bricklayer with maybe one or two guys and does a retaining wall for Joe that would be $35,000. This is probably this guy's month or and just like, no, and they're like, sorry, you're not paying. What do you mean? What are you going to do? Sue the senator? I mean, it was literally like that. I mean, just like run like a mafia family, like a cheap mafia family. Yeah, I'll just we've had the Bushes, the Clintons, the Obamas, the Bidens now. I mean, just
although in fairness, Trump was famous for stiffing his contractors.
I was just gonna say, yeah, but the thing is, people talk about
not the way the Bidens did. I mean, come on, Trump was doing massive projects that probably were. I mean, they probably ran up. I mean, you got to look at the market he was dealing with. In many cases, they probably overpriced what he was having it done. Plus, look, I mean, it is what it is. When you have a building project like a major development or a building you're putting up, you're going to have cost overruns, and you're going to. I mean, there's going to be issues in some cases where, look, I mean, they have to cut corners. They have to, sort of cut across the board, or it's not going to be a viable project. That's different from someone having a person come into their home space or to their home, whatever, and literally just
or a little local salon.
Yeah, like exactly. And just like the working people and just screw them like you're some kind of royal really fucking imperial whatever, Caligula.
That's just
I know, and I'll say, and comparatively, Donald Trump is extremely generous with people. I mean, he leaves.
I have heard that.
Yeah, he'll literally do things like, oh, he'll hear that the waitress is, something over here that she has. He'll pay off her mortgage. It's like that kind of stuff.
Yes,
like he literally
quietly,
does
and
stuff.
we never hear about that stuff. And when Trump still had the hotel down here in DC, when they first opened, I myself went as a patron, but then I'm a reporter. I still went stalking around the entire main floor of the old post office building. And I asked everybody from the doorman to the bartenders to the waitresses if they had any encounters with Mr. Trump or any of the Trump kids. And everybody was gushing about the Trump kids and Mr. Trump himself and how generous he was, and like Christmas bonuses, and just everybody had nothing but gushing, glowing stories about Donald Trump. And it kind of gave me pause, because I was going, I just wasn't expecting that, I guess. I mean, I went there with an open mind. Obviously, I was there to have drinks with friends, but then I wandered away because the reporter in me, I said, I'm here. I'm gonna ask the workers, like, what what had they experienced with Trump? And they
it's
had
let me tell
nothing
you,
but
it's
glowing
not.
stories about him.
Yeah, and it's not like they're like trying to suck up to to or afraid that if they say
No.
anything otherwise, no, it's genuine. And let me tell you something, it goes back as long as he's been, anybody, literally back to the
Yeah.
80s. I
I've
know
heard that
people who
too.
worked, a guy, friends who, one in particular was like, he worked security at the Trump casinos in Atlantic City, like in the 80s. And, he was raving. He was like, he couldn't understand how they were calling Trump like, homophobic or against LGB, whatever, when he was the only casino in the entire Atlantic City, which the rest was run like sort of mobbed up, who would hire any gay people whatsoever.
Really?
And he was very, and also women. He had
Right.
lots of women that and executive levels of his organization. It's like, it's just, yeah. I mean, the defamation and the lies about him. Yeah, I guess. I mean, I'm glad to see he was able to make a comeback, a serious comeback, because
it's an amazing story, right?
That is the comeback of the millennia.
Yeah, Bill Clinton is no longer
comeback.
the comeback
No,
kid. Not after this.
No.
I mean, and we'll never see anything like that again. I mean, you'll never see a president,
hard to imagine.
Do 2 non-consecutive terms. I mean,
right.
The only close
Grover Cleveland.
Is
Grover Cleveland.
I mean, in our lifetime, certainly this was such a rare. I mean, who
especially, I mean, with the headwinds he had to confront with.
I remember, it's so funny you say that. Like, I was thinking back to about a year ago when I thought about when they started, like, all the lawfare prosecutions and all, it was all coming into view. And I thought, my God, this man, the number of like hurdles, the number of needles he has to thread, the number of how he has to perfectly down the line. I'm just sort of
it's like the
wow.
trials of Job. I mean,
yeah.
It reminds me. There's a Central Asian explorer named Sven Hedden. He was a Swedish guy, and one of the books that he wrote is called Trans-Himalaya. And if you read like business journals and you ask where they ask CEOs, like, what's your favorite book about how to learn how to be a great manager or business person and how to overcome adversity, a lot of them will point to this book. So I checked it out. It's actually really hard to find. And you have to track it down like on eBay. And sometimes if you're lucky, you can get like a reprint. But anyway, it's like this guy goes into modern day Tajikistan and the deserts of China. And basically everything that can go wrong keeps going wrong, right? Like there's the sandstorm, there's the blizzard, there's the disease that wipes out his canvassé, there's robbers, there's murderers. Everything gets fucked up and he survives, although most of his traveling companions die. And it's like, it's like that kind of crazy narrative. Politically, I really wish Teddy White were still alive.
Wait, there's no punchline, like he hits the lottery at the end or something?
Yeah. The punchline is he survives. And
okay, great.
And he maps and charts some new areas of Central Asia. That's it, and comes back and gets greeted by the Swedish king. No, it all works out. And he ends up living another 40 years and seeing some cool and doing some cool and interesting things. The point is that, I wish that there was a book, The Making of the President 2024, that would really, like, there will be, that just marches us through this amazing series of comebacks. But I think the real analysis is going to be, this was the ultimate example of what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. The lawfare enhanced his candidacy. He may not have won without it.
That's the other thing I was thinking about at the beginning when we were getting ready to come on. I thought, what if Trump had they just said, okay, fine, just he wins a re-election in 2020? I think things would be it would be markedly different. I think we'd have it's just like the fortunes of the Republican Party, of the MAGA people, of the populist forces, of the grassroots, of the new media, the alt media. I don't think any of that would be what it is today.
I agree.
Were it not for this wilderness period that was like a perfect leavening, so to speak, period, and prepared Donald Trump to step into this moment and to have this massively resounding victory. That's again not just a restoration of and a validation of him, but also a total rebuke of the absolute sort of crux issues that we've been living, from the border to the tranny stuff to the what else? The weaponization of government, or weaponization of law, and justice. I mean, all that stuff was like came together, and it was like, man, you rarely get an election where it's that clear a set of issues in terms of a mandate, and also the fact of either validating or refuting the lawfare and what they think of what was done to Donald Trump. And I'm so glad it turned out the way it did, because I've said before, he has to win, not because I think he's the greatest thing since sliced bread, but because they cannot get away with doing what they did to him. And fortunately they haven't. Thank God. Thank you, American people.
Yeah. Yeah, it's such a resounding win. Nobody can take that away. It wasn't just an electoral victory. It was just a thumping. It was the popular vote and electoral. Like, it just, that there's no if and or buts about it. And it was a huge rebuke, I think, of the entire Democratic Party and everything we've lived through the last 4 years. And so I don't know. I think it's, to me, still, though, whether you like this or not, Tyler, I'm going to say at the end of that election process, this was a victory for Joe Biden against his own party.
Well, a vengeance victory,
Totally. He was like, haha,
sure.
You fuckers, you thought you can coup me?
I just love how Joe Biden's, his ultimate sort of victory is to fuck over his entire party and his vice president.
I think ultimately
I
that's
love
his
it.
win.
I love it. It's so fitting. So fitting. It's
Right.
so cosmically perfect.
Right.
I think it's
that's
also,
exactly my point.
ironically, Bernie Sanders has to be laughing his ass off. It's like, you shivved me not once but twice to put this asshole in the second time.
Yeah.
Look, I wouldn't have done this to
what do you think Hillary thinks? Jeez, my God.
That was this election was not only a victory of Trump, it was a rebuke of the entire Democratic Party, the DNC, and the dirty tricks they've been playing the last 15 years. And I think it's exposed and it's all out in the open. And now they're going to have to recalibrate. They don't know, what 2028 is going to look like, but they're saying Gavin Newsom, they're saying AOC, they're saying Pete Buttigieg. They have no idea where to go. They're on their back foot, but what they haven't learned is to look inward yet, because this was all their own doing, and they deserve to squirm and writhe in pain the next 4 years for just everything we've lived through the last 6 years because of them.
I see someone asked a picture or a picture. Asked a question. I could maybe, you want me to answer real quick, or
please
go for it.
Just says, does Tyler think Trump 2.0 will avoid the mistakes of his first administration in terms of terrible hires and getting captured by the deep state? Kash Patel is FBI director. I'd say, yeah, certainly yes. I think there's pitfalls you're never going to be able to avoid, but and the Democrats are going to play their games, but no, it's going to be radically different. I think there's he was naive and had no allies really when he entered in 2017. This time he's got a whole wrecking crew with him: Bobby Kennedy, Elon Musk, Vivek Ramaswamy. Radcliffe at the as CIA. It's already radically different. We just got to get them through the rhino phalanx in the Senate.
All right.
Tyler.
Hunter Biden, what a story.
Why would you keep calling? Don't call him that.
No, I know.
Tyler Nixon.
It's the topic is Hunter Biden.
I know. This good stuff.
I'll let you guys get back to your bestiality discussions and so forth.
Yes, oh my God.
As
usual. Bits of degeneracy and
that is the TMI. This is the degeneracy that encapsulates the Biden administration 4 years, right? There it is.
Yes. And I love it. Well, I love the TMI show. I don't love the Biden.
All right, Tyler, come back soon.
Thank you, Tyler.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, and that was Tyler Nixon. Thank you so much for being here on the TMI show. He is God. I don't have his bio up. I'm like, I'll
do the bio. Tyler is an Army infantry veteran, a counselor at law, a constitutionalist, an advocate, a writer, technologist, critical historian, and extremist in the defense of liberty. So that's always fun when we have Tyler on, because it's, I mean, how often, what are the chances, right, that like we happen to be friends with somebody that grew up with the freaking Bidens, with the sons of the president of the United States? Like when does that happen? You know, and the son, the surviving son happens to be the dirtbag that he is, and one of our friends happens to know where some of the bodies are buried and what it was like growing up with them, you know. So obviously Tyler's the guy that you had to bring on to talk about this, because not only is he an attorney, he actually knows the Bidens. So for all those that were new to this, that's who Tyler is. Because obviously, Ted, people that followed us from before know who Tyler is. But if you
God, think about
not
all
familiar,
we come full circle. Think of all the times that we talked to Tyler about Hunter Biden, and then here's the denouement. He was really the perfect person to have us to join us today.
Yeah. So a lot of the viewers may not be familiar with who Tyler Nixon is. That's who he is. Just by chance, Tyler Nixon grew up, born and raised in Delaware, grew up with the Biden boys, and literally grew up with them, knew them. So it's just a crazy small world.
It is.
And so for this to happen the way it did, Tyler Nixon is the perfect guy to bring on. And Tyler has gone to the other end of the political spectrum from the Biden family. And he's actually seen, he's been to the party, he's been to the, he's seen how this family works, and the corruption behind closed doors, and the public persona and image that's been so carefully crafted of Joe Biden, Ted, of all, like he's this poor, here's poor old Joe. He's like this widower, blah, blah, blah. So sad. Not that that's not true, but that's the image that they put forth, and not really the dirtbag that he is, that we elected as president in 2020. So here we are. All right. That's going to do it for us. We've gone way over, but it was, we took a long break, so it's okay for us to go a little way over. While we have you, we ask that you please become a paid subscriber. If you are on Rumble, just hit that that subscribe button at the bottom of the chat, $5 a month, so we can keep doing the show for you. If you're enjoying what you're seeing, our weird, random pug sex jokes, you want more of it, hit that subscribe button. Who doesn't want more? Who doesn't want to talk about bestiality on a Monday morning? That's fun. But of course, that'll keep us fully independent. Also, if you're watching on YouTube, please do hit that subscribe button. It doesn't cost you anything. It helps us get to the numbers we need to reach in order to become fully monetized. And then we can, start making a decent income from this when the numbers grow. And of course, please share. If you're not in a position monetarily, please share our channel, share our clips, cut them up, like draw dick pics on us. It doesn't matter. Whatever. Just share it. Just get us out there. Help us grow. Draw pugs on our faces. Whatever. I don't think we mind, right, Ted?
No.
Or cat. Hi.
And no cat fucking. Cat fucking is verboten.
Oh, no animal fucking, people. If I got to send you off with a message on a Monday, don't bang your animals.
That seems like a low bar.
Just please don't.
Even Hunter, that might be one of those things that Hunter Biden was pardoned for in that 10 years.
I know.
That you don't know about. I don't think Hunter Biden's a cat fucker.
A pet fucker at all? You don't think he's a pet fucker?
Nah,
no, he does like those little young prostitutes.
That's true.
We don't know how young, how old, because, it's in Budapest or wherever it was that he was.
True.
But they look very, very, very young, is all I'll say. So, and he likes pictures of his teeny bopper niece. Oh.
That's a little weird.
That's a little in her bathing suit. Like middle schooler.
Yeah, that's not good.
That's not good. So animal banging, maybe not a Hunter thing. Kitty paraphernalia, maybe.
Kitty petting is fine.
Anyway, that's gonna do it for us, guys. We'll be back on Monday. Ted and I are both on the mend.
We are.
I slept more than one consecutive hour without waking up in a coughing fit. So that is the win. That is a win. So I will take it, but we're getting there.
We're living the same life. It's like the coughing thing. It's like Brutal.
So I'll take it. We will take
All
it.
right.
All right. Thank you guys for being here with us. We will be back tomorrow, 10 a.m. Eastern. The TMI show, Manila Chan, Ted Rall. We is Audi 5000. Adios, amigos. Thanks for being here.
Au revoir. À bientôt. À demain.
Bye. Yeah. So with that, once I pop her face up on here, I think everybody's gonna know who that is.
There she is.
There she is. That is our buddy Angie Wong, the
That is
former
so
co-host
funny.
of the Final
Congratulations,
Countdown.
Angie.
Congrats to you and your team and the Trump people. Whether
For
people
sure.
are happy about that or not doesn't matter. You guys pulled
You
out
earned it.
just literally
You were
the biggest political comeback ever that the world has ever seen. Like,
That
so
is so. No, I can't take credit for any of this, by the way. This was all Donald Trump. And, you know, we played a very, very small role in his comeback. We knew it was coming. We're just the believers. We followed him all the way to the end of the rainbow. So you look, guys, you know this. Act 2 is now over, right? There's still Act 3 and Act 4 to go. I'm not sleeping until at least January 20th. There's still a lot more to this play. And so, you know, I love it. I love your new show, by the way. Congratulations on
Thank
your new
you.
show. I love seeing your faces again. This is crazy. Like, I'm having weird flashbacks.
and
It's
now we're
fun.
all like unleashed. We're unleashed on this.
Yeah, unleashed raw.
Well, I was just surprised that you were cursing throughout the headlines. I was like, I can
Well,
curse
I
on this show.
Yeah, you can please
What is
feel free.
what
You
does
don't
Kamala
have to.
Harris
It's
say?
not mandatory.
We're unburdened. We're unburdened by
Yes.
whatever.
We're so unburdened
By
by
the
what has
FCC.
been. The FCC, man, that thing needs a complete revamp. If anything, I was talking to my Trump friends and I said, get me in the FCC because we need to completely rip out that. Yeah, I mean, you want to
you don't think-
Project 25 me all day long, go for it. But we need to
Lena
clean that up.
Khan, is she gonna? You think? I mean, she's been pretty fair. No, you think she's out?
She's been pretty fair. I think she's been pretty much in avoidance of any of her duties, right? I mean, unless you make a complaint, nothing happens. I follow it lightly. I'm not really a big nerd on the FCC, but you know, it's a lot of these newer platforms, like the one we're on. It skirts the FCC altogether, right? So that's fine. We found a workaround. But
Well, it showed, right? This election cycle with Trump going on Rogan and like Theo Vaughn's podcast and all that stuff. It shows that mainstream media is dead because probably in large part because the FCC censors everything, all the truths and whatever. I mean, not to say that YouTube doesn't either, but the whole point is like mainstream media is dead and it's cemented. Trump did the right thing, the smart thing to go and talk to the people on like Rogan, talk to the biggest podcast in all of the world, whereas Harris hid away, kind of like the 2020 Biden campaign.
yeah, what do you make of Elon Musk saying that we are the media? I mean, I saw it as a marketing ploy because, you know, obviously X is now on your TV screens, right? So he needs content.
I haven't seen that yet.
Yeah. You can see.
I've seen that.
There's a movie. There's a Trump movie, and Christopher Martini is going to kill me because I can't remember the name of his film. I think it's called The Man We Don't Know or something like that. Oops. Anyway, it's streaming on XTV because they need content and they're willing to push the kind of more conservative right-leaning content. So, but look, Elon Musk said we are the media. I don't know. Are we the media? Because I'm laughing.
I think Elon Musk is correct. You know, it's the media is now. It is literally we've achieved the promise of the internet was the interconnectivity that was we were supposed to all be instantaneously connectable in as frictionless a way as possible, and there were bumps along the way, but I think we're there now. I mean, you know, we literally like one of us could now be in Kabul and we could have the same quality of conversation and connection. And again, for free, right? I mean, like think about, I mean, I'm old enough to remember that calling from Dayton to Cincinnati, which was in the same area code, 513, was a long, they called it like a short-term, long-term distance call, and you had to pay an extra fee to call from your landline within the same area code if it was a little far away. And so it was just like, I mean, just think about like how you can now have a device that's $60 a month, and you can call anywhere in the world, and it's included. I mean, I used to pay $200 a month in college for my long distance phone bill to call my girlfriend at the state.
Oh, that's so sweet.
Yeah,
No,
well,
I
it was
had those
dumb. I
too.
should have dated locally.
Yeah. Did it pay off, Ted?
Not really. No, not really.
Not in dividends. Yeah, no, look, I'm just so excited. I'm actually, this morning, I was doing a little bit of self-reflection. I'm actually really depressed right now because like I've been running for the last 4 years trying to get this guy into office. And not only this guy, but the trifecta. We got the House, I think.
Yes.
We got the White House and we have the Senate.
Huge.
And it's like, I don't know what to do with myself now. Like, I need to take up knitting or something.
Oh, is this
because,
sort of like the day after the wedding where you're sort of, now
I'm
what?
freaking out. I'm totally freaking out
The
because now
last
I'm
lines
married.
of Robert Redford in do you ever see The Candidate? Robert Redford, the movie?
Yes.
And at
yes.
the last side, it's all going and going and going and going, and then they win, and then he's like, now what?
That's me right now. I am freaking out. I am like talking to myself. I'm like pacing because like I don't know what I just did, and I don't think I played a very, very small role in all of this. But
you've had a front row seat.
I've had a front row seat, and I'm very happy to have been reporting it with you guys on this. I'm happy to have a voice in all of this. But my biggest thing, and I'm gonna just right here, we turned Miami red. Okay. Miami County, it was a blue county for the last 30 something years. We flipped it red. It is now R+5. And again, not all.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, we jumped almost 18 points since 2020, since Biden ran this county. So we're going to keep, now we know the formula. We know how to do it.
Do you think that formula can be replicated in other major cities, like Chicago or New York?
Funny enough, I got phone calls about that last week about how we did that. We're going block by block, street by street. We need a lot of Cuban Americans is really what it is. We need a lot of people who come from kind of like communist countries to flip it. They don't want to see any of the stuff on where they're living now, where they've invested.
So Miami's unique that way, kind of.
It is. It's very, very unique. We heavily leaned on Cuban Americans and South Americans, and that is, 63% of Miami, right? So
we saw, Angie. I mean, 45% of Latinos broke for Trump.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing.
Isn't that crazy?
That's a big, it's a big story. Because I mean, I remember we've all been following the Latino vote story for decades.
Wild.
And the assumption was always struck me as a little bit flawed. The assumption was always like, oh, because you have light brown skin, because you're Latino, and you're here and you're a U.S. citizen, you sympathize automatically with everyone else who is Latino, who is interested in coming across the border, whether legally or illegally. And like, I don't know that follows logically. I mean, I think most people, this is a country of immigrants. I think most people, they kick the dirt of the home country off their shoes when they arrive, and then they Americanize. And certainly by second generation, those kids are 100% American, and they're not, thinking about like, oh, like these people are like my parents or grandparents were 80 years ago or 50 years ago. They're not thinking that way. I mean, Latinos are predominantly Catholic. They're conservative, family values, super important. There's a certain machismo, in a lot of Latin culture. I don't think Democrats really ever understood that.
No, and they try to jam it through. And, so we have a really interesting problem, right? We have over 10 million Latinos who just walked across the border, right? And it's like, wow, you guys really played the short game on that one. We're going to now flip them because they did come with those values. A lot of them came with like values that they want to change, of course, but I think that's where the Republican Party can really, really grow and expand, is to grab those guys
and deport them all.
I know that is the Trump way, isn't it?
Is going to do, right? I mean, how seriously should we take that?
Or if they become card-holding members of the Republican Party, they can stay. How about that?
Oh wow! Yeah.
Like they'll be arrested by Trump's goons. Like, okay, so we're giving you a choice here: one-way ticket out, or
join the party. I mean, I feel like that's what the Democrats were banking on, right? With like the vast numbers of immigration, whether legal or illegal. But now that we're here, I mean, the Trump, the transition team, and by transition we mean like not gender. So Biden calls Trump before Harris does and says, okay, come to the White House. Let's do this transition thing. Let's hold hands, kumbaya. That's my read, because I think Biden is salty at his own party and at Kamala Harris for them booting him off, because, he didn't go down without a fight within his own party, because he was saying, no, she can't beat Trump. I can beat Trump. And I guess this is a big I told you so for Biden.
Yeah,
So,
Biden.
He did outperform her. He did.
100%. In fact, she lost at sometimes double digits in the counties that he won in back in 2020. So she was a complete disaster. Joe Biden went dark MAGA. He went total dark MAGA on us the final weeks of the election. And I think that old man knows exactly what he's doing. I don't think he was just playing around doing goofs and whatnot. I think he knew exactly what was going to tank her. And now, you know what's happened?
Do you think the garbage remark was one of them?
I think he knew what was going on. I think he knew that was going to go viral. You don't
think that's an Obama, how Obama said, never overestimate Joe's ability to fuck things up?
Yeah, he totally fucked things up there. It was the best.
That was deliberate.
I think so, because the next thing you know, within 24 hours, Trump is in a dumpster truck. Okay. So it's the best. I mean, look, that was politics, retail politics at its best. We're not going to see showmanship like that ever again.
Angie, what do you make of the fact that, so they say that, defeat is an orphan and victory has 1,000 followers. How do you make what do you make of the liberal media coverage in places like the New York Times, where now it's basically they're trying to acknowledge the genius of Trump as a campaigner, the genius of moves like this, the showmanship, the stagecraft, and up until Tuesday they were talking about how incredibly degenerate and maniacal and insane and crazy and doomed all these things were. Now they're like, oh, well, anyone could plainly see it coming.
Now they got to do an about face. Look, it is what it is. They know who the winner is. They know who they have to cover for the next 4 years, right?
So true.
So you might have to gain some White House access, right? You need that to just do your job properly. I think, Jeff Bezos saw the micro data coming in and said, no way are we going to be endorsing Kamala Harris. He knew. And again, all these tech guys, they have the micro data that point to a winner even months ago. They do. All of them.
Yeah, because this was a pretty sizable margin. I mean, look, it's not 60-40, but we don't really do that in this country anymore. But in this day and age, in the modern era, since 1996, 3.5% is a comfortable popular vote margin.
Yes.
Especially when the morning of the election, the Real Clear Politics average had Harris up by 0.4.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
I have been wrong. I mean, I was following the campaign trail in 2016. I actually got to experience first wave MAGA. And that's when I went around telling everybody, no, this is what the polls are saying is wrong. And I vibed that this time because I obviously was not on the trail, but the polls kept telling me it's neck and neck. And here he wins both electoral and popular vote. Nobody saw that coming. Nobody saw that he was going to be competitive in my county, in Fairfax County. What that shows me is soccer moms, suburban soccer moms like me. And I said this on the show the other day, right, Ted, on yesterday, that when I went to my polling place, I'm going to imply, and you can make of it what you will. The polling place looked different. There was a different batch of voters that I don't traditionally see. And I'm somebody that votes in the midterms and everything. And suddenly I saw within my county, in Fairfax County, Trump was freaking
Trump is a populist like Bernie Sanders. And those are the two major political figures in recent years who understand that in a country where in a presidential election, a decent turnout is considered 55%, for those 45% of registered voters who don't show up, someone could go out there and get them to show up. And on top of that, there's people who are not registered. You could register and get them to come too. Trump understood that.
I'll tell you,
he was more successful than Bernie at it. But that's what this is all about. This is about bringing out new voters.
I've never seen this many middle-aged soccer moms that were like me, of every ethnicity, at my polling place here in Fairfax County, and this many of us. And I went around lunchtime by chance. I'm telling you, it looked different. And then by the nighttime, when they were zeroing in on different counties in Virginia, Glenn Youngkin spoke. I could not believe that there was a sizable voting block shift of women, middle-aged, suburban moms like me in Fairfax County that broke for Trump.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I was shocked.
But there's also what's crazy, and I
voted for Trump.
I don't know if we're ever I don't know if you got to see internals, Angie, but I mean, I am dying to know if there was any kind of substantial progressive vote for an anger vote for Trump. I personally know a lot of lefties who voted for Donald Trump, more than voted for Jill Stein, like progressives who were literally like, they hate Harris so much on Gaza that they were like, I'm not only going to deny my vote to her, I'm going to vote for Trump because I want to stick it to her hard. And I'm talking about, like, you know, women, I mean, like socialists, like real lefties. And I just wonder if that's just my weird circle of friends, or if that's a factor, because that happened in 2016 and 2020, where like former Bernie Sanders supporters, some of them did vote for Trump.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I can, without seeing internals, I saw that happening in places like Vermont and New Hampshire. And I was hearing about it. Now, I don't have internals to back it up with numbers just yet. I'll do an autopsy when I get some sleep. But we saw that happening in New York. The New York Post just put out a story on how borough by borough, Trump went up sometimes 21%. We're talking in the Bronx, we're talking about in Queens. He gained a lot. And you better believe they're not Republicans. They were not traditional Republicans. That was the problem. Kamala Harris's closing message was just abortion and I hate Donald Trump. That's not enough to convince Americans right now to vote for any candidate.
And I love Liz Cheney.
And I love, that's just weird. And her brown suits. I don't get the brown suits thing. They were all wearing weird brown suits. Did you see that?
Aubergine.
Yeah, but that's not a power color. It's just like it's brown.
It's a poo color.
It's a poo color. Right. So I don't know who advised that. But okay. So aside, but Trump's closing message really was just like everyday American stuff. You know, your eggs are $1 each now, right? Your gas tank, if you leave the gas pumps for less than $55, you're lucky.
True.
Right? And I drive a Mini. And Ted, I've been using a quote everywhere that I heard you say once, and it just stuck in my mind. Trump voters were rage voting. Mm-hmm. We could not wait to get to the polls. The very first day of early voting here in Miami, I was there at 6:59 with my coffee and my cafecitos. They were rage voting. They were just like, get me in
chomping
there.
At the bit.
Yeah.
And I think fundamentally, look, obviously, and this is going to be analyzed for weeks, months, and years to come, right? And it should be. But like one of the, I think one of the big mistakes the Democrats made is failing to understand the anger of the voters, and not just Republican voters. There's people don't want to hear, they don't want joy when they can't pay the rent. They don't want laughing and cackling.
Yeah.
They're worried about sending their kids to college. And they're worried about food prices. They don't want to see wild parties with Lady Gaga and Bruce Springsteen that they're not invited to, and it's all flashy and like, well, I'm glad you're having a good time, because out here we're not. Like, our town has been devastated.
Yeah.
Trump's message, was denigrated by the mainstream media as dark and apocalyptic, but it was closer to how the people were feeling than this, and I think in the end, the Kamala Harris message was, I want to protect American institutions, and American institutions are not serving the public very well. I mean, anybody who's ever been, like, say, in the courts has been screwed over by the courts. Anybody who's ever, I mean, we're not out to protect. We're not interested in keeping the IRS the way it is. You know, like, so I think that idea of, like, we're going to safeguard things. Things are pretty good. Trump wants to blow things up. It's kind of like, well, I mean, I didn't vote for Trump, but I'm sympathetic to his desire to blow things up.
Is he though, Angie? Is he really? I mean, we see his new coalition, right? I mean, I pray to God he was nice about Mike Pompeo the other day and said something about him on stage. But I pray that he doesn't bring the Pompeos, the Boltons, the whatever back into his fold. Those are the very people that undermined his first administration. But now
I'm
we
so
see
happy you said
RFK.
that.
We see Tulsi, we see other people like the Casey and Callie Means, people that are out of nowhere. Some of them, like RFK Jr., nobody saw that coming. Like, what the hell? But come on, please. Can you please spread the word to the Trump people that they cannot possibly bring in a swampier swamp thing than Mike Pompeo? Like,
I gotta
please
tell
keep that
you,
guy away.
This is why I am so depressed right now. I am really depressed because I was at the Trump watch party the other night, and who did I see running through? All the swamp monsters. And I said, did I really
all
just
looking for work?
Right. Did I really just get you back into power? Because I thought you guys were gone. And I just stood there with my, plastic cup at a party, like it literally
Your
felt
red
like
Solo cup.
yeah. It literally felt like I just saw my ex-boyfriend with his new girlfriend. Like I just literally just sat there sulking. And everyone's like, what the hell's wrong with you? We just won everything. And I'm like crying. I'm like, I want to go home. I want to go under my blanket.
No.
Yeah, because that's what happened.
People?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, do you think that's what's going to happen? I mean, look, obviously we know that Project 2025 aside, the Trump team has obviously been planning in a way that they never planned for 2016 and couldn't really. But now they could, and they have been. I mean, they know personnel is policy. The rumor is that they have tens of thousands of people lined up to step into the civil service, into all these appointment positions in the federal government. I mean, and I know that Trump, at least verbally, has said that he felt like he got screwed by the deep state and he hated the neocons and they went after him, right? I mean, he's not dumb. I mean, he's not going to bring them back, is he?
Oh, well, okay. So what I can confirm, because I have been speaking to the transition team, they are not hiring any lobbyists. If you're a lobbyist, you're not allowed in. That's their top line. Nope, we're not hiring you. Okay. 2, there's going to be some usual suspects that are going to get back in because they've been with Trump all this time for decades, and they are itching to get, the top positions.
Of course. What about Nikki Haley? Are we going to see her in the cabinet?
No.
I bet we
I
are.
can't say. I don't know. That one is going to be, that one's a little bit sticky. I have no idea. I do know some of the top.
Promised something, right?
They're all promised something. Like DeSantis, for example, he's likely going to get Marco Rubio's seat in an open election, a special election.
Marco Rubio might be going to state, right?
That's right. I heard 2 names that I'm familiar with that's being looked at for that position. Of course, everything can change 30 seconds before the announcement, right? So let's not mark anyone just yet.
That's what he said about picking JD Vance, right? It was like at that last moment, he was like, all right, that guy.
Turned out to be
I don't know.
Turned out to be a good choice.
Maybe. We'll see. Time will tell. But yeah, no, there's the usual suspects that are all climbing back in. I'm like, did I just spend the last 4 years busting my balls so that you can get back in there? Now, there are definitely people that are completely toxic that Trump is like, stay afar. And, they grifted throughout this 4 years when he was not in office and bashed him. But I think, look, I hate defending Project 2025. I had to do it yesterday on air. I will say that these are the agencies that went after Trump and his family and his allies, of course I'm going to dismantle you. Of course I'm going to clean you out and gut you out, right? I don't think that's a bad thing. You created the problem, and now Trump is going to go in and clean it up. So if he takes the DOJ, strips it of, its of its personnel, not its powers, but his personnel's, and clean it up, I would love that. If they did the same thing with the FCC and made equal time, applicable to all the major networks, that would be amazing. So I don't think these are bad things. It's just being spun wrong, as if, oh yeah, Trump's going to get rid of the FBI. Trump's going to get rid of the Pentagon.
Right.
What? No, it's not happening.
No, it's just the heads of them. So I have a wish list that I'm just going to put out there. McGregor at DOD.
Okay, I'm writing it down. Go ahead.
I'm going to go with McGregor for DOD. I think there's a real chance that Tulsi could go Secretary of State, maybe.
No, I don't think so. She doesn't have the experience. I don't think so.
I think RFK
I think she could get
for
Veterans
USDA.
Affairs. Tulsi,
Veterans Affairs, that could
Tulsi
work.
could get the VA.
I think Brian Mast is going to get Veterans Affairs. I think either Bill Hagerty or Marco Rubio will be Secretary of State. If he is Secretary of State, then Treasury or Commerce might go to Bill Hagerty. I think he's got the experience for that. These are my guesses. I have no idea, obviously. Tulsi's
I'm just saying wish
somewhere.
list. Wish list. I would like to see maybe RFK at the USDA. Unless we could do something really wild, is like make him the chief of the CIA, make RFK. I think that would be pretty fun. But I would definitely like to see McGregor leading the DOD, because I think he is a scholar. He's an academic. He understands what's happening on the battlefields, because he's actually a battle-hardened real military guy, and he's super smart. So I would really like to see McGregor in that seat, because I think he could keep the tentacles of the DOD out of other countries, because he is a combat veteran, and he would know.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's going to be a lot of names being thrown out. One thing that if JFK Jr. is watching this show, I would not be getting your press people right now telling
JFK
people.
Jr.?
I'm sorry, RFK Jr.
I was like, wait a minute. Wait, let me get my
blub 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 at the bottom of it.
No, let me get my tinfoil hat, because
you think he's still alive?
There's been talk in the queue.
That would be weird. That's weird. That's like Elvis coming back. No. So RFK Jr., he needs to shut his mouth about running the FDA right now and taking away vaccines, and because that's what's fueling a lot of the leftist media. Well, that's what the leftist media is reporting. It's crazy. I think it's dumb. He needs to shut up. Really, really shut up for the next 2 months until he actually gets a real appointment. Because right now, what he's doing is he's making certain that he's never going to get a position. So if he is going to run the FDA or do any sort of anything involving pharmaceuticals and whatnot, I'm looking forward to it. I don't love his ideas. I gotta tell you, it's a little bit too California for me, and not in the right way. I mean, I think not all vaccinations are terrible. But I get it. Big pharma is a big issue. So we'll have to do something about it. But look, it's too much change all at once. I don't know if Americans can take it either. And I hope that we don't get punished in the midterms after all these massive gains, because too much has been shoved down the throat on the other.
What are you most worried about? Like, what kind of MAGA agenda items do you think might be difficult, might spark a rebellion, or what's the word I'm looking for? Backlash against.
I think when you see busloads of immigrants being literally walked onto the bus, like the little girl holding her teddy bear having to be shipped back to a country where she might get assassinated, that might be a bad look. Just saying. I think that there has to be a pathway to citizenship for a lot of the migrants who are legitimately seeking asylum here. I think there should be not an amnesty, but something. I like the idea, and I know a lot of people think that this is too controversial, but I think, like we offered Jamaica. If you're willing to serve in our military for 4 to 8 years, I forget what it is, then guess what? if you are, sworn to our military and you can provide and protect us, then we will offer you a pathway to citizenship, even if you're here illegally. I think there has to be
because that's
something
not
like
what
that.
Trump has promised. Obviously.
Oh, no, this is Angie Wong's idea. This is
Right.
not Trump world idea. But I'm just saying, how can you possibly ship back 14 million people at this point?
You can't.
No, I don't think so. I don't think that's realistic at all.
By the way, Angie, I got to give a shout out to Well Dressed Nerd for the $5. I think it's, what is this, the Rumble rant? And he has a question. First he says, Pompeo and Bolton suck the balls. Trump Jr. was on Fox this morning and says he's working overtime to keep the swamp creatures out. Also, hey, Angie. So shout out, Well Dressed Nerd. Thank you.
Well Dressed Nerd. I bet he's hot. I'm a nerd fan. I love nerds. I love them so much. I'm a nerd. So no, I think there's some really good stuff. The other thing that I'm paying close attention to in the new administration is this Chinese tariff. I see that in DC right now, Chinese businesses and American businesses who have dealings in China and in Asia, they are hiring lobbyists like you wouldn't believe, just to try to get an exemption from any like 200% tax that Trump's been going on and on about, with foreign goods. I think there has to be something, there's going to be a lot of discussions about this. It can't just be like, we're going to just tax China 200% on tariffs. I know Trump has said that on the campaign trail,
sure,
but there are just some realities in the world. Like, I don't want to pay $17 for a trash bag, I just don't. So I think there's got to be something that has to be a little bit more real world in that scenario. Other things, we have an opportunity to really do some good policying, right? And I'm not a policy girl. I know plenty of people who are. I'm looking forward to hearing their ideas, because I think there's some real world ideas that can work here. And clearly you see futurists in JD Vance, in Elon Musk's, and in Vivek. I mean, you see a lot of that good blood coming in that really want to future-proof our country. So I'm looking forward to hearing their ideas on what they want to do, and how we can move forward together, right? Because right now we have a Congress and a Senate that is stuck in like the 90s. Like, they still print out their emails to read them and respond to them. And they're writing laws like, Section 230. They don't get what they're doing. So I'm looking forward to the new blood coming in, and seeing how we can play in this new space together, especially on the Space Coast here in Florida, which just a little political plug, which I would like to expand down here to Miami. I want to turn the East Coast of Florida into the next innovation hub, because space is going to be a big, big conversation topic in my kids' future. I'm grandma in that space, but I know enough to know that that's where we should be headed, especially in our education. We need to focus more on things that's going to deliver to our kids and make them beneficial in the future.
STEM. I'm so tired of all, I have a little one too. Ted, you've got a college age kid. Angie's got school age children. I've got a little one. So when I look at the future, I'm like, no, I don't need you to be teaching my kid underwater basket weaving, or female whatever feelings on such and such subject. No, I want him to learn STEM stuff, so that way he can actually have a real job and not have some useless degree and end up, at Starbucks serving coffee to the people that actually have real jobs that,
we need
that
free
AI can't
college.
take away. Or
we need free
right.
college. The whole rest of the world has it. You can be anyway. We should
That's
let
a whole
Angie
different
go.
conversation. But yeah, Angie, I think everybody wants to know behind the orange curtain, is what I'm calling it, how it happened. And like you said, it sounded like you did, like the Republicans behind the Trump machine. It was old school retail politics. He pounded the pavement. He knocked on doors. He talked to regular people, and his people did all of that.
Mhm.
And that's ultimately what happened. Whereas we didn't see that with the Harris campaign. She held a couple of big rallies that were fully staged. She, ran away from the media. She didn't talk to podcasters. She didn't go on alternative media. She was like the exact inverse of what Trump did. And I think that's really the lesson, the takeaway from behind the orange curtain and how Trump got to be this comeback story, right? Is he did old school retail politics.
Yeah, no, they were both bad candidates, really bad candidates. We can say it now. Kamala Harris was worse than Joe Biden. How could you be worse than Joe Biden?
Right.
But she was horrible.
I always say this, right? Like, Americans are optimists, and what they don't understand is that no matter how bad a situation is, it can get worse.
I miss you guys so much. I really do. I miss your
Well,
faces.
now
I
we
miss
have
talking
this.
to you. Yeah,
Well,
no,
come and sit hi. You're welcome back anytime, Angie.
I would love that. I really
Or
do.
like, or when I'm sick again, you probably didn't hear because it was busy. You were busy last week, so I was out in hospital last week because I somehow contracted viral meningitis. So I was in the hospital. Like next time, we just plug Angie in there. Ted's other Asian radio wife.
Yeah, I heard Ted. You called Manila Angie yesterday.
I did. I know.
Whoa.
I know. Yeah, I know. It's completely indefensible.
That's what I'm saying. If I get
in my
again,
defense, it's like you were both my co-hosts. So it's like co-host, not like Asian lady co-host. It's just co-host.
Lies, Ted, lies.
You can't walk
surrounded
back
by
that
Asian
one.
ladies. No. Lies. But yes, come back anytime, Angie. Go, please get some rest because you're not only like working all this political stuff, but I mean you're a friend obviously, and you're doing this, and we know you're a wife and mother, and you have all your other.
Yeah, I gotta do some family time after this. I'm gonna take a little time off. But no, thank you for having me on, and get me back on often. I miss you guys and I love you guys. And hi to Robbie behind the scenes there. I know he's been doing a great job, and I love the new graphics. I love the way the show looks. It looks so good.
Thank you.
Get it on X because Elon Musk
Good
is
idea.
for all the media.
Very good.
Yeah, we have to learn how to do all that still. So
no, we can link through X.
Yeah, that's easy.
We'll talk about this.
Yeah, we'll talk about it offline. All right, guys. Thank you again for having me on.
Thank you, Angie. We'll see you again soon.
Have a great
Bye,
show,
Angie.
guys.
Bye.
Joining us is Mark Sloboda. He's an international relations and security analyst. Follow Mark on Twitter at Mark Sloboda1, on his YouTube channel at The Real Politic with Mark Sloboda, and he's over on Facebook at facebook.com/Gramsci. As the Russo-Ukrainian conflict prepares to enter its third year of grinding warfare that has claimed untold lives and wreaked havoc on people and infrastructure, the election of Donald Trump to the U.S. presidency has sparked speculation that a reduction of U.S. proxy support for the Zelensky government might force the Ukrainians to sit down for some serious peace talks with Putin for the first time. Russia has gained a clear military advantage in this war. Can or will Trump, as he has promised, immediately or at all end the Ukraine war? And if so, how? Well, what role will be played by likely incoming Secretary of State Marco Rubio or the European allies of the United States? Would the broad contours of a peace deal result in a rump Ukraine and an agreement not to join NATO, or something else? Are we looking at a full-fledged armistice, a ceasefire, or nothing at all, just continued fighting? Mark, thanks for joining us here on the TMI show.
Ted, Manila, thanks for having me. It's always an honor and a pleasure to be on the TMI show. And may I say that when I first logged on, the very first thing I saw is a giant picture of someone's tonsils in between the two of you. And I almost ran away at that point.
I don't blame you.
And
that's too much information.
That really is.
It really was. That was just wait.
Old people's sex habits. That's
Yeah. As a child of the '80s and a victim of cartoons made to market toys to children, I'll just say that I'm on Team Thundercats. Thundercats, go!
Thundercats. I did like Thundercats, and I like She-Ra.
Or Rock'em Sock'em Robot, also awesome.
I wasn't that into them.
Really?
Not in the hall.
Isn't that like the DC version of Transformers? I mean,
I guess so. I don't know.
Not really. No,
but they're not in the Toy Hall of Fame either.
Yeah, it's a tough breed there. It's kind of like the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in Cleveland, where there's a lot of bands, and you're just like, wait, you're not in there? Like, what? I don't understand.
I think I had every single Star Wars action figure, toy set,
Wow.
vehicle, everything. Although my parents seem to love them as much as I did, to be honest. So,
Do they still have them, or all the
Um,
original?
I don't know if they still have them, but they did tell me, I guess about 20 years ago, that they had pulled them out and like pulled them all out one evening and looked at them. So that was kind
That's
of bizarre.
valuable. Those are valuable.
Speaking of old people's sex stuff, but anyway.
Oh no! Don't say that about the Svobodas.
I
How
had to.
dare you?
How dare you?
Mark's like, I don't
How
want to hear. I
dare
don't
you.
want that. I'm not hearing this.
Hear what?
Exactly.
Okay, so
don't want to know.
well, so Mark, Donald Trump promised to end the Russo-Ukrainian conflict immediately upon becoming president.
24 hours.
24 hours. So by noon on January 21st of this year. What shall we expect to have occurred by, say, 12:01 on January 21st?
I'll make such a deal that they can't deny, and then I can worry about China. No, Trump is not going to solve the conflict in Ukraine or bring peace to the Middle East either in 24 hours, and I think that he is unlikely to do so at all. For a number of reasons. One, he is the president of the United States, and whatever he may have said as part of his campaign rhetoric, he now inherits. And so anything that happens on his watch, like, say, the really embarrassing, humiliating U.S. panicked withdrawal from Afghanistan, was started by Trump, but happened on Biden's watch. And so Trump made hay in the political campaign trail at us depicting that on Biden's watch. Similarly, if Ukraine falls, per se, during the Trump administration, Trump will receive, the blame for that. And meanwhile, all of the many, many neocons that he is already hiring to staff his administration, and boy, if anyone expected anything different, boy, are you naive and lacking any memory of the last Trump administration. They'll be telling him, if you want to end the conflict in Ukraine, you have to pressure Russia. You have to demonstrate strength. You have to escalate to de-escalate, because otherwise China and Iran will take that as a sign of U.S. weakness. Now, tell me you can't hear Mike Waltz and Mark Rubio and others whispering this into Trump's ears, from before the inauguration even happens.
It's what Henry Kissinger told Nixon in the late 60s, early 1970s about negotiating with North Vietnam.
Yes. So I can't see the U.S. offering any deal to Russia that Russia would accept. Russia's winning on the battlefield. They have no reason to accept anything less than the full realization and completion of the goals of the special military operation, which once again in the last week they have reiterated. Those goals have not changed, and the goal of completing them all is still absolute.
Do you want to enumerate them for people who are not? Do you want to Mark? Do you want to enumerate those four main goals for audience members who might not be familiar?
Sure. So Russia's been quite clear on this, what it needs for a ceasefire. Russia doesn't want a ceasefire, and what it needs for a permanent peace. And first of all, the Kiev regime and the West need to accept that Crimea, the Donbass, Kherson, and Zaporozhye have had referendums and are now part of Russia. The entirety of the territories. And some of that territory is still in Kiev regime hands, and is likely to be so for at least a year into the future, right? Which means that any type of deal would have to demand, on Russian terms, would have to demand that the Kiev regime pulls out of Kherson City and Zaporozhye City, which is extremely unlikely, to say the least. The other goals are that Ukraine restores the neutrality, which was part of their constitution up until the 2014 openly West-backed Maidan Butch in Ukraine. They can't join NATO or the Collective Security Treaty Organization, by the way.
Which they're not qualified to do anyway, right? By NATO's, according to NATO itself.
Right. Yes. Well, I mean, NATO makes decisions according to its members, and there are plenty of NATO members. Yes, willing to. The NATO rules have been stuffed away before with previous admissions into NATO, and we've certainly the Poland, the Baltics, the UK, the Scandinavian countries are all too willing to look back any rules that NATO has, right? But also, it's unacceptable that Ukraine be a de facto member of NATO either, right? Just a weapons platform. That's not acceptable. The demilitarization of Ukraine with a very minuscule military left agreed upon by Russia. This was being worked out in the failed Istanbul communiques back in the spring of 2022. And the denazification of Ukraine, probably best understood as in local terms as the debanderization. Plus the rights, the language rights, the cultural rights, the religious rights, the political rights of Russian speakers, Russian leaners in Ukraine, which have been absolutely 100% violated since 2014, have to be respected and restored. And Russia has at times said that all Western sanctions must go away. These are very maximalist goals, it must be said, but Russia's in the driver's seat as they see it. Now, Trump isn't able to offer really probably any of that, to be perfectly honest, right? Because he would have to get a broad agreement from the U.S. bipartisan consensus in Congress, which is for more war, more sanctions, so on. Whether the Republicans are on top or the Democrats in the House and Senate, it doesn't make any difference. But also the U.S. foreign policy elite that Ben Rhodes called the blob, if you want to call them the deep state, the permanent bureaucracy, right? Trump has to force would have to force serious walking down concessions on America that these institutions are that ultimately have more power in determining U.S. foreign and military policy than the president does. He's not able to offer those things. So when Putin says "niet" to whatever deal Trump offers, and it has to be said right now, it looks like Zelensky would do the same thing for the Kiev regime. But let's put that to the side. When Putin says no, if you're not going to give us what we want, we don't accept your deal. We'll just complete it on the battlefield. Then there will be a very great deal of pressure on Trump to escalate. And I actually think it is more likely, particularly with the people that Trump is already bringing in to surround him, that at the end of the day, Trump will end up escalating in Ukraine rather than any type of peace deal that is successful.
But as a bluff or legitimately?
No, as like real. I mean, it will start small, right? It will start with long range missile strikes, which Russia has promised to strike back against. We have heard from these kind of anonymous peace deals and so on being floated in the media, supposedly close to the Trump team. But we have heard Trump threaten to flood Ukraine with weapons. We have heard Trump threaten to bomb Moscow, right? There's a lot of people that I think are really projecting their anti-Kiev regime views on Trump to a excessive degree. I believe that Trump doesn't like Zelensky. I believe that he doesn't like the regime there, and he blames it, rightly so, for interference in the U.S. political system and playing a part in the disinformation that led to his impeachment, right?
And sucking up tons of U.S. tax dollars. Obviously, Trump's, the Trump base is happy about that.
Trump is still now going to be the president again, and he owns that. And there are certain things that the president of the United States can and can't do. I don't believe the U.S. president can walk away from hegemony and the pursuit of it.
Donald Trump knows that there's this conflict between the highly militaristic infrastructure in the national security apparatus and in Congress. Why did he consistently, repeatedly campaign on ending the Ukraine conflict? Is he just stupid, or is he naive, or is he lying? Like, what's going on?
Because he's a politician. He says what he thinks people want to hear in order to get elected, like every other politician. He campaigned his first term on improving relations with Russia. And what happened? Russian-U.S. relations sank to the lowest level that they had been up until that point. He armed the Kiev regime in Ukraine with lethal weapons, as he's quite proud of. He launched hundreds of rounds of sanctions against.
But he's experienced. He's a lame duck now. Surely he's a different. He's a different individual.
I mean, I think that plays into a lot of that, right, Mark? I mean, the fact that he's going in as a lame duck not only can have an effect on how he does the presidency, but to the other world leaders, that's going to affect how they react or respond to him as well, because they're like, screw it. Like, we got 4 years to deal with this a-hole. Like, whatever. We just need to manage the next 4 years.
If that was true, if that was true, would he be bringing in Mark Rubio, Mike Waltz, and others to run his administration?
Well, he might be thinking, they'll do what I say, right? I mean...
I think you're on hopium, to be perfectly honest.
Maybe.
I think you want it to be different. And I'm looking at
want it to be different.
What has come before and what is likely in realist terms to happen again. And if I'm wrong, I could not be more ecstatic.
I hear you. This is why we bring you on, though. It's your expertise.
I was still... Even as cynical as I am, and having as much contempt in general for Trump as I did for Kamala Harris or Joe Biden, I was still happy to see the liberals get their comeuppance again, to see their agony.
That's how
right?
I felt.
That's all. I mean, I didn't love.
It's too bad they can't both lose, really. But what can you do?
It is too bad. I enjoyed it. I allowed myself.
We have a subscriber question for you, Mark. On the eve of the special military operation, Putin said that Russia and Ukraine are basically part of the Slavic family. Do Russians still feel a strong affinity for Ukrainians?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, there are millions of Ukrainians in Russia. Millions, right? I mean, there were already millions before the conflict started, right? And then there were millions more refugees from 2014 on, and then millions more, right, after Russia started to intervene in 2022, right? According to just the UN, some 5 million Ukrainian refugees entered Russia since 2022, right? And that's not counting those who took Russian citizenship, right? Which is millions more. Russians talk about it, and this is derided and insulted as a Russian world, right? And you have to understand that it doesn't necessarily mean Russian ethnic world, because there are different words even in Russian for what Russia means, right? When they're talking about the ethnic people, right, the word is Ruski, Russian.
Yes.
When they're talking about the state, the federation, the word is Rossiyski. It's not ethnic based. But Russia does talk about a Russian world where historically they have influence and cultural footprint, and absolutely they still see most of Ukraine, right? Arguably, West Ukraine, for historical and cultural reasons, right? It wasn't even part of Ukraine up until the late, up until the 1930s. Just before World War II. So, that arguably, I think that bears out quite honestly, West Ukrainian national identity for them, what it means to be Ukrainian. The biggest part of that is hating Russia. But in Eastern Ukraine and even in most of Central Ukraine, it's viewed quite differently. And I speak from experience. My wife is Crimean. We have family in Donbass and Kharkov and Odessa. So absolutely, Russians, the majority sentiment is that Ukraine has been captured. Ukraine has been co-opted, that it is sick, and there's a sickness that needs to be purged from Ukraine. Western Ukraine, that's debatable. That's another story.
Speaking of East Ukraine, one of the viewers, Troglodyte, brought up a good point that today is actually the 10-year anniversary of when then President Petro Poroshenko ordered military action on the east in Donbass. So it's kind of a grim anniversary. I mean, are people talking about that?
I haven't necessarily seen headlines regarding it, but I don't read everything in the Russian media either. But I think there's so much focus on the conflict today that historical points like that almost slip by. It is only in the last month or 2 months that Russian forces have finally pushed the Kiev regime forces far enough away from Donetsk city that there aren't artillery and rocket shells following on Donetsk city on a, every other day basis, like they were for the last 10 years before that. So that's still very fresh in Russians' minds, right? And
10 years is, I mean, people like to think this stuff happened, this started in 2022. It really didn't. I mean, the 10-year anniversary just highlights how long and measured Vladimir Putin's response has actually been. I think it's more of a testament to that.
In fact, there's a lot of people in both Russia and in Eastern Ukraine that felt betrayed, that Putin let it sit and fester and grow for so long. And I'm one of those. I was very loudly critical of the Minsk agreements, in both iterations, and the fact that Russia didn't immediately intervene after the West-backed Maidan putsch in 2014. One of Putin's top advisors back then and still today, Sergei Glaziev, was saying that if we don't go in now, in 5 years, they'll have a 250,000 strong military to fight us. It was exactly right. Because back in 2014, the military was not obeying the new regime, right? There were literally tens of thousands of defections from the Ukrainian military, security forces, and police to the side of Donbass or Crimea and thence Russia. Even Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty had a report on the Ukrainian Navy and what happened in 2014. And they admit that 75% of the Ukrainian naval military personnel and taking 75% of their ships with them defected to Russia. So there was not a military back then. That being said, Russia was also not as economically prepared, not as militarily prepared themselves, but there wasn't a resistance, and there certainly wasn't I believe there wasn't the sanctions blueprint or framework in place either. Everyone wasn't as ready for what happened in 2022, but I still believe it there would have been costs, but the cost would have been less if Russia had intervened immediately after the government was overthrown and the February 21st agreement was thrown in the trash can by the West.
And Mark, what do you think about this whole idea that's being floated right now? I mean, I'll show you here on this other page here. So there is, at least in the European press, I don't know if you're hearing this in Russia, but that Trump supposedly wants to bring peace and that they think the peace will be thwarted by the European allies. Do you think there's any truth to that it's actually the Europeans that want to continue?
Sure. Well, there's plenty of Americans that want to continue. Plenty of Americans already close to Trump. All right. But absolutely, the Europeans, Boris Johnson, in the last 48 hours, has given an interview where he says if the U.S. stops military aid, if Trump stops military aid to Ukraine, which I don't actually believe that he will, he may reduce it, but it was being reduced anyway, simply because the U.S. didn't have the military industrial complex to provide it. But regardless, he said that if the U.S. drops military and financial aid to Ukraine, then the UK will have to send troops into Ukraine. That's Boris Johnson. The top Polish general also said in the last 48 hours that Poland must prepare for war with Russia, and they need to prepare yesterday. And the head of the Christian Democratic Union, Menzer, whom is likely to head up the next government that will take power in Germany in the next few months, because the government there collapsed, the coalition collapsed, and they're going to have snap elections, I believe, in February now. Anyway, the leader of the Christian Democratic Union, who is likely to be the leader of the next government, said that they need to provide Taurus cruise missiles to the Kiev regime. That they need to deliver an ultimatum to Russia, that they need to give up the special military operation and withdraw from Ukraine now, or Germany will essentially start launching missile strikes into Germany. I mean, there's the fig leaf, oh, we give them to the Ukrainians, but even Olaf Scholz admitted that when these high-tech long-range systems like the Storm Shadows, like the ATACMS, like the HIMARS, these things are transferred to Ukraine, they actually have to be operated and targeting programmed into the weapons by Western specialists. So this is actually those countries firing those weapons. And Putin has made that perfectly clear, and that would be an act of war. So all of this is happening at the same time that Trump just won the election. So obviously Europe is freaking out over this and is threatening to escalate. Yes, even
look at Germany. Olaf Scholz, who his coalition government, this red light, green light, whatever they call it, the street light coalition, whatever the traffic light coalition. It's falling apart. They're going to have to do a snap election in January, right when Trump is coming in. They need to figure things out. I mean, the Germans are still not happy economically, right? And they are the economic engine of the European Union. Can they really afford to play this stupid game that Boris Johnson, who effed it all up for them in the first place, can they really afford to play this game of chicken?
They seem to think they can. At the same time, part of the reason that the German coalition government collapsed is a 9 billion euro hole in the German budget and an argument over aid for, more billions for Ukraine. I mean, that was the official reason for the collapse. So it's just, they haven't given up yet. Right? They intend to truck on. Whether they can or not, they will be able to do certain things to escalate. And then if Russia hits back, then they will come crying for Big Brother, U.S. and NATO to come and rescue them. Macron was talking just in the last month again about sending troops. This isn't over yet. The Kiev regime has not accepted defeat. Europe has not accepted defeat. And while the U.S., Trump is talking a peace through a deal, it's almost inconceivable that he would present any deal to the Russian government that they would accept. I can't imagine him doing that. I don't think he has the power to do that. So
we'll see.
I unfortunately see that at the very least, we're looking at continued war, right? Even if the support for the Kiev regime ultimately ends up being lower. In fact, we might see more desperate attempts to escalate and increasingly desperate attempts, both by the Kiev regime and at least by their European partners, and eventually by Trump if he's denied, right? If Putin says, no, take your deal and shove it, what's he going to do? Is he just going to take that and wipe his hands and walk away? I don't think that the U.S. president can do that, whether it's Trump or anyone else. I hope he can.
We can put Zelensky in the National Toy Hall of Fame because he's itty bitty like He-Man. We could put him in the Toy Hall of Fame.
I don't think it's necessary to terrify children that way.
He's not He-Man. Thanks, Mark. Appreciate you joining us.
Thank you so much,
Thanks
Mark. Always good insight. Thank you.
Absolutely my pleasure. So today we're investigating Pete Hegseth, the obscure Fox News weekend host nominated to become the Secretary of Defense for Donald Trump. Why was he picked? Is he qualified? Will the Senate confirm him? The Pentagon is a vast bureaucracy that controls an annual budget of nearly $1 trillion a year and employs nearly 3 million people around the world stationed at over 1,000 overseas military installations and countless more here in the United States. The Pentagon is the second largest employer on planet Earth, and if you include subsidiary contracting firms, it's the biggest. In addition, the Pentagon controls military academies as well as 4 separate intelligence agencies. Considering all that, is Hegseth, a veteran but with no relevant administrative experience, out of his depth? We are posing that big question to Michael Maloof, former security policy analyst at the Office of the Secretary of Defense. He has almost 30 years of federal service in the U.S. Defense Department and as a specialized trainer for border guards and special forces in select countries of the Caucasus and Central Asia. Michael, thanks for joining us here on the TMI Show.
Well, thank you, Manila and Ted, for having me on. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you for joining.
So Pete Hegseth, what was your reaction when you first heard about this pick?
They could have picked you, Mike, but they picked this schmuck over here.
No, he's got experience. They couldn't pick him.
Oh, that's true.
I would have respectfully declined, but no, it was a surprise. But it depends upon what Trump was looking for. He was looking for somebody who not only had the experience, but the thing is, and someone who's a junkyard dog, if you will, to get to the bottom of the wokeism that has now penetrated the defense establishment and the DEI nonsense that we're seeing. I recall one time the Russians published a comparison between the recruiting of their people and the Americans. They showed special forces being trained, jumping through hoops of fire, being slugged around, bare-chested, and jumping out of airplanes. And the one that is really memorable in my mind is the one of the cartoon showing a child of 2 military couples who were both females, and this was their notion of preparedness and military readiness, and it failed. And the Russians used that so readily to demonstrate the comparisons between our services. The image out there, what I'm getting at, I guess, is that the image of our military is not the best. Secondly, preparedness. We have some real crack stuff. We got high technology, but one EMP can really undo it all. And we don't have the military forces; they're not trained. We don't have the people who are well trained to deal with the common realities that we see on the battlefields today, namely how the Russian military fights, and they have some technology that we would like to have, but I have been trying to get, but cannot achieve, and that's the hypersonic missiles. And I think that this is serious. We don't have a defense against that. And in terms of our
knows
Navy,
all about that, though, right, Mike? I mean, he's a
well, this
brainiac.
is the thing. I think what I'm building up to is can he deal with trying to change this entire thing internally, and deal with people who are well ensconced. They have their own rice bowls. It's like in the intelligence community. Tulsi Gabbard's going to have the same challenge. And now you also have another relatively inexperienced military guy who's going to be the national security advisor, Mike Walls, a commendable background, Green Beret, but do any of them bring strategic vision to their positions? I don't see that. But you can be a quick learner. Hegseth is a very smart guy. He's motivated. He's got
But is that
ideas.
enough? I mean, I think about
No,
really
it's not
brilliant.
enough.
Robert McNamara was absolutely brilliant, and the job defeated him.
Yes, it did.
And
I would also
same
point
thing with
out
Rumsfeld.
Well, I worked under Rumsfeld, and believe me, Hegseth is no Rumsfeld. But in terms of thinking, in terms of influence in the establishment, what I see are a few things. Number one, the current Secretary of Defense, a retired general, lacks that strategic vision.
Right.
And he's a general. And the problem with nominating military people with former military backgrounds to this particular job is they don't necessarily bring to the fore within the interagency establishment the national security policies that are essential. Inevitably, it competes with the State Department. Now, one thing that's interesting here is that you got three people with military backgrounds. Gabbard, you have Walls, and you have Hegseth, all with firm military backgrounds. They're young. They're recently in the fray themselves. So that in terms of determining what national security policy is going to be, will be in competition with what the State Department has in mind in terms of its foreign policy and national security prerogatives. I saw this battle. It was a out and out, knock down, drag out, open battle between Rumsfeld and Powell when he was Secretary of State. It took all that the National Security Advisor, Condoleezza Rice, all that she could do to keep them separated from duking it out physically.
Really?
Because they were so adamant in their positions of prerogatives. And ultimately, Rumsfeld won out. So, but he brought with that depth, he brought congressional experience, business experience. He dealt with the intelligence community beforehand. He had knockdown, drag out fights with George Tenet all the time, who was then the director of CIA.
Right.
So he brought a certain dimension to the Defense Department that commanded respect.
But Mike,
and
let me throw
authority.
this at you. Let me throw this at you because both Rummy and Powell were, on one side or the other, they had been deeply entrenched and ensconced in the system for a long time. They were, Powell was this military, a career military man. Rummy had been in the government for ages and ages. is there any benefit to bringing this young, fresh blood like Hegseth, who has no strategic background? Is there any benefit to having somebody that guy's my age? He's 44 years old. He was, I don't know if he was even an officer, but
Yeah, he was. He was a major in the
there,
Minnesota National Guard.
Is there any benefit to that though? Bringing somebody that's from the outside that only, we'll just say, relative to Colin Powell.
I hate to point out the comparison, but Hitler was only a corporal. Okay.
Although one of the first to get an Iron Cross, right?
Yeah, and he was regarded as a military genius in some respects. I'm not saying that to applaud him. I'm just saying that this was what he was regarded. That said, I think the young blood is going to be good if he can surround himself. If Hegseth can surround himself with people who have that strategic vision, it's people he can reach out and talk to for advice, like a McGregor, for example. McGregor is very, very sound. He's not well liked by anybody, but he is close to Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson allegedly is close to Trump, and I think that could be an influence there if McGregor is willing to do it. And that's going to be the other aspect. I thought personally McGregor might be on tap to be considered seriously.
I would have liked that.
Oh, it would have been quite different. And but his views would be opposed to what you hear today in terms of Israel in particular, and as well as but everyone seems to be coming around to the fact that on Ukraine things have got to change dramatically because we can't go on the way we are, and we're pushing ourselves closer to a confrontation with Russia.
Before we got on air, Mike, I don't know if you saw the breaking news at about 10 o'clock this morning. Apparently, Olaf Scholz, and this is reported by Deutsche Welle, it's state media basically, so we can count on it being true, is that Olaf Scholz made a phone call to Vladimir Putin this morning. And
that was expected.
But Olaf Scholz, he is, publicly at least telling the press, I don't believe him, but he's telling the press that it was kind of, he was shaking his fist at Vladimir Putin. That's what the phone call was. I don't believe it, but that's what he's saying. I think diplomatically what we're seeing here is their economy is on the ropes. His traffic light coalition is on the ropes. They're going to have the snap election come January, just as Trump gets inaugurated. Trump has already signaled that he wants an end to the Ukraine war. So This guy, Pete Hegseth, is going to have to go toe-to-toe with folks like Olaf Scholz and whoever Scholz puts into,
with Bierbach or whatever her name is.
She's the foreign minister, yeah.
Yeah, she's the one who basically said just the other day that they want to dip into pensions to pay for the Ukrainians. That's going to go over well with the German society, isn't it? German workers. When you have 3 Volkswagen plants, for example, shutting down because of EV competition from Germany. So the economy, as you point out, Manila, in Germany is on the ropes, and they cut themselves off from cheaper gas and oil.
Right.
And they don't have the industrial capacity to go into a wartime production. They have a consumer economy basically, and that's where it's been since the end of World War II. But to switch over to a war production economy, the German people do not want it. And Olaf Scholz is probably going to lose in the forthcoming elections. And I think that you're going to see the rise more of the AfD party, which is more far right and a more of a populist type of thing. But they are hurt. They are because of the deadline with Trump coming impending, coming on board on 20 January. These countries now are scrambling to lock in, and we're hearing that UK and France want to get Europe and the United States so committed into Ukraine before Trump comes on board that he's locked in and has no choice. And that's a non-starter. This is going to be the beginning of the end of NATO if that is to happen. and rightfully so. And you already hear Borrell, the EU Director General, whatever his title is, already talking about EU should be shifting or becoming more of a military alliance as well as an economic alliance, out of fear that NATO could be about ready to crack open. I would only add that what I see is that this is going to happen, and I think what you're going to see too is that many of these countries are going to become more what would you call it? For example, like the Scandinavian countries, more regional in terms of defense alliances. And in Africa, centered around Morocco, more defensive alliances. These are major non-NATO partners to NATO, but I envision that this is what could happen, and the EU itself could become its own entity.
Michael, let me ask you about tattoos and military culture. I'm old enough to remember when the military wouldn't take recruits who had a lot of
really.
Yeah, it was not permitted
not know
at
that.
all.
If they were showing,
right. And so now, Hegseth apparently he was questioned by his commanding officers as possibly being a right-wing Christian nationalist extremist over a large tattoo on his chest called the Jerusalem Cross, which has been associated with Christian nationalism. It's a giant sort of medieval cross with smaller crosses sort of intermingled, which sort of look kind of like an abstracted iron cross. It's not quite the same, but it's a medieval thing. And it has references to the Crusades. It got him in trouble with his unit. I'm wondering, politically and just culturally, could that trip him up in his confirmation hearings? I mean, it might sound silly to, question someone over their body art, but, I mean, if there's an indication that this guy's been palling around with, right-wing extremists, I could imagine a few Republican votes in the Senate having a problem with that. Well,
I didn't realize that having a tattoo could be a disqualifying factor for public office. However, the Iron Cross that you portray, it is medieval, but it's also the flag of Georgia, country of Georgia.
Ah, that's true.
And it's
I doubt that's where he got it.
And it's deeply religious. It's deeply Christian, Eastern Orthodox in particular. He also has "We the People," and he has a target or something else on his. But I just think that's a superfluous argument for qualification. It's what he has up here, and how he's going to manage who he brings in as his assistants to guide him because of his inexperience. And I think he'll be the first to acknowledge he lacks that.
What about his views?
Policy orientation.
For example, he has written that he opposes women in the military in general, and that he
said in combat,
particularly in combat. He did say in general, though.
He said in combat, and there is a distinction, and
but women are already in combat, right?
Yeah, but they're not. They're even though they have some training, they're not given that specialization. You don't see one woman in the SEALs, for example. You don't see them
right.
There's maybe one in the Rangers, and I don't know what her disposition is. Look, there is a physical difference, and that's just the way. That's reality. And when you're in a foxhole and you're fighting on the front lines, and you got to carry a 230-pound guy on your shoulders.
Right.
I think a woman's going to have a hard time with that.
But women have been in military, in very successful military in armies for the Red Army, the
they were snipers.
Not in the foxhole, not like that though. Not to.
Not on the front line. I mean, you go back in history in the medieval times and even before Vikings, they had women who were archers. I mean, they're digging up remains today showing
Joan of Arc?
Women who had arch. They fought. They fought, but warfare was totally different back then.
These are exceptions, not the rule. The general rule, even like look at Tulsi Gabbard, right? She is
she's a lieutenant colonel, and she's been in combat.
And she's been in combat. She's tall, she's buff, she's a strong woman, like physically a strong woman. Even someone like her, I mean, she's much bigger than me. I think she's like 5'8" or 5'9". She's like a tall, big, buff, strong woman. someone like her that can do burpees no problem all day is going to have a problem dragging somebody my husband's size, that's like 6 feet tall and 230 pounds out if her brother is shot, right? Like you're and you saw all the backlash we saw with Volodymyr Zelensky, now nabbing women to go fight on the front line. And you saw the backlash coming from that. So I think I actually agree with Pete Hegseth on that, because if I were the mom of one of these boys on the front line, I don't want my kid's life being dependent on some woke DEI ideology of saying women, we're all created equal. No, we are physically not created equal, because somebody my size should not be in the foxhole trying to drag a 6 foot tall, 230-pound man out of bleeding to death. It's just not going to happen. If I'm looking at it as a mom, I'm with him.
But yeah, the Zelensky is actually mobilizing pregnant women as well. So this is bad news. The thing is that during World War II, the Russians had women in combat. They were snipers. In my personal experience, women make some of the best snipers in the world. We have women who are helicopter drivers who fly the F-15s and the F-35s. That's combat.
Senator Tammy Duckworth, she lost her legs from that.
She lost both legs.
Pilot.
So yeah, but they're not in a foxhole. And I think that's the distinction maybe that Hegseth is trying to make.
Maybe not.
Yeah, they're excellent. They can be excellent in to fill in, and others to release a guy to do these other things. Because women, in my experience, are more, they pay closer attention to detail. They're much more precise. And in those kinds of disciplines, like a sniper, you need someone who's very level-headed and detailed, and can take that and send that round and do the job. During Desert Shield, Desert Storm, we had one woman reservist on our team, and we took her. We all one day went to Quantico to practice on the range. She outscored all the guys. And,
but
the irony, she had never shot a rifle before.
Although the SecDef doesn't have to shoot anyone, right? He has to.
But this one has.
But I mean, this is an administrative job, right? I mean, you're drowning in paperwork. I'm reminded of Rumsfeld and his snowflake memos, they called it, and just like so. I mean, does someone who is as young and does not have that kind of administrative experience like Pete Hegseth,
young with a lot of bravado.
But like, is he going to be able to handle that? Like, I mean, I don't know. You know what I mean?
He's going to learn on the job. He's going to learn on the job. Secondly, you have the likes of, look, when Weinberger was in there, and I came in under Weinberger, he was the secretary of HHS. Totally removed from the military. He was a lawyer, but he didn't have that military experience. But he turned out to be one of our best secretaries of defense. And during that time period, and he was highly regarded by then President Reagan as a result. So you see, Hegseth has the experience of the soldier, and and he does relate more to the combat veteran and to the people who walk in the Pentagon, some 23,000 of them who walk around the hallways every day, and he can relate to them. Because he's been one of them. That's it. That's critical. And he's got the smarts, and he can learn. And I think that if he surrounds himself with certain advisors who have that military depth or that strategic depth, I think that this is going to account for something. The only Secretary of Defense that I can recall who had strategic vision was Mattis. He was a military guy. He was a military general, Marine.
Right.
And I have the highest regard for him. And even though Trump didn't like him after a while, but he had the kind of thinking that a Vladimir Putin has in terms of how to deal with the geostrategic, geopolitical world that we're going to be facing out there. And
3D chess, right, as they say.
Oh yeah, this past administration has been only reactive. You got to be 3 to 4 steps ahead in the future. That's why I think Trump is going to be a little more cautious in putting all of his marbles in one basket when supporting, let's say, a Netanyahu, for example.
Yeah.
Because he's also got to weigh what getting into war with Iran is going to mean with respect to possibly bringing in the likes of Russia and even China, and the fact that our policies of the past now have driven Russia and China closer together in a virtual military alliance. What does that mean for our ability to counter that? So I think he's got to really think twice. You got to cut. You got to measure twice and cut once.
Right. Yes. Well, Mike, let me ask you this, and then I also have a video I want to share with you guys about Elizabeth Warren reacting.
We also
to
have
some
a viewer question that we should
we do
pass along
okay
later. But go ahead.
Okay. So just real quickly, Mike, can you explain for us, because you were at the Pentagon for decades, how much latitude does the SecDef have? I mean, he doesn't act on his own, right? I mean, how much latitude does this job provide somebody like Hegseth? Is he just there to execute orders from POTUS?
I think this is probably going to be what happens, and also along with Gabbard and with Walz, he's going to bring a more of a military influence on defense, national security policy, as opposed to a State Department, because there has been that tug of war. You see with Austin versus Blinken. Blinken clearly has the lead, and you saw that in the when Afghanistan was evacuated. It was Blinken who was giving all of the orders and the direction when he was around, and it was not the Defense Department. And so this is going to change. I think that military background of all three, Gabbard, Walz, and Hegseth, will make a major difference.
You think they'll complement each other? Well, not this Senator Elizabeth Warren. I just want to play a quick soundbite, about a minute, of her responding yesterday to these Trump picks, and I'd like for you to respond after. So have a listen to this.
On a colleague of yours who has been nominated, perhaps less controversially, in Senator Marco Rubio to be Secretary of State. Do you feel like he is qualified for the position?
So, look, there are many things I disagree with Marco Rubio on, and I haven't decided yet about voting for him, but he is qualified. He has experience. We may have differences that would cause me to say I don't think that he should be Secretary of State, and we'll go through that. We'll listen to the hearings. I want to hear very carefully from him. But what we're talking about with people like Matt Gaetz is very different from what we're talking about with people like Marco Rubio, and we just have to keep that in mind. But do understand with Matt Gaetz, and you've already made this point, he's not the only one out there who is unqualified and who raises whole questions like Tulsi Gabbard does. You really want her to have all of the secrets of the United States and our defense intelligence agencies when she has so clearly been in Putin's pocket? That just has to be a hard no.
With no evidence, Senator Warren just says Tulsi Gabbard as DNI. My vote is a hard no, without presenting any evidence free, that Tulsi Gabbard is a Russian asset. And that's what the mainstream media is putting out there. She's basically saying the only person she would approve of is Marco Rubio. The only thing I see there is that that's what she says, is that he's qualified. And I think, it's because he's part of the establishment, which she's showing her true colors. She is no far left, progressive, blah, blah, blah. She's full of shit. She is part of the establishment. She's ensconced and entrenched, and it shows. And now she's saying, well, Tulsi Gabbard will never get my vote. She's a Putin puppet. No evidence.
She also said she was an Assad puppet too.
Just come on.
And it's like, honestly, if I were Tulsi Gabbard, I would have my defamation lawyer on speed dial over this sort of thing. She should sue her. She really should.
Well, I think she represents the Democrat strategy in the Senate. It's insidious, but the whole idea will be to make a blanket statement that all of these people, because they're unorthodox, are not qualified. but they do bring attributes to the position. What's her qualification to be senator? She lied about her own credentials to get a scholarship to Harvard, and what's her track record and effectiveness as a U.S. senator today? It's basically nil, and it's one in which the president has a right to his own choice. There was a mandate, and the president was elected. Trump was elected, and he's entitled to his own people. And you're always going to have these folks who are going to disagree only because they didn't win. That's basically what it boils down. And they're going to obfuscate, and they're going to try to throw in obstacles. They're now a minority, and I wouldn't doubt that with a majority in the Senate, that all of them are considered en blanc and they're summarily approved. And the Democrats are going to go nuts.
Well, there's going to be there's pushback already. Clearly, the Matt Gaetz appointment is not going to, you can't count to 50, I think, in the Senate. I don't think you can get there. But what Trump is asking the Senate to do is to take a long recess so he can push through a lot of recess appointments, effectively making it a rubber stamp situation, sort of like that would be the parliamentary procedure.
Yeah,
and this
I
is
don't
being
think that's
presented
gonna
as
fly.
This is being sort of, talked about Adolf Hitler earlier. His first major act towards dictatorship was something called the Enabling Act, which basically turned the Reichstag into a rubber stamp. Basically, anything that the Führer says automatically is passed through the Reichstag without having to have a vote. This law just sort of says it. This isn't that. But I think it's going to be viewed as like, this is that authoritarian thing that we in the liberal press were warning about.
Well, yeah, but when Biden was elected, he had all the people he wanted, and he had control of all of the House and Senate as well. So the trifecta was in his hands, but he didn't do anything with it.
Well, but Obama didn't get Merrick Garland as his Supreme Court pick, right? Because Mitch McConnell, ran out the clock.
True.
That's true.
But and Biden also had a trifecta when he was elected. It's what happened in the off elections that things begin to crumble. I think you got to give him a chance. There will be an opportunity to give Trump a grade in the by-elections in 2 years as to whether the nation approves or disapproves, and they can alter the composition of the House and Senate once again.
Yeah. Ted, did you say that there was a viewer question?
There was. Yeah, so here's the question. Is Trump and his team, or I should say, are Trump and his team strong enough to defeat the neoconservatives?
I would venture to say no. No.
Ugh.
You already have one in there, and that is Rubio. Rubio is a neoconservative, and they can be either Republican or Democrat. This this vehement notion of anti-Russian, anti-Chinese is one in which this is music to the ears of the neocons. They want to push American democracy to the hilt, even to the point of putting it at the barrel of a gun. And I think that this is something very, very serious. I worked under neocons, and I saw it. We had the Iraqi War. Look what regime change brought us. And $9 trillion later, along with Afghanistan, we had nothing to show for it. And it was all neocon generated. And I know exactly what they were trying to do back in 2003. They wanted to take over Baghdad, use that as a hub, and from there have regime change in Damascus, then Tehran, Libya, Saudi Arabia, all countries at that time that were giving Israel trouble. Everything in the Middle East was looked at through the prism of Israel. That's got to change, but it's not changing in this administration.
No.
And the fact that there's backing Netanyahu 130%.
Although there's a counterfactual, right? There's a report today that Elon Musk met with the Iranian ambassador to the United Nations here in New York, presumably at the Iran's UN mission, which I've actually visited. And so that would seem that there's interest in, thawing out relations to some point. I mean, obviously, it's long overdue. It's been nearly half a century of sanctions and hardly talking to each other.
As long as Trump leaves everything and the initiative in the hands of Netanyahu, as Biden has done, all of these secret meetings with the Iranians isn't going to amount to anything. Netanyahu, between now and inauguration, this is our most dangerous period. Netanyahu, given what's going on internally in his own country and the fact that he knows that there could be an alteration after Trump is elected, he's probably going to try to make a move that on Iran that in a way forces us and locks us in, that we have no choice but to back him if we want to do that. I'm just hoping that the simmering underlying disagreement that Trump and Netanyahu have somehow can begin to have some impact in which Trump doesn't buy into Netanyahu 100% and starts giving some strategic thought to what he's saying. Because I can guarantee you, if Iran is attacked, it's going to bring in Russia and China. And also that we haven't discussed one thing, which is really going to be a major, major challenge to the Trump administration, and that is the rise of BRICS. Biden administration has had no response to it, and you don't hear the mainstream talking about it. You don't hear in the discussions of these guys here wanting to come in how they're going to deal with the rise of BRICS and the developing world to deal with de-dollarization. That can be just as serious as any military threat to our dollar, to our posture in the world. And we can't afford a three-front war. And we're already $35 trillion in the hole. How are we going to pay it off?
Doge.
We never will. We never will. That's the answer.
There you go. Yeah, Doge will deal with it, right?
Let Doge deal with it.
The Department of Government Efficiency, which is not even a department and is so efficient that it has two bosses.
That's well, they're not even going to be official, GS level employees, Ted, just so we clear this up. And Mike knows what I mean. They're not even like official. They're going to be more as like consultants. So this isn't even a real department. They're calling it that.
It's like when you bring in McKinsey. It's like that.
Yes.
And they write a report and no one reads it. And that's it.
I would raise another thing about that with no staffs. How's Tom Homan going to do his job? He's going to be a special advisor. I would have thought that at least he would have been would have headed Homeland Security, because then he'll have the troops. He has no military, he has no army, he has no staff. How is he going to make changes that he's calling for? How is he going to engage the military to do it?
Homeland is going to Kristi Noem, isn't it?
Yeah.
But he's going to be a special advisor to the president. His position is only that as special advisor. He doesn't have any cabinet role.
Yeah.
And there's no discussion about where he's going to be placed. Is he going to be answerable to Noem? I don't know.
Yeah, he doesn't have a portfolio.
No, none.
Yeah.
None. So how is he going to implement the president's border policies? How's he going to come in? I'll tell you right now, the DEA has published a chart, which I think is very, very significant. It already shows that the Mexican cartels have 6 families that are in 13 states, of which 5 of those states are distribution hubs throughout the country. Why aren't we taking them down?
I mean, what I'm hearing, to answer your question about Honan, is that there's really, to paraphrase Biden, nothing will fundamentally change, right? I mean, they're not sending the military to do the deportations. There's just having ICE do it. ICE's priorities are going to be the same list of wanted people, criminals, that the Biden administration ICE wants, and that's what they're focusing on. I mean, I would imagine in MAGA world, they're not going to be very happy by this time next year.
No, I think we need to hear more about implementation. We need to hear more about how they're going to actually make all of this work. I hear grandiose comments about what they want to do, but how are you going to do it, and what's going to be your time frame. They only have 2 years to really show change, and I don't think they can get organized in that period of time.
It's a big job.
Totally.
Well,
on all fronts.
All right, Michael.
We'll see.
Thanks so much
Always
for joining us.
appreciate you, Mike.
So
Thank
great.
you.
This was so enlightening. Really appreciate
Thank you
joining us. So great. Please come back again soon. Michael Maloof is the person you just heard. He's the former senior security policy analyst at the Office of the Secretary of Defense. He has almost 30 years of federal service in the U.S. Defense Department as a specialized trainer for border guards and special forces as well in select nations of the Caucasus and Central Asia. Central Asia, my favorite part of the world.
Caucasus.
Caucasus.
See you guys.
Thank you, Mike.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Bye.
All right. So for all of the viewers out there who have been saying, get this person, we got this person. And I've been trying to connect with him for like literally since COVID, really, the last several years to get him on the show. But our schedules have never aligned, but he's always been so gracious and kind, and it's finally worked out today. So we want to go ahead and bring in this, I guess we can call him like a real mover and shaker in this world that perhaps a lot of people may not have ever heard of. Dr. Shiva Ayadurai is joining us right now. Dr. Shiva, hello, good morning. Let me give you a proper introduction. For those who don't know, Dr. Shiva Ayadurai is the inventor of the email that you are using every day, that everybody uses. He holds 4 degrees, just four degrees from MIT. He's a Fulbright scholar and has started 7 successful high-tech companies. He's the founder and CEO of CytoSolve Inc., which is currently discovering cures for major diseases, everything from pancreatic cancer to even Alzheimer's, which, you know, if you weren't such a slacker, Dr. Shiva, you would have helped Joe Biden already. Thank you so much for joining us, Doctor. Good to see you.
Very nice to be here. How are you?
Very well. This is a big day, obviously, here in America. Ted and I have been joking. We've been calling it Doomsday 2024 because it's less of an election, more of a selection process. And part of that, you wanted to fight against the machine and throw your hat into the ring. And you've managed to get your name on a handful of states' ballots. Can you tell us about that process, what you've been doing, and what your platform looks like for those who don't know and haven't gone to vote yet?
Yeah, so let me just peel back. I think in 2020, a lot of people came to know about my work. We reached close to, when we looked at all the unique video views, close to 500 million people throughout the world. It's quite enormous. We did the pioneering work, exposing the lockdowns. We ran that hashtag Fire Fauci campaign. I was the one to expose the fact that the government has a backdoor portal into all the social media companies. I won a historic lawsuit representing myself in 2020 when I ran for Senate in the Republican Party in a primary. And by all accounts, we were going to win that on a landslide. And it was the Republicans who colluded with the Democrats to steal that election. In Franklin County in Massachusetts, there's 9 counties. We won by 10 points by hand counted. It was all the ballots are all hand counted, and all the other counties was 60-40, 60-40, 60-40. And we had, I think we raised about $2 million, 3,000 volunteers. The opposition to the Republican put up had no volunteers. You couldn't even find one lawn sign. So that's when I started recognizing that there's something malevolent going on, and we're the ones who uncovered the fact that you can flip votes on these machines, that the signature verification process is flawed. Now, Trump, the scumbag that he is, he took all of our knowledge. He raised $500 million off of it, of which he only spent $9 million. And then he invited me to meet with him in Mar-a-Lago the night after he had endorsed the guy who committed the election fraud, and I refused to go. Anyway, eventually I went and met with him, and it was sort of looking at a sorry individual who looked like in the backstage as an actor. So I have had experience with all of these people at very, very, deep and high levels. But what I can tell you is that after 2020, a lot of people came to know about us. Right. When I was a kid growing up in New Jersey, I did, in fact, invent the first email system, email as we know it today. The problem is that people who actually do the work never spend as much time getting the promotional, doing the PR.
Sure.
Those who do not do the work spend all the time doing the PR, like Elon Musk. Where Elon Musk begins and when government ends, nobody knows. He doesn't really invent anything. He takes over companies and pushes the founders out and then rewrites history as though he's some great inventor. But when I was growing up as a kid in 1978 in Jersey, I was very, very hardworking. By the age of 14, I, in fact, had ended up going to New York University in a special computer science program. And then I started working full-time at a medical school while in high school, where I converted the old-fashioned inter-office mail system into the electronic version, named it email, wrote 50,000 lines of code, and all this before I came to MIT. So when I came to MIT, I was very interested in medicine, but also politics, because I grew up in the caste system of India, where it denigrated people based on their birth. And sort of that's where we're at today. If you look at all these politicians running, be it Booby Kennedy or Jill Stein, as I call her, or Trump or Harris, all these people are anointed from the top. They do not have to ever really work. But the movement that we have created now, which is a global movement called Truth, Freedom, Health, people can go to truthfreedomhealth.com. It's a global movement that emerged out of 2020, where people recognize that there are real leaders like myself who will tell the truth at the right time, not when it's opportunistic to tell the truth to get views and clicks, 2 to 3 years later. So we've built a global movement, and that movement powered my run for president. And no one thought we'd even get it on any ballot. Just let people know, it's very difficult to get on a ballot. Every state have different rules. You have to get electors in every state. In California, we needed 108 electors, right? We have the Electoral College in the United States. No one elects a president. They elect slates of electors who then, if that slate is voted, wins, and they pledge to that candidate, right? So when you vote for Trump, you're not voting for Trump. You're voting for his electors in, let's say, Massachusetts or Michigan. You're voting for...
You're on the ballot there in your home state of Massachusetts.
We're on the ballot, which is the hardest state to get on, 20,000 signatures. Then you have to get those signatures verified by 350 towns. We did this in 10 days. In Iowa, which is like the centerpiece of the presidential elections, we're on the ballot there. Jill Stein couldn't even get on the ballot there. And she's a liberal Zionist. The establishment will now give her air and will give her media attention because they know the uniparty exists. So in order to confuse people as though there's some opposition, they'll create their own opposition. That's what Kennedy was. And we exposed Kennedy for what he really is. Kennedy really doesn't care about health. He was promoting full vaccination of all Americans. He vaccinated all of his kids. He made sure everyone had to be vaccinated before they came into his own home in Malibu. Okay? The Kennedys are the epitome of the not so obvious establishment. They are created and supported by the establishment to act like they're anti-establishment. Very much like Bernie Sanders, very much like Jesse Jackson or the Tea Party. They'll speak a good game because the bottom line is they do not want us, working people, identifying our own leaders like me, who come from below, actually do the work, building our own bottoms-up movements. Because history shows it's only been real leaders who emerge from below, who drive major movements, that has always changed anything. It has never been top-down elections. So us getting on the ballot, we're on the ballot in nearly every state, except 6 states, where people can write us in, or they can select us with the dot, right, with the listed. That's quite extraordinary. We did that with less than $100,000, all powered by. Think about this. Kennedy raised $20 million, $20 million, and he was paying signature people $10, and he still couldn't get on the ballot. Okay, Jill Stein, with all of her Green Party, couldn't get on the ballot in Iowa. We had our volunteers.
You're not the only person who's
to go to
Dr. Shiva. Sorry to interrupt.
To get on the ballot.
You're not the only person who's complained. Many people have complained about the difficulty of getting on the ballot. I live here in New York, which, as you know, is also a state that's very difficult to get on the ballot.
People can write us in there, by the way. Yeah.
I had to, and I already voted, and I did have to write in the candidate of my choice. I voted Dr. Jill Stein. I guess and questions like, oh, will they count your vote if you write Dr. Jill Stein as opposed to Jill Stein, or if you forget to write or running mate Butch Ware? I mean, it's very arcane. I mean, is there any chance that ballot access could be simplified and made fairer, given the fact that you have the duopoly in charge, and it's to their advantage? They've created this Byzantine system that it makes it hard for outsiders like yourself to access the voters. I think most voters don't have any problem with there being a lot of choices on the ballot, even if they themselves are going to vote Democrat or Republican. I don't think many people object that much to the choice there. Is there any world in which the Democrats and the Republicans could be pressured into state by state reforming these, exclusionary systems?
Well, first of all, our campaign now has 6 lawsuits in federal court, 2 in the appellate court and 1 in the United States Supreme Court. Kennedy talked about ballot access, same with Jill Stein, but they didn't fight as hard we have, and we did it without lawyers. We have trained our own people to fight. We have an electrician presenting himself in federal court. You see, we're not powered by the elites. The Green Party is a nouveau liberal elite party that they're positioning to be an opposition party. So we have actually fought for ballot access. If you talk to Richard Winger, you may know, is like one of the leading ballot access guys. He's 82 years old. He's been doing it since 1969. And he just wrote a piece and he said the Dr. Shiva campaign is the only campaign that now has 7 major ballot access lawsuits, real lawsuits. So when we look at ballot access, you have to recognize up until the 1900s, it was very easy to get on the ballot. You just had to get 2 signatures and you got on the ballot. Running for office was an aspect of the First Amendment right, the right to associate. Okay, so ballot access was very easy. It was the Tammany Hall crowd in the 1900s who, in many ways, made ballot access so corrupt. So, for example, they made it, you had to get thousands of signatures. In California, you have to get 300,000 signatures, or you have to hijack another party who will then support you. So we actually regressed. Things were actually, it's not like it was bad always. It was actually quite good up until the 1900s. It went backwards starting in the late 1900s. And a lot of that was driven by the anti-communist rhetoric because they didn't want bottoms-up parties getting on. So they wanted to isolate people. And a lot of that also had to do with the fact in the late 1800s and early 1900s, it was called the Great Upheaval in the United States. There was bottoms-up mass movements that scared the shit out of the elites. So the elites were so scared there was going to be a revolution in the country in the 1900s, early 1930s. They had Franklin Delano Roosevelt give reforms to these people, and they branded him as some great hero. When it wasn't them, it was women and men fighting on the streets. So to build these very powerful militant movements. So they don't want to see that. They rather have a Jill Stein, acting like though she's going to be the liberal elite, talking about stuff when she is a liberal Zionist, for example. She was supporting lockdowns, etc. So in a consistent way, the establishment always finds, cherry picks and anoints and gives visibility to people to act radical. Bernie Sanders. You may have voted for Bernie Sanders. A lot of the Jill Stein crowd voted for Bernie. So they have gotten
I
this
did
down
when I was in
formula.
California.
Yeah, but they do not want someone like me who's anointed by them. Many friends of mine were in the Green Party said just one day, 7 people got together and they anointed Jill Stein. Okay. Jill Stein is also the one who threw Cynthia McKinney, a Black woman, out of the Green Party because she asserted that 9/11 may have been caused by the Israelis. You see? So the establishment has a recurrent way of making sure people really don't build these bottoms-up movements. But that's what we're doing. We're the revolutionary force that they must make invisible. In fact, it was Jill Stein in the free and fair elections that kept me off the debate stage.
I was just going to ask you about that.
Yeah,
I was just going to ask you about that. That there's dirty tricks that obviously, like Kennedy highlighted that this is what happened to me, and they won't let me debate, blah blah blah. But
well, let's clarify this debate. We're not talking about the former Commission on Presidential Debates, which doesn't exist anymore. We're not talking about the big debate between the D's.
No, we're talking about the so-called alternative debate.
Right.
So my point is, one of the things we teach at truthfreedomhealth.com, you know, I have been wanting to crack the code on why is it that there's human suffering that continues. And what you find out is that there's two heads of the establishment, the obvious establishment, the Bushes and the Clintons, you know, you can name them. But the real evil is the not so obvious establishment. You see, the establishment needs two heads to survive. The obvious one people can attack. Oh my God, they're horrible. They're pro-war. They want to screw us. But they cannot survive without the not so obvious establishment. The not so obvious establishment is that force that the establishment anoints and creates to be their own controlled opposition. So because they
So
know
you're
the
saying
real,
it's kind of like in Orwell in 1984, right, where the party has a monolith that controls everything,
I
and
call it the swarm.
Emmanuel Goldstein, who is fake and doesn't really exist, but he's the
Right.
fake opposition leader.
Right. And this is a scientific, in system science, we call it a disturbance, right? So in this case, the establishment, so everyone should, if you want to really get it, so you don't waste 30, 40 years of your time, one day voting for Obama, another day for Jill Stein, and another day for Tulsi Gabbard, go watch shattertheswarm.com. Shatter the Swarm. It's how the few control the many. So the swarm needs both of these two heads. And this is an understanding that people don't get. So they jump from bed to bed to bed, following their next anti-establishment rhetoric. The real force is a revolutionary force, which says, fuck all these people. We need to build a bottoms-up movement. And that is what my life journey is about, because I come from the bottom. I come from the Indian caste system. I come from New Jersey among working class towns. Okay? So they don't want that voice ever to be heard because it is too dangerous. And they surely do not want that voice to have an MIT PhD, which earned all their, anointments, right? Because this is even more dangerous. So the reality is the swarm has these two heads. And consistently, when you chop off when there's been very rare that you can expose a not so obvious establishment. So if you go to 1984, which is an interesting year, I was a student at MIT, and a lot of us young people, I was 17, were enamored by a guy called Jesse Jackson. He was speaking all this anti-establishment rhetoric. And then on the night of the Democratic convention, he gives a sorry-ass speech, and he gives all of his votes to Walter Mondale, talking about the lesser of evils. He was a Jill Stein of the time, or the Kennedy. And that's when we figured out, wait a minute, they keep doing this. Gandhi was that equivalent in India. There was a British who were butchering the Indian people, exploiting them. There was a revolutionary movement. They created Gandhi to quiet down the Indian masses. And for 70 years, India had massive exploitation. Okay? So this is a very central thing that people need to understand, or you're bullshitting yourselves. So when I figured this out, I realized it has to be bottoms-up movements. So now you saw that again with the Ron Paul movement. Ron Paul talked a big game, and then at the end of the day, he bent over and he really didn't fight, right? So he lost. Romney comes and he loses to Obama. Then you had Sanders. I had a lot of my friends in 2016 who said, oh my God, Dr. Giva, Bernie Sanders is anti-establishment. You must work with him. I said, he's going to fucking sell you out. He will. I said, mark my words, on the floor of the Democratic convention, he will hug Hillary Clinton like Jesse Jackson did, and he's going to screw you. A very good friend of mine, very smart neuroscientist out of Harvard, said, no, you're an asshole, Shiva. You're always critiquing people. and she was the head of the Bernie Sanders campaign for all of New England. She stormed out of my house. I never heard from her for 2 years. 2 years later, she called me crying. She goes, everything you said was right. I go, what are you doing now? Oh, I'm in a cottage up in Canada. So these people are created. So they invite very sincere people, and then they demoralize them. Because these people are created to demoralize bottoms-up movements. And that is what Trump did. Trump talked a big MAGA game. And then he delivered everything the elites wanted. He delivered them the pandemic. He made sure pharma made, $100 billion more than they ever did before. I mean, you can go down the list. As Zionist as you can get. So now in this election, they didn't expect a revolutionary to run, which is what we are. And we expose the shit out of Kennedy, which you're not supposed to touch. And all these fools thinking, oh, Kennedy's this, Kennedy's that. We exposed him for 4 years. So he had to run with his tail underneath his legs to strike, and he struck a deal with Trump to make money off of it. Where did this 20 million go that he pocketed? So now to replace that, they need Jill Stein, you see? And they'll bring out this fool Cornel West from time to time, out of Princeton, to act as though he's a radical. But they will not. They're too afraid to give us one mainstream media attention. I mean, it's quite extraordinary. And so the alternative media is owned by them. So the alternative so-called decides to run a free and fair elections debate. Why are we left out of it? I fulfilled all the things. I'm polling higher than Chase Oliver, their libertarian fool. That's not only racist, it's discriminatory, but they're doing the exact same game.
Well, what did
Doctor,
they tell you?
let me pause you. Let me pause you on that, because you're bringing up race. Obviously, we have to point out, obviously, that Kamala Harris is half Indian, right? Half Indian and Jamaican descent. They've highlighted this in her campaign, as short as it is, and they've made race. Obviously, the Democrats have made race an issue for many years, but they're highlighting, you know, in the 11th hour, the fact that she is half Indian. They've been, you know, harping on the black thing for quite a while, but the Indian part. If we really zoom out, though, Dr. Shiva, if we look at American politics, I would say since the 2020s, you would see that of all the Asians, of Asian diaspora around this country, Indian Americans have really been making a big splash in American politics. We've seen people like Vivek Ramaswamy, Nikki
Yeah, he's a
Haley.
snake. He's a complete
So,
scumbag.
so
He's
a lot of
let's-
Indian Americans.
I think people need to understand that the discussion on race has really not taken place in the United States. It's always been the right wing says there is no racism, and the left wing owns racism, but they absolve the issue of class and caste. Okay? So left-wing white liberals have no idea what racism really is, because we've never had a real discussion from the people actually been discriminated bottoms up, like guys like me. Racism is an instrument of class war. That's what it is. Racism is an instrument of class war. And so because you do not want to address the class issues or the caste issues, you talk about race or skin color. Kamala Harris is a Brahmin. Vivek Ramaswamy is a Brahmin. 90% of the Indians in the United States are Brahmins. My parents are non-Brahmins. So 95% of India is non-Brahmins. Okay? The Brahmins spit on the Indians. If the American people really knew, if white liberals so-called knew how non-Brahmins are treated in India, they would completely shun all these Brahmin Indians. The Brahmin Indians are the most racist Indians on the planet. Let me talk to you about that. Because when my mother grew up in India, when I grew up, it was like segregation. If I went to a Brahmin's home, I was told to sit outside, given water in a dirty cup, and spit upon. And those were my earliest memories as a 4-year-old kid. And Kamala Harris's ancestors would do that to my mother and my family, because we were dark-skinned, non-Brahmins, quote-unquote untouchables. So the fact that my parents even made it here, my mother, there's a picture of her getting her degree, which is unheard of in the 1940s. This dark-skinned Indian women are among 40 light-skinned Brahmin men with turbans. My dad came from war-torn Burma. I have the real story. I don't need to fake my story. Kamala Harris comes from a Brahmin family. While I was in New Jersey, sweating it out literally in the summer heat, mowing lawns to make money, she was in Montreal learning French. She has no idea of the American journey. So let's get real here. The liberal white elites, all of you out there, really talk about your own racism, because you have used race to, don't use the N-word, don't use these perfunctory things, but you don't want to talk about the real racism. The real racism is occurring right in front. Vivek Ramaswamy, they created him, poof. Because they saw me in 2020 to 2024. They said, shit, we can't have a revolutionary brown-skinned guy. So we must create these fake Indian Brahmins. And that's why you've seen over the last 12 months, these people promoted fake Indians. Yeah. They don't represent the Indian community. Kamala Harris has no idea of the immigrant journey. Vivek Ramaswamy is a bullshitting Brahmin, big pharma bullshitter. Look at his whole life.
Big pharma bro, for sure.
He's a big pharma company. So, and they literally come to my Zooms. Kennedy has come to my Zooms with his people. They steal my words. Literally, they make videos, because my words are the real words of the oppressed. Their words are made to confuse people back into the establishment, thinking Kennedy's going to do something, or Bernie Sanders, who's never held a job in his life. So our campaign is real. It's bottoms up.
Dr. Shiva, I mean, look, I come from a Marxist orientation, and I think a lot of people might be watching us here today, and might say,
well, remember what Engels
I mean,
said,
how can you represent
Marxists are the worst people. That's what Engels said.
But how can you, well, let me finish my point, though.
Actual communism and socialism. So we can talk about real communism and socialism, but most Marxists have sold out Lenin and Marx.
Well, I'm definitely into that, but let me.
Yeah.
I just want to ask you this question. So a lot of people would ask, how could you be a credible representative of the masses or the voices from below, considering we in the introduction you're a very successful man. You've done well under capitalism. Do you see a contradiction there?
No. Why do you see a contradiction?
Well, I mean, there are people. I personally don't.
Said you're a Marxist. You just said you're a Marxist. Where did Marx
for example,
write?
I know.
No. But look at what you're asking. No. But look at what you're asking. You just look at the. Hate to say it, it's really a dumb question, because where did Marx come from? He was highly educated.
Yes, he was. Yeah, he was.
Right.
He was an intellectual.
And what did Marx say about the intellectuals? Marx said the intellectuals are not a class. They make a decision on which class that they want to defend and support. Okay, so if you go read Marx again,
the vanguard,
right? Well, if they choose to be, so I could have been on that trajectory to be an MIT professor, which is a trajectory, but I chose to take the knowledge of system science and to help the masses, because that's where I come from. Every time I go to India, I go back to my small village. So you don't know my journey, all right? Mm-hmm. Just because I got education doesn't mean I'm one of them. In fact, my whole life has been fighting them. From the age I was 4 years old, I never forgot where I came from.
I mean, Bernie Sanders grew up in poverty.
No, let me finish.
You mentioned Bernie Sanders. He did grow up.
This is not a contradiction. Yeah. Just because I took their weapons and I want to use it against them, that's the decision. Some people learn the knowledge of system science, the knowledge of how systems work, like George Soros or Zbigniew Brzezinski or Kissinger, and they choose to fight for the elites. I choose a very different path. It's a much harder path.
So what would you say your presidential platform is? You're running as an independent. You're obviously, as an independent, you have every right to criticize any and everybody in all the other parties. So what exactly, if you can put it in a nutshell, what is your presidential campaign's position on various things like the economy, unemployment, obviously a major issue, immigration, and the ongoing wars in Gaza and Ukraine?
Yeah, if you look at my tweet thing, there's a one-page nice little thing which outlines every political position. Let me summarize it for you. Number one, when you look at the fundamental issue, foreign policy and economic policy are tied at the hip. You cannot separate them. Okay? So the U.S. foreign policy is directly connected to the printing of money. Why do I say that? So let me explain this. So we must recognize this reality that the United States gets to be the reserve currency, which means it can print money all day. And when you print money all day, cost of living goes up. So our fundamental premise is, if you look at, we've put out 10 million of these little cards, which show cost of living going up since 1970 and lifespan now coming down. If you have a child today, your child is going to have a shorter lifespan than you. Kennedy didn't talk about this. He literally stole our graphs and started using it more recently. Okay. But cost of living has been going up explosively since 1970, and lifespan has been going down for the last 20 years. Okay. So that's the thesis. Now, how do you solve that? Well, the reason cost of living is going up is because as the reserve currency, the new theory called modern monetary theory dictates print as much money as you want. Okay. Print money. That is the modus operandi, where it's left or right. You saw Trump print 8 trillion. Obama Trump did 8 trillion in one term. Obama did 2 terms. Okay. So the printing of money, the reserve currency status of the United States, is only possible by the very fact that behind the dollar is no longer gold, no longer petroleum, but it's F-15s, it's B-52 bombers, it's Israel in the Middle East, a big aircraft carrier. Okay. So the United States must conduct war, requires war, to maintain reserve currency status. Does that make sense? And once you can maintain reserve currency status, you print money. And if you look during the pandemic, all the money that was printed, 600 billion, 2.3 trillion of that went to Trump's friends or the elite's friends. 600 billion 600 billionaires increase their wealth by 2.3 trillion, including the scumbag Elon Musk. Okay? So this is the dynamic people need to understand. So as long as the United States is able to maintain reserve currency status by starting wars, they must do wars. They must print money, and cost of living is going to go up and lifespan is going to go down. So here's the solution. Number one, we must cut all funding to Israel. Every fucking penny. Every penny. Number two, there are people in the Congress of the United States, 90% of them, who get funding from APAC. 90% of them. Okay? We must actually conduct investigations on them, which the enforcement division under the executive branch can do. It can't, the penalties can only come from Congress. But all funding to Israel must be cut. All of these foreign wars must end. We must, to the extent we have a defense budget, it must be used for defending the United States borders, period. The other piece that needs to happen is that when you start looking at the foundations of, let's say, healthcare and education, the solutions are actually quite simple. 99% of these politicians can't even explain the healthcare system. In fact, none of my opponents can even talk about two very particular entities. The reason why healthcare is the way it is called GPOs and PBMs. Have you guys heard of those two organizations?
No, not me anyway.
Do you know about who GPOs and PBMs are? Okay. In the early 2000s, these two organizations were made legal by Congress to conduct corruption. So if you look at a healthcare bill, a simple, procedure, which should only cost $1,000, it will cost $100,000. Why? Because in the 1970s, a collusion took place between hospitals, big pharma, and the insurance companies. And it continued until 2000 when legalized corruption was made possible. Every item in a hospital, every item that's purchased by a hospital goes through three major GPOs, group purchasing organizations. Each of them are owned by insurance companies. So the bracket is all insulin, saline, the bedpan, the sheets are going through three organizations who control the supply chain. Similarly, on the pharmaceutical side, PBMs. This was allowed by Congress through lobbying efforts. So it's not that healthcare is bad or good. The cost is too high. And the cost is high because the insurance companies are incentivized to keep the costs high. Because then you go get insurance. I pay $1,200 for insurance. Why? Because you're under the fear, oh my God, something bad may occur. I may have a catastrophic incident. You say? All right.
Sure.
So what's the solution? My solution is, number one, you have to illegalize GPOs and PBMs. You're going to immediately see a reduction in healthcare costs. Number two, we must allow more broadly DPCs, direct primary care. There are a set of doctors, around 2,000 to 3,000 of them, who are saying, I don't take insurance anymore. Simply pay me $75 a month, and I will take care of all your needs. 80% of the needs you need can be taken care of with your primary care. The primary care physician agrees to only take 500 patients, and he's making $500,000 and he's happy a year. Okay. Then for crisis care, you get crisis insurance for about $150. So less than $300, you can have great health care. But we must demolish the GPOs and PBMs. Trump didn't do that.
Can I pause you right there? Can I pause you right there, Doctor? Can I pause you right there for just a second? Because this week, actually last week, I was actually in the hospital for about 40 hours. And because of the hurricanes that destroyed the Baxter saline solution factory in North Carolina, I was only allowed to be given one bag of saline solution. So when I was given other medications through the IV drip, it was sans the saline solution. Would you say you would want to nationalize stuff like that?
No. I don't believe in nationalization. I believe in, I'll get to that. But the point is, the reason you had that saline issue is nothing to do with Baxter. If you go to hospitals throughout the country, they've all been having shortages because the GPOs squeeze the hospital administrators because they own all the supply. So they say, well, if you don't buy it at this price, I'm not going to sell it to you. Okay. That's why there's shortages of even insulin or basic stuff in hospitals. And this was authorized by Congress. GPOs and PBMs must be made illegal because they give kickbacks to the hospital administrators who buy more volume. They give them 7-star vacations. Okay. Again, no one will talk about this because no one wants to talk about the real problem. They'll just talk about bullshit all day. Let's talk about education. Up until the 1970s, people went to vo-tech schools. You came out of high school, you had a real job. Well, suddenly we started pushing the concept of Go to college, go to college, go to college. I'm sorry, I didn't even need to go to MIT. I invented email before I came to MIT. I knew more in my public school educational system than I even learned at MIT, to tell all of you guys the facts. Because my public school education system was run by very hardworking public school teachers. Now, having said that, a lot of people send their kids to college. And when people send their kids to college, the parents have to go get a 100, 200K student loan.
Right.
It's funny they call it a student loan. It's not a student loan. It's a university loan, because a loan, follow this through, the parents mortgage their house and they take a loan. The money for their tuition is going to the university. What does a university do with 80% of that loan? They put it into their endowment, which they have highly trained hedge fund managers invest that in Wall Street. Universities now are investment companies. They happen to do some education. Harvard, for example, increased their wealth by billions of dollars. They paid 5 of their hedge fund managers $50 million in 1 year. So here's my solution to that. Have the universities co-sign the loans. Let me repeat that. The parents shouldn't co-sign the loans of universities. Why? So you have a young kid, 17, 18. He doesn't know jack shit about what he should be doing. So he says, I'm going to become an aardvark transgender specialist. I'm going to learn aardvark biology, something like this, okay? He comes out of 4 years. He can't even get a job, for example. If the universities had to co-sign the loan, they're going to direct the kid, hey, that's fine. You want to learn aardvark biology of transgenderism. Why don't you actually learn engineering? Why don't you take a nursing degree? Okay? Because they are not going to get paid back.
Direct investment on the outcomes of their degree.
Yes, but so the incentives are all wrong by design, because now the kid goes into debt. They take the parents more. I mean, there's many, many stories of this. So again, that's a very clear solution. The other piece is, let's really talk about energy policy. Okay, nuclear energy, fusion. We put nothing into this very important, relatively nothing into this very infinite source of energy. The reality is a climate change scam, by the way, which Jill Stein supports, is complete scam correlating CO2 increase with temperature increase based on mathematical models. There's 150 mathematical models. Each one of them predicts different outcomes. One says no ice is going to melt. The other says all the ice is going to melt, and all flavors in between. Now, as an engineer and a scientist, I build models. If your model is predictive, that means for every input you get, it's going to give the same, give the particular prediction. Evidence is reproducible predictions. So the whole climate change scam is built on absolute nonsense, garbage. And
Doctor, I've got to question you on that. I mean, now.
Let me finish. The goal is, there's a video I did going through this entire thing. It leads to carbon tax credits, and there's going to be people who are going to make trillions off carbon tax credits. And furthermore, the Paris Accords allows China to double their pollution, India to double their pollution from 11 cubic metric tons billion metric tons up to 22. So tell me, what is the benefit of the Paris Accords? Zippo. They're not talking about pollution. They're talking about CO2, which is one of the most necessary gases we need. It's complete bullshit. Neither
Are you saying that climate change? Are you saying that climate change is not happening, or are you just saying that it's
no? So listen to the question you're asking. So please get out of the cult. Climate always changes. Climate will always keep changing. The issue is CO2 levels correlated to temperature increase. Okay. Now, in order to solve that, if you've taken an engineering course, you have to solve the Navier-Stokes equation. You can win $1 million right now if you can solve the Navier-Stokes equation for turbulent fluid. The oceans are a turbulent fluid. The atmosphere is a turbulent fluid. These fools who've been fooling people took 2 turbulent fluids, which there is no solution. That's why you have 150 models. It's all bullshit. Now, you're talking to someone who's actually done those equations. A colleague of mine at MIT, Dick Lindzen, was the only professor at MIT who had the guts to say, this is all bullshit. And he's the head of the meteorology department. When he did this, 140 professors attacked him. Why? Because there's $2 billion sitting there for university professors to get their grant money. The whole thing is bullshit.
Well, the whole recycling thing is total bullshit.
Well,
People are starting to, that part is true. I mean, I'm not a science person. I don't have a science background.
I haven't looked into that, but it probably is. But I can tell you,
I'll
Yeah.
send you my whole report on it, Dr. Shiva. I did a whole story on it, a 30-minute special about the bullshit that is recycling, because less than 5% of all things that go in those blue bins, and I'm from California, mind you, that we grew up believing that we're doing something good. We're sorting our trash. We're doing this and that and the other thing. And like I said, in the 80s and 90s in California, we were the ones that started doing those recycled blue bins and the green bins. And then the rest of the country followed, and then the rest of the world followed. And this leads exactly to what you were talking about with the whole climate accords and the Europeans sending trash to India, sending trash to, brown countries. Brown Asia is getting polluted with Western garbage. And meanwhile, the whole EU is saying, oh, we're only 25% behind our goal, our stated goal for 2030 is what they're always saying, right? 2030. We're only a little bit behind. Well, the only reason they can pretend to be that little behind is because they're shipping off their recyclable goods to brown Asia, and brown Asians are dying of toxic diseases coming from the plastics from America.
Right, but that's okay if you
and
kill
the
brown
European
people,
Union.
you say? So white liberal elites in the United States talk about climate change, do all this
They
bullshit.
feel good though. They're
They
recycling.
feel good. And then meanwhile, they're getting a double whammy because so what happened with the Paris Accords was, and I don't know if you've read the IPCC report, it's around 20,000 pages. I went through the whole thing. It's bullshit. Okay? It's people just take these little sound bites. If you read all the stuff, it's nonsense. It's absolute nonsense. However, it's the backup bullshit that they need to promote carbon tax. Al Gore sits on the board of a company which will own all these software that'll get a little piece of every carbon tax exchange. What is carbon tax? Carbon tax is incentivizing pollution. So they incentivize China to go from 11 billion metric tons of carbon to 22 billion. After that, 2030, China will have to buy carbon tax credits. Well, the carbon tax price on the commodities market is going to escalate. Who do you think is going to make all the fucking money? All right. And when the United States government at the Trump time was asked to create a green fund, the green fund was actually money to pay off to all the ministers of all these countries. So they advised their prime ministers to get involved in this nonsense. It was a corruption fund. So that's what is really going on. Again, the problem that you have is people making policy don't know math. They don't know jack shit about physics. And they conflate even Elon Musk, bullshitter, carbon and CO2. Carbon is a goddamn element on the periodic table. CO2 is a goddamn gas. Okay? So what are you talking about? So this is what's going on. And everyone should read C.P. Snow's great lecture. He's a great writer and a physical chemist that he wrote in the 1900s called The Two Cultures. It shows that we have these two cultures, one people thinking they know a lot about humanities, liberal humanities, but they don't even know the second law of thermodynamics. So before people open their mouth and say, oh yeah, climate changes and everything is, we need carbon tax. Climate does change, but CO2 levels are the lowest they've ever been. The reason human beings came was we had 10 times more CO2 levels. The potheads are all pumping CO2 into their, greenhouses to grow all their weed. So don't tell me CO2 is a bad thing. You need CO2. CO2 grows plants.
But we have major temperature. But we're in the middle of a major drought here. We have water restrictions.
Yeah, we've always had droughts.
It's going to be in the 80s. It's November 5th. It's going to be in the 80s this week in New York.
Look at how you're talking. I'm sorry, you're talking, not looking at the entire time span of things. Okay. Do you know how dumb what you just said is? I'm not telling you personally. Okay. Don't take it personally.
You're not the first person to call me dumb.
No, but you're sitting at a point in time which there have been droughts, there have been floods. Okay. Climate is constantly changing, constantly. You have to look at it from a systems perspective. Since the last ice age at the end of the 1800s, it's expected temperature will go up 2 degrees. We have a melting of the ice age. Okay. The end of the ice age. Temperature is constantly changing. It's
but not this
quickly.
This is really fast, right? The change in temperature, the change in
no,
average
global temperature
fast. Is moving quickly.
It isn't fast. You are making up that very, very qualitative term. It's not based on any scientific principles. It's not. Sorry to tell you that. Here's the grand scheme of things. The sun is 6,000 degrees Kelvin, okay? Several billion years ago, the sun was only putting out 30% less degrees. Now, you would think if it was 30% less, only 4,000 degrees, the whole Earth should be ice, right? Shouldn't it? Guess what? There were flowing waters and waterfalls. Why? Because we have something called clouds. Do you know none of these climate change models included clouds? It's like not including the iris in your eyes. If I shine a bright light into you, your eyes know how to change to maintain homeostasis. So the Earth is an intelligent system. It can handle many, many different local and global fluctuations. The issue always in science is how much. I can give you mercury. You take a little bit of mercury, it's actually very good for your brain. You take too much, it'll destroy your brain. The issue in science is how much. In order to understand that how much, you have to do the mathematics. So the reality is they've done this bogus math. If you actually looked at just completely nonsense, it's garbage in, garbage out. They said, okay, if this, now we know CO2 is a greenhouse gas. Yes, it increases temperature, but how much? So the reality is they've made up a model which doesn't even conform to the model itself. And using that, we're driving policy. But the end state of that policy is not to make the world better, because we're not reducing pollution. The end state of that policy is to make a finite set of people trillionaires. And it's going to tax small businesses. And it's the working people of the world who are going to have to pay for that. And at the end stage,
true. Absolutely true.
The Al Gores, the Donald Trumps, the Jared Kushners, the Ivanka Trumps, the Hunter Bidens are all going to make a shitload of money because they know when to trade on carbon tax credits. That's the end state. Now, this is why we need a president like me who does the work, who understands it, can articulate it, can make it simple. Because we're at a point in history that we live in a world of complex systems. The world is complex systems, transportation systems, healthcare systems, climate systems. And people need to understand broadly how systems work. That's what we educate people. We have taken house, cleaners, estheticians, plumbers, electricians, and I teach them system science, the same shit I learned at MIT. And these people are taking that knowledge and really learning how to think. What we've created is a world of people who are told what to think. Climate change is, therefore, let's support Jill Stein. She's going to save us, or Booby fucking Kennedy. It's all bullshit. We teach people how to think, not what to think, how to think. And that's what education is supposed to be. So getting back to my platform, I've talked about healthcare. We talked about education. One of the important things people need to recognize is that taxation. I believe that we should eliminate all personal tax. Zero. It should go to zero. However, we should have very high corporate tax, 50 to 70%. You might think, what are you talking about? When the time the US economy grew, it was very high taxation in the 40s and 50s, upwards of 50%. Why do I say that? Because if you run a company, at the end of the year, large companies are incentivized now to not even have their companies in the United States, but to move it to Ireland, and then do all these machinations to hide their wealth. So what is tax based on? Tax is based on profit, income. Income is the revenue your company makes minus the expenses. And then you get profit, and that profit is taxed. Well, if you have very high corporate tax, what's it going to do? Well, company's going to say, shit, I made $2 billion this year. What should I do? Well, maybe I'll pay my employees a little more. That'll reduce my tax burden. Maybe I'll put in new infrastructure, update the infrastructure so we have the latest stuff. So you want to incentivize organizations like companies to expand, to do more training, right? To grow their businesses, not to hide capital. Think about how much capital Apple is sitting on, how much they're sitting on, and most of it's outside of the United States. So I believe in zero income tax for the individual, but a very high corporate tax. And when you work it out, it's actually going to expand society, because if I made $1 billion, I'm the CEO of the company, I'm going to say, shit, I got to pay, 50% tax on 500 billion. How do I reduce my tax burden? Let me share some of the wealth with my employees, and they don't have to pay tax. You say, let me buy new machinery. Let me do all these things. Let me give certain things to help my community. So that is a positive incentive. We don't do that right now. We have high corporate tax and we have high personal tax. And in fact, the elites, if they have enough good tax lawyers, they don't have to pay any tax. Amazon didn't pay any tax, right? Donald Trump doesn't pay any fucking taxes. Elon Musk gets tax subsidies. So the whole game is not based on anything rational. And ultimately, what I believe needs to happen, you talked about nationalization. The ultimate solution is we need to educate enough people to understand the system's nature, how things work. And that's what we've been doing. You talk to our volunteers of all different backgrounds. We're teaching them how to file lawsuits. They can teach you systems dynamics equivalent to an MIT graduate student, but they're everyday people. Once you understand systems thinking, you'll see through the climate change scam. You'll see through the healthcare systems, because we teach people how to look at systems, eliminate the left-right narrative, and find the actual solution.
Well,
You talked about Marx. Marx was one of the first system scientists. He was actually misunderstood on certain levels. And the Marxists that came after him had no idea what Marx said. So they just sort of followed a trajectory of thinking nationalization is a way. The ultimate solution is working people rise up, they raise their consciousness, and we seize the means of production. We have enough, the awesomeness of capitalism, now it's become imperialism, has created amazing efficiencies. We can make iPhones, they're probably costing only $2 to make, if that. We have more than enough food on the planet. The issue is capitalism makes so many goods at a cheap price after a while, it needs to create its own fake supply chain issues. So to keep price up, let me repeat that. We have more than enough food on this planet. We have created amazing instrumentation production. The fact, look at Amazon can transport an apple probably cheaper from Washington to Boston than to pick it over in my orchard, in my friend's orchard 2 miles away. So capitalism has created incredible efficiencies. But the negative side of capitalism when it becomes imperialist is that it's like the Ouroboros tail starts eating itself. It says, holy shit, I can make such cheap stuff, but I need to keep prices high to get my quarterly profits. Therefore, I'm going to create fake supply, fake, supply chain issues.
Sure.
So it is overproduction in a fundamental way that actually creates the problems of these cyclical crises. In India, for example, people create so much rice. The government tells rice farmers to save it and to make alcohol out of it. So my position is, our telecommunication costs, people are paying $200 for cable TV. It's crazy. It should be pennies. So the only way out of it is working people need to raise their consciousness. At one point, the workers of the world must unite, but true socialism, we must seize those means of production, lower the cost, you say? Not this fake top-down socialism. There is a real socialism. The right wing wants to brand that real socialism as communist, and the left wing has stolen the words of socialism and talked about nationalism and nationalization. None of these are real socialism.
Dr. Shiva. So this is precisely why, we wanted to hear your thoughts, obviously, because you are somebody that is on the ballots on on several states and able to write you in. And it's from the ground up, as you said, but the platform, I think people try to pigeonhole you and, a little bit of this, a little bit of that, a little libertarian. Nobody can kind of pinpoint exactly where you're at. So I think people have a hard time trying to wrap their brains
Well, actually, we have our platform
all that is Dr. Shiva.
Our platforms are listed right there. You could start with Shatter the Swarm. The reality is, the mainstream media or even the grifter media, if I was given the same amount of time as that free and fair elections, it would be over. It would be over for Jill Stein and Chase Oliver and all those fools.
That's a whole other discussion.
No, but the issue is
about
this is actually racist, and it's actually discrimination against all working people. They do not want an intelligent person.
They use race as a proxy. Absolutely.
Yes, but the real racism is a free and fair elections people who talk as though they are for the working people, talk alternative, but they deliberately, I spoke to the executive director of that organization. She goes, oh my God, Dr. Shiva, I love you. But she said, this is awful that they're doing this to you. So the reality is it is a deliberate effort. They do not want real competition.
Absolutely.
So you guys put me on here, but the reality is they do not want real people who are actually intelligent coming bottoms up like myself. I scared the shit out of them. Everyone knows all of our policies are out there. Because,
I would agree.
We actually can look through the scam and educate people. You give me 1 hour of the amount of time that Jill fucking Stein has gotten or Booby fucking Kennedy, it would be over for them. And that is the real harm that they're doing to the American people. By denying people, someone like me, having access to them. Yeah, it's absolute abuse. It is
Narrative control.
disgustingly abusive.
And that's why we wanted to invite you on. And I'm
Yeah, I
so
appreciate
grateful that you
that.
were able to carve out some time and explain to people all around the country and around the world that are watching what your platform is, who you are, and your opinions on all of these matters, because you, like you said, you are you don't come from a political background, obviously, and you come from academia and science.
Well, no, I come
and
from
I think
work.
it's important.
To let people know, I come from a working background. I've been working since I was 14 years old, working full time.
And
And
it's important for people to hear that.
everyone needs to understand that. I have to go to a video right now. It's going to be a science video of the scientific research we did on understanding the combinations of natural medicines that can be used for natural relaxation. And so not only do I do this, but I also work full time as a scientist, publishing in the major journals. And then I'll go out on the ground and hand out flyers. You don't see quote unquote academics getting their hands dirty like that. So
You're an actual, you get sciences, absolutely. And of course, Dr. Shiva Ayyadurai. Am I saying? Are people saying that right? By the way, Dr.
You said
Shiva
it perfectly.
Ayyadurai.
Actually, you said it very well. Thank you.
Dr. Shiva Ayyadurai, he is, of course, the inventor of email. He's a presidential candidate. He's on the ballot on multiple states right now as we speak. So if you haven't gone to vote, you can write him in. You can vote for him in the states that he is officially on the ballot. Smart dude, has several degrees from MIT. He's a Fulbright scholar. He has started 7 successful high-tech companies, and he is presently the founder, CEO of CytoSolve Inc., which is discovering cures for a lot of major diseases, anything from pancreatic cancer all the way to Alzheimer's. Dr. Shiva, of course, I think you just go by Dr. Shiva. Everybody knows you as Dr.
So Ted in Manila, there's 3 sites I want everyone to go to.
Please.
Kindergarten training is at shattertheswarm.com. Everyone should go through that so you don't waste 30 years of your life. It'll really explain the dynamics, 15 minutes. There's no cursing in there. You can watch it with your kids, Shatter the Swarm. Then go to truthfreedomhealth.com. You will understand that we've put together an entire community, a global community, a university, an educational program so people can really learn how to get off the plantation on their own 2 feet without relying on top down. And so that's the 2 places. And obviously people should go to Shiva4president.com. We only have a couple, this day left, but get out there and vote or write in Dr. Shiva. And what I want to emphasize to people is when you do that, it's not this lesser of 2 evils nonsense. You're literally getting off the plantation mentally, and that's the win. Every person who votes or writes me, and what they're saying is in their mind that I'm off the plantation. And that's a good deal because now you can really build a explosive movement.
Yeah, absolutely. Today is, as we said, we've been joking, today is doomsday. And like you said, people should vote their conscience, not the lesser of 2 evils. Dr. Shiva Ayyadurai, thank you so much for making
Thanks
some
a lot,
extra
you
time
guys.
for us.
Thank
So
you for
good
the
we
great
got to see you.
conversation. Yeah, be well. Be the light to both of you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Bye-bye, Dr. Shiva. So, because he's early and I want to utilize that time that we have our buddy here.
Yeah, we have a lot to talk about.
Yeah. That right there is Craig Pasta Jardula, host of the Pasta to Go podcast, friend of our old shows, anyway, all of our old shows. And I revealed on his program last night, his live stream, who I voted for. And for the first time in my life, I cringed when I did it, Pasta. And you know this. I said so. And by the way, your mic is muted, so you might want to unmute. But I voted for that guy, for Donald Trump, and I voted GOP straight ticket for the first time in my life, not because I support Trump per se. I guess by way of voting, I supported him, tacitly, but it's not like I'm a champion of Trump, but I think there were a lot of people like me at the polls yesterday that did just that just kind of grit their teeth and just filled in that little bubble and said, fuck it. I'm doing it because fuck the Democrats. Fuck them. They have, first of all, put up a nominee that wasn't a real nominee, that got no electoral votes or no party votes to begin with, to be on top of the ticket. So I think there were a lot of people like me that wanted to punish the Democrats. And
it was a rage vote for you.
It was a rage vote completely. And I've never done it before, but I did it. And for the first time, I can finally say I picked a winning president for the first time. Now, what he does, I don't know. I can't vouch for that, but I just want to say at least once in my life, I picked a winning horse. So, Pasta, what do you got to say?
Well, good morning, Ted. Good morning, Angie. It's great to be on your show.
Hey, why is everyone calling me Angie? Racist.
I can't let my guy Ted be the only guy. Gotta both be in the doghouse.
Thank you, Pasta. I appreciate it.
Well, welcome to the end of democracy. It's over, I guess, now, right? Pure fascism, which even though I like to come on the show and I often bump heads with Ted and we have disagreements and stuff. I'm going to have a big disagreement right off the bat. I want to say the things that, Ted, you had listed when we were talking about Donald Trump, those were the things that actually, I think, moved him to a victory. I think people are done with the lawfare. They saw it as lawfare. They saw the mainstream media or the lamestream media talk about things that really have no significance in their life. J6, they wouldn't let it go. The felonies, this and that.
The abstraction of electoral democracy.
It is. And I really, to tell you the truth, I've had the hunch that after RFK joined the campaign, my gut was telling me it's going to be Donald Trump. And me personally, being a non-team sports guy, I always look to take on the biggest threat. And at that moment in time, Donald Trump became the biggest threat. I had bagged on the Democrats. And Ange, I was kind of like you, not completely, right? I didn't want Donald Trump to win, but I did want the Democrats to lose, right? I did.
Yes.
I don't want these son of a bees to win.
I
They
felt
don't deserve to
they
win.
did not deserve to win.
No.
And they took a big, we got to talk about this. With the exception barely of the Tim Walz pick, they took a huge dump on progressives and on the left inside their own party. They didn't throw them a bone, right? There was not even like, yeah, we kind of care about the people in Gaza. There was no promise of doing anything about stagnant wages or even something simple like the minimum wage, which would have had bipartisan support among most voters. It's been stagnant since $7.25 an hour on the federal level since 2009. That's outrageous considering where inflation is. So it's, there just hasn't, they literally broadcast this after October 7th. We don't have to do anything for the progressives. We can support Netanyahu wholeheartedly because they have no choice. What are they going to do? Vote for Trump? Well, Manila has an answer to that. Yeah.
Did that surprise you though, Tim? I'm Tim. Ted, I'm thinking about Tim Kaine, right? Because the same thing happened with Hillary Clinton. There was much more progressives front and center. This particular time, the progressives were gone. They really weren't around. They weren't part of the party. Anybody who stuck around after the Bernie Sanders movement was more establishment friendly, had a history of capitulating to power. So I don't think that decision was as much as a nose in the face. It was like, same old, here they go again. But I think we need to start concentrating on the areas of Donald Trump where there's a serious threat. There's areas in foreign policy, there's areas in domestic policy.
Sure.
But I think you're going to see it right out of the gate. Manila, your favorite newscaster, Rachel Maddow, right? She's already starting in again with the just baseless attacks on Donald Trump, right? And who are we blaming this morning, by the way? Are we blaming uneducated white men? Are we blaming black women? Who are the Democrats?
But they don't have it.
Who else are they
They can't yet. They can't, Pasta, because Donald Trump not only won the Electoral College, but he also won the popular vote. And then he outperformed Harris at every single freaking metric that you can think of. If you want to say, it's gay, transgender, Native Americans, he outperformed her there too. He outperformed her in every segment of the demographic, and especially in all
Trump
of those
carried
key
Ann Arbor.
states.
Trump carried Ann Arbor.
Like the Rachel Maddows of the world, they don't have a leg to stand on because he also won the freaking popular vote. And in the places where Kennedy and Stein were still on, or Kennedy and Stein were allowed to be on the ticket or still on the ticket, between the two, like places like Michigan, for example, between those two, we're looking at roughly like 1.2 million votes. He beat her by more than that. So they got nothing to stand on. So
Well, not to mention,
what are they going to blame?
Not to mention libertarian Chase Oliver, who obviously draws more from Trump than from Harris. Polled about the same as Jill Stein. So those two spoiler effects cancel each other out.
Virginia was the one area where the progressives or the leftists, the combination of Jill Stein, Cornel West, and Claudia de la Cruz from the PSL party, that's the only area where they might have cost Kamala Harris a state, Virginia. But guess what? You give her Virginia, she still loses at the end of the day. And I think the Democrats need some serious self-reflection. And I've been saying this for quite some time. I think they pick Kamala Harris, guys, because they want to lose. Now they can fundraise like crazy from the people who do have TDS.
True.
And unfortunately, people still do have TDS. So, I mean, I think we have a big task in front of us. We need to get some serious, actual, nuanced, issues with Donald Trump, criticisms of sorts. Because, I mean, there's a lot of things. I've been writing a list of areas where we need to concentrate in which Trump is a threat. And there's a lot, so I wouldn't be too happy, America. I don't think we're returning to democracy. However, I think there are a lot of us kind of crossing our fingers and hope that he would lift some sanctions. I'm not counting on it. Either way, we're going to be here, whether we're on a smaller platform or not.
Right.
But we'll see. There's a lot of things to be concerned about.
Yeah. I mean, I think some of the hope, if there is any, is that maybe he's learned lessons from round one, by bringing in all of the swamp things like Pompeo, Bolton, like all of these people, like these are the people that literally undermined everything he said he wanted to do. And those are exactly the types of people in his administration that caused him to betray his MAGA base. His base hates those people. Like, I'm not a member. I hate those people too. I'm not a member of his base, obviously, right? I hate those people too. And that's where the overlap is that I feel like the Democrats don't seem to understand is people that come from the left hate all those people, like the Cheneys. Wherever the Cheneys go, fuck that, I'm going in the other direction. And that's exactly what I did. And I use them as my weather vane. Wherever the Cheneys go, I go in the other direction. And there are people like me out there that overlap with the MAGA base, right? That are like, we don't like those people, the Boltons, the Haleys, the Pompeos. We don't want that. Do you think people are still holding out hope that he learned that lesson from round one?
Of course there are. I mean, unfortunately, the majority of people who vote in the United States are low-informed voters. You hear it all the time. I don't do politics. Yeah, okay. That's a luxury. Well, politics does you, right?
That's true.
Who said? Marianne Williamson said that a couple of years on the campaign trail. I don't know who originally said it, but she did repeat it. But I mean, I think I think a lot of people just think that Donald Trump is going to, what he saw on Twitter, and I still say we're operating blind over here, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, we don't know what's going on with our speech, with our platforms. There's no open source system. We don't know how certain voices are lifted, some are put down. But I mean, this seemed like kabuki theater to me. Like I said, it was almost like they flipped the switch. Even Mark Zuckerberg, after the assassination attempt, was like, "Oh, that was badass." You know what I'm saying? So
yeah,
this is going to be interesting moving forward. I haven't watched the meltdown on MSNBC or CNN yet. Ted, how is it, by the way?
Oh, sorry, Ted. There was a mute happening there.
I have been, I have not been watching that. I've been busy doing interviews, but I look forward to watching it. It's going to be,
yes.
I got an amazing tweet from another left-wing journalist like you, Manila, who voted for Trump, and she said, "Did you notice that all of my journalist friends who are either unemployed or underemployed called the election correctly?" And, all of the ones who are employed at major networks and so on and newspapers, they all got it wrong. Why is that?
What a coincidence. Actually, can we bring in our other unemployed friend and
let's do it. Courtesy of the Biden administration.
That's right. It's all, and Biden's out there laughing somewhere. I don't know where the hell he is, but Let's add our buddy up here. Let's bring him up if he's ready. Let me get this. I'm trying to punch the keys. Hey, there is.
I see you. I hear you and see you.
I know that
Malik
guy.
Abdul, former co-host of Fault Lines on Radio Sputnik and Atomic MAGA. I mean, did you keep that moniker, Malik? Are you still Atomic MAGA?
No, I softened it a bit to just your favorite Republican.
Oh,
So
okay.
I did soften it just a little bit.
Okay. So you were backstage listening. Talk to us about his win. I'm going to try to get the logo off of Pasta's face.
Yes. So it was for me. Well, so two things. It was a shocker. Not that Donald Trump won, but what seems to be the margins by which Donald Trump won. Because we expected it. Most of I was doing media hits, and so most people were expecting that 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, we would still be pouring over votes. They would be coming in from Pennsylvania. There's no way that Pennsylvania would have been called. Well, all of that was wrong. Not only was all of that wrong, if you actually go and look at the polls, he's kind of performing outside of the margin of error, even in the polls. So it was shocking. Yeah, it's shocking that.
Well, he's up by 3.5% in the popular vote.
Wow.
And
Yeah.
that was not expected. I mean, the Real Clear Politics average as of yesterday morning had her up by 0.4%. So he exceeded by basically 4%.
Yeah, and that is amazing that he was able to do that. And keep in mind, and I'm sure you guys have already talked about it before, but what we're talking about here is first of all, he becomes the second president to win in a concurrent election, non-concurrent election since the 1893 win, I think, of Grover Cleveland.
Correct.
So this is already historic. Donald Trump being under investigation, Russia investigation, or special counsel investigation for almost 2.5 years. Donald Trump has 4 indictments over 90-something counts. He's been called a carnival barker. He's been impeached twice. He's been assassinated almost twice. And in so many ways, it's almost like Donald Trump, if Donald Trump won, Donald Trump was supposed to win. Like, this wasn't a fluke.
Yes.
Like, you could say that in 2016, that it was a fluke. You cannot say that for all of the disadvantages that Donald Trump had working against him, that he didn't just win, he won convincingly. Like, that is the shocker.
Handily.
Yeah, that he was able to win. So
I mean, it's not a landslide. 3.5% does not a landslide make, but it's there's no question. Let's put it this way: if it was the other way around and she had won 51 to 47.5, he'd have a hard time claiming that he'd been cheated.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
right.
It's like that.
Beyond the margin of cheating.
Right. And you're not going to hear anything from Donald Trump about paper ballots forever in a day more.
Early voting.
He's not going to
That's the shame
complain.
here, by the way. That's the real problem right now for an election integrity activist. I am so scared that this movement is going to go back to sleep. I mean, the movement was tainted once the conservatives got a hold of it after 2020, but I'm just afraid it's going to go back to sleep and everyone's going to be like, all right, the system's okay. It doesn't need to be fixed or reformed. Oh, yes, it does.
Well, I guess maybe you can make some liberal allies who will now suddenly discover that they don't trust paper ballots now that they haven't worked out for them as well. Guys, let's talk about foreign policy. I think the biggest argument in favor of voting for Harris, at least as far as people on my side of the aisle, has been that for the people of Gaza, Trump would be even worse than Harris. He's a close ally of Israel. He moved the capital. He moved the U.S. embassy to Jerusalem and so on. And he told Bibi very famously a few days ago, do what you have to, right? But we've also gotten reports from behind the scenes that seem to indicate that he's told Netanyahu, like, wrap it up. I want this to be over soon. I don't want to be coming in and having to deal with this when I'm president. And that might be part of the reason that Netanyahu has been going fast and hard for the last year. What happens there? I mean, is the meat grinder of Gaza going to keep grinding away there and in Lebanon, or is there a call now between burning up between Mar-a-Lago and Tel Aviv, saying like, Bibi, you're on notice, bring it in for a landing in 2 months?
Like, hey, dude, chill. You think that's going to happen?
Who wants to go first? Malik, you want to go on
ahead,
that?
Go ahead,
No,
Pasta.
well, yeah.
Well, I was
Oh,
just
okay,
going to
go
say,
ahead, go
like,
ahead.
people on your side on our side on the aisle, I should say, I still kind of like, everybody here, like, I don't necessarily think they're left or right. I think that we have some populist ideas that we all share together.
That's
I think we all don't want to see wars expand.
Right.
So, I mean, the only reason why I put that left-right paradigm out front, because I want people to understand it's okay for us to talk to each other, right? Put aside cancel culture. But when you're talking about the left, or the people who are saying, oh my Lord, Kamala Harris will be better than Donald Trump on foreign policy. Well, they just haven't been paying attention to what's been going on, or they've been watching too much Rachel Maddow, as we mentioned at the beginning of the show, right? They're on the brink of war in World War III, people think at this point. There's no way Ukraine can win this war. It's done. It's all but wrapped up. So it could either escalate to another level, meaning nuclear weapons, or they just stop and they move along and they concentrate somewhere else, the empire that is. But if you're looking at foreign policy, I think that's the reason why a lot of people independent-minded people chose to go with Donald Trump. They think that he's, said he's going to wave his magic wand and end the war in 24 hours.
Hold on. I'm under, I think a lot of people are like me, though, Pasta, that we're under no illusion that Trump is actually going to do all of those things, but he will be better on those topics than Kamala Harris. Because for sure, her weakness on Gaza and her inclination to keep pushing in Ukraine was stated, on the campaign trail. So for people like me, even people with lower information voters, even people like me, I think we still feel like, okay, I know it's the lesser of the two evils or whatever. It's still evil. I get that. But somebody's got to win. So I hate all the people that are out there going, lesser of two evils doesn't count. It's still evil. Or, shit is still shit is still shit. I get that. But somebody has to win. One of these people's going to win. And it wasn't going to be Jill Stein. And it wasn't going to be Chase Oliver. And it wasn't going to be Dr. Cornel West. Period. Point blank. It would be great if, now more people are aware of these third, fourth, and fifth parties that are available as options to them. But the bottom line is it was a two-person race. And I think for a lot of people, like myself included, that there's a chance that perhaps there would be curbing of the bloodshed by picking the orange man, because he is a big orange middle finger to the establishment, or so we hope.
Yeah. And I think a lot of low-informed voters from Trump's side did repeat that whole thing. He didn't start any new wars. Well, he didn't end them. And he also upped the drone warfare by 300%. I think everybody in this panel here.
He did end Afghanistan. I mean, he opened
He didn't end Afghanistan. And he said on the Mark Levin show that if he would plan to keep a base there to antagonize China, he never planned to pull out. And it was years until the very end of his campaign when he got Colonel Douglas McGregor involved and said, let's get out of there. Far too late. So he never did end that war. He wasn't with Rand Paul on the floor over there using the bully pulpit to say, let's end this war and let's defund this war. It's a misconception. If you look at Donald Trump's war history, record Pentagon contracts, funding the Saudis to kill the Yemenis. I mean, the list goes on and on, trying to whack Nicolas Maduro. He was no peace candidate. If you want to make the argument that he was better than Kamala Harris, because what we saw of a Russia-Ukraine, I can give you that. But to say he was a peace candidate, no.
I'm not
That's
saying
what a lot
that.
of people kept on saying.
I wouldn't say that, but he did open negotiations with the Taliban. He did sign a withdrawal agreement that Biden followed through upon. I mean, that I just don't see that. I don't think that would have happened under
He said on Levin that he was going to keep a base close to China in Afghanistan. He never intended to fully pull out.
Yeah, I think.
So I think that that's probably, I think that's probably much too. Well, I don't think that's much too granular for voters. They don't unpack, and I don't think that it's just necessarily low information. People typically don't unpack policy to that extent. If you ask people, well, did you know the $25,000 that Kamala Harris proposed in her affordable housing policy was actually the policy that Biden proposed in March of this year? Probably not. If you ask, some of the things that Kamala Harris kind of lifted from Donald Trump, they probably don't know that because it's just much too granular. They know overall themes. And when it comes to themes, the theme for Donald Trump is that he would be much more aggressive in ensuring that we're not in these endless wars. Doesn't matter if that's not the actual case, it's what people are willing to believe. And Donald Trump has made the case over and over again. And I think it was something that ultimately ended up hurting Kamala Harris because she was parading around with Liz Cheney, not a Condoleezza Rice style Republican, but a Liz Cheney warmonger. So when Donald Trump was able to make the case that you, Liz Cheney, you're the neocon, you're the warmonger, that is something that resonates with people irrespective of which side you're on. And it doesn't matter if Donald Trump really didn't, the semantics of did he, keep us out of war. It's that muscular, that aggressive approach. And so to Manila's point, people know what they're, and I'll go further and say people know what they're getting with Donald Trump.
Well, I
love him or not.
That's, in the end, that's, I think, what this election came down to. It was a devil you know versus a devil you don't know. And, I saw people on Facebook saying we just don't really, how could you say you don't know much about her? I'm like, how could you not say it? She had no public role as vice president. She ran for 107 days. She squandered 40 of them. Didn't give any major speeches or interviews during that time. She had a truncated campaign. I suspect that was largely planned and that she was well aware of the fact that she was going to be president, or more likely than not. She just is. I'm looking forward to hearing all the whining and complaining from the Democrats. But the point is, they have no one to blame but themselves. They ran against a very weak candidate who should have been easy to defeat. And the fact that he wasn't, I can sit there and think about a bunch of Democrats who were on that debate stage in 2020 who could have beat Donald Trump. Cory Booker, let's say. I'm not saying these are people I would have voted for. I'm just saying the Democratic Party, from a tactical standpoint, approach, they just don't know what they're doing. They're idiots.
Well, once again, the polls were wrong, guys, just like they were in 2016. They were massively wrong, hugely wrong. But now that we're talking about the Democrats, let me throw this at you guys. For a long time, even on Radio Sputnik, I was saying this, that the Democrats are looking for a reset. And the reset is in the shape of one Gavin Newsom. And I've covered this on my own personal podcast, my weekly Friday podcast, where I have, I look at California politics a lot for obvious reasons, right? I'm a Californian and all my friends and family are still there. So it directly impacts me. Gavin Newsom has made this slow lurch to the middle, very slowly and methodically. And whether or not people like Gavin Newsom, doesn't matter. Your opinion about him doesn't matter. The fact of the matter is he's smart, he's polished, and he is great on the debate stage, as we saw with him versus Ron DeSantis for some unknown reason.
I think Ron DeSantis beat him.
Ron DeSantis did beat him. He did, but
I don't think so. I think I think Gavin Newsom did well. I think the points were better made probably by DeSantis, but I think the perception was that Newsom, because he's so polished, right?
The optics.
The optics.
It's the optics. The optics with that Newsom. I thought that Newsom actually, because debates isn't just about policy. It's about moments and it's about optics. And when you have the side by side of straight, what does they call central casting, Gavin Newsom,
it's
very composed, and then at some point you saw a grimacing Ron DeSantis because he was frustrated with a point that Gavin was like, it was all in his face. Gavin
Yes,
was
he was
straight out of
flustered.
central casting. And Gavin Newsom, I believe, even as unpopular as he may seem to be nationwide, I think that Gavin Newsom would have done better against Joe Biden. I mean, I'm sorry, against Donald Trump than Kamala Harris, simply because Kamala Harris is just a uniquely bad candidate. It isn't about her experience or anything like that. She was a uniquely bad candidate who was incapable of pivoting. So when she began to sound like a robot, like they kept saying, okay, we want to know more about you. And she just kept, I believe in the aspirations. I believe in the, dreams and the aspirations of the American people. And it just became on a cycle and she sounded robotic. So people did not know who Kamala Harris was, and they didn't have, to her credit, they didn't really have a long opportunity to know who she was. But I don't think that for Kamala Harris, like, this is it as far as her with politics. I don't think that there's, Pete Buttigieg. And I suspect Pete Buttigieg and Gavin Newsom will be leading front runner candidates for the Democratic Party in 2028. Wes Moore is going to try to throw his hat in the ring too, but he won't be able to win from Maryland. He may be a VP pick, but there are going to be a number of them who are going to throw their hat in the ring. I don't suspect that Tim Walz, for all intents and purposes, he did nothing for Kamala Harris. And so his career, as far as on the national stage, that's just going to be it.
Yeah, there's something about vice presidential running mates named Tim who work for females. And as someone whose name starts with a T, I don't know that I like that. The thing is, I would push back a little bit on that. Look, Tim Walz was the one sop that the Harris campaign made to the left. He was, as far as contemporary Democratic politics in 2024, what passes for progressivism. But the problem is they didn't, first of all, he was goofy. He
weird.
To quote a word, he was weird. And he was also, they didn't let him be him. I mean, one of the points, like Bush chose Cheney in part to say, like, to signal to his right flank, look, I've got this rabid attack dog who's running next to me. J.D. Vance is that for Trump. But for Walz to be that, for the progressives to feel like we have someone at the table in the form of Tim Walz, they would have needed to see Tim Walz say and do progressive things. They didn't let him do that. He was just out there, and of course, I wanted to talk. I mean, 3 out of 4 of us here are guys. Let's talk about the guy problem, right? I mean, basically, I've been asserting that the Democrats have been talking at guys instead of to guys, and we have 58% of college students in the United States are female. Men commit suicide, suffer from heart disease, are higher unemployment, falling wages in far higher numbers than women. Men are the ones who are dropping dead from opioid overdoses more than women. Men are feeling, in the words of Gloria Steinem back in the 80s, left behind by feminism, and they feel like a lot of the advances of feminism have come at their expense, and they're not wrong, really. And so, the Trump campaign tapped into that. Might have just been an accident, just because that's who Trump is. He's butch. But but the Harris campaign, I think of Michelle. And I also wanted to ask about this malfeasance. Van Jones, not someone who I respect or ever quote normally, but he and David Axelrod both said a couple of days before the election day that they had a queasy feeling watching these glitzy celebrity star-filled Democratic events with Lady Gaga and so on. And it reminded me a little bit of being in high school, coming in on Monday morning to class and hearing the rich kids talk about oh, it was such a great party on Saturday. Everybody was there. And I'm like, I wasn't there. I was washing dishes at Friendly's. Or, on Monday morning when the kids would come in with their ski tag tied to the bottom of their puffy jacket, oh, we were out skiing. It was awesome. It's I was shoveling snow all weekend. So I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, the Democrats seem to be running, as if they're having a great party that you're not invited to. Donald Trump threw parties that looks like you could go if you wanted.
It was the real joy campaign, right? When people showed up. Look, I don't think this. I don't think that the Democrats had a candidate problem. They have a party problem. Really, they don't stand for anything. Be as it may, you know, the Republicans, Donald Trump, they stand for certain things. They might be lying to you, but they might not be getting it done. They might be duping you, but at least they're putting stuff on the table that people want. You know, from everything from inflation problems that we're going to fix. I don't know how he's going to do that, other than drill, baby, drill. He really doesn't have an economic plan. But people are feeling the hit financially. So when he says those things and they feel left out, especially a lot of, you know, those uneducated white men that we talked about that are losing jobs, that have no employment, that are killing themselves every day. So he's actually speaking to them, where the Democrats, they're wagging their finger at the people, right? You can't vote for racism. You can't vote for this. He's a misogynist. You can't vote for that. They don't give you anything to vote for. They just simply to tell you to vote against something. And I really do think this is bigger than just a party problem, guys. I think this is a U.S. problem, right? We have no industry here. We don't make anything. We don't fix anything. So I'm very interested to see how things are going to be moving forward, because Donald Trump learned in his first presidency that you can't just bully the Chinese around and think that manufacturing is going to come home. No, you got a lot of problems, and a lot of problems that both parties put in front of you years ago, whether it be NAFTA, whether it be, you know, the fact that, you know, we're behind in our production compared to China when it comes to microchips. They're trying to fix that problem. So there's a lot of stuff on the table right now they have to work with. But I do also agree with Manila that they are going to use Gavin Newsom and a person like Buttigieg. That might be your next ticket in 4 years, because unfortunately the people here in America, the United States, the United States of amnesia, that's what Gore Vidal called them, so they can easily flip the script moving forward.
Yeah, but they need to clear the chessboard, and in order to do that, that's why they had to sacrifice Joe Biden a couple of months ago, because he represents the old guard. And Kamala Harris, I don't think she's a poor representation of new guard. And I think this is, you know, I think they're going to take their lumps. They know it. I think they knew. I think internally the party knew.
They did know.
And they did know, because I've been monitoring Gavin Newsom's actions. I think he's been prepping himself for 2028 for the last 7 months. And
so Manila,
yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to add in there, in July of this year, right before Kamala Harris dropped out, I actually think it was about 2 weeks before they kicked Joe Biden out. They unseated him in the coup. There was a New York Times poll that came out. This was the poll that showed that Kamala Harris had historic unfavorability numbers for a vice president. I think she was at like approval numbers. I think she was like 37%. In this same story, they talked about that one of the reasons Joe Biden was reluctant to get out of the race is because he didn't think that Kamala Harris could beat Joe Biden. There were Democratic insiders who were quoted in the article saying that they weren't confident that Kamala could win, and they were concerned that she played it too safe as vice president of the United States, not willing to take on any sort of controversial issues. So this was something, that's why I focus on Kamala Harris as the candidate. Do I believe that if, you know, Kamala Harris were, let's say, Pete Buttigieg, or Kamala Harris were Gavin Newsom, even with this short period of time, with the same, you know, negatives, if you will, they would be able to flip on a dime and articulate a case, meaning they won't just be doing the same robotic talking points. Even a Hillary Clinton, you know, I'm not a fan of Hillary Clinton. You asked Hillary Clinton, how would you be different? Hillary Clinton would have a 10-point plan. Now, it may not necessarily answer your question, but she seemed as if she was informed. And I think you didn't see enough of that for Kamala Harris, and it did not give voters confidence. What Democrats also did, and I'll end it on this, when they started attacking Black men, when Barack Obama when he was in Pennsylvania, and he made the statement about Kamala Harris that we need to support her because she's from our community, she went to our schools, and he's noticing this strain about, because he was talking specifically to the brothers, as he said, and he noticed this strain of sexism and misogyny. Well, the problem is that it didn't end with Barack Obama. You had person after person, public figure after public figure, celebrity after celebrity talking about black men and this assumption about black men and Kamala Harris. And what we saw in Pennsylvania, Donald Trump in 2020 got 10% of the overall black vote in Pennsylvania. He was up, I'm sorry, 7% in Pennsylvania in 2020. He upped the overall percentage to 10%. But when it comes to black men in Pennsylvania, according to CNN exit polls, Donald Trump got 10% of the black male vote in 2020. He got 26 this time around. So
Black MAGA is a thing. Black MAGA became a thing.
And it may not, and it may not,
wasn't
that's not
Black
about
MAGA.
Trump. Like that's like, it's not even, that's not about Trump. That
It's
is
about turnout, enthusiasm.
It's about the
a
Democrats.
rejection of the system. It was a
Exactly.
rejection of the Democratic Party, not so much being in love with Donald Trump. It was a
Michelle Obama,
rejection.
who, you know, everyone talks about what a great political figure she is. I mean, she
I
gave
never
this
said it.
crazy speech where she was saying, like, you know, you guys, you don't know what it's like to be a woman. You owe us
Yes.
support. And I was just thinking, like, you know what you sound like? You sound like everybody's first wife. And like, you know,
Ted.
and like, we hate you. And so I remember thinking, I wouldn't vote against a woman because of a statement like that. But I know it's not helping with guys. They needed to
Oprah
get
did it
someone who
too.
spoke fluent dude.
That's
and
true.
they don't have anyone.
Oprah did it too. Remember, Oprah came right up on, what was that, Sunday, and said that, you know, it's possible that we may never ever get a chance to vote again. She didn't believe that.
Give me a
Like,
break.
it's such a ridiculous statement to say. Like,
By the way,
oh,
if
Can I say something,
and you
though,
know what?
guys? I mean, I really think that we have to also point out that sometimes when you win, you lose, and sometimes when you lose, you win. And that is the case for the Democrats here, because it's the only thing I think that is going to save their party. Now they can start their massive, you know, fundraising campaign with the TDS, and they can then again rebrand with Gavin Newsom. You know,
the grift is on. But I gotta say,
the grift gets the money.
You know, for the last, I don't know, 4 years, we've been hearing that the return of Donald Trump will hearken, you know, jackbooted thugs, you know, goose stepping through the streets. And so the Democrats, they never believed that. And you know how I can prove that? I can prove that because right now, if people thought that was true, right now, the airports would be clogged full of Democrats trying to get out of the country. Right now, Democrats and liberal groups, like, you know, they would be gathering and doing massive protests. There would be like a January 6th, but progressive style, like, don't let that guy take the oath of office. None of that is going to happen. They're just going to sit there and whinge.
Yeah, but aren't we concerned a little bit? I think that our good friend Robbie shared a little tweet with me over there, and this is something that I'm concerned. It's on my list. 45% from Latinos while running a massive deportation campaign. I just don't get it, man. I mean, listen, he had one debate against Kamala Harris, and when you want to talk about the same kind of optics, when you're looking at the whole DeSantis versus you know, Newsom, you're right. In a lot of ways, Newsom's handled it well, but the issues favored DeSantis. It's the same thing here with Donald Trump, but then he lost that debate because he mentioned Haitians and cats and dogs. I mean, he heard
wait. Do you really think
he still won?
Let me play devil's advocate. And I did say this at the time. If you have the most memorable line of the debate, even if it's one like that, have you really lost?
He lost. That debate really cost him a lot of things. I think a lot of people were upset, a lot of undecided voters, people who are independents, when they heard that there, and they didn't hear any mention of the deep state or the donors when he used to attack power. That was gone. Now it was obvious he was blaming everything on immigrants and communism. He lost a lot there, but the Democrats are so bad that he still won at the end of the day.
I can agree with that. I think this time around, Trump did not have the same zest and appeal that he had originally in 2016.
That's true.
Different candidate.
Yeah, different guy. He was
He's
calmer.
older. He's longer in the tooth.
Well,
I mean, and look, he's Bidening out in many respects.
But also, though, keep in mind, Donald Trump performed better than he did even in 2016 among
That's
key
true also.
groups. So that's also something
And he
to
outperformed
consider.
Biden. I mean, look, here's a question.
Yes.
How bad the Democrats are. That's what
Could
I'm
Joe-
saying. It just shows you because they're so awful.
Where is Joe?
Is whatever's left of Joe Biden saying to
What do they stand
to
for?
Jill, I could have done better than Kamala, and if he's saying that,
Oh,
is
he's
he
saying
right?
it.
Is he right?
Where is he?
I've said that what I thought would happen is that if Joe Biden got in the race, once you got past convention and it came down really to that binary choice that they kept talking about, all of that anti-Joe Biden sentiment, unless he just fell on stage, I think that people would have held their nose and support. They would have moved back over to Joe Biden if they felt as if Donald Trump was the threat to democracy that Democrats said that he was, because that's what they ran on. Donald Trump was a threat to democracy. People did not believe that Donald Trump was a threat to democracy, but that's the case that they had to make, and they simply could not continue to make the case, because when you have what looks to be, I think the last number I saw, Donald Trump was maybe almost at 70 million votes. If he gets the popular vote over Kamala Harris, which is the first time since 2004 George W. Bush in his reelection, that would be cataclysmic. And I think that that is something that will be studied from now and forevermore. But there's a lot to be learned. I'm not sure if Democrats or even Republicans, for that matter, will learn the lesson that they need to.
Yeah,
No, I agree with that.
Oh, go ahead, Ted. Final thoughts.
I mean, I agree with that. I mean, what is sad, and I mean, there's a lot of things that are sad about this, but as usual, and I think of, sometimes when I have thoughts like this, I think of Pasta, because he always comes back to this, and I think it's true. I mean, this is bourgeois electoral bullshit, right? I mean, basically, these parties, they put on a show every 2 to 4 years, and they talk about everything and nothing that actually affects people's lives at all. I mean, there's no talk about putting more money into more people's pockets. There's no talk about like making healthcare affordable instead of a luxury. There's no talk about making college affordable rather than luxury. Anything that actually making it easier to form a union to or protect workers when they negotiate with their bosses. Nothing that actually changes people's lives, addresses the climate crisis. I could go on. The real issues that really matter are just, I mean, and this campaign did not address really any of them in any kind of meaningful way. I mean, Kamala Harris came out in favor of fracking. I mean, that says it all, right?
Yeah. Which is
But
the one area when you got some serious argument about the climate crisis. When I think that's a Democrat issue too, as well, because it's been so overplayed. We haven't had any real nuanced conversations. I don't know what it is, Ted, with you guys in this climate crisis over there, right? You know what I'm saying? Especially the people who are coming forth and acting like they want to fix it. They don't want to fix it. This is about consolidating the small farmers into the big farmers. And if we're really concerned, right, all the Kamala Harris people were so really concerned about climate change, then they should have been against the Ukraine-Russia war, because I think that's ruining the climate more than anything else. I'm sorry, Malik, I stepped on your word.
Oh, no, that's fine. No, I didn't have much else to add to that at all. I just think that there is once we get on the other side of this, I suspect that there probably won't be much unity, because Donald Trump certainly wouldn't be bringing any unity, and I don't think that Kamala Harris would have, because we're such a divided country. I think that they're going to continue this case against Donald Trump. But for people like me, and I'll say, for people like me who left the Democratic Party first time voting for Donald Trump in 2016, disappointed that I didn't get a chance to vote for him in 2020. This is a redemption tour for many of us. Like, this is our moment. So it's not even just about Donald Trump. For those of us who lost relationships, lost opportunities because of our connection or our support for Donald Trump, this is like our moment. So it's bigger than Donald Trump. For
Can,
sure.
I say something? I do disagree with you, though. I think there is a chance for unity. I always believe it's about the economy, stupid, right? Money talks and bullshit runs the marathon. So if there's a way that Donald Trump can bring some form of manufacturing back, get a real infrastructure bill, not this fugazi one that, you know, a lot of Democrats like to tout where nothing's really going on. It was just all about, you know, kind of, once again, consolidation of power and track and trace within that infrastructure bills. But if he finds a way to bring finances, put money in people's pockets, lower the cost of groceries and gas for real, and people can get some sense of relief. I mean, for real, you know, can he
Hey
lower
guys,
the
I got
population of
another.
homeless people?
I
And
have to
then
get
he
on
can really
another
do something
call.
there.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So I have to talk later, guys.
Bye,
All right,
Malik.
we have to
Bye,
catch
Malik.
up.
Sorry.
Here.
Alrighty.
Bye, Malik.
I miss Malik.
Malik's so great.
He's awesome.
We all miss each other. I mean,
do.
here, but in,
Hey,
in
here's a
my
question
pure self-interest, Ted, we might all have jobs. Maybe.
I was just going
Maybe.
to ask you that. Yeah. Do you think you know, there's going to be a meeting between Putin and Trump, and Putin will hand a list of requests over to Trump and say, hey, here's some requests. You think you can maybe take the sanctions away?
Right. I hope. Right, possibly. We all hope
well, listen,
that.
I always repeat the Burgess Meredith line, right? That's the guy who was Mickey for Rocky. And in Grumpier Old Men, he said, you can wish in one hand and crap in the other and see which one gets filled first. I don't see it coming. It is possible. I hope it does happen. Really, I really hope he lives the sanctions. But I don't see Donald Trump as a free speech advocate. I really don't. He's talking about putting people in jail for a year for burning the flag. And we all know what happened with Julian Assange.
Pasta, he talks shit. I mean, aside from the Mike Pompeo bullshit, I mean, I pray to God that guy,
that's pretty big,
never comes back. But Trump is a lot of bluster. We know that. Like, he's like, oh, I'm going to be a dictator on day one. I'm going to do, like, he talks shit, right? Like, he's a New Yorker. He talks shit. And then it never happens. The shit that he talks, it never happens. I mean, very few.
Look at
that's any politician.
Look,
it's always some of the stuff.
I'm on Truth. I'm on Truth Social. I'm not throttled. Gavin Newsom is on Truth Social. He has a big following. You know, I'm on Facebook. I'm throttled. You know, my show on Sputnik canceled, throttled by the Biden White House. So I don't know. I mean, it does seem
that's
like
the only evidence I have is what the Democrats have done to me personally,
and me,
and have unemployed me and all of my friends.
The guy who fired me and smeared me at the LA Times, Clinton donor, Democrat, Austin Butner. You know, I mean, it's not like
the Twitter files, right? Like Matt Taibbi exposed all of that, the bullshit that. Like, we can pin this on Biden, sure, but we're out of election season now. Let's just pin it squarely and place it at the fucking feet of the Democratic Party. They are the pro-censorship party. They have proven it. We can speculate all we want about Donald Trump or the Republicans being that, but what I know and what I've lived through personally is seeing what
I've gotten censored a lot more by
outgoing Obama White House did to
my right-wing
staff that was still at the State Department.
My right-wing clients have been a lot much more solicitous about letting me express myself. Like editorial page of the Wall Street Journal. You know, I can't get onto the editorial page of the New York Times. You know, Wall Street Journal has a better editorial page, so it's not a quality thing. You know, it's like I can get on Fox News. I can't get on MSNBC.
Right.
You know, I working for Mother Jones of The Nation. The Progressive was a shit show. Working for Forbes, working for Fortune, easy peasy. So
the progressives have constantly pushed the Russiagate narrative. Rachel Maddow tried to revive it for a third time. She brought it up last night. Like, she stopped the show mid-show and said, I got a text message. My sources at the FBI are telling me that Russian-related email accounts were emailing bomb threats into the swing states.
Bullshit.
Really? You're going to email that?
You get the right Georgia right.
I got to ask you both what you think about this. I mean, look, up until a couple of days ago, the main concern was that Kamala Harris is going to win. Donald Trump's followers weren't going to accept it. There was going to be civil strife, political violence, mass shootings, crazy right wingers gone wild. Now I have to ask, is there going to be a protest movement there really wasn't, except for, the Pink Pussy Hat Brigade, that basically marched 1.5 times, and that was about it. In the first Trump years, is it going to be basically more flaccid bullshit, or are we going to see, an actual, I don't know, liberal, or democratic, or progressive, or socialist, or none of the above movement?
I think you're going to see those same ladies dust off the pussy hats, right? Get out to the street. You're going to see a little fizzle of it, But listen, TDS is a thing, right? TDS,
It's real.
CDS, a COVID derangement syndrome, Trump derangement syndrome. These are real things. And like I said, for me, I think the Democrats wanted to lose. That's why they chose Kamala. And now they can start their fundraising. We'll see. It all depends on the organization. But I do believe, Ted, that you did hit a point over there. And that is, I don't think the same moves they've been playing for so long, the oh my God kind of factor, right, really plays well with them. And unfortunately for the Democrats, a lot of the areas in which they should be criticizing Donald Trump, they can't do it because they're guilty of those things themselves. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, insider trading.
Cared about the pot calling the kettle black.
Yes. So they stay away from those things. Emoluments, they stay away from them because they're just as guilty. So it is going to be interesting, but this is a chance for rebranding. We'll see what they come up with. I hope the circus is entertaining.
It will be. Last thing I want to put up there, because we're way over time. I'm gonna put it to all of us here, because I want to leave it on a fun note, because like you said, Pasta, this is gonna be a freaking circus, because the Carnival Barker is back in town, and he's bringing a whole brand new bunch of acts with him, supposedly, right? So meanwhile, outgoing POTUS, the one that's supposedly rightfully elected last time, most votes ever, more than Obama, Joe Biden. Where is old Joe? Where is Jill? Are they going to be at the, Kamala's side when she gives a speech coming up here pretty soon at Howard? Where is the old man?
They won't be at her side. They will not.
Does he know what's going on? Where do you guys think, what happens to old Joe? Does he sail off into the sunset somewhere?
I mean, they're already on borrowed time with this guy, right? I think that there was a little bump once Kamala Harris became the nominee, simply because she could find her way off stage, right? So I mean, there was that whole thing going on. No, I believe that, really, to tell you the truth. Like, all right, this woman's at least competent. She can, put full sentences together. She can read the teleprompter perfectly. So I mean, listen, I think they were on borrowed time. I don't think he's been calling shots for quite some time. He is just going to sail off into the sunset. I don't think we'll see much out of him. I think his last time we'll see him publicly will be at Trump's inauguration, right? Like, I think
he'll be there.
I think so. I'm going to bet that he is, just to kind of act like, oh, Joe is being classy, and you'll hear Van Jones, Ted's favorite commentator, go on TV and start, I love that man. He was there and he stood with the president. Like, I think you're going to see one of those moments. Look, the Democrats love the theater. So if they have a chance to milk it, they will. And that will be my personal prediction as far as Joe Biden's last dance.
I agree with that completely, 100%. Also, I just want to point out, it was always predicted by the guys who wrote 13th Gen, the demographers, Howell and Strauss, who wrote about generational politics in the United States. That is a book that I need to send you, Manila. That is a Manila Chan special. And they started writing about this in the late 80s. Anyway, the point is, they said Gen X would never have a president. And Kamala was a Gen Xer. So she was probably, they're going to skip straight to the millennials. Our next president will probably be Vance.
I hope not.
You think so?
I hope not. I don't
know.
Not,
but I believe so.
This is the area in which a lot of these, when you say you got a lot of low informed voters, this is the way that Donald Trump was able to get in. If it was Donald Trump's hardcore base people, they would have rejected JD Vance getting selected simply because he's a Peter Thiel guy, right? So, I mean, I hope that he does not become the president. Him being the vice president was another area in which I said, oh, no, not that guy. But yeah, that guy is there.
Last thing I'll say is I will point out that Usha Vance is going to be the first brown lady, first lady of color as the second lady in the White House. That's pretty cool. So I think that, if you're looking for a little representation, you got a biracial couple, in the second seat, right? So that's pretty cool. And as far as Biden goes, I'm of the mind that if he shows up to the Trump inauguration, it'll be out of pure spite. But I'm more inclined to say that he's not going to show up because he is going to be a bitter old man.
Nah,
every
he's
which
coming.
way.
Pasta's,
You think so?
Pasta's right. He's going to be.
I think he's going to be bitter and just say,
because his
"You
whole
all
shtick is
out."
his whole shtick is I'm about normalcy, and normalcy is the outgoing.
We've reported on our old show, Ted. There were leaks coming out about Biden a year and a half ago about what a crotchety old man and how awful he was to work for. He's an asshole.
Yeah.
And I think when you get into senility like that, you lose all of your filter.
That's true.
And I think
you may be right.
But
he's
let
going
me
to say,
say
"Fuck
something.
you all, I'm not going."
Let me say this, Angie. Just teasing. Let me say this. Joe Biden's big beef right now is with the Democratic Party. He feels they threw him under the bus. What a better way to stick it to all those Democrats than to say, I'm going to go up there and shake Donald Trump's hand and put it and throw it in their face. So, him being a dick, this would be the next move he would make. So, he played the part in saying how bad Donald Trump was. But you saw him put on the hat, right? The Donald Trump hat.
That was
so
pretty weird.
That's going to be his last dance, in my personal opinion.
By
I think
the way,
he did everything to
the Democrats.
He did everything to harm Harris the last 2 months. So
this is kind of analogous to what happened in '68. LBJ withdrew, and he wasn't much help to Humphrey, and Humphrey lost by a fairly narrow, in a squeeze, right? So I don't know. I'm gonna a rabid right-wing regime, although by today's standards, Richard Nixon was a left-winger.
Sure. Of course, sure. So we'll leave that right there. I know what I'm looking for at the Harris concession speech coming up in I think in a little bit. I'm literally going to be surfing to look to see the White House cam. Where's old Joe? And how many of them come out of the White House because all his doubles and stuff. I'm serious. I'm serious. There was this one time that he came out 3 feet taller than Jill Biden after it was a very strange.
That's the acid flashback. That's that little globule. It's really
maybe the double goes to the inauguration.
We should wrap it up.
I'm looking for the next Trump speech when he addresses again. If he's going to do what he did when he won in 2016, he was very loving to Hillary Clinton and went from lock her up to she's a good woman, she's a civil servant, she's done well. So I'm looking for that.
That's what I'm saying.
Because I think Donald Trump is.
See?
Yeah, it's not personal.
It's a lot of bluster.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well,
thanks, Pasta.
We'll make that the last word. Thank you so much, Pasta. You guys go check out his show, Pasta to Go. And Pasta, you and Fee still do a show, yeah?
Yes, we it's called Truth Wire. We did a very long stream yesterday. So go check out Truth Wire. It's the old Convo couch. We're dancing around the censorship over here. We're trying our hardest. So let's see if Donald Trump put his money where his mouth is. I'd like to see a full audit of YouTube, right? Let's get let's see what's going on behind the curtain over there.
A Twitter files for YouTube.
I wouldn't mind.
Yes.
God,
but
I would
with
love
source
that.
material, not just screenshots.
Yep.
Well, okay, fair enough. So you guys go support Pasta and Fee over there as well. Thank you so much for hanging out the whole time, Pasta. You are awesome. Thank you.
Love you guys. Miss you.
Bye. Talk to you
Love
soon.
you. Bye.
Bye.
All right. Donald Trump's election victory caused a lot of people to think that the war between Russia and Ukraine would still come to an end as the United States pulled back on its financial and military support for Ukraine, something that former President Trump promised repeatedly throughout the campaign. However, what was expected to be a quiet transition in America's proxy war has heated up dramatically after President Biden reversed himself in order to allow Ukraine to fire U.S.-made and U.S.-operated ATACMS missiles up to 200 miles into the Russian Federation, which they've now done. As Russian President Vladimir Putin had threatened to do, Russia quickly responded by updating its nuclear doctrine in order to authorize Russian military leaders to launch a nuclear strike against any nuclear-armed country that attacks Russia, whether it uses nuclear or conventional weapons. Now that has occurred. Ukraine used an ATACMS to attack Russia. And of course, there's also this landmine thing. And of course, there's this possible threat against the U.S. Embassy in Kyiv or Kiev, depending on how you want to pronounce it. Will Russia let it go, retaliate asymmetrically, or go to DEFCON 4, or whatever the equivalent is where they have in Russia? Can Putin wait things out until January 20th when Trump comes into office? And if he does, will it pay off with a long-term settlement? How close are we to World War III? We are joined by Mark Sloboda. He's a military and international relations and security analyst and an expert on the war between Russia and Ukraine to game out what comes next. You can follow Mark on Twitter at Mark Sloboda1, on his YouTube channel at The Real Politic with Mark Sloboda, and find him on Facebook at facebook.com/Gramsci. That's GRAMSCI. Mark, thanks for joining us here on the TMI show.
Ted, Manila, thanks for having me. It's always an honor and a pleasure to be on the show. And Ted, I'm going to leave the assertion that Betty White was attractive in your corner. There. And her character's name on Golden Girls was Rose.
I was talking about the Mary Tyler Moore show, though.
Oh,
she was Phyllis.
Way back. Okay. Mary Tyler Moore show is at least, I don't know. It's. I feel old at 50, but you're obviously.
I'm 61.
Taking it way back.
Yeah, different, a decade older, a different generation.
Yeah.
Taking it way back. But I think most of the younger generation, by the way, they're seeing a resurgence in viewership in the Golden Girls. Just so you know, it's a thing. Like on
Netflix. They should watch Mary Tyler Moore show instead. It's a better show.
I don't even know what the Mary Tyler Moore show is.
Oh, it's absolutely iconic. I mean, Mary Tyler Moore plays a young local TV producer in Minneapolis. She's a single woman trying to make it in the big city, and this launched a lot of careers. Notably, Ed Asner. He took off there, and what's his name? The guy who played the news anchor, Ted Baxter. What was that guy's name? With the white hair.
I can see his face. I can't think of the names. But yeah, it did launch a lot of careers. So there's that.
Oh, by the way, I've reassessed my best 80s cartoon, and I have to withdraw the Thundercats and put forward Thundar the Barbarian.
I don't know about Thundar.
Less well-known, but absolutely incredible 80s sci-fi apocalyptic cartoon from the 80s.
Thundar. All right, I'm gonna check that out.
I don't know
YouTube.
That one. I did love Land of the Lost.
Well, that's much older than the 80s.
Yeah, that I am aware, but it wasn't really a cartoon, though, was it?
No.
Yeah, are we doing only okay? I need to think of cartoons that I like. I don't know. Okay, but in not so cartoonish world, in reality world. Here we are.
Pretty cartoonish. Still pretty cartoonish.
Well, you can still go. I mean, technically, The Simpsons is an '80s show, isn't it? Or not? No,
oh,
no,
yes,
it's not.
yeah, no.
With the Tracy, maybe with the Tracy Ullman stuff.
Tracy Ullman, it was. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, but anyhow, yeah. Well, The Simpsons they predict everything. I don't know if they predicted this one. I don't know. I'm not
about today.
An aficionado. Yeah, with they predicted a lot of stuff. With the whole Kamala Harris female president thing. I guess that was applicable to Hillary Clinton.
President Trump. They predicted that.
They predicted that. I don't know if anyone saw this Ukraine thing coming. You really? Well, here we are. He's that guy. I never thought, Mark, I would be praying I can't wait for Donald Trump to get into office after waking up this morning and finding out that Joe Biden, no idea. I mean, it can't be worse than this. The Biden administration not only greenlights ATACMS yesterday, but now the UK is sending, now the landmines, and now the UK is allowing usage of the Storm Shadow cruise missiles. So I feel like the West really, really, really extra wants to F things up before Trump gets into office and maybe get that World War III going. So that way Donald Trump is left with having to deal with cleaning up the crap. I kind of feel like that's part of it.
Okay, so let me while this is being portrayed in the West as Biden allows or green lights Kiev's use of the ATACMS missiles deeper into Russia. First of all, these missiles have already been used on Russian targets for a year, right? Now, they've been used in the Donbass, Kherson, Zaporozhye, Crimea, and I know the West doesn't consider them to be part of Russia. Speaking as someone with a Crimean wife and family in the Crimea, I beg to differ. But there's an understanding of that. But let's be clear, because Putin was very specific a few months ago when this topic was last raised, and the White House backed away from it at the time. This is a U.S. ballistic missile that has to be guided to target by U.S. GPS active satellites, and the targeting sequence for firing actually has to be programmed into the individual missile by U.S. military specialists. Because like with the British Storm Shadows and the French Scalps, it uses a proprietary classified coding software that there's no way that the U.S. would transfer to the Kiev regime because of the potential leak and the compromising of an entire weapon system that way. And we know this because no less a person than the German Chancellor, Olaf Scholz, publicly said as much when defending his decision not to send German Taurus cruise missiles, because he wouldn't put German troops on the ground launching missiles at Russians, right? He specifically, like the British, the French, and the Americans are doing. He specifically said that. So Putin has been clear. This isn't a matter of giving permission to the Kiev regime to now launch missiles deep into Russia proper, if you will. This is Joe Biden firing ballistic missiles into Russia. That's the Russian perspective. Right. That's the way they see this. They see this as an act of war by the United States on the Russian Federation. Not a proxy, no fig leaf, an act of war by Joe Biden against Russia. Now, the question is, how will Russia respond? Previously, when the last time this possibility was pushed, CNN came out with a story saying that the U.S. talked Russia out of supplying long-range anti-ship missiles to the Houthis in Yemen. The Houthis, the Ar-Ansala movement, that has been conducting a blockade against Israeli and Israeli allied, meaning Western shipping, in the Red Sea now, over the ongoing Israeli genocide of Palestinians. They've conducted multiple attacks with cruise missiles, ballistic missiles, drones on U.S. and Western warships in the Red Sea. And if Russia provided far more long-range, accurate, and powerful anti-ship missiles, you can pretty much guess they'd be in a hurry to use it. Now, supposedly, this was backed down, presumably because Biden at the time refrained from conducting these attacks in Russia. I think you can be pretty certain that Russia is definitely reconsidering going through with that, in which case it will be young U.S. sailors and Marines who pay the price for Biden's attacks on Russia. That said, Russia has to weigh the precedent and the deterrence here of the senile warmonger exiting the stage when Trump, with at least the potential that if not bringing an end to the conflict, will at least de-escalate the U.S. role in it in less than 2 months. So there's a lot for the Kremlin to consider here, a lot of precedent, issues of deterrence. What will the Trump administration do? Will they just continue this, or will they change policy? Will they revoke, these type of attacks? And what is done in the meantime? We've already seen 6 missiles launched, 6 of these ATACMS into Russia. Now, contrary to the New York Times story, which claimed they would just be used in a narrow range of territory in the Kursk region, supposedly to hit where those invisible North Korean super soldiers that no one has found any evidence of, this Red Dawn fan fiction. That was the excuse. But they weren't used in the Kursk region at all. They were fired into the Bryansk region at an old Soviet ammunition depot that wasn't even being used in this conflict. And according to the Russian Ministry of Defense, 5 of those missiles were shot down, a 6th was hit and crashed, causing a fire, but not actually hitting the base in question. So all of them failing to hit the target. And according to the Financial Times, the Kiev regime has no more than 50 of those. So at least that leaves us with no more than 44 for hitting nothing. And that is, is it something that Russia will factor in? These weapons have already been used against Russian targets for a year. And Russia has long developed a profile for their electronic warfare and air defense systems, the best in the world, by the way. And they have demonstrated the capability to physically bring these things down with air defense and to block their GPS signals with their electronic warfare, rendering them useless hunks of metal floating through the sky, unable to connect to their target. So this isn't some type of game changer. The Pentagon did not want to do this. They were against this because they said that this will not change anything on the battlefield. There's nothing that the Kiev regime can hit with as many as we can afford to give. And the Pentagon doesn't want to give any more of these missiles because they are not currently producing any more of them. And they're very, very worried about a potential conflict that the U.S. intends to provoke with China in the Taiwan Straits and the South China Sea in the very near future, because they are constantly harping about a missile gap, a conventional missile gap that they're afraid will give China an advantage. And I think we're already well past that point of the U.S. being able to win that conflict. But I guess they still have hopes in that category, which is why Biden is having to pry these ATACMS out of the Pentagon's hands. And supposedly now they've got less than 50 left. For what? So you could stage a big explosion at an ammo depot that wasn't even an old ammo depot that wasn't even being used in this conflict, i.e. an info warfare hit that didn't even work. And that's why we are now on the, Putin's not going to fire nuclear missiles into Russia, right? That's
into Ukraine.
Or into Ukraine, right? Russia's not going to fire nuclear missiles into the U.S. or into Ukraine, right? That's absurd. That's not what's going to happen.
So
what about this potential embassy attack?
Right. They keep saying air attack on high alert, whatever. The U.S. embassy is shut down immediately.
Yeah, I have to assume that's disinformation. Russia also is not going to attack an embassy. That is not in Russia's MO whatsoever. They've always been very against such measures. Russia will attack with a military response to a military attack if they choose to respond at all. And I'm not so sure they will, because while there is the question of red lines and deterrence, it's quite obvious that Joe Biden is laying a trap here, right? And I think Putin will weigh everything in and will reserve the right to conduct a response to this into the future, depending on what the Trump administration does or does not do once inaugurated. But I think Putin is a little too, I don't know, not senile, compared to Biden, that he won't walk into. I mean, the trap is really for Trump, not for Putin. But
Are there, speaking of which, are there back channel communications or even normal communications between President-elect Trump and President Putin, where basically Trump is saying, "Look, this isn't me. Hold tight. The cavalry's on the way. I'm sorry. Like my predecessors are being a little cray cray."
Yeah, according to the Russian side, there's been no contact whatsoever. But I would suggest that there is a way, if you have close Trump confidants like Donald Trump Jr. or Richard Grenville speaking, presenting, what we can assume, or we at least hope, is Trump's disapproval of this, right? Trump isn't leaping into it himself, which is the smart thing to do politically, right? But if his interlocutors are speaking out, Russia is, of course, listening, and we can presume that that's some type of indirect message to Russia, hopefully.
Do you foresee any chance of this warfare going into the water, as like maybe in the Black Sea somewhere? Do you see this escalation going that way at all?
The Black Sea is not actually very good territory for the U.S. because they are not a littoral state of the Black Sea. So they are restricted by the admission of warships into the Black Sea by the Montreux Convention that Turkey, as the state controlling the Dardanelles Straits, is bound by. So the U.S. could only send one warship into the Black Sea at a time, and they can't send any aircraft carriers. So the Black Sea is not a good area for such confrontation. But Russia does have a naval base in Syria now. They've got naval bases there. The U.S. has military and naval and air bases all over the Middle East. There's plenty of room in the Middle East for this conflict to expand into. We've already seen it expand into Africa.
Well, Mark, we got a viewer question for you. I'm going to throw at you from Adrian. Adrian asks, does Mark really think there'll be a formal Russia-U.S. negotiation? Also, can Russia take the chance to leave even a rump Ukraine state?
Okay, Adrian. So certainly there won't be any Biden Russia, right? That was never in the cards. Do I think there will be a Russia, a U.S. negotiations? No, I don't. I think Donald Trump will present his deal, which is basically an attempt to push the Kiev regime and Russia into an agreement that he brokers as if he was a third party, which as U.S. president, he won't be. He will be a party to this conflict. But I don't think there will be any intention of direct negotiations between the U.S. and Russia. I think that that's not in the cards. The U.S. still has their pretense of not being a party to this conflict.
Oh, correction. Ukraine. I read that wrong.
Sorry, what about China? I mean, China's played a role in recent years as a broker in conflicts. Could President Xi offer himself as a credible third-party broker?
He has previously offered. He's presented his own Chinese peace deal, And Zelensky has had some very nasty and disrespectful things to say about him in China. So I don't think that's really an option. To be perfectly honest, I don't believe that the Zelensky regime in Kiev is even ideologically or emotionally, mentally capable of engaging in negotiations. I think with Russia, I think they will go down to the end. I think unless they are removed internally or, by U.S. connivance, I don't believe that his own people have told Simon Schuster of Time Magazine already last year that he is delusional, and you can't tell him that they're not doing well in this conflict.
But the U.S. would never interfere in the internal affairs of Ukraine and consider changing its president.
Yeah, sure.
Well, he's already not president, Mark. I think we forget. Technically,
That's
his
true.
term ended in May, so Zelensky is like, I don't know, little dictator in chief there until TBD.
As far as Russia concerned,
Speaker of the
every
House.
leader of the Kiev regime since the 2014 U.S.-backed putsch is illegitimate, right?
Fair,
they have
fair.
banned every political party representing the people of East Ukraine in the country, some 20 political parties. Every leftist party in the country has been banned, right? They've gone after the Russian language. They've gone after the Ukrainian Orthodox Church.
Mark, we lost your video for some reason. But we can
Can't
hear
tell
you.
there. But they haven't. I don't think that they're capable of conducting any negotiations.
So I guess that brings us to the other half of Adrian's question, right? Which is, if that's the case, if they decide that they're, like Nazi Germany, going down to the bunker, could Russia find itself in a position of having to press forward and go all the way to the border with Poland and either take over, overthrow the Zelensky government and install someone more amenable, or or occupy Ukraine? What happens then? Or do we just continue with years of grinding slog?
Yeah, it's certainly a possibility, and a lot of it will depend, of course, on what Trump does or doesn't do. But I think that there is growing feeling within the Kremlin. We've heard it voiced from people like, Medvedev, who has become the new Zhirinovsky, the new hawk or blowhard, depending on your take. But we've also heard it from Lavrov and others that they believe that this only ends with regime change in Kiev. And I have to say that I agree with that as well. Now, there will be multiple crux points where both Russia and the West will have to reassess and consider whether it requires further escalation, i.e. NATO boots on the ground. When Russia fully liberates the Donbass sometime next summer, most likely. When Russia fully liberates Kherson and Zaporozhye as well, right? Perhaps a year after that. When Russia reaches the Dnieper, at each one of those points, there will be a push by neocons in both the US and in Europe, within the Trump administration and without it, that they need to defend Kiev, right? That will be the question. So, but the alternative is to leave a regime in Kiev that is ideologically, disposed towards total and eternal conflict with Russia along the lines of some kind of Banderite fascist West Ukrainian ultra-nationalists, identity, and face that being armed, even if at a lesser degree or a guerrilla war, by the West going forward into the future. At that point, rather than have it be a battle platform, it's probably to Russia's benefit to just occupy it, which will lead to a guerrilla war in its own accord. And I was against myself 3 years ago, but we're in a different place now
Right.
than we were 3 years ago.
Mark, what about internal divisions within Ukraine? I mean, but Zelensky, there were opposition parties before he came
Yeah.
along. Zelensky was
Yeah.
really unpopular. His approval rating was in the teens before the
Plummeted.
conflict began. So, I mean, obviously, there are people who are chafing at the bit within Ukraine who don't like Zelensky, many of whom probably want to, some of whom probably want to make peace with Russia. Is there any chance that there will be an uprising internally within Ukraine, either as a palace coup or as a revolution that would overthrow him?
Okay, so the only alternative for that is another figure within the Maidan regime, right? Whether we're talking the candy oligarch Poroshenko, who preceded Zelensky, or Zaluzhny, who himself is a raving Banderite fascist with 2 busts of Stepan Bandera in his room because one of them is not enough, right? I don't see where either of those would be an improvement on Zelensky. In fact, they would probably be worse. And there simply are no further political figures in Ukraine, right? All other political parties outside of the Maidan parties have been banned, right? Their leaders have been persecuted. They've been driven out of the country. They've been attempted to assassinate
So there's no underground.
another opposition leader in Spain.
There's no underground. There's no Operation Valkyrie possible here.
There is a very light underground that is, for instance, burning the conscription cars at night in the Odessa area and elsewhere. But for all intents and purposes, what has happened in the last, since 2014, is that the security and military have been filled with Banderites, right? And Kirill Budanov, as the Kiev regime's military intelligence chief, is the perfect example of this. There is no indication that there would be anything else from these people. In fact, they've given every indication that if Zelensky dared actually go to negotiations, that they would kill him, right? And take control of the country themselves. So without any type of dissent from the security services, from the military, right, from these institutions of power, then there's really no possibility of any uprising. Because if anyone comes out to protest or stage an insurrection or move, they simply get packed off to the front. And that's been the pattern for months now.
It sounds like on Ukraine's side that no matter which way they cut it, whether it's with Zelensky or whoever, I mean, I don't know who else there would be, because as you outlined, there is no opposition to him. But it doesn't sound like there's any peace even being considered from the Ukrainian side. Do you think there's actually any peace being considered on the Russian side, or does the peace not matter, that Vladimir Putin is dead set on the goals outlined by the special military operation? So it just, Washington be damned, doesn't matter who's here, they're just going to keep forging on.
Yeah, I don't think either one of them really is interested in any deal or any peace at all. Both sides, the Kiev regime and Russia, are fully still, without any degree of remove, committed to their maximalist goals, right? The Kiev regime getting all of their territory back, sending Russian leadership to war crimes trials, reparations, all of this Zelensky peace formula fantasy. On the Russian side, the goals of the SMO, which have been clearly laid out, but they're still quite a way from achieving all of them, which includes the demilitarization and the denazification or debanderization of Ukraine, as well as the full liberation of the Donbass, Kherson, and Zaporozhye. That's quite a ways away. The difference, of course, is that Russia is winning and has the ability to achieve their maximalist goals. And I don't think that there's any sentiment in Russia for anything less than a total victory at this point. They feel that they've sacrificed this much. The common sentiment is they want to remove this. They don't want to have to fight this war again in 4 years or 8 years or 10 years.
Right.
Both sides are saying no more Minsk, right? Both sides are saying that. And I don't think there's any U.S. dictated deal of Trump's that is going to change. Russia has been clear there will be no freezing of this conflict.
What will be the effect? What do you think is likely? What do you think Trump is actually likely to do vis-a-vis Ukraine, and what effect will that have?
Yeah, he'll present a deal that probably isn't too different from the deals from the plans that have been put forward by Pompeo and others, right? Calling for a freeze of the conflict, perhaps calling on Kiev to accept at least temporarily Russian occupation of some of the territory they claim as their own, and so forth. Conditions that will be agreed on by neither side. And so when Putin says "niet" to Trump, right? You're the losing side of this conflict. You're not a third party. You're part of this conflict, and you're losing, and we're winning. Why should we agree to your terms? No. Then Trump is left with two options, right? First of all, Zelensky's also likely to say no, but let's leave that to the side for the moment. So Trump can either walk away, cut off all aid to Ukraine, and say, well, I did what I could. I guess Russia will just take it all, right? I don't see that as a realistic possibility. I don't think that Trump can do that as the U.S. president. I don't think he has the power over the blob, over the foreign policy.
You don't think this time is different? I mean, these cabinet appointees tend to signal a far more confident, Donald Trump than the first time around.
There's an awful lot of neocons in that cabinet, and what they will be telling Trump is, Putin said no to you. How dare he? We need to project strength.
Right.
You're going to have to escalate to de-escalate.
Right. That's what they always say.
That is what they always say. I don't think Trump has the capability to do this. How many assassination attempts have there been on him so far?
But
he tries to go against.
There's also the counterfactual that he might be 78 years old, lame duck president, looking towards his legacy and giving no shits.
We can hope, right?
That's the hope.
That's the hope, right? I've seen no reason to believe that from his previous administration, from the course of the U.S. so far,
or the picks in his administration.
If we want to hope, let's hope. But I don't do hope. I don't.
Well, he's in a different place, and he seems to be
the hope dasher.
I can't agree.
I know he's a hope killer.
Mark Rubio and Mike Waltz and Peter Hegseth does not tell me that Trump is in a different place. It does not.
Fair enough.
Yeah, but sadly, Mark, like I said at the top, I said that the alternative, the Biden side, the Biden party, whatever, if they want to call themselves Democrats or whatever, they seem to be worse. And I really, really hate them for making me root for Trump right now, because that's the only hope we have, because the evidence I do have from the Biden administration is escalation, escalation, escalation on your way out in the 11th hour. So
I can't argue with that.
Them.
I just don't drink Coke or Pepsi.
All right, Mark, we lost your video a while ago. We see your logo up there. Tell us again where people can still find you if they can. If your YouTube channel is back, tell us.
No one
all
can
that
find me. Only you. No, you can find me at Mark Sloboda1 at Twitter X. You can also find me on Telegram and Substack at The Real Politic with Mark Sloboda.
That'll do it.
All right, Mark. Let me
you're the best.
let me de-introduce him Well, we can't de-escalate, but we can de-introduce Mark Sloboda, the voice you just heard. But the face that you lost about 5 minutes ago is an international relations and security analyst. Follow Mark on Twitter, now called X, at Mark Sloboda1, on his YouTube channel at The Real Politique with Mark Sloboda, and get him on Facebook at facebook.com/Gramsci, GRAMSCI. Mark, thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Mark.
And introduce our guest and what we're talking about.
Yeah. Good morning, everybody. Okay, so we're flipping the show a little backwards than we would ordinarily do it, compared to the one show that we had so far. So I think the viewers who have followed Ted and I in our careers, I think you're familiar with this particular person. I'm going to pop him up on screen and then we'll introduce him properly here. Let me make sure I got all my boxes just right, because it's a new show and we have a lot of kinks to still work out. All right, right there, that's Professor Glenn Deason at the University of Oslo. He's a professor of political science and history there. His newest book is out now. It is called The Ukraine War and the Eurasian World Order. Professor, thank you so much for joining us.
Oh, my pleasure. Yeah, thanks for the invitation.
So we're going to talk to you about something a little different than we would ordinarily pick your brain about. In this case, let's start with your personal experience very recently and very publicly with YouTube censorship of your channel. What happened? What did they tell you? And we know you're back now, but what was that process?
No, it was it was quite interesting actually, because I'm actually writing a book on censorship and in the digital space. I've written previously.
What if they censor it?
Sorry?
What if they censor it?
Well, this was the interesting part, because I've written other books on related topics, and then with the rise of these digital platforms, and it ended up with them canceling my YouTube channel, which was quite surprising, because there was I had no warnings at all, but suddenly they just deleted the channel without any warnings, and the reason for such an abrupt reaction was what they called severe and repeated hate speech, which I thought was very strange, because usually the people I interview are people like Jeffrey Sachs or Jack Matlock, Chas Freeman. Yeah, I never heard anyone uttering any words of hate at all. So this was severe and repeated was a surprise. And eventually I received another email saying after some complaints and possibly some external influence, I got another email saying, oh no, there's no hate at all. So we restored it, with a few thousand followers missing, but otherwise, it's very strange, and you're never in contact with another human being. It's all automated emails, so it's very
I get the impression that that the default mode of companies like YouTube and many others is if they get a flag, it's automatically, or maybe more than one flag of a post, the content is automatically deleted and pending review or pending some kind of appeal, and then maybe somewhere a human being in like Singapore looks at it, and they try to figure out whether or not really it's valid, and then maybe you get restored. It's not a really good system. I mean, we kind of think of due process, and there's just nothing even approximating it. You're guilty and innocent.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. You can't really complain. You get one appeal, which you can send into YouTube, and then you get another automated reply. No, we reviewed it again, within the next 2 minutes, and it has been decided that it's permanently closed. So it's very frustrating, especially for people who rely on it for their work. So it is the new public square, and there's not much you can do to complain. There's no day in court. There's no, you can't explain yourself. It's very frustrating.
It's Kafkaesque. Kafka is on trial. He doesn't know why.
Yeah, this is literally what happened. So I really could not understand. Well, I had one suspicion. That is, I had the last guest I had on, or one of the last two at least, was Alexander Dugin, and I know he's has some books and all banned in the United States. I think it's mainly for his views on the Ukraine war. But again, our conversation was mostly about the challenges of modernity. So his views on why the pre-modern should not be left behind. So we never mentioned the war or Ukraine or anything like this in the entire talk. So, but it could be merely that his name popped up and then they delete the whole channel. So doesn't make it any better, to be honest.
But I got to ask you, I mean, since you're over in Norway, how do Norwegians view what's happening in the U.S. in terms of the various censorship? I'm sure it's out there in the media. Are you guys experiencing the same thing within your own society, within your own civilization? Is it very different than what's happening here in the U.S. right now?
Well, in Europe, there's no separate or independent digital ecosystem. So whatever digital platforms used in the United States is the exact same ones we use here, only that the decision making here would be even further away. But there is discussion about this rise of these digital giants and the power they have. But otherwise, the Europeans appear to be very much supportive, at least the European governments, of the idea of content moderation, as they say, and deplatforming, having not just right of speech, but responsibility of speech, all of these kind of slogans. So a good example would be the EU's, what we call him, the censorship czar. I think his official title is something different. It's but anyways, he actually sent an email to a letter to Elon Musk before he was interviewing Donald Trump, because they suspected there might be hate speech and there might be disinformation. So they asked him not to even post the interview live. So a way of censoring before it happens. So it kind of shows the direction we're going. So a lot of the EU leaders, at least, they seem to be applauding the decision to censor.
Is that across all political parties, across the whole spectrum, that you're noticing in Europe, or is it one party more so than the other or others?
Well, it tends to be the incumbents, the people currently in power, but you have people on the left and the right usually who contest some of this. And as in all other areas, be it security, economy, or free speech, you see as the political center continues to ignore what the public wants, it creates a vacuum which is filled by people on the left and right. Not some of them are good, some of them are not great, but nonetheless, this is the general direction you're going, as people often feel that the political elites as well as the media begin to distance themselves a bit too far from the public.
Centrism and reasonable are usually equated in discourse in the mainstream corporate media in the West, right? And that's kind of like what you see here, right? Like, same thing in the United States, of course, obviously. It's centrist Democrats, corporate Democrats, and centrist corporate Republicans who are in favor of controlling speech. And then, it's so funny because then the left and the right, which are portrayed as extreme, are actually, when it comes to free speech, far more reasonable.
Yeah, we have this phenomenon now, which is the radical center, in which the people actually in power, but they tend to push very extreme policy. If you look at the Germans, for example, they call the far left and the far right, which is everyone from Sarah Wagenknecht to AfD. They're the extreme on the left and right, but they're the ones pushing for peace. They're the one pushing for supporting national industry and supporting free speech, while the radical center effectively, they do the exact opposite. They don't want to talk about peace. They're criminalizing diplomacy. They're not following their national interests. See their industries collapsing, and of course being very gung-ho on censorship. So
like Annalena Baerbock.
I just want to add, there's a lot of course, a lot of reasons. Yeah, since she kind of embodies the radical center ideal, but it's things are going the wrong direction. But it's you can't keep going like this forever. And this is why they see now the opposition rising in the polls, but they're not ready to give up on power yet. So when you look in France, for example, the party coming in third, which is Macron, they still demand the right to rule, while in Germany, the main opposition, AfD, they're considering whether or not they should ban it. So there's an effort to prevent new reality from asserting itself, but it's just going to make the backlash come so much harder when it eventually breaks through.
So what do you think is the motivation of these like militant moderates gone wild? Is this just naked self-interest? Or do they actually believe that there is a danger to their societies from what they call misinformation or disinformation? You know, is it just a put on to try to maintain control and their own prerogatives, or do they really think that a gullible public is being suckered by lies, and that they are the benevolent arbiters that who will be able to prevent those lies from spreading?
I think it's both. I think some of it's genuine concern about the new digital technologies, the different platforms, that the gatekeepers are effectively gone who can filter between what is true and what is false. So some of this can be seen as being legitimate, but of course what they're asking for is complete empowerment of governments as well as who've been caught lying throughout the few years now. So if you really want, I'm not saying that's not a problem with fake news and disinformation, but usually the way it works is you have bad ideas being countered by good ideas. Instead, we now see governments want to set up their own fact checkers, which are ideologues. Governments wants to decide what is real. Sometimes governments sign up in partnerships. For example, Facebook sets up partnership with a lot of the mainstream media, which effectively then giving the power to censor their opposition. They're now their rivals in the alternative media. So why should New York Times and Washington Post have the authority to effectively blacklist digital platforms by giving these blacklists to Google so they can trim their algorithms? So there's a lot of problems. And also if you see the governments now demanding the right to determine what is true, what is real, like a Ministry of Truth, it's very problematic if you see over the past few years how much this has been abused for political reasons. I mean, even Mark Zuckerberg has admitted that the Biden administration pressured him to Facebook, that is, to censor real news, the satire, humor, and also the Hunter Biden laptop story, which was election interference. There's no other word for it. They saw this being a bad. Back in 2020,
and he still does, I might add, right? I mean, Facebook still throttles political speech. Just about a week or two ago, Zuckerberg was quoted in the New York Times saying that he doesn't think users are interested in political speech. I'm like, well, I find that very difficult to believe, particularly during an election year.
He lives in a different world, Ted. He actually has a bunker, a multi-million-dollar bunker being built in Hawaii. So he lives in a different world, surrounded by different people. So I don't think he's a very
I hope it's like
normal person.
Dr. No, like with the awesome window with the sharks swimming by. I mean, the thing is though, he's like, now as a political cartoonist, my Facebook feed, I'll put a political cartoon up on Facebook that would have gone viral on X. But on Facebook, it'll get like 3 likes, right? Then I post something about my cat, I get like 1,000 likes. So you can tell. I mean, look, he's a great looking cat, but still.
Well, once they find out he's a Russian blue, it's over.
That's true.
If you hashtag Russian blue,
I don't let them know that. I call him a Ukrainian blue.
Oh, okay. That might help. Yes, for safety purposes, so you're not, demoted on the.
And I don't want him to be droned.
But this leads us to the next topic, is that, and I think this is tangentially all related because of the Ukrainian war, and Glenn, earlier this year, we started seeing American mainstream media, such as what do they call it? It's not the breakfast show, but it's
Charlemagne the God is the. Oh yeah.
Mika Brzezinski,
Morning Joe,
and Morning Joe, and Joe Scarborough. Even they were starting to pull back their rhetoric on Ukraine winning, and they started, I felt like, telling the truth about what was happening on the ground. But here we are 9 months later from the new year, or 10 months later at this point. And again, we're seeing a new surge of this American mainstream media going back to their old rhetoric of saying Ukraine's going to come through at the end. And now we're starting to see, coincidentally, a lot of censorship and this latest round of sanctions by the Biden-Harris administration, specifically towards mine and Ted's old employers, right? We had the effective closure of RT Productions here again, as well as Sputnik this time. This was announced September 13th, and the language was quite nebulous, and it just all encompassing. Anything can be considered, aiding and abetting the Russians.
And by the way, no assertion in the case of Sputnik of any violation of American law, no claim of any violation of American law, much less any evidence of it. Literally, the U.S. government does not say that Sputnik did anything wrong. They're just
right, but that's the point of the sanctions. I mean, if you read through them on state.gov, they specifically do not qualify their language. They specifically leave it broad, so that way they can just accuse anybody and every entity of, quote, helping the Russian Federation. It could be anything.
And what's particularly terrifying is, like, our former boss over there, he told me that he wanted to hire an attorney. I mean, of course, I have to say, I told him to do this 5 years ago, but he wanted to hire an attorney to fight this. Look, the First Amendment protects all media outlets in the United States, or supposedly does, against direct U.S. government censorship, which is what this is, including foreign outlets, right? But, CBC, BBC, et cetera, they did not, but now with this happening, I guess he waited a little too late. And now he can't even hire attorneys because the bank accounts are frozen, right?
Right.
So there's no way, attorneys don't work for free, for the most part. So not for this kind of case.
So,
maybe spilled hot coffee all over himself, sure, but not for this.
This is effectively censorship by way of sanctions, right? A kind of a workaround, because we are American citizens and we have freedom of speech, but they can say they're not censoring us, but these are sanctions placed on business entities based in Moscow. Why would the Biden-Harris administration do this in the 11th hour, as Biden is about to sunset and retire, and who knows what's going to happen in 2.5 weeks? Why would the Biden administration take this final swipe at Russia by basically eliminating American jobs?
And by the way, in a really, I got to say, what I don't understand is why they were so scared of RT and Sputnik, considering that the viewership was infinitesimal. I mean, very, very, it's not like it had broad access. It probably could have done better if it had been better promoted. But, it was a blip. It wasn't moving many.
Yeah,
even if it was all propaganda all the time, it wasn't propagandizing many people.
No, well, I'm a bit surprised by how quickly everything was normalized as well. Only a few years ago, people thought in the U.S. freedom of speech was it was guaranteed, but it is the government can't censor, but corporations can, and so I think they can go around it by, as Zuckerberg, as I said before, admitted that the government tells them to censor, and they pressure to censor, and then the government pretends as if they're still following the law. So. Yeah, so it is strange how, but how this was normalized, because it began so quietly. I always go back to the Alex Jones example, how it's very recent. It was 2018 when we began with this, deplatforming, as if it's removing dangerous speech, and look how normal it is now. People disappearing off the internet left and right, and it's just the way it is. No, it's I think a key reason behind this is. That in the past it was easier to defend freedom of speech, because in the past international media was dominated by US and British media. So I think especially from the late 2000s, when you had the Al Jazeera's, RTs, all this coming up, there was more pressure to reassert control over the media, because if you follow the media these days, there's very few facts you get. Instead they have narratives. It's all these big narratives, and when you don't follow the narrative the consequences are quite radical, and I see it in this country too. If I, as an academic, make let's say I point out that NATO escalations in Ukraine, then the Russians are doing horizontal escalation, so sending weapons to Iran or making a weapons deal with North Korea. Then it's well, why are you legitimizing it by presenting it as a reaction? You're rationalizing it. You are, why are you taking the side of authoritarian governments against democracy? So you can't even make a statement about an objective reality. This is how the Russians see it, that we're escalating, and this is how they're responding. But you're not allowed to do it because it counters the main narrative, which is, we're there just to help, and we're not involved in this. And if they're helping the Iranians, it's because authoritarians are coming together to fight freedom. It becomes ridiculous after a while, and everything is about the fear of legitimizing the opponent, which means you can't actually discuss their main security concerns.
Yeah, and Glenn, as we said, this is why would they even bother? I mean, Biden is obviously no longer the nominee. We're 2.5 weeks out. I
Manila,
honestly
I think
know.
I have a theory, right? So after 9/11, Dick Cheney and buttonholed George W. Bush in the immediately, like within 24 hours of the attacks, and said we have to attack Iraq right away. But they didn't, right? They attacked Afghanistan first, and then they went into Iraq about 1.5 years later. And at the time, I was obsessed with that. I went to Afghanistan, and my theory there was Afghanistan was a dry run. It was a country that they knew, the neocons knew that they could easily dominate and take over, although obviously they lost in the long run. But they knew they could invade it easily. The country didn't have an air force. It was not going to be able to resist. It was basically had 14th century technology. I think this is like that. If you're going to start a regime of censorship of media organizations, you're going to start with a small one, TikTok is huge. And notice all the pushback to the congressional attempt to ban TikTok in the United States or force a sale to a U.S. entity, right? But TikTokers, there's millions of them. Many of them earn
billions.
TikTok, yeah, and a lot of people make money off of it, and they're really angry. They're pissed off. So that's creating pressure that the people who watch and enjoy, and the few of us who made a living off of RT and Sputnik can't do. We can't summon that degree of outrage. Russia's an easy target. It's sort of like how in the 1970s they started out by censoring porn, right? I mean, porn. You go with the soft target, the one that nobody cares about, the one that the mainstream media will say, well, they're not real journalists. You start with them, and then it's first. It's the Martin Niemöller quote. First, they came for the Russians, and I didn't say anything because I didn't care about the Russians, and I supported Ukraine. Next, they came for. That's my theory. I think it was easy.
What do you think, Glenn?
I think you're correct, and I think this is how censorship also works. You don't suddenly one day break one of the most sacred traditions. It has to go through. It began not even with Russia, but with Iran. The U.S. government began to seize some of the online domains of Iranian media, removing it. No one's going to support the Iranians, so then they go after the Russian media, even banning it as they've done now. And then they, of course, begin to force TikTok to be sold or banned. Then they're pressuring censorship on Al Jazeera and move along to Africa streamer censoring. So it's this gradual, and they also do this domestically against their own public. That is, you begin with someone like Alex Jones, because he was really the main one to be deplatformed. And a lot of people didn't like him. I mean, he had some very rude opinions. I always point to Sandy Hook as being the best one.
Yes.
So he's seen as a fringe character. Everyone sees him as controversial, and then so nobody wants to stand up for him because of how he uses free speech. So you pick him off. People think, of course, we see how he's the extreme on the outside. So everyone thinks this is the exception. This is where we draw the line, and they don't see that this is the precedent. Because if we can knock him out, then why not this guy as well? And then suddenly you expand it more and more to the point now where the government's effectively doing it very much in the open. And it's, so I think the incrementalism is definitely the way censorship goes.
Well, I mean, Julian Assange is a prime example, right? I mean, for the last 15 years or so that he's been in hot water. I mean, thankfully he's free now. But again, hardly anybody really spoke out for pushing for his freedom, right? And doing what he did was truly, exemplary journalism. And he was demonized. And I would say that was the canary in the coal mine. And it has been exploited with every US president since then, with Barack Obama, and then Mike Pompeo under Donald Trump, who actually plotted to kidnap him from the Ecuadorian embassy to murder him for the crime of journalism. And then, of course, Joe Biden has been an absolute horror to free speech and alternative media. And my fear, because I really don't know which way this election is going to go in 2.5 weeks. But I fear that if Kamala Harris does win, that she will be abhorrent on freedom of speech and freedom of the press, and will further continue what Joe Biden has already begun. Any final thoughts?
I agree with you, but not that Donald Trump will be very different, right? Glenn, I want to
that's what I'm saying.
I mean, Donald
I'm
Trump
fearful either
literally
way.
said that he wants to use the military and the National Guard against the enemies within. That's broadly, vaguely defined. Obviously, Donald Trump just says a lot of things to see what sticks to the wall. But he obviously, it's not. Democrats aren't wrong when they point out that Trump has some authoritarian tendencies.
Yeah, but I think before the two of you asked why I think Biden would do this on his way out, but I really don't think that he's in full control of the policies of the government, and I think Kamala Harris would be to a large extent a front figure. What's interesting with Trump is seems a few people control him, but that doesn't mean he's going to have better policies. It just means that he's more difficult to control. But this is why I was fascinated by how the media worked with Biden as well. Look what they did to him. He was stating he would not step down. He would stay in the race. A few hours later, he's tweeting his resignation, with his staff didn't know. Kamala Harris, no one cared about her for 4 years. She was an embarrassment, and suddenly overnight she becomes a rock star. And it's just it's all fake in my view. This is. And Biden, of course, has disappeared. Who sees him anymore? He's barely on the TV. People not talking him up anymore now. So it's all great media management. But this is the problem, because whenever they want to censor someone, they use these terms like propaganda or hate. But no one defines these concepts to decide when you have breached that line, and also which you need also for consistency. So by, for example, calling all Russian media propaganda, this is propaganda means nothing now. It means contesting the argument of the
dissenting
of the political elites. So this is what whenever I'm accused of Russian propaganda as well, it's usually if I say even something benign, like the Russians consider NATO to be their main threat to the security. Every political party in Russia recognizes this, sees it. It's been recognized by many Western leaders, but nonetheless, if you say it, they say, well, that's what the Russians are saying. Now you're repeating Putin's lines. We're not saying it, so now you're spreading propaganda. This is a very weird definition of propaganda.
So strange. NATO was created
conform to government statements.
NATO was created to oppose the Soviet Union. That was its purpose. Listen to NATO,
Yeah, final thoughts, Glenn, and we're letting you go. I'm putting your book on the screen there so people can see your newest book. I know you're working on one more. Final thoughts on all of this as we barrel into the U.S. 2024 elections very soon. Any final thoughts or predictions from Norway?
No, not many. I think it could go either way. I think I think a lot of people don't want to. In the United States, they see that things are going the wrong way. I think every polling shows this well. The country's going in the wrong direction, and I think it's very hard to convince people that Kamala Harris will be very different from Biden, but I still think people are quite cautious about what could come from Trump. But I think it's going to be. I would probably put my money on Trump because
Really,
the biggest warning against him in 2020 was he was going to start, a nuclear war with Iran or take the world to war. But now we've seen it's the Biden-Harris administration that's taking us to the brink of nuclear war with the Russians. Probably we might have a war now with the Iranians over the next few weeks. It's just. I think people just willing to gamble on anything else, not necessarily having the greatest trust in Donald Trump.
yeah, it's always the argument of which one is the least worse for us to choose from, and here we are again, and it seems to never ever change in the U.S. I don't know how to explain that for our population, but Professor, I know you got to go. I appreciate your time, Professor Glenn Deason. Thank you so much. He's a professor of political science and history at the University of Oslo in Norway. His newest book, right there on the screen, is out now. It is called The Ukraine War and the Eurasian World Order. Thank you so much, Glenn.
Buy the book.
My pleasure. Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Okay, so our topic for the day for our guest, for those of you who listened to us on our previous program on the radio, you might be familiar with this voice, and now you're going to get to see their face, maybe for the first time for some of you. I'm going to go ahead and
a handsome face it is.
It's a good looking face.
Yeah.
Let me add them to the stage, right there. That's a good looking face. For those who won't know, hello, that is Peter Coffin. Peter Coffin is a video essayist with more than 250,000 YouTube subscribers. He's going to have to tell us how to do that. And in their book,
we need that
Custom
out.
Reality, in their book, Custom Reality and You, they explore how reality works in a world where profit, like Walmart, is the driving force. Relatable humor and a commitment to everyday people keeps their left perspective fresh, fun, and most importantly, sharp. You can follow Peter on YouTube, Patreon, and Twitter at Peter Coffin, and grab their book on Amazon by that name, Custom Reality and You. So, Peter, so nice to see you.
So nice to. I've never seen him before. I've seen his picture still.
Yeah, I came in to just relieve everybody all the tension from the last story. Holy crap!
Right? I don't even know. Like, oh
no, it's
God.
it's a I mean, literally, it's a Halloween horror story.
It-
Peter, I
Yeah.
gotta ask you. I've always wanted to ask you about your
So many
last name. Do you know the origins of your last name?
Yes, See, that's actually a very interesting question, and I
It's
could
a
spend
real
a very
last
long
name.
time. Yes, it's my real last name, and it goes back to Nantucket with people who whalers landing here. It's actually a English Welsh name. The character in Moby Dick, who was the innkeeper, was named Peter Coffin. It was not named for him, but that is actually based on the whaling family that Coffin is. I was named for my grandpa on the other side, the significantly more Polish Jewish sounding side.
Because we always think it sounds like a cool like punk rock name.
Totally.
Oh, thank you. I
Yeah, like you
appreciate
could have totally, like if you had told me you were in the Damned, I would have been like,
well, who's to say I'm not?
no, that's true. They've had like 35 members, so it's entirely possible. Yeah.
That's Peter's book right there. I found
Cool.
it on
Nice
Amazon,
cover.
threw it up on the screen. Okay, so before we talk about the topic that we dragged you on for, because after we shake off that Walmart
Yes.
story, ick. Like,
Now get ready for a new one.
Yeah, get ready for
this. What we're
for
going
new-
to talk about is that much better.
I know. Oh, it's so awful. Like all of this stuff, like teenagers dying in such bizarre ways. Like it's not funny because I think we're all parents, right? On this
Yes, I'm a
group
parent.
here.
I have 2 kids.
2. Gosh,
Yeah.
Ted and I have 1 each, so it's like
Yeah, don't have
weird.
another one. Then they start to gang up against you. The numbers are not in your favor.
They're already not in my favor.
So this next story, I'm gonna play the video because it's just a quick 1-minute video that kind of explains what this case is, and it'll make all the sense in the world why we brought Peter on to discuss, given Peter's book, custom reality, and
Not
you.
my last
So-
name, though. That has nothing to do with this. Let's
It's
keep
not
that out of
related.
it.
No, not that. Not that. Oh, no
Yeah.
volume. Hold on.
Megan's
Hold on. Let's start over.
An AI chatbot conversation turned deadly. Megan's 14-year-old son, Sewell Setzer, tragically took his own life after falling in love with an AI chatbot he called Daenerys. Megan has filed a lawsuit against Character.ai, accusing the company of negligence and wrongful death. The lawsuit reveals chilling exchanges where the AI allegedly encouraged Sewell's dark thoughts. The bot at one point asked Setzer if he had devised a plan for ending himself. He admitted that he had, but that he did not know if it would succeed or cause him great pain. The bot replied, "That's not a reason not to go through with it." Sewell, like many children his age, did not have the maturity or mental capacity to understand that the bot was not real. Daenerys told him that she loved him and engaged in inappropriate acts with him over weeks, possibly months, the document claimed. How much responsibility do AI developers have for their creations? And are current regulations enough to protect vulnerable users? AI isn't just a tool. It can have devastating consequences. An AI chatbot.
Oof. So from one grim teen story to another. So this is not my world, Peter. I'm not like a great tech person. I haven't engaged with any of the AI that's available, publicly available right now. I don't know what talking to a chatbot actually means, but
Yeah, you do.
ChatGPT
Sure,
is a
you
chatbot.
do. Sure, you do. Haven't you ever?
ChatGPT is a chatbot. Like
You've never gone
it's
to
not one that's going to cause you to fall in love with it, most likely, but
Yeah, you've talked to chatbots. Haven't you ever been online and it's like, oh, like you can text us here at Bank of America.
Oh, like the bank. Oh, okay.
That's a
Sorry about
chatbot.
that.
I have okay.
But
It's
yeah,
not
that
as
is.
seductive
You're right.
as Daenerys.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So tell us about how that works, Peter. Like what are there all of these different companies that create like chatbots that I mean, it seems completely unregulated by lawmakers and in this case for this little kid, his mom didn't seem to know what was going on or I mean, I feel like somebody had to regulate and lay down the law somewhere whether at home or in Washington, but none of that happened and this kid is now dead.
Yeah. So the way these things are trained, they're essentially fed large amounts of data, and they don't actually record the data itself. They record the sort of approximation of it. It's actually very different than how a lot of people think that it's just like large caches of text and images, and it's really not. But the way that this worked in particular is they obviously trained it on characters. They trained it on like Ted is obviously an author. He knows a lot about what a character is, archetypes, like types of action, types of drama, conflict, et cetera, et cetera. And the thing is, if you think about those things like a narrative and conflict and resolution and tragedy versus comedy, et cetera, the data exists within that data set to say things like this. And to me, it looks like an issue of training very negligently. They're not thinking about the types of content. And I use AI for so much. I use it for organizing my writing stuff. I use it for stock footage now. I use it for, I make music videos with it now. I use it on a lot of different levels. And it really is only as useful as the data it's trained on. And if you understand that, to me, you probably should understand that you should train things with consequences in mind. Because again, you're talking about making chatbots that are for entertainment, that are for people to interact with. And while, it's been said that this caused the decline of this child's mental health, I would argue it probably enabled a problem that this kid probably already had. And that is very irresponsible. They didn't think about people who have some kind of a problem or are young and naive or a combination of the two that are going to interact with this thing. This is like you said, Manila, it's 100% like a case for why this stuff should be regulated. I'm massively pro AI, but I'm not pro irresponsible uses of AI. And as far as I'm concerned, the training of this was irresponsible, most likely.
Oh, I see.
I mean, Manila, I mean, like if you think about like it's sort of a, you know, when Peter's talking about like character. So imagine like, say, someone you know, let's say me, you know, and like there's certain questions you could ask me, whether it's about politics, obviously, but or about, you know, music or pop culture or anything you want, my favorite color, whether I like plants or not. And you could probably, because you've known me for a while, kind of predict a lot of the answers, or at least the general contours of those answers, right? So that's like how the character, in this case, the Daenerys character, she is a dark and bipolar character in Game of Thrones, you know, who basically comes off as sweet and like a protector of the people, but then ultimately she actually turns into a violent, devastating, psychotic person who destroys everything. And so that character in this Game of Thrones thing, that was pretty true. That kind of behavior is pretty true to her character.
So the AI producing these sorts of responses to that kid is based on what it learned from the character in the show.
How it was programmed to be like that character, right?
And it could very well be an aggregate of other things too. We don't know for sure, but think about the novel you were talking about earlier, Ted. Your novel, which was originally called "Kill Your Parents Before They Kill You."
Mhm.
Imagine irresponsibly training, like not thinking about where that type of language could suggest things to a child.
Right.
If you're training, you need to be taking things out of the data before you put it into the AI, and they clearly did not.
So this is irresponsible, I guess, in your opinion, then, Peter?
Yes, yeah, I think so. I mean, it's like irresponsible is a very light way of putting it, but yes.
But like
they fucked up royally.
Yes.
You can say that here. It's not the radio.
Yeah.
I'm
trying to modulate that in my head. It's really
so two legal questions. I know you know, nobody here is an attorney. I suspect that there is legal exposure to the AI company here. I suspect that a jury would probably be sympathetic to a well-argued case here. And I guess the question is, you know, okay, so this should be regulated. Now, how does Congress or some other regulatory body who are composed of old guys who, for the most part, don't even use email, they literally, I know some people like this. They literally,
I'm not that bad.
They will like literally, they will dictate an email to their secretary and have their secretary send it, and then print out the response. Yeah, exactly. So these people who are not tech savvy, how do we get this group of legislators? I know they don't personally write the laws, but I mean, how do we end up with regulations that make sense? Do we need a new you know, governmental department, a bureau of you know, of AI monitoring or whatever, composed of experts in the field, where they hire people from Silicon Valley to work on this? I mean, how do we get there without you know, crushing the baby in its crib?
That's a very good question. And I think one of the things is that people, the general public, the voting public in particular, needs to be more educated about how AI works. I think without that baseline, we're not going to get anywhere. I think that you did propose some good ideas. I think that a bureau of some kind, a specific department, working on sort of AI safety, as opposed to, I mean, there is a potential for censorship there that I don't like, but if we're living in a safe society, a free and safe society, safety has to be a priority. I'm sure we could do that without it becoming a massive censorship problem. And I think, like, if we're talking about an ideal world, that would be at least a step towards a solution. But I think before we even get to those areas, people need to understand how this works better. At least, like the cursory explanation I gave here about how data ends up in a situation where it could be doing this. People need to understand that, for instance. Like,
yes.
And then there's also all of the intellectual property stuff that people don't seem to really understand. Like, they think that AI is storing a bunch of artists' work. They think that AI is just like a big database of pictures and text and video and stuff, and that it's just pulling from those things. It's actually not. It's approximations that are. It figures out a detail. It works a lot like a human memory. Like I don't have an exact copy of anything in my head, and if you ask me to repeat anything that I'm saying, it's not going to come out the same. But like, there's a lot of things that people just don't understand about this technology that I think not only allows these larger entities to get away with stuff that is kind of negligent like this, but also ends up with people who think like, oh, I can start an AI company and make a bunch of money, and they don't really understand what they're doing. They just hire somebody, and maybe their underlings know what they're doing, but it doesn't really matter as long as the boss is telling them to do something. I mean, there's a lot. As much as I do think that regulation is very necessary, I think in order to get regulation that even effective and not harmful, you need the general public.
Well, can I just propose like a dumb answer, or I don't know that necessarily it's an answer, but
May not be dumb either.
Well, that's true, maybe, but
we'll see.
This is I'm so outside of this world, and I don't know how any of it functions really. But like, I'm still like very analog. But there are websites, for example, if you want to buy like a vape, right? That you have to buy a vape online, that you have to show your ID and like in real time and put it up to the camera, or at least send a picture and then send it to them, and the website verifies it, and then you can go onto their website to buy their vape products, for example. Can something like that help, at least in the way of mitigating very young teens? Like 14 is 8th or 9th grade. Like, you are not done maturing to even fully understand what you're communicating with here. And then further, even though it's like a chat bot, if there's probably some other chatbot out there that's going to really give you some graphic replies in terms of like sexual whatever, shouldn't there be a way to keep it like 18 and over at least?
I think that that's not dumb. I think that's quite smart, actually. That's would it curb the entire problem? No, but again, you at least limit the access of minors to stuff like this. Minors are obviously more impressionable. The younger you are, the more impressionable you are. It's that simple. And I'm not saying that kids are stupid or anything. They're actually very, very smart. It's just that the younger you are, the less experience you have. That's just a fact of life. And but I don't think the problem is entirely that. I think that it actually gets into a lot of the stuff I talk about besides AI. Like, this is, in my opinion, partly a fandom problem as well. Like, fandom can be a very unhealthy thing. It can be something where they curate situations in which somebody who might have the type of problems that, obviously this child, we can't guess what type of problems he had, but somebody with those types of problems might be more vulnerable to the need of a community or a need of an outlet, that these kind of obsessions with these types of characters are. And in this case, they give like a specific remedy to that in allowing you to speak with that character. And I think that's not necessarily an AI problem. AI certainly is a tool that makes it possible, but like, we do have precedents to that prior to AI, where people have gotten into very unhealthy relationships with, whether it be the artists themselves or some sort of person impersonating the artist, or even just very unhealthy, completely one-way parasocial.
There's romance scams, right?
Yeah.
Like the football player. What was his name? The guy who had
Monte Teo.
Yeah, exactly. He basically thought he was having a romantic relationship with a girl, and he wasn't. He never met her. It was online.
I went through that exact thing, actually.
Really?
If you look up I had a big problem in 2011 where I had a controversy where I was being catfished by somebody, and people who disliked me online used it to paint as if I was just making up a girlfriend and was a creep of some kind. And that got into Gawker, and it actually ruined my career at the time. Like, it's a very, believe me, you're talking to the right person about this kind of crap.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I mean, it's happened.
Well, there's
to
a
me.
whole show about that, right? On MTV
Yeah.
called Catfished.
Yeah, it came out in 2010, and my thing happened in 2011. Obviously, it wasn't documented on the show, but so I mean, there's a lot of precedent to how this works. It's just now you don't really need malicious intent at all. There's a system that can literally facilitate this without even anybody thinking that it's possible.
It's on autopilot. It's happening, and there's no nefarious actor.
Exactly.
There's no man behind the yellow curtain.
Yeah, it's negligence too. It's, again, we talked earlier. It's training these things based on just like having as much data as possible rather than thinking about the consequences of it.
I mean, this does, like, it sparks, it prompts so many questions about automation, right? I mean, self-driving cars that make bad decisions, that don't see, for example,
who's responsible.
Yeah, like,
When they crash.
Yeah, like, you know, like
I'm the user. I don't know if you've read any of those end user agreements. They're not nice.
And the thing is that it's like those. I mean, it's sort of like, I think about like the designers, for example. There was one crash in Georgia where a car went right into a side of a semi truck and T-boned it, and the driver died. And the problem was that the color of the truck was about the same color as the sky in the background, so the camera didn't see it, didn't perceive it. Now,
oh my God.
So, you know, the thing is, it's kind of like, Peter, you're saying, you know, like in this case, the AI chatbot, the designers didn't anticipate this possible outcome. And if they had, they would have obviously programmed around it. But no one is clairvoyant, right? Nobody can. So basically, the way that these systems work is they're developed, they're tested over and over. You get really smart people, a lot of them, to try to think of every possible scenario. But the truth is, you can never think of every possible scenario. There's always something new. And and somehow psychologically, human beings find it like much more, like if you had a self-driving passenger jet, it might have a better safety record.
They have autopilot.
right. Well, the drones, right? But there's better safety records for those maybe than there. And, you know, you could think of like, well, human beings might fly their plane full of passengers into the Alps, right? I mean, human beings could lose their minds. But the point is that, like, psychologically, I think most people feel more comfortable with the possibility that their train conductor is psychotic or on drugs than they are with the idea that just someone in Mountain View didn't program something right.
Well, look, let me read this little line from the New York Post. It says, the lawsuit filed by the mom here, Megan Garcia. The lawsuit claims that Sewell's mental health quickly and severely declined only after he downloaded the app in April of 2023. His family alleges he became withdrawn, his grades started to drop, and he started getting into trouble at school the more he got sucked into speaking with the chatbot. The changes in him got so bad that his parents arranged for him to see a therapist in late 2023, which resulted in him being diagnosed with anxiety and disruptive mood disorder, according to the suit. So my question here, I mean, and maybe this is like we're all parents, like we said, like we established. At what point, I hate the idea of like victim blaming or blaming the surviving parents, right? But at what point, if you know a year ago that your kid is suddenly changing, like just overnight after using this app, why wouldn't you remove the app or ban it or whatever? I mean, there are ways that you can do that on your phone, right?
Yes.
Like no, you can do that.
The kiddie poos are very good at working around.
They are. I will say,
but
they're good at getting into my account too.
Oh boy. So I mean, I have a little one. Mine's 6, right?
Just
so I'm not
wait.
there yet.
I have a 10 and a 7, and the 10 is the one who's clever.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, already. Well,
that's how it was with mine when he was that age.
But shouldn't there be some level of parental responsibility here? Because I feel like we've abdicated, like in the 2020s. I feel like we have largely abdicated parenting to everything else. Right?
If it goes to trial, that
What else?
assessment will occur. I mean, the way people aren't really aware of this, but when there's a split liability. So let's say they go to trial and the jury could decide that the mother in this case was 30% responsible and that the AI chatbot was 70% responsible. They might find total liability is $10 million. So then they would award, instead of $10 million, they would award a discounted $7 million in that scenario. A great example of that was the famous McDonald's hot coffee case.
Oh, yeah.
It was determined by the court that she was in part responsible because she placed the coffee between her legs, and that part contributed to it. However, the styrofoam melted from the heat of the coffee, and so therefore McDonald's was largely responsible, but she bore some responsibility.
Mm-hmm.
That's what
But I
would
mean,
happen
like
here.
but I mean, like just speaking as a parent, I know you can't control your kids all the time, but to some degree, I would like to know more about what poor Miss Garcia, and my heart aches for her, but I would like to know more about what she did, right? As a parent, besides taking the kid to therapy, like how does he continue to use it? How, like, are you monitoring that? I feel like this just kind of raises the flag for all parents to be like,
I gotta say,
you really need to see what your kid is doing. Like, you need to watch.
psychologists say that, like, removing electronic devices from their kids as a punishment is frowned upon by most therapists these days. Like, child psychologists say that effectively cuts them off from their friends and the outside world, and it isolates them more, and it has it's not something you should do.
There are new studies that I have read, especially for neurodivergent children, that's actually say the opposite is true than for neurotypical kids, that screen time is actually good for neurodivergent children, because that is like they kind of feel safer in that, in that space, and that's where they make friends, and where they have their social like outlet is on the iPad or whatever, right? We'll just call it the iPad, but it's actually better for neurodivergent children. And then this happens, then you kind of go, oh boy, like what do you do?
I look at it like, I do think that there is not no responsibility on the parent. I don't think that that's the case.
Agreed.
But I would assert that if a tech company can't completely understand the consequences of these types of chatbots, that an individual person is very likely, who is not like actively involved in using and researching AI, at least, or any of that, just a lay person who is existing in the world normally, I think probably doesn't know the potential consequences of it either. So I think there's two sides to that. Like, should we, well, again, it'll lead me right back to my other thing. People should be educated on what AI is capable of, what possible consequences are. And we did say, like, it's not possible to be clairvoyant, but also, Ted, you know what a story is. Like, I know what a story is. We all know that there's something negative that happens in a story, or the story sucks ass. Like,
conflict is necessary.
Exactly. If there's no conflict, it's literally like, it's not a story, it's a recounting of an afternoon, So, like, when people are training on that type of data, specifically narrative data, I think that should be something they can anticipate a little better than perhaps a Tesla not being able to tell the difference between a reflective trailer and the sky. I think that's maybe a little bit more common sense of something. And again, like I said, we have precedent in other areas where the same kind of thing happens for similar reasons. It's not automated. Automation is wonderful. It's incredible. It gives us a lot of great stuff, but a lot of it's based in using the technology in a manner that actually, like, produces or it's productive rather than not productive. And it's easy to use any tool. Like, I could just go around and smash holes in my wall with my hammer all I want. That's a misuse of a hammer. And the way that it works out is to use things the right way, A, and have people understand how it works, B.
Yeah.
Automation is a double-edged sword, right? I mean, I think about, like, if you drive a fairly late model car, you probably have a car that tries to guide you and keep you in the middle of the lane.
Yes.
or it or it senses
Drives
that
me crazy, actually.
I hate it. I hate it.
I turn mine off too.
Yeah.
They don't always let you turn it off, especially
Mine
if you
doesn't
rent
let
it.
me turn it off.
Mine doesn't either.
I hate it
Oh.
so much.
And if it lets you, I bet you could like get under the hood maybe and reprogram it if you were brilliant. But
I couldn't.
But the point is, I can imagine situations in circumstances under which that could be dangerous. For example, let's say someone's bearing down on you, and you want to punch the brake and get out of their way. But there's a vehicle in front of you, and it says it'll stop you because you're too close. That you could end up getting rear-ended, so it's a positive. Well, I mean, look, a seatbelt. Seatbelts generally save lives, right? My car once went into the Gulf of Mexico. I was really glad I was able to get that seatbelt off and get out of the car before it went blub blub blub. So everything is a double-edged sword.
Oh, you're almost Teddy Kennedy style.
Technology, just in general.
To us Teds, we like to drive into the water.
I will say,
apparently.
to wrap it up with my book, where where profit is the driving
I'm gonna put that up there.
Yeah.
There we are.
This is a perfect example of that. Like, they're not thinking about the consequences of things. They're thinking about how they can make money. And how they can make money is by giving, in the case of an AI chatbot app that emulates a character, is by giving the person with it the experience that they want. And this child wanted a romantic relationship with Daenerys Targaryen, which sounds absurd, but like ultimately the machine is programmed to give them what they want. That's profit driving reality. It's not
not that absurd. I mean, it's just a form of pornography, right?
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it, actually. Yes. But that's what it is. It's profit driving the reality of this kid, in all seriousness.
It's playing into people's fantasy lives, which are extremely important and in many cases very positive. We wouldn't be human beings without rich fantasy lives. And so, but it preys on it. And, even if we just assume that there's nothing nefarious, that clearly short-term profits were part of the problem here.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I feel like my dumb simple fix, ID everybody that with the
no, that's not a dumb simple fix.
I don't think that's dumb at all. Maybe simple, but not dumb.
A lot of stuff should be ID'd, really, truly, online.
Oh yes, yeah, far more than just this.
Yeah. Like if you can't buy cigarettes, a kid can't walk in to go buy cigarettes, then you shouldn't be able to, or forget cigarettes, walking into a porn shop or a strip club. If a kid can't do that to live out his teenage fantasy, then he maybe shouldn't be able to just log on and, download an app, so that could do this, because this is like that AI threat that people that are like me, that are not, super techie, are kind of fearful about, because we read stuff like this and we go, holy crap,
it's terrifying.
AI is gonna kill us.
This is as Alvin Toffler would call it, this is future shock.
Yes, but here's the other thing to think about: is it AI killing you, or is it a person who's programming AI killing you?
That's correct.
It's ultimately like the driver of the car is the person who runs it into the wall, or the pedestrian, or whatever.
Guns don't kill
doesn't.
people.
Yeah,
right.
Guns don't kill people. People kill people.
That's true.
It
is true. They have to choose to use it that way, or negligently use it in a manner that harms someone.
But it's like gun control. You can you can't eliminate the harm. You can mitigate it, though. You could say, for example, we want smaller capacity magazines, blah blah blah.
Yeah,
but it's the Wild West.
It's exactly, and that's, if we think about it the way that it is, though, where it's people driving it, then it's people that can be influenced or regulated. Like, people have to do things a certain way to get more safety in our overall AI environment, I guess.
Yeah, and certainly the dinosaurs on Capitol Hill who don't even know how Facebook works.
Yeah.
Facebook that was so 15 years ago. They're the ones trying to regulate this. So I think that's really funny. So they need to call up people like you, Peter, seriously, to consult with.
Congressional hearings.
Yes.
I would love to do that. Would be hilarious. That would make so many people so mad.
I'm going to put that out there into the universe. I'm just saying, putting that out there into the universe for Peter Coffin to testify on Capitol Hill about regulating AI, because I feel
I'm
like
all for it.
I'm
yeah,
all
you
for
put
it.
it in a way that even I understood. So that's.
I appreciate that very much. Thank you.
This was amazing,
I
Peter.
appreciate
Thank you
it.
so
Yeah,
much.
thank you so much for this
very much.
conversation. Thank you so much. And I'm going to put the book up there one more time, so that way everybody can go check out Peter's book, available right now on Amazon. You guys go get it. Peter Coffin's book, Custom Reality and You. Peter Coffin, of course, is the author of that book and a YouTuber with a lot of viewers. We're going to have to pick Peter's brain about that too. So go check out Peter's book. Thank you so much for this conversation, Peter. We hope to have you back.
Of course. Thank you a ton.
Thanks, Peter.
Thank you.
Clovis loved you. Bye.